Black.
It is out of here.
Good morning. Good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
So wait, we're in San Francisco, right? San Francisco, because the guy to my left was in Boston. The guy to his right was in Dublin, Ireland. And now we're back in San Francisco. It's crazy, man. Crazy. But wow. What a weekend. What an insane travel itinerary for the two of us who are back from our literally international travels, if not time zone travels, to back to a familiar sight of a 49er win. That's a good thing. And the familiar sight of a San Francisco Giants free agency defeat, my man.
We got to go there. Good morning, Murph. Good to see
buddy.
you. The Murph and Marcus show. I know we used to joke around on the morning show. We've had them all over the world.
Yeah.
We've literally done broadcasts all over the world. Good to see you back from Ireland. I'm back from Beantown, and what a weekend of storylines it was, Murph.
At some point, I was over Greenland or something when Shohei Otani became a Dodger. I don't know.
Dude, I was on the sideline of the Army-Navy game with a cannon firing off right behind me, and Mike going, yeah, that's the Shohei cannon.
Oh, man.
He's now in Dodger blue, dude.
Firing cannons. By the way, shout out the Army Navy. Shout out Marcus in a quarter zip, by the way. The guy, he worked with me officially. Well, listen, we've worked together for almost 4 years, but our first ever full week together. Now he's starting to dress like me.
Look at me, Murph. I'm the quarter zip guy now. I'm the quarter zip guy.
And it's funny, today I didn't wear a quarter zip for whatever reason on the way
perfect
out.
if we were matching. I got the quarter zip, I got the khakis, I got everything.
And the Army Navy has been my go-to quarter zip, so I'm going to have to start to ration that because look, everybody go to the YouTube thread or the Twitch stream, and you can see Marcus's. It's a good-looking quarter zip. That's why you wear it, buddy.
Dude, the swag bag, they give you a scarf, a beanie, a jacket.
Yeah,
they take care of you. Shout out USAA and the entire Army-Navy experience.
USAA does a great job there, Jen. And shout out everybody in the great country of Ireland, the great city of Dublin, where I had a whirlwind trip repping the United States sports scene over there for my buddies at Second Captains.
That's why they call you U.S. Murph.
I am U.S. Murph. I should have just been Pub Murph. Dude, the entire trip. So Marcus, I landed I got to my hotel Friday at 3. I landed at 1:45. Next thing you know, you're in a cab, some traffic. Get to the hotel at 3 on Friday. Okay, from that, I left my hotel Sunday morning at 9 a.m. for the airport. So Friday at 3 p.m., Sunday 9 a.m. I'm going to literally tell you.
Tell me.
That if I wasn't in bed asleep for a short burst, I literally was in the pub. That's it. That's all I did. We did not take that back. We did the show.
Yeah, you did the show.
Did the show.
But isn't the show also
the
a pub?
The show's basically like a pub.
It's in a pub.
So anyway, man, oh man, if anybody needs any Guinness, just come cut open my bloodstream, cut up my vein, and I'll just bleed some Guinness out for you.
Well, that's it. You got the Guinness. I got the Jameson going. Oh, dude, the bar scene, bar hopping out in Boston. But, Murph, it's a good time to celebrate, not the baseball news, but the fact that the San Francisco 49ers are now the number 1 seed in the NFC.
That happened.
Yeah, that happened, too.
All of a sudden, where we go? 2 weeks ago, going into Philadelphia, all the concern about everything. You wake up on a Monday, December 11th, you're the 1 seed. It's incredible. So do we have the official anthem? We do not.
I've got half of it if you want it.
Tell Tony, young Tony, he's doing a good job, but you should know coming in after a Niner victory Monday, baby, it's ready to go. You want to help out, Marcus? You can help out on the air.
I've got the win package. All I need is a George Kittle little "This is really fun" 49er thing because that's the only thing I don't have clipped on my board. So we can make it official.
Look at us.
If we want to go bare bones.
We're ham and egg in it. Well, let's do it because at some point I flew. So I start following the game. By the way, once again, shout out Airplane Wi-Fi. They will never master it. They will never master it. I mean, they'll master movies. You can see any movie you want. Did you watch any movies on your flights?
I did not because my flight had live TV. So I was flying out, watching a little
in-season
in-season
tournament. Don't tell you watched Steelers-Patriots.
I did. I found the Amazon Prime game. I had the under.
That's a game. So that entire game, and it went over, right?
Yeah, it went over the first half. Bailey Zappi was out here throwing 3 touchdowns.
So now when I fly on that Thursday night, that game is lost to eternity. I've never that game takes place when I'm in the air, and I've never known that game ever existed. Yeah. Except to hear that the Patriots beat them. Well, anyway, I'm getting off topic here.
Well, that was the funniest part. And to tie it all together, there was Bill Belichick at the Army-Navy game this weekend.
Did you meet him?
No, I did not see Bill Belichick. He was at the ESPN College Game Day set. He put on the Army-Navy old football helmet, the old Navy helmet. He repped Navy, of course. He was there. Gronkowski was there. Everybody. First game ever out in New England at Gillette Stadium.
So I'm winging it back from Dublin, watching movies. By the way, the 2 movies... Risky Business and Do the Right Thing. Nice. Okay, Risky Business and Do the Right. First of all, Risky Business, I forgot how freaking risque that movie. I mean, that movie's straight up about the entire premise. can you get laid?
Well, that's why it's called risky business,
And
Murph.
can you get laid with a prostitute? And can I get all my buddies laid with prostitutes?
That's risky.
I'm like, I saw this on my own. I was like 15 or 16 with my buddies. Like, if my kid went to that now, I'm like, yeah, you can't go see that movie.
Yeah, they're not calling it safety, Murph. Like, come on. Yeah, it's risky business, not safety
And then
business.
shout out to The Right Thing, man. Spike Lee. That movie should have won the Oscar in 1989. But anyway, the point is I'm flying over. When I get this sort of alert, I had my phone going, enough Wi-Fi to get scores. And I was following fantasy, by the way. You can follow. So it was spotty. And then all of a sudden, I see the Niner game goes live. So I followed that from about northern Canada all the way down. And I see the first play of the game, Christian McCaffrey.
73 yards?
Yeah, 72-yard run.
Yeah.
Jordan Mason winds up punching it in. How odd was that, by the way, Jordan Mason?
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell scratch.
Then it got weird. All of a sudden, I see Seattle roar back. And I'm seeing now as I'm flying down, descending over the Canadian border into Montana, that Seattle has like a 10-7 lead. I'm like, what's going on? And then, dude, just on my phone, refreshing. And, dude, because I have the Gamecast thing, so it has that little green football field with the ball moving up and down like your old Stratomatic game or whatever, And I see the ball, the dotted line in the air, and it says Deebo Samuel 54-yard touchdown.
Yeah, and those are some deep lines, Murph, because there was a ton of deep balls this week. The explosive offense of a Brock Purdy and the 49ers.
It was the explosive Niners. So, indeed, Steve Silk Wilkes, sideline Steve, making calls from the sideline out to NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell. Goodell said, damn. You guys just won your fifth in a row and became the 1 seed? He said, that's right. You overpaid, mannequin. Put it in the books. San Francisco 49ers 28. Seattle Seahawks 16.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah.
I love the Niners. This is really fun.
Boom. There it is. It's official. Good job, young Tony. So the 49ers are the 1 seed, and now if they win out, become the 1 seed. All that concern about the Eagles. And by the way, the who? Can I get a Mike McDaniel on the Philadelphia Eagles?
Oh, I can help you with that this morning, Murph. You're talking about who?
The Philadelphia Eagles, who are now the 5 seed in the NFC. Dude, I mean, my gosh. How the mighty have fallen, right? But again, it changes week to week now. By the way, you realize now we're only done last 4 Sundays?
Dude, all of a sudden, we're down the final stretch, Murph.
I'm getting nostalgic for the 2023 season already.
I mean, this is December football, and I mean, look at all the games this weekend with playoff implications. Not just Eagles and Cowboys on Sunday night, the Ravens and Rams game with the walk-off punt return yesterday,
What's up with the Rams? Are they rising up a little bit?
Now, all of a sudden, Murph, you're talking about the playoff-bound Rams. They're actually still on the bubble with the 6-7 record after losing, but they're right there with an opportunity if the Packers lose tonight.
I mean, I know Shanahan owns McVay, but that finale against the Rams is looking like kind of suspicious. Like kind of weird,
It can get sketchy, yeah.
Because if the Rams are playing for something,
true, yeah,
and they're playing better. But anyway, probably should not worry about that right now.
No, that's down the road. But
enjoy the win over the Seahawks, which makes them 10-3, which of course puts them tied with the Dallas Cowboys, who are 10-3. But the 49ers, of course, have the tiebreaker now over Dallas and Philadelphia. And I thought they mathematically clinched the division, but I guess they didn't. Even though they're 4 up with 4 to play, and they've beaten the Seahawks twice, is it because the Rams could come beat them and split the division, split the head-to-head, and then maybe have a better division record? I'm not sure.
Yeah, what would the head-to-head tiebreaker be? But the 49ers haven't lost to anybody in the division this year.
I know. So
they've won like 10 or 11 games in a row.
I guess theoretically, if the Niners lose out, how about that, by the way? Yeah, the Niners are going to lose out.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
If the Niners lose out and the Rams win out, they both finish 10-7, and the Rams would have beaten the Niners in the finale. They must have some sort of still a possibility, because I thought they would have mathematically clinched that whole deal.
Yeah,
but anyway.
Murph, math is not my strong suit, so don't come coming to me for math questions.
D's get degrees, buddy. Okay, so listen, I know the opening segment, we're all back. You're back from Boston. And by the way, the pizza?
Oh, dude, Regina's. It has to be the top of the list. Like, the best pizza I've ever had in America. Now, I have been to Rome and have had some good pizza, but in America,
it's different, though.
It's different.
We're
going Sicilian slices.
Yeah,
it's
US
different.
pizza, they're 2 different languages. Really.
No, but if we're just talking about the pinnacle of good old American pizza, dude, you can't go wrong. And
Pizzeria Regina.
It's down the street from TD Garden. Got to check out a Celtics and Knicks game on Friday night. Oh, yeah.
You guys walk?
It's like a 5-minute walk.
Honestly.
I
didn't know that.
Super quick.
That's
super
cool.
easy, made for a one hell of a Friday night.
You ate Pizzeria Regina and then walked to a Celtics game?
Well, first...
That's living, buddy.
Well, first, I did the radio show on Friday morning. Then
by the way, thank you for doing that.
Yeah, no problem, Murph. And then walked down the Charles River, down to Fenway Park.
It's unbelievable.
Went out, had a couple beers across Fenway, then hopped on the train up to TD Garden.
You didn't relieve your bladder at Fenway, did you?
See, I didn't go full Manny Ramirez. I did have a photo that went around pretty viral of the water boy, flying some guns outside of Fenway Park.
You were saying that the park was number one.
Number one, Murph.
Yeah.
I had to kind of remind myself, I was still wearing my KMBR jacket. Last thing I needed was a video of here's a KMBR radio host kind of relieving himself. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, there were cameras everywhere.
Guy's got some discipline.
I didn't want to incriminate myself, Murph.
So you walk down the Charles River. Mm-hmm. You know the song "Dirty Water"?
Yeah.
That Fenway plays. That's the dirty water they're talking about. Charles River. Yes.
And I heard a lot of rumors about guys getting whacked out near that river.
Yeah. Things would wash up. So Charles River, Fenway Park.
Hopped on a train up to TD Garden.
You mean the whatchamacallit? The come on, the RTE? Is that what what do they call it? Come on. Anyway,
I don't know, but I was on the green line and it was like a $2.50 ticket. Went all the way up to TD Garden, made a quick detour to Regina's Pizzeria, ate some pies, went to the game.
What'd you guys order?
One sausage, one cheese. They're traditional.
Can I get some?
We were going back and forth. We're like, do we do pepperoni and sausage? Do we try to mix it up? It's like, no. We're here. We got to go with the traditional. Give me a pie of cheese. Give me a pie of sausage.
The MTA is the name of the
MTA.
Yeah.
Shout out to the Green Line.
You want to go to the demographic that my bosses love so much? Shout out the Kingston Trio. There's a song about a guy getting lost on the MTA. Will he ever return? If you want to play that, that'll really please the higher-ups. That'll really please it. But anyway, legendary song about a guy gets lost on the Boston train. You did not. You got to Regina.
I had Mike Holler, shout out to my guardian angel. I kind of led me.
Hole is your guardian angel.
Led me all the way through Boston.
That's a whole nother thing. Well, you did great, buddy.
To get lost, man.
So I was in the pub. You were doing Boston, and when that all happened, Shohei Otani became a Dodger.
Shohei's a Dodger.
Now, for Sports Talk Radio, he chose the worst possible time, like Saturday morning.
On a Saturday, and
was it like Saturday morning?
And he announced it himself on his Instagram. Yeah,
with a big LA, was that?
Yeah, with the big LA logo. I was on the sideline for Army Navy, and I've got Mike Holler kind of giving me elbow nudges, like, dude, you won't believe it.
What time was that for you?
This was right before the kickoff, so this is right around 3 o'clock Eastern time.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. So it's I'm in a pub, it's 8 o'clock, and I am well on my way. You know what I mean?
Dude.
And I start getting the maniacal text from 16-year-old Declan Murphy. Out of his mind, just peppering me.
Oh.
And I had to tell him, I said, kid, I'm not really in a spot right now where I can...
that was the same for me, too, especially because then, Mike Holler's over here pouting, almost crying on the sideline.
Was he upset about it?
And I'm like, dude, we're at the Army-Navy game. Turn your phone off for 2 hours. Enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime experience. We just had the flyover of Army guys hanging out in the back of the helicopter.
You guys were on the field for the march out
and
everything?
The march out, do everything. I was like, dude, just enjoy the experience. We've got the next 10 years to deal with Shohei Otani.
Yeah, well, 10. Literally 10. Yeah.
No joke.
So when I told him, I said, listen, the only text I threw right away was, I said, first of all, did you ever, let's just go with the biggest point of all. Did you ever really expect it?
No.
I did not. My heart was, I honestly thought they had a better chance at Aaron Judge than Shohei Otani.
I agree with that.
You agree with me on that?
I agree also.
Young Tony, yeah. I don't know. I thought there was, maybe I was stupid now. Well, at least who leaves the Yankees?
Well,
right?
that's the thing.
As we now learn.
At least Aaron Judge, a Northern California kid, grew up for the Giants.
There seemed to be some smoke and fire
Rich Aurelia is his favorite player.
Buster Posey, the whole deal.
All that good stuff.
So whereas Otani, I kept asking myself this question. I wrote a couple jock blogs about why would he come to the Giants? What was the best argument? What was the best argument? The best argument people crafted was to go to a somewhat legendary franchise. It's not the Yankees, it's not the Dodgers, but it's up there with the Cardinals and, when I remember Red Sox, Giants. These are the historic franchises, right? Mm-hmm. Somewhat historic franchises. And don't be the second banana, be the guy. The argument against the Dodgers is, well, Mookie and Freeman are there. Why would you go be the third banana there? And the answer is $700 million in Los Angeles.
And it's a lot easier to hit between Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman than Haniger and Conforto.
Did you just say Haniger and Conforto? Is that what you said?
Those are your 3-4 hitters going to the season, Murph.
Where's Slater and Yaz?
Then again, it depends if it's a lefty or a righty pitcher.
Where's Wade and Flores? Where's Wade and Flores?
Really, the only thing the Giants had going for them is they're a West Coast team. Well, Murph, spoiler alert, there's more than one West Coast team. The Dodgers also play on the West Coast.
By the way, can we add the bad fact that it's a bad home run hitting park? We're like, hey, come hit home runs at the park that's 27th in MLB.
We were going to throw out the plexiglass, Murph.
So these are my immediate reactions. I never truly believed it. And I always believed, if you go look at the history of the Jock Blogs, I always believed he would be a Dodger.
Murph, me and you have been talking for years. I've been on the show for 4 years. We've been talking about it 3-4 of it. Shohei's going to the Dodgers. Shohei's going to the Dodgers.
That's correct.
I think just to sum it up perfectly this morning, I'll channel my inner Nate Diaz.
Hey, I'm not surprised, mother.
You can't end it. You can't end it.
I'm not surprised,
I'm not
Murph.
kidding you. At one point during the pub-laden night, that soundbite came into my head. I'm not kidding you. And I made a mental note. Tell Waterboy to play Nate Diaz, and then the next round came, and I forgot. All right, guys, here's the deal. It is Monday, December 11. We got 49er football to talk about. We got to recap some incredible offensive numbers, some historic stuff going on.
Explosive.
For the 49ers, and, of course, as a group, as a family, as a community, we got to mourn Shohei Otani becoming a Dodger. I mean, dude, what? I got to tell you, this world we're about to go into for the next 10 years.
And I know you said the Nate Diaz clip kind of summarized everything perfectly. Can I get a Nicky T?
Anyways, yeah, the Dodgers.
Those are all perfect.
Come on.
Yes, this is what I needed.
I got them all today, Murph. I got them all.
I just got off. I just stumbled out of the pub like 2 minutes ago, so this is what I needed. On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now
Trending now.
on KNBR.com.
Brandon Ayuk became the first 49er wide receiver to achieve back-to-back 1,000-yard years since Anquan Bolden did it in 2013 and 2014. And then yesterday, he stopped by the post-game show with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan to talk all about it. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Here is a toss going the other way, away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Weatherspoon, he cuts inside on him and toasted it all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite! McCaffrey needs a playoff, so J.P. Mason is in, and they're going to give it to him off the right side. Touchdown! Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! Bunch formation right. Purdy looks right. Now going to scramble out of it. Throw back across his body. Debo's got the first down. Debo takes it down to the goal line. Is he in? Purdy under center. Lone back McCaffrey 8 yards. Debo comes. They give it to Debo on the handoff. Touchdown! Play action to him. Purdy going to throw it on the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Wow, a lot of screaming and yelling and fun at Levi Stadium, although not when it started, down 10-7. And then I'll throw you another one, Marcus. And by the way, shout out Water Bud. As Dwayne Kuiper likes to call him here, Water Bud, because we just had a problem with our stream, our KNBR stream, the KNBR app or the iHeart app. And we started hearing from listeners. Shout out P1 Chuck on the East Coast, listening to us down in Charleston, South Carolina. And if P1 Chuck can't hear us, then we've lost the nation.
Oh, there's no point. There's no point in doing the show anymore, Murph.
So I said, Marcus, what are we going to do? And you know what the guy says? He just got up silently.
Yeah.
Like the silent assassin. Just got up, walked into the studio behind the glass. Young Tony was wowed by it. He's backed away. Marcus fiddled around, walked back. I just got a text from P1 Chuck. It's on.
It's it. Magic,
more
Murph.
Applause, please.
I'll give you some more applause. And it's
I'm
funny.
applauding you.
Because
thank you.
I was networking
applauding.
and I was talking to a lot of people this past weekend at the Army-Navy game. And they go, so tell us about your start in radio. And I said, damn, how much time you have? Because I've done every job here at KNBR, from the overnight to a board up to a producer to now on air
That's a
with
hell of a
Brian
story.
Murphy. So
Hell of a
yeah.
story,
So
yeah.
I can pretty much fix every problem we have here at the station, except for things outside of our control.
P1 Chuck says, missing the Monday morning opening is like missing Johnny Carson's monologue. Another demographically friendly reference. Hey, guys, in that package there, what leaped out at me? Our color guy. Listen to this.
Debo takes it down. Debo takes it down.
How was, by the way, when you talked to Papa on Friday, what was his mood pre-Seattle?
He was pretty confident going into the game.
I'm confident, Marcus.
I'm always confident in my squad,
yes.
Brian Murphy.
Do you stay up to watch him on Sunday night on TV with Feldy?
See, no, I got to apologize because
You
Sunday
sleep?
night, I'm flipping so much back and forth. I'm trying to catch Sunday night football, and then, as soon as that game's over, if I can make it through it, I'm usually asleep, head hitting the pillow like 8 or 9
Okay,
on a
well,
Sunday.
good. That's good discipline. I
Trying to
kind of have
get some
developed a
rest in.
habit where after Sunday night football, I need a hit of Feldy and either Dante Whitner or Papa. You got to shout out Papa wearing. Are those Air Jordans he's wearing? Is that what he's wearing out there? You
Yes,
guys checking
so
that out?
George Contos gave him a pair of orange and black Giants or Jordans a couple
red.
years ago. So, yeah, I think he's upped his game. He's now gone to the role of only wearing shoes with suits on TVs. No one wears dress shoes anymore, Murph.
Rod Brooks.
Ooh.
Brooksy.
That's a good-looking
Shout
guy
out
right
the great
there. That's
Brooks. Yeah. So anyway, so I was, so Papa was confident. I was confident too. That's why I was a little weirded out when it was 10-7. And then I'm going to give you this moment here. So it's 21. So last week against Philly, the Big Dom incident.
Yes.
That led to the ejection By the way, he was off the sidelines yesterday, huh?
He's banned.
Look at that. The Eagles lost 2 in a row, and Big Dom got banned for a game. So Big Dom gets ejected. Dre Greenlaw gets ejected. Then they push. They brotherly shove it in, right? Mm-hmm. Remember, it was 21-13. And it was like, remember we were like, it's getting a little dicey and loud. I think isn't that when the glass came down in front of Mayoko?
Yes, so I think that's when the momentum started to change.
Dude, the glass came down.
Yeah.
And the animals were lunging up. And then do you remember it was the pass to Debo that he caught at the 48, shed that tackle. Who was it? Brandon Morrow missed the tackle or whatever?
Yeah, I think it was Morrow. It might have been Bradbury or Slay. I think it was Slay. He dragged for like 4 or 5 yards into the end zone.
No, this is the one where he caught it at the 48, and then he slithered the first tackle and then just ran past everybody. Yeah. And then all was right with the world. Philly went silent. They all left 28-13. Anyway, a long way of saying, yesterday, 21-10, Seattle has that 3-play touchdown drive where they go like 25-25, and then the tight end, whose name I'm forgetting right now, scores the touchdown for him.
It was Colby Parkinson.
Stanford guy.
After the fake double swing passes, and we haven't even mentioned that it was Drew Lock throwing balls, dropping back for the Seahawks this weekend.
When did that happen, by the way? I landed in Dublin, and I'm like I said, I was either in bed or in the pub. That's it. Shout out, in order, Fallon's, the Flowing Tide, the Hut, and the Cobblestone. Oh, the Cobblestone.
Well, Murph, I'll give you some applause for remembering all the names of those pubs.
Buddy, you know what they do? You know what they don't do over there in the Nearies? It's like, they don't eat. We don't eat. We're just going. That's it. Just bring me around.
Nothing like drinking on an empty stomach.
Well, that's the game plan, buddy.
You get a bigger payoff that way.
That's the game plan. And by the way, shout out being in an Irish pub for hours on end. Nobody's looking at their phone.
Oh,
nobody. Because we're all
an experience.
Having an incredible rap. Breaking it down, laughing, crying, the whole deal.
That sounds like a blast.
Yeah, it was. So anyway, and shout out Shane McGowan for another demographic, Shane McGowan's funeral, which if you want, I'll be holding a post-show symposium on Shane McGowan's funeral, all right? Because that was maybe the greatest funeral I've ever seen in my life. But anyway, 21, Parkinson goes in. It's 21-16. I had the same reaction I did at 21-13 in Philly, like, it's late third. It's a one-score game. And what did they do? Boom, boom, boom. And it was Kittle
and then another explosive,
explosive to Ayuk, I believe.
Yeah, there's a big play to Ayuk, and then the Kittle was a big touchdown play, too. But yeah, Debo had a touchdown that was 50-plus yards. Kittle had one of 40-plus yards. Ayuk had a 40-plus yard reception also. Like, they were taking shots deep down the field yesterday. Brock Purdy puts up a career-high 368 yards.
Okay, so here's some of the numbers. Yeah, career high.
Career high.
That's incredible. 368 I got. Is that right?
Yeah, that's what I said, right? 368?
Okay, I'm sorry. I said 4. My bad. I was trying to get my numbers right. So 21-10, here it is. 21-16. Purdy to Debo for 30. Okay, that ended the third quarter. Then McCaffrey ran for 1, and then Purdy to Kittle for 44. Yeah. And then you're up 28-16. And you're feeling pretty good. Now, they still needed a couple picks in the fourth quarter.
They did. And
Jair Brown shout him out.
They
got
did.
A pick.
And they also had one wiped off the board because Bosa was offsides on a Diamador Lenore potential interception also.
Yeah, so maybe, okay, yeah, there you go. And then the Fred Warner pick that led to the DK Metcalf meltdown.
Yeah, the suplex that led to the face mask grabbing situations that led to Diamador Lenore and DK both being ejected from the game.
Yeah, incredible, right? Okay, so I sent you guys a couple numbers that'll just like the crazy Niner numbers that are going on right now. Okay, so Debo in the last 2 games has scored 5 touchdowns. Sorry, Marcus.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for Debo Samuel.
Got a running nose for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. But anyway, 5 touchdowns in the last 2 games. That's a lot of touchdowns. No 49ers since Terrell Owens in 2001 scored 5 touchdowns in a 2-game stretch.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I mean. 5 in 2 games. Dude, he's streaking in the end zone a hell of a lot.
Yeah.
How about the one where the player goes down to the 1, the knee is down, so they decide just to hand it to him on the next
that
play.
was cool by Kyle. Rewarded him now. What did you think about
Did not reward McCaffrey.
No, because McCaffrey ran all the way down the 3-yard line, and then here comes J.P. Mason.
Well, according to the report I read, he said he had to catch his breath.
Yeah, it makes sense. I was surprised that anybody even caught him because usually if you get a run for Christian McCaffrey 30, 40 yards downfield, there's no looking back. He usually glances into the end zone. But yeah, another productive day by Christian McCaffrey. How about his 145 total yards? Murph, we bring up the stat last week. It's now 5 straight wins in a row against the Seattle Seahawks and 5 straight games where the 49ers have ran for at least 169 yards.
Incredible. Okay, so I told you, we had all these numbers for you. First, they've never beaten the Seahawks 5 times in a row.
Pete Carroll had never lost 4 games in a row coming into this
is correct. This is correct. The 527 total yards in offense, their 4th most since 2000. So we're talking about a top 5 offensive day in the last 25 years. Wow. I mean, man, this thing is it's still going on and on. Brock goes for 368. Ayuk catches 126. Debo catches 149. McCaffrey runs for 145. First team, okay, the first team to have at least one player with 300 or more passing yards, 2 players with 100 or more receiving yards, and 1 player with 100 or more rushing yards in the same game since the Niners haven't done this since 2012. 2012. So we're talking like, it was a landmark day offensively yesterday.
Yeah, and I saw a couple stats.
Got the names on that one. Alex Smith, 303. Vernon Davis, 106. Mike Crabtree. Don't test me with a mediocre receiver like Crabtree. 113, and Frank Gore, 106. Those are the numbers the last time the Niners did that.
And it's crazy because I saw a couple of tweets comparing them to the last offense to do something similar to that, and that was the Peyton Manning-led Indianapolis Colts with Edgerrin James and Marvin Harrison and Reggie Wayne and all those guys. And like, to be even compared in that sentence, and now people are comparing this offense to the greatest show on turf, Murph, going back to comparing some of those numbers from those Rams offenses.
Well, if you want to still stick with this Brock Purdy MVP thing, it's been brought up like how unlikely would it be for a guy who was the last pick in the draft? Some people are saying Kurt Warner. Yeah. You know what I mean? Kurt Warner was not even drafted and was stocking shelves in Iowa. All right, let's get the guest list on a Monday, December 11th. I got the sneezes all of a sudden, by the way. What the hell? Where's that coming from? I don't have a cold. I don't know. I'm allergic to the Seahawks or something. I'm allergic to Shohei being a Dodger.
That's it, Murph.
That's what I'm allergic to.
You got a bad case of the Shohei blues.
Shohei being a Dodger is making me sneeze.
Yeah, all right.
All right.
Well, maybe Shohei Otani will pop up this weekend as either a hum baby or a bum baby, because our first segment this morning, of course, not our first segment, but the big one that we do on a Monday morning, 6:50, your hums and bums, your weekend recap, so you know everything that went down, yes, including the Shohei Otani news, Murph.
We will discuss.
Yes,
for
yes,
sure.
yes. We will dive in. Then we'll start the power off with Tim Ryan, 7:35, getting down his breakdown of the 49ers' 5th straight win against the Seattle Seahawks. We'll do the big hit, get some sound, get some calls from everybody checking in on the 49ers and them having the number 1 seed in the NFC playoff picture right now. We'll do our cooler of content, then check in with David Lombardi from The Athletic at 8:50. And then how about this, 9:15, we'll talk more Shohei Otani news with Annie McCulla. Is that how you pronounce it? McCulloch,
yeah.
Senior writer for The Athletic, covers nationally MLB.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, I'm already looking ahead. Niners already installed as 13.5 point favorites at Arizona next week. 13.5. All right. We're getting close. By the way, 3 Saturday games coming up. You always know Christmas. When I was a kid, you knew Christmas is coming when the NFL starts playing on Saturdays because college ends, to a degree, except for the stupid bowl games that are on now. But that's when, I remember very fond childhood memories of Saturday NFL.
We get Saturday.
Christmas is coming.
Now, Murph, you also get NFL on Mondays and Fridays, and Saturdays, and Thursdays.
You get them you get them all over, as you said earlier, you get them all over the world.
All over the world.
All right, we're building up towards hums and bums next. Coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Debo. Yeah, baby.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why the Dodgers?
A few reasons, Nicole. And look, they were the favorite at the beginning for one reason and one reason only, and that's that they could pay the most money. And look, $700 million, I mean, when you compare it to the biggest contract in MLB history, Mike Trout's $426.5 million dwarfs it. When you compare it to the biggest free agent contract in MLB history, Aaron Judge's $360 million, almost doubles it. So there was the money. There was also the fact that Shohei Otani, having played down the 5 in Anaheim for 6 years, really grew to respect the processes that the Dodgers have in place and how they develop players in their farm system and the technology and science and everything they do. But the third thing, they win. And Shohei Otani, as we saw in the World Baseball Classic this year, loves winning. And he thought that winning in Los Angeles was going to be the best place to do so.
Well, there it is. Jeff Passan breaking it down, guys. Just start with the money. Start with the money. Did the Giants get to $700 million? That's my question. Did the Giants, I wonder if they, there's been no information or reporting as to whether or not they got there. The word all the way going in was 500 to 600, like 550. And some people were saying, I believe, on the outside edge, like, could this get to 600? Like, wasn't that the kind of, because this is, by the way, in all told, not AAV, all told, it is the largest contract in the history of world sport. I mean, he got that Lionel Messi and Cristiano Ronaldo.
Take that, Kylian Mbappe.
Yeah, there you go.
Paid $680 million out in wherever the hell he's playing in Saudi Arabia.
Those guys are getting more per year. I believe Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi are getting like $100 mil per year, U.S. $100 mil per year, but it's not as long.
No, and this is 10 years, $700 million for Shohei Otani. And just to get the cherry on top, you're hearing about how he's got all these deferrals in his contract to make it so that the Dodgers, they're still talking about the Dodgers going out and signing Yamamoto. They're like, oh, maybe they'll bring back Bellinger. Maybe they'll add another. I'm like, what do you mean?
That's the entire.
And that's why it's so frustrating when everyone's like, oh, it's Shohei or nothing. No, it's not Shohei or nothing.
No.
You see how much money these teams have and how fake these salary caps are?
So the 10 years, $700 million does not mean $700 million. You're not paying them $700 million tomorrow, right? And as Marcus just mentioned, and this gets into like a little bit of boring finances here, but deferrals. So he's arranged for it. Like, you guys know Bobby Bonilla is still getting paid by the Mets.
Every 4th of July. Happy Bobby Bonilla Day. Yeah,
By the way, and Do the Right Thing, some great late 80s baseball references. They have an argument about who's better, Dwight Gooden or Roger Clemens.
Nice.
So I was thinking some possible sound for the show.
Okay.
But anyway, so deferrals, meaning like he said to the Dodgers, go ahead and pay me in I don't know the year, 2035, 2040. By the way, as a man who's basically conservative financially, like, I'm not a big profit. I'm not out here blowing huge amounts of debt here, buddy. I kind of like the deferral. Like, if KNBR's like, yeah, we're gonna defer your payment, I'm like, I'm cool with that. Give me some down the road. But anyway, so he is not getting $70 million next year. He's not. Which means, to your point, they have room to sign other guys.
How about that?
They got room to sign other guys.
They've got enough guys, Murph.
By the way, one good thing about this for baseball, is it good that Shohei will finally play in October?
See, this is where...
By the way, I'm assuming the Dodgers are going to October.
Correct. I mean, they've been in the postseason how many times in a row now?
What, 10, 11, 12?
Yeah, exactly. Like, and so that's why, like, I know, especially here in San Francisco, people are pissed off. I saw people are pissed off at Shohei Otani. You should be pissed off at your front office. You should be pissed off at Farhan and Pete Patella and all these guys who knew that Shohei was going to be a free agency 2, 3, 4 years ago, just like the Dodgers knew. And that's why last year when they did not go out and spend in free agency, that's why after letting Max Scherzer, Trey Turner go, we're talking about like all-time generation. Corey Seager left the Dodgers. Yeah. It's because they knew they were playing the long game to go out and get Shohei Otani. So when they were making all those moves, when they bring in a Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, that's all setting up the Shohei kind of sweepstakes. What did the Giants do? What have they done for the last 2, 3 years? Yeah. They've tried to bring in other players, but they really haven't offered them anything. So, again, I know the kind of feeling in San Francisco is everybody's mad at Shohei Otani. No, you should be mad at the organization. I do think this is kind of good for baseball. Do you getting Shohei into the postseason, getting him on this national market. Because let's be honest, Murph, people go to Anaheim to go to Disneyland. They don't go to watch the Angels play baseball. But they go to Dodger Stadium and they pack the house. And Shohei is already increasing ticket prices, jersey sales.
Well, what's
it's
crazy
going to be huge.
is the Dodgers attendance is not like the Giants attendance needs a bump. The Dodger attendance doesn't need a bump. That's what's interesting about this is that he doesn't provide ticket sales, maybe ticket prices.
Prices are going up.
And just global brand. Now you're monstrous in Asia and all that whole deal.
By the way, Dodgers start the season out in South Korea next year.
Right?
How about that? Yeah.
With Otani. He's not pitching, right? He'll be a DH only, right? He's not going to play the field?
For the first season, he's going to take a year off of pitching.
Listen, people say, oh, the Dodgers, that's crazy money. No, it isn't. You're gonna more than make that back, and you also have the best player in the world on your team, and he's driven to be great for more. He's not gonna flame out after a year or two. You know, it's interesting. I get these morning newsletters with all the sports stories of the day, and they're like, this date in sports history. On this date was the day Alex Rodriguez signed with the Texas Rangers. Do you remember that? That was 10 years, $250 million.
$250, and everybody lost their mind.
Yeah.
A baseball player's making $25 million a year?
$700 million. How far away are we from a $1 billion contract?
Well, here's the thing. By the time this Shohei Otani 10-year contract is up, maybe it's looking like a bargain. Because if he does come back and is the same pitcher again, second time he's had elbow surgery, but look at a guy like Nathan Eovaldi, two-time Tommy John guy, was just pitching in the World Series. So I'll be wetting the bet on Shohei Otani being back as a pitcher. And then once he's back pitching, you're essentially getting a DH that can hit 40 to 50 home runs for $35 million and a perennial Cy Young candidate for $35 million. That's a pretty good discount when you're comparing to like guys like Garrett Cole and Mike Trout who are getting paid that much money to only do one thing.
Yeah, and again, I don't know the exact numbers, but the instant hit on their cap or their AAV or their luxury tax is not huge. No. He deferred it down the road to do that. It's insane. So the other thing, guys, so we said all along, and I know we got to go. We got hums and bumps coming up. Looking forward to it. But we said all along, if you don't get Shohei, which you're not going to, would you take Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman? That was the big question, the big poll question, right? And a lot of people are like, yeah, I'd rather have the three guys than the one. I said that. I mean, I know Shohei would have been so exciting for the kids and for the tickets, which is maybe what the Giants need most is excitement, right? But if they get Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman, that's more than enough, more talent than Shohei brings you. Here's the catch. They're not going to get Bellinger, Snell, and Chapman.
Well, here's the thing, Murph. It's been 2 days since Otani signed, and they haven't done anything.
Are they going to get Chapman? Is that it?
Well, I don't know, because everybody said the dominoes were going to start falling.
Yeah,
the dominoes were going to start falling.
Where's my domino?
I don't know. I keep hearing about how Farhan's cooking. What is he cooking, Murph?
He's not cooking.
The stone's
like Ireland.
on.
It's like Ireland where there's no food.
There's no food. It's just drinks. Yeah, exactly. Giants fans drinking this weekend and trying to forget about Otani.
Like you're saying, dude. Now's the time. Okay, yes. The dominoes should be falling. Mm-hmm. Of those three, who would you take? Like, how would you prioritize them in terms of need and or fit and or excitement?
And just like realistically, I think you have to go pitching wise to get a second ace to pair up because Alex Cobb's not going to be healthy at the beginning of the season. So I go Blake Snell. I love another lefty in that rotation. You get Snell, Harris, and Webb to build around for the future.
Webb's pretty good, man.
That's pretty damn good. Yeah. Also, maybe you go down the route of getting $300 million to Yamamoto because Giants keep on saying they got all that money.
I feel like Yamamoto, he's going to be a Met, isn't he?
I know he's meeting with the Yankees today, and he's got a bunch of meetings that he's supposed to be doing this week. Yeah.
Juan Soto and Yamamoto, huh?
Yeah, I'm telling you, Yankee fans are calling it Yamasoto, Murph.
Oh, really? Is that right?
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, guys, listen, I if you're looking for rage from me, I expected this, so I'm not filled with rage. Aaron Judge was more heartbreaking. Aaron Judge had me standing outside a pub shouting at you guys down the line.
And how about that? Some of our last words on Thursday is, Murph, make sure you're on standby to give me a call from the pub.
Same pub, by the way.
When Shohei signs with the Dodgers on Friday. Turns out it was Saturday after the whole entire spectacle of the misreporting of him flying out to Toronto and Blue Jays fans thinking that he was going to be a Blue Jays. What do you give me for Giants fans last year with Arson Judge compared to Shohei this year with the Blue Jays? Yeah,
that's hilarious. And of all things, I've told you guys, little Roy Murphy's obsession with planes, he found the plane leaving Santa Ana for Toronto. Declan was texting me. He's like, Rory found the plane. He's got it tracked. He's tracking it. Yeah. And it was some guy from Shark Tank. Was that the deal?
Man.
The guy on the plane was some Shark Tank. I don't know Shark Tank much, but incredible.
Dude,
incredible.
Unreal. You can't script this.
Hum babies, bum babies, Monday morning tradition. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
But the third thing, they win.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
What do you want? The same as you, to remember.
Time now for Total Recall.
San Francisco!
A look back at the highs and lows of the weekend in sports.
Get ready for a surprise!
Sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
All right, there it is, the familiar sounds of the hums and bombs on a Monday morning tradition. Wow, were we all over the world or what? We had Marcus the Water Bud Boucher, fresh off the Army-Navy game in Foxborough. By the way, you walked into the enemy's den there, Foxborough, the site of the tuck rule. Wait, was that at old Foxborough Stadium or Gillette? No, it was at Gillette, wasn't it?
I'm not sure on, to be honest with you, Murph. But I got to say, for everybody who complains about having to go from San Francisco down to Levi's Stadium for a 49er game, try hopping on a bus on a 2-lane highway up to Foxborough.
It's like a country road.
I'm like, what are we doing? This team's won 6 Super Bowls. I can't get more than 2 lanes on the road.
What, did you guys hit some traffic out there?
I sat out there for I almost got off the bus and started walking to the stadium. I was like, there was literally people walking past us faster.
Give me Santa Clara. All right, we need the hums and bums beds. We got to get going. And then I was in Dublin, Ireland. By the way, shout out the second captain's boys. They're our family. They're our brothers. We love them to death. And shout out Shane McGowan's funeral being the backdrop of my entire 2-day stay there. And if everyone wants to do the post-show symposium on Shane's funeral, I will meet you online somewhere because it was simply the greatest gathering I think I've ever seen in my life. I do want to remind everybody that our show is sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. Also want to tell everybody the great Dante Whitner is going to join Papa and Lund today at 12:30 to recap the Niners' big win over the Seahawks, which has a very strong chance of being the big hit today, or maybe Shohei Otani. Who knows? All I know is it's hums and bums time. I hear the beat. I'm in the mood. We rotate every week, Marcus. Mm-hmm. Last week you were bums. This week, my friend, you bring the sunshine. Who my winners? Who my hum babies?
And here comes the sunshine back in Santa Clara yesterday. Because
too much sun?
A little too much
too
sun.
Hot?
Nah, it's never too much sun for me down in the South Bay. And
you
yesterday,
like you bring me the sunshine.
Come on, dude. There's a reason why we pay so much money to live in the Bay Area. It's because we got great weather. But that's for a digression for another day.
So what's
yesterday down in Santa Clara, 49ers got the win 28-16 over the Seattle Seahawks to bump them up to the number 1 seed in the NFC playoff picture, and it all starts with number 13, Brock Purdy.
That's my guy.
And there he was yesterday, leading this offense to another 28-point performance. Not the Purdy for 30 that we've gotten so familiar with, but yesterday Brock Purdy threw for a career high 368 yards. But Murph, it's about how he did it, because yesterday he was taking shots down the field. 6 different times yesterday, completed passes of 16 or yards more downfield. That resulted in 225 yards, 2 touchdowns, and he's doing this with a 70% completion rate. He's done it now 7 times in a row now where he has at least 70% completion rate. So again, when the argument is out there about him being a system quarterback, a check down guy, a game manager, no. Brock Purdy put that all to bed this weekend, taking shots downfield to Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, a couple other guys you might hear who are hum babies this morning. But it all started with number 13, Brock Purdy, taking shots downfield and averaging 10.5 yards per attempt. Brock Purdy taking shots downfield. He's our first hum baby.
Purdy 7-step drop from under center. Pumps to throw, nothing there. Now going to throw it deep downfield for Ayuk. He's got it. A big chunk to the Seattle 30-yard line. Right over the safety, Julian Love. Play action to him. Purdy going to throw it on the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10-5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
And I think this is going to stand. This is going to be a holding call, I believe, on the defender. I think it was Julian Love who was trying to cover
Result of
George
the play
Kittle.
was a touchdown holding. Defense number 20. That penalty was declined.
Yeah, I feel like that's our mindset with this team. Like I said before, we have playmakers across the board. So if you throw outside zone to Christian, you can take it 70. You can throw a check down to Deebo Samuel, and he'll take it 50. So that's how we do look at it. We have guys across the board that can make anything happen at any time, and that's our mindset. But obviously, you get into situational football, you have to be smart and not just throw deep or anything like that. But we have guys that can score at any moment, so we know that.
Loving this. This guy's, by the way, taking a permanent residency in the Hum Baby list. I mean, the guy, he's like he bought a condo in the Millennium Tower on the Hum Baby list. He's there every week, man.
We used to have Jimmy and Joey by the Bay, and now we got Purdy and Debo by the Hum Babies.
There you go, buddy. And maybe they're not living in some broken down flat. They're up in Pacific Heights or
they're
something.
They're in the high rises, Murph.
So a couple more things. You threw out some stats. So 70% or more in 7 consecutive games. Mm-hmm. Do you know the only human being who's done that more, and he did it 8 times?
And he did it in red and gold?
Number 16?
Yeah.
You heard of him?
Mm-hmm.
Young Tony, you heard of number 16? He's like, yeah, that's Mitch Wisnowski, right? You know what I mean? Come on. So that's 8 straight. And by the way, sometimes it's so funny how when stats and records can bolster your argument like that, where I'm like, the only guy to do it 8 times is Joe Montana. Well, who's done it 7? Well, Brock Purdy, Drew Brees. You're like, Drew Brees. Sam Bradford. Like, okay. Sometimes the names undercut your argument, right?
Let's stop that list after Drew Brees.
And again, 110 passer rating of 122. That's 12 times in his first 2 seasons he's done that. That ties Dan Marino for the 3rd most all time. Russell Wilson did 14 times. Here's the one catch, though, and this is about narratives now, Marcus, right? That dreaded word.
It's all about the
narratives, right? So did you know that you wake up this morning and you would think, well, Brock Purdy beat Philly last week in Philly, and he scored 42 points, 6 straight touchdowns, and then he turned around and threw for his career-high 368 yards. And did you do his passer rating? What was I said? 122, something like that? Mm-hmm. So for sure he's the MVP favorite. No, you wake up this morning and he's actually slipped. And this is not just Vegas odds. Vegas odds now have Dak Prescott ahead of him, even though Dak's numbers yesterday weren't as good as Purdy's. So
yeah, Dak didn't put up 42. I know they put up 33.
Narratives, buddy. It's a Sunday night.
It's how about them Cowboys? Game. Yeah, Dak's the hottest quarterback in the league, and I love the asterisks on top of that. Since playing the 49ers, well, what the hell happened down at Levi Stadium when they put up 10 points? That just all of a sudden doesn't go into the MVP conversation.
Something we can discuss as the week goes on.
We'll get into that.
And remind everybody you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. I love Brock and the Hum Babies. Who's number 2?
Well, number 2, shout out to Mitch Wisnowski. I wish that play would have stood where he scrambled down the sideline. That Ronnie Bell kind of chop block, but hey, we had to move on.
Was he going to be a Hum Baby?
I thought about it, but there's
by the way, I want to go on record, and I've said this every week. He's having a hell of a year,
dude.
He's kicking the hell out of the ball. I want to tell you guys that.
And did you hear Kyle after the game said that he reached 20 miles per hour on the GPS tracks?
That's got to be BS.
Like, I don't know if it's true or not. He was flying down the sideline. It must have been a joke, but Wisnowski may be another playmaker for this 49er offense because it's an embarrassment of riches, and that's why our Hum Baby number 2 is Debo and the deep threats, Murph. It's hard just to pick one of them.
Do you call him Debo? Deep Bo.
Oh, that's new. I like that. We'll check in with our Dizog.
Well, you know, my Dizog.
More on that there. Yes, it's good. But anyway, go ahead. Yeah.
So that's our Dizog. Debo Samuel yesterday, 150 total yards, got in on the ground, got in through the air. And when we're talking so much about these deep threats from Brock Purdy, it's Debo Samuel leading the way. 7 catches, 149 yards. Of course, the 55-yard touchdown that got him into the end zone. Then we had the rushing touchdown that we just mentioned. Brandon Ayuk with the big day also. 6 catches, 126 yards. He had a 45-yard long completion, or reception, I should say, and becomes the first 49er wide receiver with 1,000 back-to-back yard seasons since Anquan Bolden did it back in 2013, 2014.
By the way, he was a good interview. You do good radio. Ooh. Good dude. He was one of those, I think he won NFL Man of the Year one time. Good dude. Solid citizen. Great radio, great receiver.
And now Brandon Ayuk is in that conversation, and we got to give some love to George Kittle also. 3 catches, 76 yards, and had the 44-yard touchdown. That's why Debo and all the deep threats this morning are Hum Babies number 2.
Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco! Coming in motion is Debo. Jet pass. They flip it to him forward. Tries to turn the edge. He does. Down the sideline and all the way to midfield goes Debo Samuel.
Oh, my goodness.
Great blocking to get him outside right. That is a forward pass. That is a jet pass going forward. Bunch formation right. Purdy looks right. Not going to scramble out of it. Throw back across his body. Debo's got the first down. Debo takes it down to the goal line. Is he in? Is he in? Debo right on the goal line. They're going to put him on the 1-yard line.
They're saying his knee was
Running
down.
on the field,
I don't know.
Short of the line of the game. It's 1st and goal.
You know, it's crazy as we worked that play at practice. That was like the last option to be thrown. And so, Brock just being the quarterback he is, and just whenever he sees something, he's just going to let it go. As you can see, like, I really wasn't running like 100 miles per hour. But once I looked back and seen Brock getting ready to cock and throw it, I had to speed up. But that's just something that we work on every year in camp, and we slowly progressing to get better at it.
First of all, love it. And we really need to, I think, like right before our eyes, we are witnessing the Niners' evolution into this deep ball offense that we just didn't think they ever had. Dare I say, with Jimmy. They never had. I know I hate to say that. We loved him. We loved him. He made ladies dance in his Niners pants. But, dudes, this is now becoming a thing where it's like, oh, you need a chunk play? Brock and Debo will get you a chunk play. This is, I don't want to say it's new, but it's kind of new.
Well,
I mean, it is.
Here's the thing. It's like we all know about Kyle Shanahan's rushing system, but now the system has been taken to another level with Brock Purdy with the deep threats, but that running game is still pretty well, too. Like, that was almost a third home, baby. Christian McCaffrey and the 49ers, their 5th straight win against the Seahawks. 5 straight games of 169 rushing yards or more.
That particular play you're talking about, the Debo play, did you read Purdy's breakdown of it? We should probably play it. It just goes to show you this kid. That indeed, the number one read on that play is Juwan Jennings. Debo's like the 4th read. But he says he noticed Jamal. This is all, by the way, happening in the span of about 2.1 seconds. 2.1. This is the processing. Mm-hmm. When he rolled out, he said he noticed Jamal Adams not only came in on the play, but he said he was flat-footed. He said he noticed that Adams was flat-footed and said, oh, we got him.
And Debo just flew right past him.
But that's like his vision, his processing. This is while Leonard Williams is trying to rip his head off.
I mean, there's 1,000 things going on in the football field. He's like, yeah, Jamal, he's a little flat-footed over there. I'm going to take a shot.
I think he said he was heavy-footed.
He stepped in a little bit, but he said flat-footed. I heard it when I was listening to the presser yesterday, yeah.
And that's just great. I mean, all elite quarterbacks do that, but we got one. Mm-hmm. He's our guy. And that's the play that's been missing. That's the play. Jimmy had a few New Orleans, I remember.
Not like this. Not like this at all. And the 49ers yesterday put up 505 total yards of scrimmage, and they did it, Murph, averaging 9.9 yards per play.
I had 527, and as their 4th highest since 2000.
Okay, I had 505. That's the stat I saw.
Well, anyway, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't really matter. They put over 500 yards, averaging 9.9 yards per game.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah,
700
just throw
million.
it on the bag. 49ers explosive offense. Debo in the deep. That's Brock Purdy and the entire gang. Our 2 first hum babies. And then Murph, number 3, I got to go out to Beantown. I got to go out to Boston as I was boots on the ground.
Is it Pizzeria Regina? Is that your hum baby number 3?
That definitely could have been on the hum baby list. The entire experience was awesome, but it was the first ever Army-Navy game played out in New England at Gillette Stadium. 124 years. Now, last year was my first trip out to Philadelphia. It was an epic experience. First time ever that an Army-Navy game went to overtime. So I said to myself, yeah, that was once in a lifetime. That's going to be a pretty damn hard experience to beat. But Murph, this weekend, it came close because it was another Army-Navy classic. There was Bill Belichick. There was Rob Gronkowski. There was Elon Musk walking around on the field before the game. All the big names out in New England were out, and they had one hell of an experience watching the Navy midshipmen almost complete an epic comeback in the 4th quarter, but it was all about the Army and the Black Knights stopping them at the 1-yard line on 4th and goal, which also led to one of the worst bad beats in college football history. Shout out to our guy Stanford Steve, who we had on the show with Scott Van Pelt. Stanford Steve came by. We talked about that over-under that was set at 27.5. Army decided to walk out of the back of the end zone. Final play of the game. Bad beat. The total goes from 27 to 28, 26 to 28.
That's amazing.
People were losing their minds.
Yeah,
People were ripping
incredible.
Tickets. People were celebrating if you had the over-under. Didn't matter. It was one hell of an experience. Truly is a bucket list game that you need to go to. From the march on to the flyover to seeing what team gets to sing last after winning the game. Army wins again. What a scene it was out in Gillette. Army, you're a harm baby number 3.
And now straight ahead, Levitai did not get there, I don't think. Or did he? It's going to end on the 1-foot line.
Shove, they shove, then there's a push.
As the runner was short of the goal line. The first down for Army. Army takes over at about the 1-foot line.
Tell it was going to be quarterback sneak. Just try to, fire out. I know Kyle Lewis in the middle. I'm not honestly sure who was in that nose at the time, but try to fire out, stop him. This guy made a huge play on that 3rd down right before it, in case anybody missed it, just to keep that guy short. And, couldn't ask for a better way to go out. Just had to make it interesting, I guess, at the end.
It's really fun. I'm glad you were there. Awesome. By the way, shout out. You might as well play the Army-Navy game in New England. Isn't that where our Minutemen started? Didn't we hang out in the woods with our wearing our civvies while they marched in. You remember anyway, there's an old comedy bit from Bill. Can I say Bill Cosby? I can't say that name, can I? But anyway, it was a funny bit.
You said it.
About where he did coin tosses throughout history, where, if you did coin tosses in world history, where you get to choose your side, and the coin toss between the Redcoats and the Minutemen, and we won the toss, so we said we could wear whatever we wanted and hang out in the woods. They had to wear red coats and march in straight lines, all right? It's that whole thing. But anyway, it started in New England.
Yeah.
Paul Revere's riding his damn horse.
Yeah, we're going back to the Boston Tea Party, Murph.
Yeah, exactly.
So it's cool. Army-Navy now. It looks like they're going to keep this in the rotation moving forward. They're going to be in Washington, D.C. next year. And then New York, I think the year after that. Philadelphia is still in the mix, but it sounds like they could be rotating a little bit now.
Need some help here, Waterboy, but they said they were going to bring it to Santa Clara, but it was too hot with the sun, all right? So thank you very much. So the main theme of this morning so far is that A, we're glad to be back in the Niners won. B, Waterboy had pizza, and I had Guinness. But it's mostly that people are struggling with the stream. I want to talk to my streamers right now out there, okay? So we got Copes on the case, all right? He says the app audio works, YouTube works, and Twitch works. So that's from Copes.
Yeah.
So
and last time I checked, the radio still works too. 104.5 FM, 680 AM.
I don't think there's a single person who actually uses the radio anymore. They use YouTube, Twitch, and their app.
Murph, yeah.
I know, right?
You might not be wrong.
People say, are you in radio? You say, no, I'm in app is what I'm in.
That's it.
Anyway, and the last for the 7-10 crowd that didn't hear, you did carry on the show tradition. We assigned you one of 3 places to go. One is the legendary Pizzeria Regina in the North End. You and Holler sent a picture of a line out the door. This did not discourage you.
No, Murph. I was in here for the long haul, I told you. I got off the show on Friday, went down to Fenway Park, got some beers, hopped on the train, went up to TD Garden, made a pit stop at Pizzeria Regina's, stood in the line.
You stood in the line. That's a big move now.
Oh, got a full sausage pie, a full cheese pie. Yeah, whatever. It's Boston. It's cold. But I had a few beers in me. I was doing all right.
All right.
Yeah. So
and
the
did you
blood
have your
was
game
loose.
plan? Did you guys get a nice little booth or what?
Oh, yeah. We had a booth, sat down, killed both
Table
the pies.
service or what?
Not a single crumb left on the table.
You guys ate the whole...
Oh, every single
you
slice.
You guys ate both those pies?
By the way, shout out Pizzeria Regina, the old school. They're giving you paper plates. That's how you know it's an old school pizzeria.
And what were you washing it down with?
Oh, more beers. A lot of wicked hazy IPAs this weekend. Shout out Sam Adams.
Which was better, the pure cheese or the sausage?
See, I got to say, just pure cheese. It's probably the best cheese slice I've ever had in my life. The sausage was good, no doubt about it, but there's something different. I'm a pepperoni kind of guy. I don't ever order just plain cheese.
It's unbelievable.
It was life-changing.
I'm right now having a euphoric, vicarious experience through you, buddy.
How about that?
Yeah.
Radio Row, Fenway Park, Pizzeria Regina, TD Garden, watch Celtics and Knicks, then to Gillette the next morning for Army-Navy.
The only thing I can top that with is every single pub I was in Dublin the last 48 hours. I didn't leave the pub. I didn't. I'm still on a stool at the Cobblestone right now with the traditional music playing and Shane McGowan's funeral. Okay, guys. Thank you. Good job, Waterboy. And these deep balls, man, that's definitely hum baby worthy. But we got bums. There's losers out there. I'll tell you about it. And then, of course, the great Monday hit with Tim Ryan coming your way as the hum babies and bum babies continue on the other side on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. All right, good morning. It is time to welcome our friend, tax attorney Steve Moskowitz, to the program today. And Steve, it's great to talk to you. Good morning. We know there's a lot of questions out there about what to do when you can't pay your taxes, Steve.
Good morning, but there's good solutions. Look, 2 weeks from today, it's going to be Christmas Day. How about giving your family and yourself a present and getting rid of your tax worries? That's what we want to do for you. There's so many good solutions. The IRS will almost always make a deal with you, but don't stick your head in the sand, because it's been my experience in my career right before Christmas, they strike. You don't want to get wiped out right before Christmas. Bottom line is there's all kinds of things, whether you just pay part and the government forgives the rest, or pay in monthly installments, or just leave you alone for a while till you're back on your feet, or some combination or something else. We will listen to you. We'll explain all your options, and then we want to go do everything for you and give you and your family a very Merry Christmas.
Hey, man, when Steve says Merry Christmas, he means it. That was tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. If you have any questions about that or anything tax-related, call him at 888-TAX-STEAL. That's 888-TAX-STEAL or at MoskowitzLLP.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/thesportsleader.
All right, into the bum babies we go. Marcus made you all happy, all warm and fuzzy with Debo going deep and the Niners winning 28-16. We'll talk about that with Tim Ryan at 7:35, and it will be our big hit, too, if you guys want to call in, too, and check in on the Niners sitting pretty for the 1 seed right now.
Number one, Murph, number one.
It's Christmas, baby, 2 weeks from today. I want, for my Christmas, under my Christmas tree, I want the 1 seed. But,
well, hey, Christmas Day, you might be facing off against the 1 seed in the AFC, the Baltimore Ravens.
It's a hell of a matchup there,
baby. How about
baby?
that walk-off punt return in overtime yesterday?
Okay, bum babies. Come on, man. You know the deal. We're all in this one together. This is a gigantic communal bum baby. And what's the best way to phrase this bum baby? It's pretty simple. It's that Shohei Otani is a Dodger. What is this world? What are we living in? He's a Dodger. He's the greatest global superstar since Babe Ruth in baseball. He's a Dodger. He's not a Yankee. He's not a Red Sox. He's not a Met. He's not a Mariner. He's not a Blue Jay. He's not an Angel. Heck, I'd even take him as a Padre. Or a freaking D-back, by the way. Were the D-backs in it? Were they in the mix?
I didn't see them on the list, Murph, even though they were in the World Series.
The Rocky. I want Shohei as a Rocky. He's a Dodger. Dude, we are witnessing, we are entering, I was thinking about this at the coffee machine here. Are we witnessing, a gigantic continental shift in this rivalry? They've owned the West for 10 years, but we've always had those 3 World Series to lord over them, right?
Yeah, and there was a 107-win season thrown in a couple years ago, so you're okay, tide is changing.
I kind of feel like the last 2 years, when they got Freddie Freeman and Mookie, by the way, I still don't understand why the Red Sox have not been banned from baseball for trading Mookie Betts, all right? Dude, they should be banned from baseball for trading Mookie Betts. But anyway, the point is that this is like a continental tectonic shift. What's the name of the continent? So how do we know our early world hit? Was it called Pelagia or whatever? Come on, everybody. The ones that broke apart. The 2 that broke apart.
Pantonia or something? Yeah.
It was that day in science class when they were talking about it. You're like, damn, that's weird. Whatever that is. But supposedly, the land masses that broke up, that's where I'm at right now. I kind of feel like this is like a gigantic tectonic breach in the continental rivalry here. I wonder if we are doomed now for a long, long time because Shohei Otani is a Dodger bum baby number 1. Here's some sound. So there's still been no comments from the Dodgers or Shohei. So all we have to go on is sound from analysts. And I believe this is what you're going to hear is Ken Rosenthal breaking it down here.
The money is the biggest surprise in all of this. And I remember the day after it was announced he would need elbow surgery, I wrote a column saying he's still getting at least $500 million. And fans and readers reacted as if I had said something outrageous. Well, those fans were right to rip me because I was $200 million off. The deferrals are key, and we don't know the breakdown yet and how the deferrals will work. It sounds like they're massive deferrals because they want to help the Dodgers with the CBT and with cash flow. That was the narrative that has been put out there, that this was Otani's idea. He wants to help the team be as competitive as possible while he is there. What the deferrals will do is lower the present day value of the deal. My guess it's going to be around $500 million, maybe even less when the deferrals are factored in. But Scott, you're right as well. It's $700 billion. It's the richest deal in sports history. It's a big thing for Major League Baseball.
There it is, guys. It's the richest deal in sports history. So we're talking global now. So obviously Lionel Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, these guys are global superstars, whatever, Verstappen, F1, whatever. Talk about the biggest names in the globe, right? Shohei's number 1. He's now number 1 on the globe.
Well, you can put him on a list with the highest paid athletes. How about the fact that he'll be making more per year than teams like the Cleveland Guardians, who have $70 million committed to their payroll.
Oh, my God.
The Kansas City Royals, the Miami Marlins, Milwaukee Brewers.
Dude, that's Gabe Kapler's.
Cincinnati Reds.
Miami Marlins? Come on, Tony. Young Tony, you'll know you'll make it when you hear, when Marcus says the Miami Marlins and you immediately hit, hey, where are the Marlins hats?
Yeah. Well, Gabe Kapler, assistant GM of the Marlins, they're committing
where are the Marlins hats?
This kid, he's coming around.
He's got it. So those Marlin hats are being put on a squad that is committed $65 million this year.
Okay.
Milwaukee Brewers, Cincinnati Reds, Pittsburgh Pirates, Baltimore Orioles, and of course the Oakland Athletics. Can't keep them off the list. How about this? Shohei Otani is making more in this $700 million contract than the Oakland A's have committed to their franchise for the last 10 years, Murph. 10 years, a whole decade.
You just hurt the 68s over there, man. You hurt the drum crowd over there.
Sorry, 68ers. Shout out the Oakland Bees.
Man, oh, man. Oh, wow. So, and then it gets weird because it's not $700 million right away. A lot of it is deferred, which means the Dodgers still have financial flexibility.
And they're saying they're a favorite to go get Yamamoto now.
I told you guys.
What's going on
it's
here?
It's the Pangea or Pangea or whatever the continent is that's broke up. I feel like there's a continental tectonic shift here, and it's definitely bum baby number one. You guys know the deal. If you've been listening to the show, I've been saying, listen, he's going to be a Dodger. He's going to be a Dodger. He's going to be a Dodger. And then it happened. Thank God I was at the Cobblestone Pub on the north side of Dublin when it happened, because that's where I needed to be. Because they just next thing I know, I turned around, and by the way, Waterboy, you just need to know this about, and I've said this on the air before, how the Irish do it. Now, we had a big group. It was probably about 9 or 10, and but you need to know when it is your shout. In other words, your round, your shout is the phrase. There's no words. There's no words spoken. You just have to understand your place in the pecking order. And then when you see everybody's about 3/4 down and the conversation's still going, no phones, still talking, you silently go and you call the 9 pints or whatever, or the 6 pints or whatever, and then you come back and sit down because you got to wait 5-6 minutes for the pint, right? Because it's got to pour. Then you silently go back up, and then you silently just bring them and place them on the table, and there's no, dude, seamless.
The etiquette of the shout. That's what they call it?
Yeah, the shout.
Maybe someone needs to teach Farhan Zaidi to shout to some of these free agents, Murph. I know he's working in silence right now, but come on. Well, you got to do something.
I mean, that's another topic. We'll get into Farhan's world. We got to go into Bum Baby number 2. How about this? How satisfying is it to say Bum Baby number 2 is Nick Sirianni's Philadelphia Eagles, who are choking their guts out right in front of your eyes? Guys, 1 seed, shoot. They're the 5 seed right now. Okay, yes, do they still have a path? They do, because their schedule is very easy going forward, and the Cowboys have some tough games. But right now, they are staring at back-to-back weeks where they had their 2 biggest games of the season, and they got whomped in both of them. 42-19 at home to the Niners. Get on a plane, fly to Big D in front of Jerry Jones, lose 33-13. That's 75-32. They got blown off the field twice. They scored no offensive touchdowns yesterday. First time that's happened for them in a long time. 94 straight games, I believe, was the longest streak in the NFL. The only touchdown was a defensive touchdown. They lost 3 fumbles. Jalen Hurts was bad. They look stale. They look toast. They look washed. Waterboy, don't peak too soon, buddy.
No.
Don't peak in October. Here they are, Bum Babies number 2, Philly Eagles.
A.J. Brown with the pressure on. Gilmore knocks it out. It's free. And the Cowboys come up with it. Devontae Smith into the secondary, lost the football, and Dallas is on it.
What's top of the list to fix?
I gotta go out and watch the rest of this game, and figure out what's exactly what it is. We have some thoughts. Obviously, today was a lot about the turnovers. It was a lot about early on in the game, early on in the first half. But to say I have the magic answer right now, I don't think that's realistic.
I can keep it simple and just say win. We've done a lot of that for a long time. In these last 2 games, we haven't been able to do that. And so, it comes down to executing. This is something we're going through, not necessarily stuck in. And that's something that I believe in. We have to be able to learn from it, and we will. It's an eagerness to just continue to press on.
So that's Jalen Hurts, before that Nick Sirianni, and it's fun to see them. And they went from the big bad Eagles who were woofing and chirping to the woeful Eagles who've gotten crushed 2 weeks in a row. Now, here's the deal, Marcus. They have at Seattle next Monday. They're a 4-point favorite in that game. That's kind of a weird game. Like, the Seahawks are desperate. They're 6-7. Then they finish with this: New York Giants, Arizona Cardinals, New York Giants. Could they lose any of those games?
Probably not, but
I don't know. They could. I mean, who knows what the New York Giants have up their sleeve?
Yeah, with division games at the end of the year, anything can get tricky.
And injuries, obviously. But anyway, the point of the matter is they're currently the 5 seed, guys. Now you're looking at a scenario where if the Niners win out, they're the 1 seed. They would have the bye, and then the 2 seed would be Dallas, and they would then play. Theoretically, though, guys, here's the scenario. I just drew this one up now in my head. So if the Niners hold the 1 seed, and that's no guarantee now. I mean, the Ravens on Christmas night, the Rams finale, all that stuff, the possible letdown this Sunday in Arizona. But anyway, if they hold on to the 1 seed and have the bye, and the Eagles do finish as the 5 seed, they would play the NFC South champ and beat them, right? And then it would be the Eagles coming here for the semifinal.
Wow, not even an NFC Championship rematch.
No, it would be a Final Four.
Wow.
Yeah. So you could go Eagles, Cowboys
think about that, yeah.
So anyway, something to chew on. Bum Baby number 2. Sorry, Nick Sirianni. Cry a little bit. Cry more.
I'm not sorry.
And speaking of crying, you knew who the final Bum Baby is because the national shows are losing their minds over this. It is, of course, it's about damn time. now you see who they really are. Lamar Hunt's been crying and bitching since 1969. The Kansas City Chiefs are crying. Aerosmith said Jamie's crying. Well, guess what? The Kansas City Chiefs lost to the Buffalo Bills. If you saw it, if you haven't seen it, where you been? Because they would have pulled off an incredibly dramatic touchdown where Travis Kelce lateraled a ball to Kadarius Toney midfield with under a minute to go to pull off what would be a win over the Bills. Oh, wait, Kadarius Toney was off sides. And that's only the start of it. Mm-hmm. The start of it was the penalty. The rest is Mahomes' reaction, which was an endless cry. Like, I've never seen a guy cry for as long as this, right up to the point where when he went to midfield to shake Josh Allen's hand, he didn't say congrats on the win. He said, we got effed.
Dude.
Josh Allen's like, what? Wait, you just lost, brother.
You just lost because your guy was too much of an idiot to check in with the sideline ref. Like, Murph, every single wide receiver since I've been in Pop Warner, you line up, you check with the ref, you make sure that you're not offsides, and cry me a damn river, Patrick Mahomes. It was a play where it was first down. You had second down, you had third down, you had fourth down, you had other opportunities. Dude. Get the hell out of here with your crying. How about you line up onside, Patrick?
They lost
and Kadarius.
And I'm with you. There's something more going on. Like, he's cracking up or something.
Dude, it looked like he was going to try to fight the refs after the game.
Is this the curse of Taylor Swift, by the way? Is this because she was there again? Yes. Did you see her walk right past the Bills before the game?
I did not.
See that video? The Bills were in the tunnel, and dude, she just strutted right past in her little, top coat and boots and all that.
She's a person of the year.
That's the Time Magazine Person of the Year. And the Bills were kind of laughing. They're like, hey, check it out. That's Taylor Swift. She kind of strutted past him and all that. But anyway, the point being is that this could be the curse of her. But here it is. Here's the go-ahead touchdown getting called back. And then Andy Reid, he was pissed. And Mahomes, he was really pissed.
There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce, who flings it back over to Toney. My goodness, this is going for a touchdown.
This is not a design play. Kelce's always looks around as if he's a quarterback, and he does this. And I can't believe it. I think it's coming back.
Number 19, offense, lined up in the neutral zone.
Wow.
5-yard penalty. Check him out.
I never use any of this as excuses, but normally I get a warning before something like that happens in a big game. A bit embarrassing in the National Football League for that to take place.
It's obviously tough to swallow. Not only for me, but just for football in general. Just to take away greatness like that. For a guy like Travis to make a play like that, and who knows if we win. But as I know, as fans, you want to see the guys on the field decide the game. And that's why last week I didn't say anything about the flag that didn't get called on the Marquez. And so, they're human, man. They make mistakes. But, it's every week we're talking about something, and all I can do is go out there and give everything I have, and I'm proud of the guys because that's what we did, and it was a great football game that ended – another great football game that just ended like that. It's just tough to swallow.
Dude, you have been the beneficiary of so many calls to the point where people thought that the fix was in.
Yes.
For the Chiefs. So, bro, and once again, hey, Patty Mahomes, sometimes in life you're going to get boned.
Yeah. Patrick Mahomes, how about you drink a warm glass and shut the hell up and stop complaining?
But he was offsides. I heard somebody on the way in saying, this is the only sport where they ask for, if an NBA player stepped out of bounds or his foot's on the line, they're like, hey, man, can I get a little break here? It was just my foot. You know
how about,
what I mean?
Andy Reid, how about we get a warning? How about you line up onside?
No, what are you crying about?
You want a warning?
Dude, you stop crying. And by the way, all right, and you know this, when Paulie was here, he would always let me make my mistakes. No, always correct my mistakes. Of course, Van Halen saying Jamie's crying. Sometimes you just, you're going a million miles an hour.
Yeah, Janie's got a gun. Janie's crying. All right,
Janie's got a gun at Aerosmith. Jamie's crying. Which, by the way, we should all remember because Paulie made the Aaron's Crying song to that one. So anyway, the point is back off, Van Halen crowd. I know the deal, all right? So anyway, we move fast and we give bum babies to the Chiefs. So are you particular Chiefs hater?
Oh, I can't stand the Chiefs.
Yeah.
And it seems like it's getting worse and worse and worse.
Right?
Like
Right.
now, like the public nationally is turning on Patrick Mahomes. And
I think you're right. All right. Well, among those many things, we are proudly sponsored by O'Donnell Financial Group because planning is a process for loans, insurance, investments, and retirement. Call Greg O'Donnell at 866-496-2300. And it's not Van Halen and it's not Aerosmith, but it is Def Leppard, Journey, and the Steve Miller Band at Oracle Park next summer. And we got tickets for that starting today, every day between now and 10 a.m. Oh, man, this is going to be fun. So you can play any rejoin of Def Leppard, Journey, or Steve Miller Band. Oh, we got a bounty coming your way. By the way, this is the honorary Greg Cosell concert. Although I'm sure not really a Leopard guy, but he'd go Journey and Miller for sure. Anyway, guys, that's the deal. The Bum Babies are in. They are, of course, Shohei being a Dodger, the Eagles choking their guts out, and the Chiefs whining and crying like Van Halen's Jamie. All right, guys, here's the deal. Tim Ryan starts us off for an always enjoyable Monday morning hit, and then the big hit about the 49ers coming up on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
All right, everybody. Thanks for tuning into the Murph and Marcus show this morning. And we want to tell you that it's sponsored by Prize Picks because Prize Picks is the most fun that I've had, winning up to 25 times my money this football season. And now I can play during basketball season too. I can even pick combo projections across both sports. Just select 2 or more players, pick more or less on their projection, and place your entry. You can turn $10 into $250 with just a few taps. Easy gameplay, quick withdrawals, and an enormous selection of players and stat options are what makes Prize Picks the #1 daily fantasy sports app. And Prize Picks is the only daily fantasy platform with an injury insurance policy, keeping you in the game even if one of your players goes down. Join the Prize Picks community of more than 7 million football fans who have already signed up. Right now, Prize Picks will match your first deposit of up to $100. Just visit prizepicks.com/leader and use the code word LEADER. That's code word LEADER at prizepicks.com/leader for a first deposit match of up to $100. Prize Picks, daily fantasy sports made easy.
Good morning, Bay Area.
Good morning. Good Lord.
The sports leader welcomes you to KNBR's Power Hour. Faithful.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan. Sponsored by
Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers. And by Pacific Catch, the West Coast Fish House straight from wave to table. Dine with them at one of their 12 Bay Area locations and book your next staycation at pacificcatch.com.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, well, Steve Kerr joins Tolbert and Copes at 4:50 today. The Warriors, by the way, could have been bum babies for that loss, but that was Friday night. It was a long time ago. We had to get into the Chiefs and Eagles crying and Shohei being a Dodger. But the hum babies, Brock Purdy going downfield, Deebo Samuel catching him downfield. We didn't even mention Fred Warner's fourth interception. All the goodness of a 28-16 win over the Seattle Seahawks. Tim Ryan's our guy to talk about it. Timmy, you know the deal. You got your boy Murph. You got your boy Marcus. Good morning, Tim.
What's up, Tim?
Good morning, fellas. How we doing?
Doing good, man. It was like, I don't want to say.
Damn right you're doing good.
Tell him, Tim.
Come on, man. You better thank these guys. It makes your week so much easier,
God.
especially Monday
I
morning.
know, dude. 5 in a row over Seattle, too. Let's start there. Like, it's like
Right.
I was talking to Tonelli, who does the PA for the Levi's, and I was like, 5 in a row over Seattle's a thing. And he goes, yeah, but the games still have a tension to them. I mean, I guess he means like 21-16 when Parkinson scores. It's still in doubt. I don't know. Give me your thought on sort of the streak over Seattle right now. What's working? And was there still tension in the air late in the game?
Well, they're trying to make it a 3-point game at the end of the third quarter on the 2-point conversion after the Hollywood play, which you know they loved being able to excel on that play, and with all the injuries on the 49er sideline defensively, they attacked the right spot and threw a lot of eye candy out there and got the 49ers to bite on it, open up the middle of the field. Almost a 3-point game if it wasn't for the Buckeye crunch finishing on Drew Lock on the 2-point attempt. But I would say one thing. Number one, the 49ers, if you go back and look at the 5 consecutive wins, been able to run the football and been able to run the football at a high clip. And that was one thing in all those years with Russell Wilson, and the numbers were ungodly. I hate to even talk about them in terms of what the matchup was for those guys and winning those games. But Pete Carroll always had to seem to have a pretty good bead on the 49er run game and stunting it the right way and attacking it the right way. Well, the stick of dynamite CMC, the power load that he is, has changed everything. And with the variety of the runs, the coaches, how they can adjust and get to the runs that they want to attack with. And so I would say that would be, to be able to, and that's been a big shot in the arm for the offense in the red zone too. This is one of the top 2 or 3 red zone offenses in pro football right now because they can run it. And when you can really run it down in the red zone, you're a different animal to stop. So I would start with that. Then I would certainly sprinkle in, the quarterback, Brock Purdy, and what he's been able to do and the ability to, when against the 49ers, and you guys have know this, you watch enough 49er football, and I'm sure all the games over the years that Kyle has been here. Remember when he first got here, I'm like, how the hell are these guys getting this open? This is ridiculous. I mean, guys running free and at times unable to hit them with the consistency at the quarterback position. Every game he's going to have plays dialed up where a team is going to bust, whether they're so hell-bent on stopping the run and they got their eyes and their nose in the backfield and Deebo blows by him or Kittle blows by him, or we've seen Juszczyk run wheel routes over the years. And we just have never hit those at a clip to when they bust, you break them off with big plays. And Brock absolutely does that. Not only does he break them off, they're house calls because the wide open receiver or weapon is not waiting on the football or has to come back to it. He's dropping it right in the bucket. And then, they're either blowing all the way to the end zone or Kittle sticking his foot in the ground and cutting against the grain on Quandre Diggs and going to celebrate when he gets to the paint. So those things to me have certainly been part of it on the offensive side of the ball. And then defensively, this, and taking nothing away from this team, and I thought Drew Lock played well, but they've been a different team without Russell Wilson, period. There's a lot of games, and I covered Russ a lot before I took this assignment with the 49ers, 10 years ago. The guy was always a problem. He always played his best football against the 49ers. And one thing, this Pete being a Bay Area guy, coaching for the 49ers, he relishes the opportunity to play and beat San Francisco, and been unable to do that in the last 5, and that sticks in his craw big time.
You are all over it, Timmy, for sure. I mean, all the things you talked about there were so on point, but that last one, Pete, because Pete grew up near where I grew up. He went to my rival high school, Redwood, and so I've known the whole community, and they love him, and he loves to come home and get a W, and he hasn't. And I think you're 100% right. Russ has been a major factor in that whole thing. But switching back to one of the things you talked about there is the deep ball and the big play. And I have the stat, was it each of the 49ers big 4 guys had a catcher run longer than 44 yards. I want to focus on one guy, though, and that's Debo. And I mean, dude, I mean, he called himself out in the summer, right? Remember?
Yeah.
He called himself out. He said, I was trash or something like that on tape. What's going on?
Never put that trash on tape again.
Yeah.
That's right.
So what are you seeing, man? Is it the route running? Is it the desire? Is it the fitness level, the conditioning? Is it the way Kyle's using him? What is going on with Deebo Samuel just exploding on us? Exploding, Tim.
Yeah, all of the above. Magnets of players around him. McCaffrey, the ascension of Brandon Ayuk, just the threat of everybody else. That those are going to stretch zones, right? Those are going to take other defenders that could be potential playmakers on the play, whether it be a tackle, it's going to, on the play, it's going to reduce their angle because now they're in a different spot thinking McCaffrey's going to get it. So what Kyle does is he separates the defense with eye candy routes. What are you going to cover? You're going to cover this? Well, that's a clear out. Well, you don't cover that, we'll throw it. But if you cover that, here comes the end cut right behind it in a stretched out zone. Knows exactly where to attack. The consistency of the quarterback has been huge. Obviously, the difference with Deebo Samuel is a couple things. Number one, I remember like yesterday his rookie year and how he popped onto the scene, and his horsepower and his willpower have always been a staple of his game. It's just what he does. I remember he won the Ram game his rookie year and he just blew over a safety. I'm sure you'll remember the play. It was like had to convert a third down. I forget the safety, but he came up to tackle Deebo, and it was like, oh no, freight train right over his chest. Was going to get past the line to gain. So the willpower has always been there. The horsepower has always been there, but his horsepower has got more stamina now because of his fitness level and because of how he practices. And he's always practiced hard, but I don't think he maybe once this year he's taken a practice off and hasn't been out there doing everything. And Leonard Hankerson puts these guys through some individual drills and fundamentals. Murph, you'd blow up 2 hamstrings on the first rep.
You kidding me?
I mean, and
toast.
Yeah. And Marcus, you'd blow up 3 hamstrings on the first 2 steps. It's pretty crazy. So the fitness level and the stamina and the gas in the tank late in games or on consecutive plays is there for him. And then the play calling. I mean, to be able to forecast that you were going to have Jamal Adams at the post safety, which is a problem for him. That guy is, to me, much better coming forward, attacking, blitzing, stunting, trying to hammer your run game. And if you're going to squat on Deebo Samuel, he's going to run the post burner right by you because he's going to turn on the jets. And there's no way if you're at a standstill facing the opposite direction that you're going to be able to turn and run with him. He's 0 to full speed in 2 steps. And then, like I said earlier, Brock doesn't miss.
Yeah.
Brock drops those bomb shots, and they end up being house calls.
And Tim, that's probably the most impressive thing from Brock Purdy's performance yesterday is him going through the process. After the game, he said he saw Jamal Adams was flat-footed, and that's why he took the shot deep to Deebo Samuel. And Tim, yesterday he threw for a career-high 368 yards. He's doing this, completing 70% of his passes 7 games in a row. So now it seems like we're at the point where Brock Purdy's almost getting better every single week with his decision and playmaking ability.
You're absolutely right, and you see it in practice every day. And to be able to process that on the move, and when we talk about safety, we talk about quarterbacks, just read the safety. Where is he? Well, not only is Brock reading him, he's reading his posture and his body position, and he's in a squat.
Super
so we're just gonna, I'm telling you, he's the next gen processing chip. It just happens so fast for him. He's able. It's an unbelievable skill set. He works hard at it every week, obviously at practice, but clearly he's got a lot of natural ability with that vision and how it processes on that brain. That those pictures make sense. They make sense right away, and he's rarely off. What he's doing, I said it earlier in the year, this cat's going to throw for 30 touchdowns this year. And that hasn't happened in a long time. It hasn't happened a lot. And to be able to do what he's done with really what the expectations were before he got in this position against the Miami Dolphins, and what he's done with the opportunity, it's unbelievable. It's remarkable. It's as rare as it gets. And the kind of guy he is with his humility, Murph, it's gonna continue to get better. Because he's got all the respect of his teammates. He's accountable to every one of them. He'll never divert from the process of what he does, and just keeping the trick is going to be keeping all those weapons around him. That's going to be the trick that, down the road the 49ers are going to have to deal with.
No, treasure this now. I have a 16-year-old kid who's nuts for him, and I told him, I said, hey, kid, you're in a golden age right now. I mean, when you got Debo and Ayuk and Kittle and McCaffrey and Brock on the off, this is a golden age. Enjoy this. So, I think Kyle said it in the postgame. He goes,
guys. What he should have said to you? He should have said to you, hey, Dad, you need to enjoy it too.
I am. Right? You know what happened to me?
I'm going to be out of here in 2 or 3 years, Dad. So, right back at you, bro.
I was scrolling. Can
I use the car? Please?
He was using it this weekend. So, hey, here's the interesting thing. 2 weeks in a row, they were losing after the first quarter. They were losing after the first quarter in Philly. They were losing after the first quarter yesterday. And those were the only 2 times all year they were losing after the first quarter and won the game. So it's almost like we're seeing a new dimension, which is they don't have to start fast. Right, Tim? It was always start fast, punch them in the mouth, and then play from ahead, right? Now, 2 weeks in a row, they've played from behind. I would love to hear your take on that. And, is there a little weirdness in the booth when you see the first quarter end and they're not totally clicking?
No, because there's no panic. Now, obviously, play one, click, 72-yard run, and then they get in the end zone. But Seattle's able to match that, right? And then they get back and they hit the one big play which was a great throw by Locke and a really, really good catch versus good coverage on Ambry Thomas versus DK Metcalf. But so now now it's tied up. And then the offense goes 3 and out, interception. I mean, those were the 3 drives and the 3 consecutive drives in the first quarter, and then they find themselves down, obviously, as you said, 10-7. Couple things. No panic with this offense, because it's kind of how I feel all week. We're up there every day. Watching the tape, getting ready for the upcoming opponent, and going to practice and doing the whole thing. And never is there a fear that this quarterback isn't going to, at some point, find his rhythm in the game. The ball rarely hits the ground in practice. There's just a comfort level there with everybody, and I think most importantly with the head coach, who feels like he can probably call any play on the call sheet. I'm sure there's years past, and Kyle looks at every play like he's the quarterback, right? That's his read. He knows what lens he's looking through. And I promise you there's been times where he's calling plays, and I'm sure against these Seahawks where all of a sudden that safety, we saw it early in Diggs jumping routes. I knew they were going to try to trap some routes yesterday early in the game and get turnovers in the middle of the field. Fortunately for the 49ers, they weren't unable to corral those. But I promise you there's been times in Kyle's career where he's, 10 plays into his call sheet and he's like, can't call that again. He's not seeing it. Can't call that again. QB's not seeing it. Man, I don't know how good I feel about calling that. What if he doesn't see? And I'm sure it changes the way that he calls plays. And I'm sure at times that still happens a little bit. But I think he has got such full confidence in Brock that Brock is looking at has got the same perception and the same vision points that Kyle has in terms of what he's seeing. And I think that opens up, a confidence level that they feel like, they're, and as explosive as they are, Murph, they're one play away from being right back into it. I mean, they had 12 explosive plays yesterday. And out of those 12 plays, just on those 12 plays was like 434 yards on 12 plays. I mean, it's ridiculous, again, because credit to the players, credit to the play calling, the timely play calling, and then the confidence level of the quarterback and where he is with the deep shot and putting it right on the money. And then this team's playing complementary football. That's why, to me, they're the best team in pro football, offense, defense, and special teams. And, boy, I felt bad for Mitch making that call yesterday and hammering down and I felt really bad for Ronnie Bell because I think he slipped, and I thought that was, clearly it looked like a chop down the field, but, boy, I wish he would have got away with that one. But this team is just the defense complements the offense. After I thought a huge sequence in that game yesterday was when they were down. Mm-hmm. And here comes the interception, right? Brock I think he wanted to pump and get it out quick. I think the D lineman was right in the throwing lane. So he pulled back on it, tried to hold, let it go again, and it's out a little bit in front, and B.A. Ayuk's got to lay out fully horizontal, tips off his hands, tips and overthrows, got to get those. They got an interception. Defense comes out and puts the brakes on him. And not only did they do that after that turnover, they got I think it was an illegal contact call on Diamador Lenore, on DK Metcalf. They get the ball past midfield. They're getting in position. And Javon Kinlaw gets a huge TFL for -4. Now it's 3rd and 9. It's incomplete. They got a punt. That is great defense on sudden change, not giving up any points. And then guess what happened the next drive? Offense comes out, couple of big runs, nice play action to Brandon Ayuk, the old pin and pull, 20 yards from McCaffrey around the corner.
Yep.
And then Devo puts that burner post on Jamal Adams, and now the 49ers are back in front.
That's the key sequence right there.
Complementary football.
Perfect. There it is. And that's the foundation for this 49ers, Tim. And that's why I wanted to kind of wrap up this interview this morning with my last question about the defense and about the trenches. I love seeing the creativity yesterday from Chris Kasarik, moving around Nick Bosa and Chase Young to the same side of the line. We saw Randy Gregory line up inside of Chase Young. And again, yesterday, it was the 40th game in a row where the 49ers defense did not allow a single rusher to eclipse 100 yards. And they did it yesterday without Eric Armstead and with Javon Hargrave leaving the game. So what was your breakdown of the 49ers defensive line and the kind of shift swapping that we saw from Chris Kasarik?
Well, a couple things. I'm glad you mentioned the run defense because that was everything in that game yesterday to make them a one-dimensional team. As I said, keep K9, Kenneth Walker, number 9, in the kennel. Don't let him out of the run box. Don't let him out. He got out once. There was some missed tackles, and he's a problem. Charbonnet with a couple of big runs. Missed tackles, a problem on that one. And again, give him credit. But other than that, there wasn't a lot in the run game because guys are kicking ass up front. They're getting off blocks. They're trusting the defense. Bosa played his tail off in the run game yesterday. Just getting in his gap, throwing guys out of the way, trusting, playing the defense. Guys aren't trying to do too much. Linebackers in the right position. Jair Brown making big tackles out in space on those perimeter screens. I knew it was a matter of time before, the Buckeye Blitz get together and start working twist games with each other. And Chris is going to continue to build those types of packages that are going to challenge protections and get matchups that he wants with his defensive linemen. I did not know Chase Young before he got here. Played with his head coach, Ron Rivera, know Jack Del Rio really well from the old USC days. And frankly, I've not even talked to those guys since Chase got here. And we all read the stuff about Chase coming out of Washington. I don't know about any of it. I know what the guy's been since he's been here, and it's a guy that's already gotten better, and it's a guy that with his skill sets and where his career is, to be with Chris Kasarik, I think is a blessing for the 49ers to be able to get him, but for him, because he is so damn talented. He doesn't even throw a lot of moves, you guys. It's kind of like, just get out of my way and I'm going to run by you. So and we'll see what happens at the end of the year, but it's just a perfect spot for him, and just, lock another stud into the gold rush. Randy Gregory played his best game yesterday, and that's how you want to finish games on defense. And no Charvarius Ward, huge credit to the back end of the defense. Deommodore Lenoir, my God, he's gotten so much better. And he's been pretty good, but he's just showing up all the time, tenacious in the run game, in the pass game. And to be able to up front when you lose, the gravedigger and his sharp shovel, because he's gonna carve out an edge on a guard in a heartbeat, and was having a big impact in that game yesterday. But to be able to roll the other guys through and really finish, I think drives 4, 5, and 6. And this is where you guys know, this is where you want your pass rush to win games for you. I think on the last 3 drives of the game, 4, 5, and 6, they had their 4 sacks. Those are drive stoppers. Those are guys getting home at the end and helping you secure the victory and get to the locker room, with another win under your belt. So it's all lining up, man. 2 more weeks of bird season, then it's off to debrief with the Commanders, and get that figured out, and then start the big game hunts again. So love what this defense is doing, and love how Steve Wilkes is coaching them. Don't tell me guys aren't in position defensively to get takeaways. This team, I'm running a study this week.
Yeah.
And I know the numbers over 12 of missed opportunities for interceptions. This team could be at 30 picks already. I'm not kidding. There have been that many missed opportunities, and they are still number 1 and have done a great job with 17 of them. Start seizing all those opportunities, and let's watch what happens week by week.
Timmy, I just looked under the Christmas tree, and the 1 seed is sitting there. Oh, baby. I want to open up that present.
Hold on a minute. You can't open it. You cannot. Murph, do not open it.
You got to open it in January. It's like in Eastern Europe, I think they have Christmas in like early January. It's like Slovakian Christmas or something.
Murph's out here shaking the box, Tim. He's shaking the box.
I want it.
Don't even shake it. You already know what's in it.
Don't open it yet. Don't open it yet, baby. It's like the Advent calendar.
But when you do, tear that bitch to shreds. Just rip it up.
So good, buddy. Hey, man, so good. Hey, listen, I know Thursday you'll come on. You guys start looking ahead to Arizona, but this is a recap. I mean, listen, we'll find out about Mooney Ward as the week goes on and Hargrave. We'll find out. But right now, we'll just take the W. The golden age, Tim. The golden age now, so I'm enjoying it. So we'll don't touch the present and enjoy the Zen moment.
The golden age.
There it is.
I hope your kids are enjoying it too, Murph, because unfortunately it's over before we all want it to be.
Oh, savor it right now. This is the time. All right, Timmy, you're great. You're the best, and we will do it again next Monday. Have a great week.
Thanks, T-Rock.
All right, studs. Enjoy the week. Thank you.
There he is. Tim Ryan, you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So you know what happened? So I was on social, scrolling, and I went from a George Kittle interview where he was at his locker, and he was looking really pleasant, like he was like laughing or something. I didn't have the audio up, but like George was giving good body language, And then I scrolled down, and the next one was Nick Bosa giving an interview at like the podium or whatever. And then I scrolled down, and then I saw Fred Warner, and I just went Kittle, Bosa, Warner, and I was like, and I turned to my kid and I said, dude, you're in a golden age, brother. These are great personalities. These are great players. They're performing at a high level. Now, here's what I said to him. I said, I had my golden era when I was your age. We got 4.
Yeah.
You got to get 1.
And that's the only thing missing. But it's funny, like even like hearing you go through that list of offensive players with Tim Ryan, like we got to throw in a Trent Williams as well. Kyle Juszczyk, like all these guys are like huge pieces. And then you look at the defense side of the ball, like it's the most stacked roster in football.
Chase Young.
And that's why it's Super Bowl or bust.
It is Super Bowl or bust. They got to do it. Man, if they play their best, I feel like they're the best team in the NFL. But, we'll see the Ravens come in. I don't know. I mean, the Ravens.
And that's true. Ravens are coming to Levi Stadium on Christmas Day. And right now, the path to the NFC Championship game also goes towards Levi Stadium.
That's it, baby. You're gonna hop on a scooter and come down from your house. How about when Timmy said, "Don't open it," but when you do, rip that bee to shreds?
Careful. It's a valuable present.
I know, buddy. Okay, the big hit is, of course, the 49ers rolling the Seahawks, the big play offense, and, of course, the ownage now of Pete Carroll and the Seahawks. 808 KNBR is the phone number if you guys want to check in this golden age. These slow starts is another angle. 2 weeks in a row, trailing after the first quarter, 2 weeks in a row led to blowout wins. The big hit next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Brandon Ayuk became the first 49er wide receiver to achieve back-to-back 1,000-yard years since Anquan Bolden did it in 2013 and 2014. And then yesterday, he stopped by the post-game show with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan to talk all about it. So to hear that podcast and more, check out what's trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Milpitas, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Milpitas' sports leader.
Hold it now. This is the big hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned, authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Here is a toss going the other way, away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Witherspoon, he cuts inside on him and just get all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite! McCaffrey needs a playoff, so J.P. Mason is in, and they're going to give it to him off the right side. Touchdown! Blitz from Bobby Wagner, they pick it up. Deep shot, Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo! Touchdown! Bunch formation right, Purdy looks right, now going to scramble out of it, throw back across his body, Debo's got the first down, Debo takes it down to the goal line, is he in? Purdy under center, lone back McCaffrey, 8 yards, Debo comes, they give it to Debo on the handoff, touchdown! Play action to him, Purdy going to throw it on the sideline, Kittle's got it, the flag is down, 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco.
Boom, that's a big hit, and that's a big win over the Seattle Seahawks. So, young Tony, give me the thumbs up when we're ready because we got to call this one in. And Pete Carroll has now lost. Remember, Jen Mueller, our friend, said, they've never lost 4 in a row under Pete. Remember Jen said that?
True, but also
now they've lost 4 in a row under Pete.
And they, outside of Pete Carroll, Murph, the Seahawks had never lost 5 games in a row against the 49ers. It's the longest winning streak against their division rival in franchise history.
I got to be honest. Timmy said it there. Tim Ryan said it there. How much of a role is the Russ Wilson? You look back on Russ, he was one of the biggest nemesis we've ever had. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think he went 17-3 against the Niners.
You might be right. So. Like somewhere in that ballpark. But meanwhile, here's Mr. Comeback Player of the Year. Geno Smith has never beat the 49ers, and then it was Drew Lock this weekend leading the squad.
Purdy is now 4-0 against them. Remember, you kept asking those questions. You're the first team to see Purdy twice. Mm-hmm. You're the first team to see Purdy 3 times. Now you're the first team to see Purdy 4 times, and you've lost all 4 games to him. So we got to call it in from Sideline Steve. Silk Wilkes is the guy who, ever since he's moved to the sideline, by the way, the Niners haven't lost a game. We assigned him to call in the games to Roger Goodell. Goodell said, wait a minute, didn't the Seahawks used to own you? He said, not anymore, you overpaid mannequin. Put it in the books. San Francisco 49ers 28, Seattle Seahawks 16.
Beautiful people. Beautiful people.
Bang, bang, Niner gang. Bang, bang, Niner gang.
Oh, hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. I love the Niners. This is really fun.
It's official. It's in the books. And we start the big hit. We have calls at 808 KNBR checking in on any number of angles on this game, guys. The ownage of the Seahawks trailing in the first quarter and then the explosive 49ers. These big plays, guys, now I'm starting to expect them. Which I hate to God, dude. All the signs point to Whoa, you talking no big plays?
Whoa, you talking Italians?
I mean, Waterboy,
Jimmy.
We were in love with him. You guys think he's a supermodel, right? And they did win a lot of games with him. They did. And they went to the Super Bowl, and they went to NFC championships. But now we're seeing those plays.
That was the big thing, and that's when I used to be called a Jimmy Garoppolo hater. I was like, no, I'm watching the games, and he does not attack downfield. Going back to the Super Bowl seasons, he would refuse to throw the ball more than 20 yards downfield, and that's why everybody is so kind of enamored with this argument about, it's just a Kyle Shanahan system. It's just a system. Well, now Brock Purdy is the system.
Jimmy was in that system.
Yeah, he was in the system.
He wasn't.
Doesn't look too good out of it in Las Vegas now. But yeah, it all goes back to Brock Purdy utilizing his legs, creating big plays, and going and actually taking these shots downfield, processing the plays, going through multiple checkdowns, multiple reads, and finding those big plays.
Two thoughts on that. One, there were those who said during the Garoppolo era, and this is what something Paulie and I used to defend Jimmy, because you guys think he's a supermodel. You got to tell him where that cut is. But there were those arguments we would hear. They said he's the limiting factor.
Yeah.
He's the limiting factor. And you know what?
I agree.
Those people are looking correct.
This is when me and Dieter Kurtenbach start taking that victory lap.
The other thing is, I'm just going to swerve off the road and take a drive-by at my guy right now. I got to tell you, after yesterday, Jimmy's not the problem in Las Vegas.
By the way, I was sitting there. I was like, dude.
You can't blame that one on Jimmy.
I was like, is it time for Jimmy to come back? It was 0-0 going to the fourth quarter. I was like, Jimmy can at least give me a field goal.
You guys put up 0 points yesterday, man. Who quarterbacked? I don't even know.
AOC, Aiden O'Connell, and the O stands for 0, Murph.
Oh, boy. Jeez. And by the way, how's Antonio Pierce looking right now?
Oh, not too
like
well.
It's the opposite. Is it like
that's the thing.
8 quarters you guys have scored like
but he's a defensive guy. He was a linebackers coach. They have no offensive coordinator. They don't have... They can't call any plays.
I don't want to go too far down this digressionary road, but is Harbaugh still on the table for you guys?
He is.
Okay.
He is.
That rumor's still around?
That's the rumor. So, hey, Jim, go win yourself a national title and then come back home to the Raiders.
Anyway, let's go out to the phones. Richard in Petaluma wants to talk about that play we just played and the big hit. Christian McCaffrey's 72-yard run to open the game. Richard, good morning. How are you, man?
Good morning. It's great to hear you guys again. My comment is simply this. When you come out on the field as defense and offense, defense is getting ready because we got the ball, and you look up and the defense has to get on the field. Why? Because McCaffrey went 72 yards. Wait a minute. You guys were supposed to go 9-10 plays so we could get ready on defense.
Right.
Okay. And we look up, and what? We got to get out there. What happened? McCaffrey went 72 yards on the first play. What? Okay, we got to get out there now.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the defense, by the way.
Yeah.
We got to get out there now. We were trying to get ourselves together, or how we was going to play defense, yada, where we going to be. What? We got to get out there now. We went 72 yards on the first play.
It was a 2-play touchdown. So are you saying that that's why Seattle scored a touchdown in the first possession because the defense was like mentally not ready?
Well, yes. Yeah.
That's interesting. I mean, I think they should have been ready. Like, they prepped all game and all week for it. But you're just saying they got punched a little bit in the face. But that's pretty funny, man. Richard, I'll tell you what, and thanks for the call, Richard. Good to hear your voice, man. I like the land. There's a good connection there on Richard. And thanks, Richard. We'll move on to the next call. But, dude, McCaffrey will punch you in the face early. Shout out his Rose Bowl against George Kittle's Iowa Hawkeyes. Nice. On the very first play, Andrew Luck hit a little dump pass to him, and he took it like 80 yards to the house or something like that. Dude, you better be ready for CMC on play one.
Yeah, and you better be ready. Murph, I don't think there's a coincidence that we saw this 49er offense look as explosive as it did yesterday because the tone was set by Christian McCaffrey. When he starts the game with a 72-yard run, then all of a sudden you get Jamal Adams creeping up flat-footed, and Brock Purdy sees that because you need the extra help in the box. It's complimentary football. You establish the run, then you take your shots deep downfield.
This was a big G Papa point last night on the Sunday night NBC show with Dave Feldman, was the touchdown to Kittle was Jordan Love biting on a McCaffrey run fake. Like, that's why Kittle got behind him for that touchdown that made it 28-16.
Yeah, I mean, because we know how good McCaffrey is with the ball in his hands, but when the ball is out of his hands, the attention that he pulls towards himself opens it up for everybody else.
That used to be what they said about Steph Curry, that the gravity he pulled, and I'm going to need some help here, the gravity he pulled would open up shops for Klay Thompson and Andrew Wiggins. The only problem is those shots aren't going in.
Yeah.
Clank. Here's Kyle Shanahan on the players who take little plays and make big plays.
Yeah, well, I mean, we got so many guys who can get such big plays on little plays. We went for a big play early in the game, tried to get George and BA down the middle, and the two hook defenders were deep and the safety, and some of my favorite plays by Brock on the day because he just went to a check down, which was the right answer, and Debo was a 5-yard check down and he got 30 on it. So it's that happens on a lot of our stuff, and then the more they come up, then you can kind of get those easy big plays. I mean, the one George was huge just because they're honoring the run. And the play before that, you could see him blow the run up, and with George and Charlie over there in 22 personnel, and they're coming up aggressive, and you could tell they did it again. That's why they tried to grab George going by him, but he was able to fight through the holding and get the touchdown. So got a lot of explosive guys, but when you're not just one-dimensional in that way, you hope it's a matter of time and just how it plays out.
This is where you got to credit the guy you talked to Friday, who I haven't talked to in a few weeks, John Lynch. He's the one who went and got Christian McCaffrey. Yeah. They're the one. The personnel department drafted Deebo Samuel. The personnel department drafted George Kittle. We're talking personnel department drafted Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, and John Lynch also went out and traded for Trent Williams. And now anytime where they run the ball to that left side of the line, it feels like you're going to get a big chunk of yardage.
By the way, he said they make big plays from little plays. Shout out the concept of big and little, and I'm going to start maybe Mount Big Little More. Big Trouble in Little China. Anybody? Kurt Russell vehicle?
All right. I know what you're talking about.
And wasn't there was Little Bighorn? Was that a Little Big? Isn't that?
Yeah, you lost me there, Murph. Okay. I don't know anything about a Little Bighorn.
There's got to be some rappers who go by Big and Little, don't they? Too?
Oh, well, what do you want to go? You want Biggie Smalls? You want Lil Wayne?
There you go.
Yeah, I mean, the list goes.
It's making big plays from little plays.
There it is.
That's Mount Big Little More.
Big hits from little rappers.
Little Big More. Isn't there an Adam Sandler movie about little big little? Come on, isn't there like a? What's his movie? One of his movies is about Little Big Daddy or something. Big Daddy?
Oh, yeah.
Little Nicky?
There's Little Nicky,
there's Little Nicky and Big Daddy. There it is.
Thank you.
There it is.
How about
Shout out Casey.
Young Tone and Casey making some
Big
contributions.
Daddy, which is the better movie, Big Daddy or Little Nicky?
Oh, you got to go Big Daddy. Yeah. Little Nicky's a classic, but Big Daddy's like on the Mount Rushmore of Adam Sandler films.
Speaking of which, I saw he tweeted yesterday over the weekend, because Hanukkah is underway. Happy Hanukkah to all those observing. And he rolled this out, and I was like, you know what? I know you've heard it a million times, but the Hanukkah song remains one unbelievable piece of work. Like, it still makes me laugh all these years later. So anyway, okay, big plays from little plays, and Chris in Fairfield on this Jimmy Purdy thing, guys, that we were sort of talking about here. Chris in Fairfield, good morning. You're on KNBR.
Good morning. Long-time listener. I've never really called.
Oh, nice. It's good to have fresh callers, because I can interrupt you right now, Chris, and tell you, did you know, like, certain callers are like, that's their thing, like, they call all the time. So we never, it's hard to get new callers. So, dude,
I agree.
Congrats.
I agree. I listen every day. I'm a busy man, and I just really don't have time. But I'm dropping my kid off at school, and I'm sitting here waiting for my wife to come back, so I figure why not. So,
perfect.
Hell yeah, Chris. The difference between the two, and I think we're going to see this moving forward, Brock Purdy and Jimmy Garoppolo is just simply poise in the pocket. Being able to not be scared and have those happy feet when you see the rush, to be able to watch the play develop. I don't even think Jimmy could even see the play develop as many times as he was told what was going to transpire. That throw to Debo never would have happened under Jimmy Garoppolo. And I think that's going to play out for someone like Bo Nix, who's been in college for so long, that's seen every defense. That means something today. And I think you're seeing that in the NBA with so many 19 and 20-year-olds that don't understand defense, don't know how to play. Yeah. That's why Steve Kerr won't let any of these young guys on the court. And it's just about time. And I have one thing I'd like to just mention. I miss Paulie Mack more than anything. Like I said, I've been listening since I was a kid. I'm 45 years old. I've grown up in this area. And hopefully one day, Murph, you and him get back together, get this thing on YouTube, because I think you guys would blow YouTube apart.
All right,
that's all I got to say. I miss you guys. I really do.
All right, Chris, good call. And thanks for the call. And Marcus is doing great. He's in the family. It's been great to see his smiling face every morning. And plus, he's good looking, by the way, too.
Yeah, that helps a little bit.
The thirst trap.
That's if the stream's working, Murph.
But it is great to have you in here to keep the continuity alive. So thank you, Chris, for listening all these years, and mostly for being in the demo.
And for having a good take, too, about Brock Purdy.
Really good take. That is the innate quality of, well, he says it's experience led to his calmness in the pocket. I think it's a combination of experience and who you are.
Yeah.
Who you are as a person. Like me, I'm a panicker.
No.
You know what I mean? You get me in the pocket, I'm going to wet my pants.
But yeah.
You get Brock Purdy in the pocket, he's chill. He believes everything. He's he's a very deep faith-based guy. He's like, everything's cool. I'm in the hands of my guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, that's seriously who he is.
And he's poised, and he goes through the process. And that's one of the biggest differences since we are comparing him and Jimmy Garoppolo and the new explosive offense for the 49ers is he can go through multiple reads, and he can say, hey, that guy's covered. I can make a play here. It all goes down to the big brain of a Brock Purdy that I know Papa loves talking about. And it goes back to that test that he took before the draft last year that he scored so high on. Maybe stuff like that is going to start getting more attention when you are breaking down a quarterback.
I would agree. And then you know what's crazy? Already the year we learned about that test and how it's this game changer, you found out that C.J. Stroud
tanked it.
Theoretically didn't do well on it. It was now already like you have the argument against the test. You know what I mean? I was just starting to build my argument for the test.
Well, Murph, everybody knows that's why C.J. Stroud lost to the New York Jets yesterday because of that test.
How about Zach Wilson had his day yesterday? He did his thing. Hey, McCaffrey on to Kristen Fairfield's call about Purdy. This is Christian McCaffrey who knows his stuff talking Brock Purdy here.
And it's funny. I've been asked that a lot, and it's so tough for me to pick something. You know, I kind of just I try to figure out an answer just for an answer, but I don't really know if, you know, he's gotten better every week, but he started out so hot. You know, he started out doing things so well, and he's been so consistent, and I think he's the same guy every day. He's a silent assassin, but, you know, competitive. And yeah, like he's growing, but he's also playing at such a high level all the time that, you know, if he just continues to be him, you know, we're in the right spot.
Man, 19 to 27, 368, 2 touchdowns, 1 pick, rating of 122. All those numbers better than Dak Prescott, and yet this morning in Vegas, Dak Prescott has passed him as the betting favorite to win NFL MVP.
Makes zero sense.
Sunday night standalone game, narrative.
National media.
You know what I mean? He beat the Eagles.
So what? I saw Brock Purdy beat the Eagles and the Cowboys. Dropped 42 on both of them.
And the Cowboys.
Where Dak Prescott scored 10 points in that game, correct?
Do you see Dak's big thing? See him with Melissa Stark out there. By the way, the eternally youthful Melissa Stark. Whatever cream she's rubbing on her skin, she looks like she's 25 years old. She's north of 50. So anyway, shout out Melissa Stark's skincare.
All right.
But the point being is she was talking, and I heard in his answer, his big thing now is this is real football, December. And he's right, but in that I hear him excusing because October in Santa Clara, that doesn't matter.
What do you mean? They play inside of a dome.
Yeah.
That's not December
Well, no,
football.
he just meant like the stakes are
I
higher.
get it. Playoff implications, but they're not a winner team. They've only win because they're playing at home. What is it, 15 in a row now?
He's saying basically when you lose in October, it doesn't matter as much as winning in December.
Oh, it doesn't really matter,
There it is, buddy. David and Tracy sit out. David would be one of those guys who does call a lot. And even though he calls so much that I've seen him move from Tracy to Alameda. So, David, good morning. How are you, brother?
I only call because, man, the big hit's been a blessing, man. You get to talk to the listeners. You know, you guys hardly took them before, only when it was like a big news day. So I really appreciate taking the time.
I do, David. David, because we used to have the top 6. It was very important. We got the French Open scores in there, all right? So,
shout out Kate and Clark.
Sorry. Anyway, David, what do you got on the Niners, buddy?
Hey, but good show today, guys. Marcus, you're doing great, bro. I just wanted to say, you know, it feels good to be in the driver's seat finally. You know, we control our destiny, essentially, and I haven't had that feeling, especially when we went on the 3-game losing streak. I just wanted to get in the playoffs. Now to have the opportunity to be in the 1 seed with all these talented guys, it's going to be a great, great ride. I feel like that Ravens game is poised to look like game of the year. Lamar presents a lot of things that we have trouble with, but that defense is nasty too, and I just want to, you know, conquer the beast, you know, go over that hill, make it up that hill, you know what I'm saying, Stranger Things style. So
I love it.
That's it, and I just want to say too, you know, we're in that golden age where we have you know, star player after star player on this roster. We need to relish this moment, appreciate it, and just let's hope for that Lombardi at the end of the year, guys. Thank you.
Good stuff, David. Appreciate it. Yeah, he's right. This is what I talked to Tim about. There's a present under my tree now. It's the 1 seed. It's the 1 seed. And he goes, "You already know what it is, bro. Don't open it."
You saw the parents wrapping the gift, but you still want to put your hands on it, Murph. You still want to grab it.
Did you ever know, like, you knew, like, you had asked for the big gift, and then you saw the shape of it under the tree? You're like, damn, I got it.
Oh, dude, I used to be snooping through closets all the time, trying to find gifts. And
Did you
then
go
like
to the bed?
Yeah, and then next thing you know, it's like Christmas morning. Oh, I'm so surprised, Mom and Dad. Thank you.
So
I had
you're
no
saying
idea.
It's official. You did find presents before they were wrapped?
Oh, yeah.
You did.
I was sneaky, Murph. I was looking around everywhere.
So then you had to fake it on Christmas morning.
That's it. Fake it till you make it. How do you think I got this job, Murph?
Very good. Very good. Hey, by the way, I just checked the text line, and I was on to some See My Brain. Now, mind, I spent the last 48 hours in a pub. All right, dude? And I'm not kidding you. When I wasn't in bed, I was in a pub. Okay, I'm not even kidding you. It was insane. We would go morning to night and then to bed and then back to morning to night. So my brain's a little Guinness soaked, but little big is a thing. Like Kyle said, taking little plays and turning them into big plays. I'm like, isn't that a thing? Like little big. So here they come. Dustin Hoffman movie in the 1970s, Little Big Man. Dude, your generation, Little Big League, isn't that?
Oh, yeah.
One of your movies?
Movie? Yeah,
Isn't that that's you and Copes, isn't it?
So I got you. Yeah, Little Big League.
And there's a country band. There's a kind of a moderate, mediocre country band called Little Big Town. You guys know it?
Oh, okay, yeah, I've heard of them before.
Yeah. So anyway, we're filling out our Mount Little Big more.
Yeah, shout out. There's also a show on like TLC, Little People, Big World, I believe.
Oh, there it is. There's the winner right there, buddy.
It is.
There's the winner. And if you follow Josiah Johnson on Twitter, do you? He uses the... No, I don't want to go down this road. It's probably should leave the little people alone. Yeah. All right, go do their thing. So, anyway.
I'm not going into that.
Anyway, guys. Okay, here's the deal. That's the big hit for today. We got to get into the cooler of content, which is always rich after a weekend. There's always great stuff in after a weekend. Catch you guys up. Then we get into some expert voices. David Lombardi, who just covers the Niners like few others. He's out there just blanketing the beat. We'll get into the numbers on the deep balls and the explosive offense. And then we're going to go Shohei, man, at 9:15.
Yeah.
Andy McCulla, the great, he's a really good writer for The Athletic, and he has the breakdown of the entire thing, man. He's a freaking Dodger, man.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, bro.
Is he going to talk about the breakdown or the broken hearts here in San Francisco?
I'm talking about this. I feel like this is a gigantic tectonic shift in the rivalry. Like, I feel like they're breaking. I feel like I was telling Waterboy, and I probably should get out right now for the clock. I was telling Waterboy, with Juan Soto going to the Yankees, so you go to the ballpark and jogging up the steps to do their stretching are Juan Soto, Giancarlo Stanton, and Aaron Judge, and Garrett Cole.
Mm-hmm.
And then you go to a ball game in the Dodgers, jogging up the steps. Here's Mookie Betts, Freddie Freeman, and Shohei Blanken Otani. And then you said, hey, you go to a Braves game and jogging up the steps is Ronald Acuna, Matt Olson, Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley.
Mm-hmm.
And then jogging up the steps is Austin Slater and Wilmer Flores, buddy. We'll be right back with the cooler content on KMBR 104.5 and 680 these sports later.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Jair Brown picked off Drew Lock yesterday in the 49ers' fifth straight win over the Seattle Seahawks, and then stopped by the post-game show with Papa and Lund to talk all about it. So to hear that interview and more, check out what's trending now on the KNBR app and KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report.
All right, everyone, chill.
This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
All right, cooler of content style from the weekend. What's interesting is I haven't actually seen this first one. It's a Diamondbacks fan? I didn't know a Diamondbacks fan was crying about Otani going to the Dodgers?
Now, we were riffing earlier, but the Diamondbacks weren't linked to Otani at all, were they?
I mean, we were riffing about that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I would take him as a D-back or a Rocky, but not a Dodger, right? But anyway, I guess there's an 11-year-old kid who was in tears about Otani. I guess, theoretically, this kid's supposed to be speaking for all of us Here he is.
We're never going to make it into a World Series ever again.
We're never going to make it now. That's not fair.
I hate the Dodgers. Freddie Pippen can burn in hell. Stick with Mookie Betts and Clayton Kershaw.
That kid was out of his mind, that kid. So I don't even know what to say about that one. The audio was strange on that, but he was in legit tears.
I mean, he sounded devastated.
When did sports make you cry? When did sports make you cry? I've cried out of happiness at sports, but I don't think I've ever cried.
I was going to say, I've punched walls and got really angry.
I get more violent. No, the darkest moment for me in my life was the 1990 NFC Championship game where they lost to the New York Giants. That was the darkest moment of my life. And I picked up some jeans on the floor and I chucked them against the window, and it was Waterboy. It was the day of the button fly. 501 jeans. So they clinked against the window, like cracked the window, and I was like, oh, I got to stop.
Yeah.
So, but you've punched walls?
I've punched walls. Yeah. I've done a lot worse, Murph, probably things that I shouldn't say on air, but welcome to life, kid. Sometimes in life you're going to get boned. He's 11 years old. He's got Corbin Carroll at least. They were just in the World Series.
Yeah, I know.
What do the Giants
I was just
have?
saying to you and Copes during the break, if you really want to reach into the nether regions and just desperate, like try to come up with a silver lining take on this whole thing, is go win the way the D-backs won. They don't have Shohei Otani. They don't have Juan Soto. They don't have Aaron Judge. And they just went to the World Series.
Oh.
Now, I said, who's their star? I said to my kid last night, he goes, Corbin Carroll. I said, well, is he a star?
He's on that path. NL Rookie of the Year.
Yeah.
I don't think he's a superstar.
They're not a star-laden team.
But they're also a team that is going in the opposite direction of these teams that are do and die and living by the long ball. Like, look at Farhan's comments last year when he's like, yeah, we expect the Giants to be top of the league in home run hitters. We all know how that turned out. But he's trying to bring in guys like Conforto and Haniger who can't leave the ballpark. Diamondbacks are going in an opposite direction. They're playing small ball. They're playing defense. They're leading the league in stolen bases. Giants are not doing that. So if that's the blueprint you want to go with, great. But you've also got to build your roster entirely different than what it is right now.
Yeah, by the way, people checking in saying they got some great stories here, but some great lines, too, from Texter. 623 says, guys, that audio, you sure that wasn't Patrick Mahomes after the game yesterday?
Oh, nice. Good riff.
Somebody else says, guys, this is his dad egging him on, too. And then somebody else says, that kid is all of us today here. So, all right, by the way, so how bad is it for the Warriors right now? 10-12. They blow another double-digit lead Friday night.
One.
In OKC. They fail to execute down the stretch again.
Nobody can score besides Steph.
Draymond fouled Chet Holmgren up 3, and he made all 3 free throws, and they lose in overtime. But in addition to all that, we're getting clowned by the Phoenix Suns.
Now we're getting trolled, Murph.
We're getting clowned by their in-arena DJ. Because you guys remember a couple weeks ago, Kerr finally snapped. And guys, Kerr's representing my generation. I've talked to you guys about this. I just don't get the beats during the half-court set. I'm like, bro, why are we breaking out beats during a half-court set right now? It's always made me laugh. Sometimes I just forget about it. Other times I'm like, this is kind of absurd. We don't have Logan Webb's not got a full count, and we're just rolling beats in the background as he's on the rubber.
You know what I actually would like if Killer Whale played for the entire duration of Logan Webb.
The entire half inning, the way we have a bed under Cooler of Content.
Exactly. And so, I like it when I go to Warriors games and you hear Nicotina beats or Too Short, like local Bay Area rappers. Well, but this has gone to a new level.
Well, Kerr finally snapped a couple weeks ago, and he said that the Phoenix arena was the worst. He was answering a question, and then he went off the road. He's like, by the way, this arena's out of control with their beats. So what happened? Suns DJ Chris Villa is his name, stood in the middle of the court with his turntable, and he's holding up his hand like, take a listen to this. This is what he played.
In this building, you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club. It's just this thumping techno club music. Thumping techno club music. Thumping techno club music. Thumping techno club music. By the way, that's right out of Creative Tony. Don't we have? You guys used to, Copes and Creative Tony used to take my cuts and play.
Oh, you want a little bit of a...
wait, Steph hits a 3?
Wait, Steph hits a 3.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Steph hits a 3.
Here. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait, Steph hits a 3. Wait. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three. Well, see, so DJ Chris Villa is biting Cope's stuff.
That's it.
Wait. Steph hits a three. Wait. Steph hits a three. Steph hits a three.
That's it. I need DJ 1%er performing live at Chase Center now, Murph.
So Chris Villa did that in the middle of the floor, and Suns fans are. So we're getting clowned by the Suns.
It's
right
a pretty
now,
good troll job, by the way.
It is a pretty good troll job. You were at the Army-Navy game.
I was.
Dude, their head coach, Jeff Monken, maybe the greatest post-game guy of all time. So, are you familiar with an ancient Scottish ballad? No, you're not. I know.
Probably not, Murph, but I'm sure you're going to tell me about it anyways.
Because it's a legendary quote by a guy named Sir, let me get you his name officially here, buddy. Sir Andrew Barton.
Oh, yeah, that's my guy.
Sir Andrew Barton. That's your dude.
I'm a Barton head.
Here's what he said. These are the lines. Fight on, my men. I am hurt, but I am not slain. And this is the famous line. I'll lay me down and bleed a while, and then I will rise and fight again. Now, that's been a quote for about 300 years, used by various people through the years. Jeff Monken gathers the team up and shouts it at them, and they shout it back at him. This is a 300-year-old Scottish quote, Army after the win.
I'm gonna fight! I can't fight no more! I can't fight no more! I'm gonna lie down! Bleed a while! I'm gonna get up! Fight some more! I'm gonna fight! I'm gonna fight! Fight! I can't fight no more! I'm gonna lie down! Bleed a while! Get up! Fight some more!
Bro, did Navy have a chance?
Zero.
Did Navy have a chance? That's incredible.
And that's a great representation to show how passionate they are, not just about their football team, but for their country, Murph.
Dude.
And that's the cool part about being on the field when Army gets to sing second after getting the win, being in the midst of all the cadets storming the field. These guys are going to go storm somewhere else after this. And they're all going to serve our country. They're willing not just to play a football game for us, but to also put their lives on the line, which is what makes Army and Navy so special.
Dude, I'll lay me down and bleed a while. Then we'll rise. And
Get up! Fight some more!
Dude. You should see the faces on the kids. Oh, my God. They've never been more committed to a moment than ever. Mm-hmm. And yeah, wow. Jeff Monken and Army, good stuff.
We need Jeff Monken to give that speech to our digital team. This dream is down. It's going to bleed a while. We'll get it back.
That's a pretty good bit there, buddy. Last two quick ones here. Taylor Swift was at the game again. I see the backlash. It was like, why are we covering her? Dude, do they not understand that she's the most popular entertainer in the world?
She's the person of the year, Murph.
She's the Time Magazine Person of the Year. And they showed her again, and Tony Romo actually got a little carried away here. Check it out.
Amazing. This is intercepted by most people. As you see, Kelsey's wife, Taylor Swift, in the audience. Girlfriend.
Not yet.
What a throw.
Hey now.
Now, if you're Taylor and Travis, you taking that to the what? I mean, is that going to happen?
Well, here's the thing, because you remember the first season or two when Tony started working with Jim Nantz, and everybody was amazed about how he could predict the future and predict plays. Maybe he's predicting the marriage, Murph.
Very good, yes.
The crystal ball of the Tony Romo.
I don't know, man. T-Swizzle's all in on these Chiefs, though, by the way. She's got, like, Chiefs gear. She's all in. Did you see somebody caught her mouthing, I'm going to effing kill myself after a thing went against the Chiefs?
No.
Somebody said Taylor Swift's all in now. She's now every Chiefs fan. She goes, I'm going to effing kill myself. That's what she said.
Well, last time I checked, Murph, the Chiefs weren't losing 5 games a year when Taylor Swift wasn't around.
It's clearly the curse of T-Swizzle. Mm-hmm. And then finally, that Chiefs game ends our cooler of content because Rex Ryan, so the play, we talked about it in Bum Babies. Kadarius Toney lines up offsides. It negates the play that would have been the play of the year, the lateral for the touchdown to beat the Bills. Nope. He was offsides, and they're crying about it. So Rex Ryan on ESPN this morning, he says, no, you can't cry about it, and he knows what he's talking about.
And this guy right here, line the heck up, all right? And I'm sorry, he should be onside.
Hey, guys.
The fact that Rex said it's a toe,
It's a toe I don't like.
Wait, so what'd you say?
I just said this is a toe I don't like.
He likes
Socks,
toes.
I like, I like toes. I don't like this toe. Hey, come on, line up on freaking side for crying out loud.
See, now there was no way for us to do a serious show to go there, Rex. This is not the moment for it.
I apologize.
Hey, all right. Kadarius Toney, if you turn Rex against feet, you a bad man.
Dude.
All right.
I got to give credit. Those guys are riffing, man.
Yeah.
They're riffing. They usually
I think that's RC, Ryan Clark in the background.
Yeah.
And you like toes, Rex. And he's like, I do like toes.
So he's very specific now. So it's not just a foot fetish. We get into the toes.
Oh, it's a toe fetish.
Like a toe fetish.
The toes of a Kadarius Toney.
I believe Quentin Tarantino's got the same kind of situation.
Yeah.
Right now. Maybe make a movie about Kadarius Toney.
We might get Quentin Tarantino doing the lifestyle, the biopic of a Rex Ryan.
Incredible. So I got to give Rex Ryan enough credit for that riff there. Last couple great texts came into the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line 408 said Yoko Swift. Anybody Yoko Swift?
Nice.
And then, dude, 408 says, wasn't that you in Dublin, Murph? I'll get up and drink a while and get up and drink again.
And another beer.
Well, it's Guinness all the way, baby, all the way. So anyway, guys, there you go, man. Fun cooler of content. Shout out Jeff Munkin. Shout out that Chiefs kid crying. And shout out, of course,
DJ Chris Villa.
Chris Villa, Villa, whatever, doing his thing.
Yeah.
Okay, David Lombardi at 8:50. Andy McCulla is going to break down the show. Hey, he's a Dodger. Oh, man. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Mici's East Coast Pizzeria talking about holiday parties they can cater. So we've always talked about home delivery, right? We know that. It comes fresh and hot, and drivers are on time and prompt and courteous and professional. But we're also talking about catering a larger event like a holiday party. Okay, so this is fun. So you're looking for a great option to have food delivered for your company holiday party there or whatever, family holiday party. Mici's, full range, customizable options in ideal portion sizes for your group. So you get the pizzas, you get the salads, you get the pastas. They come in the nice tin there. The famous flame roasted lemon chicken wings, and that gives you options to order larger sizes so your group can help themselves buffet style. What it is it's a more economical way to feed a large group while still offering those Amici's full range of menu items. So go to the catering menu at Amicis.com or on the app. Download the brand new Amici's app. So when you want to enjoy a fully customized and catered holiday party this year, Amici's delivers.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
For us, if we handle business and take it 1 week at a time, obviously that who doesn't want to play, as the first seed with home field advantage and all that kind of stuff. So I think everybody in the league knows that. We know that here. And like I said, we're taking it 1 day at a time, and everything will fall into place how it needs to.
There he is, Brock Purdy, man, who's no longer your NFL MVP favorite, Dak betting favorite.
I'm not buying it.
Somebody wrote in. I was looking at the Kilton State Lumber and Building Materials text line, and I'm sorry, there's so many, I lose them. But one of them saying, listen, I'm not even a Niner fan, but what more does Brock Purdy have to do? And here it is, 408 says, I'm farthest thing from a Niners fan, but what does Purdy have to do? He says the system objection is bunk, that he has weapons objection is bunk, and then Mr. Irrelevant is working against him when he should be celebrated. Listen, guys, is it? Honestly, it's so funny. We build up MVP so much, and then when the actual award is given out Saturday night, we don't really talk about that much. It's always right before the Super Bowl.
It's kind of glossed over like the Heisman Award this past week.
Dude!
Didn't get any news.
I was reading my Monday morning newsletter, going over everything, and item 11 was that Jaden Daniels won the Heisman. I was like, bro, that used to be the story.
He threw 50 touchdowns this year, and nobody's talking about him.
Nobody.
Yeah.
We're shouting out Jaden Daniels for winning the Heisman Trophy there. So, and once again, they used to make ABC Sunday Night Movies of the Week about the Heisman Trophy. Shout out something for Joey. Try not to cry.
Nice,
all right, everybody?
Nice.
Hey, two things for you. One, Dante Whitner moved to 10:30 this morning. Walter wants us to get that information out there. Set your alarm. Make an alarm for the Dante Whitner 10:30 hit after the show.
Oh, done.
And then we still have these 2 tickets to see. Ready for this? This is unbelievable. Def Leppard, Journey, and the Steve Miller Band. This is at Oracle Park in San Francisco, August 28, 2024. There will be no Shohei Otani at Oracle Park, but there will be Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Miller. This is just like last week when what we gave away last week. It was
we had a Michis last week.
Oh no, so it was Rolling Stones a couple weeks ago.
We had Stones a couple weeks ago. Yeah.
So here's the deal: between 7 and 10 a.m., young Tony is going to learn. Now, young Tony, thumbs up, thumbs down. Classic rock, your knowledge strong or weak? It's weak. Okay, so we're going to have to educate.
See, Murph, because
when I say classic rock, this is more sort of 80s. But anyway, go ahead.
But
yes.
if I was on the board, we'd be doing Steve Miller rejoins every single segment.
Where are you with Def Leppard?
I'm down with Def Leppard. I actually bought my parents some Def Leppard tickets a couple years ago, but it was shut down because of the pandemic.
Damn.
That was supposed to be another concert at Oracle Park.
It's really impressive, by the way. You bought your parents Def Leppard tickets. By the way, Def Leppard misspelled both Def and Leopard. Journey. So any one of those 3 bands, when you hear a rejoin, you call 415-896-KNBR. 415-896-KNBR. You win 2 tickets to the show next summer. That'll be a fun one. That'll be a fun one for sure. Where will the Giants be on August of 2024? Who will be on their team? And in fact, let's briefly get into that right here before we get out for David Lombardi in just a second, talking Niners and their big plays. So we all said all along, I think the more realistic among us thought that this would happen, that Shohei Otani would be a Dodger.
I think I had like a 90% chance of this actually happening. And then we saw it unfold because the Dodgers have been chasing Otani since he was in Japan.
Dude, since high school.
There
is we do need to get that fact right out there. Tom Verducci reported his relationship with the Dodgers, the only reason theoretically he didn't sign with the Dodgers was the DH.
Correct.
They did not have the DH, but the Dodgers and he have a long history going back to high school.
And that's why the Dodgers have been prepping for this move since the DH was added to the National League. Yeah. And that's why even sitting here as just a baseball fan, I was like, wait, they're letting Corey Seager, Trey Turner, Max Scherzer, all these guys walk away. Yeah. And then we saw how quiet they were last offseason. Well, it's because they were getting the salary cap ready to back up that Brinks truck for Shohei Otani.
So here's my question. What happened to the story about Dave Roberts blew it?
Oh, dude. I wanted that to be true so badly.
Do you remember what Kipe said to us?
He said didn't matter.
No. Remember what he said? He goes, maybe he said it because he knows he's getting them.
Yeah. And then we were talking about Joe Kelly giving up his number last week.
Dude.
The signs were there, Murph.
So this gets to, so we've established that. If you thought Shohei was coming, you probably were living in sort of a non-realistic world. Now what? Right? Now what? Wasn't that the Saleh thing during Hard Knocks? Now what?
Now what?
Now what?
Now what?
So the thought was if you don't get Otani, you have money to get 2 to 3 guys. Blake Snell's out there. Matt Chapman's out there. Cody Bellinger's out there.
Where you see?
Those are all 3 guys. And you said earlier in the show, Marcus, It was supposed to unleash the dominoes.
Correct.
The dominoes are not falling, buddy.
They're still standing.
The only dominoes I'm seeing are either A, the pizza that I can get only when I can't get my Amici's, and B, the dominoes played by Ice Cube in Boys in the Hood.
There we go. Slap it down dominoes.
In which he slaps it down, and I believe he says the word domino followed by the word that DeMarcus Lawrence used about the Eagles yesterday.
Yeah, you're right. But now Murph is sitting here waiting for Farhan to slam anything on the table.
Reese Hoskins?
I'll take a Reese Hoskins. I'll take a Matt Chapman. But again, obviously nothing's going to live up to the hype of a Shohei Otani. But going back to the Dodgers having a Freddie Freeman, having a Mookie Betts, having a recruiting pitch to Shohei, we all knew this free agency was coming. I know they tried to add Carlos Correa last year. I know they tried to add Aaron Judge. But at the end of the day, you're not selling Shohei Otani or any other top free agent player with Mitch Haniger and Michael Conforto.
Something has happened to this Giants sort of direction. So he needs to make a trade. Mm-hmm. He needs to get creative and identify young, controllable players, and you have to trade talent to do so.
Correct.
Be prepared to part with some of that young pitching. You need a controllable, everyday player. You have a lot of pitching. You do in this minor league system. Mm-hmm. And if you can sign a free agent pitcher, Yamamoto or Snell, and you can trade for, I don't know, Bagley brought up Matt McClain from the Reds or somebody like that. I mean, I thought Juan Soto was a possibility, although he's only controllable for 1 year.
He'll be a free agent next year.
He needs to get creative. I always keep, Al Rosen did it. Brian Sabian did it. You have to make a ballsy move that shakes it up and brings you young, controllable players. So that's what we're waiting for, buddy. Matty Barrows joins Papa and Lund today. Is that right? At 10:50? That can't be right. They're going Whitner and Barrows? Anyway, that promo was written a while ago. Either way. That was something I was supposed to read, and I'm going to read it. So there you go. Hey, here's the deal. David Lombardi of The Athletic. He's got all the breakdown, where the Niners are, the rest of the schedule versus, of course, the Cowboys and the Eagles, who will be vying for the 1 seed. Your Lions kind of drifting back.
Lost to the Bears again.
Yeah.
What's up with that?
You tell me, not biting any kneecaps.
No.
All right, so David Lombardi and then Andy McCulla, the great athletic writer about the Shohei Otani deal. Dudes, we're entering... As if the last 10 years weren't dark enough. Here we go. Pangea, I'm calling it the continents, for the tectonic ocean between us and the Dodgers.
Yeah.
On KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, 49ers, man. It's going good, guys. Going good. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So a lot to get into here. The final score, 28-16. They're 10-3. They've won 5 in a row. They own the 1 seed right now. They've beaten Seattle 5 straight times. Brock Purdy threw for 368 yards. They had big plays from everybody, more than 44-yard plays from all their big guys, Ayuk, Debo, McCaffrey, and Kittle. My Lord. On to Arizona this Sunday, let's talk about David Lombardi of The Athletic. David, did I leave anything out? Good morning. You're on the Murph and Marcus show. Marcus Boucher, Brian Murphy. Morning, David. How are you, man?
David, morning.
I'm doing great. What an amazing team to cover. I mean, they're historically good. They're the 5th most efficient team in NFL history right now, and if they keep this up, then the 49ers will win a Super Bowl. It's a matter of sustaining at this point. They're clearly, as right now in the present tense, they're head and shoulders above the rest of the league, and that's just an objective fact. That's not an opinion. That's a fact, and now it's about health for this team, and it's about sustaining what they're doing, because what they're doing right now is really, really special.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to argue what they did to Dallas and Philadelphia in it goes back-to-back. The 2 teams chasing them for the 1 seed. They blew both those teams out. That said, I just want to kind of start on a slightly negative tip. You mentioned health. I didn't get a full breakdown after the game as to Mooney Ward's situation and Javon Hargrave's situation, or is that still unknown as of now?
Yeah, we're going to find out a little bit more this afternoon. I know that Mooney Ward was trying to get back in the game initially. He was doing some of his backpedaling drills on the sideline, and then he was on the stationary bike and then just decided to shut it down. Didn't go into the locker room, which I think is a fairly good sign. But, those groin injuries can be tricky. The 49ers did bring Jason Verrett back officially. He finally agreed to terms to sign with the practice squad. That was according to Matt Mayoko. And I saw Jason Verrett in the locker room, so I figured something was up. Everybody was giving him handshakes and got to say hi really quickly. But that's something to watch, because I know they were really impressed by his workout a few weeks ago. So we'll see about Charvarius Ward, and we'll see about Javon Hargrave, who's got a hamstring. And I think that it really lines up, if you include those injuries with Eric Armstead's knee and foot issues, I think it really lines up to shut some guys down for this week. They're going to be heavy favorites over the Cardinals, and then everybody is circling Christmas Day against the Ravens on their calendar. So if I had to guess, if these injuries aren't severe, even if there is a chance for these guys to return on Sunday, I think the 49ers might rely on their depth again and then circle the wagons on Christmas against the Ravens.
It's interesting that you would already start thinking about that, the Ravens game as sort of like an Eagles game in miniature in a way. So good stuff. David Lombardi of The Athletic. Hey, I'll ask a hot one. Here's a hot potato one, because we, on this show for years, defended Jimmy Garoppolo. They're winning. And I know you wrote a lot of positive stuff about Garoppolo, too. Are we at the point now where those of us who defended Garoppolo, we just have to sort of say, oh, gosh, it's totally different with Brock Purdy. Maybe we shouldn't have defended Jimmy so much, because this is a different offense, and it's the big play, David. Do you feel me?
I mean, absolutely not. Garoppolo was a good quarterback. I don't think he was fairly treated by a lot of social media. He did a lot of good things, and his efficiency stats were correlated with those wins. What we're seeing from Brock Purdy, though, is historically elite stuff. I mean, we're talking about the difference between good and Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers prime level elite. That's what Brock Purdy is. Or you could even toss in Kurt Warner and the greatest show on turf, Rams. This 49ers offense is delivering explosive plays 16% of the time. That's only matched by Kurt Warner's greatest show on turf, Rams, around the year 2000. Brock Purdy's yards per attempt numbers match Kurt Warner's for the top in NFL history since the merger. Adjusted net yards per attempt, which is actually the one statistic that's most correlated with the NFL MVP award. That includes sacks and touchdowns and interceptions. Purdy's season right now is behind only 2004 Peyton Manning. That was the best season of Manning's career. In 2011, Aaron Rodgers. That was the best season of his career. So, I mean, two things could be true at once. Jimmy Garoppolo could have been a good quarterback for the 49ers, but just like any QB in the league, or almost any QB in the league, he had his flaws, right? But what Brock Purdy is doing right now is at the top of what we've seen in the history of the game, the efficiency. That's what people I don't think are understanding right now. This is top shelf stuff, and the kid is 23 years old. So that's what the 49ers have walked into here. And, I mean, you look at how good they were over the past few years. They're one of the best teams in the NFL, and then you insert Peyton Manning level play. That's what they're getting right now from Brock Purdy. And, you know, the question, I guess, still is sustainability for this, but every week he's up to 20 starts, somewhere around that. Every time he goes out there, it looks more and more sustainable just because of the decision making, the way that he's improving on his weaknesses. I thought that the best play yesterday from him, and it might have been one of the best plays of his career, was where he threw Brandon Ayuk open. He's rolling to his left. It was a 7-step drop. He's rolling away from the pressure. Last year, that was Brock Purdy's kryptonite. You force him out of the pocket to the left, he would just start running, and then in desperation, he would try to flip his hips and throw the ball downfield, and it would probably be an incomplete pass. Yesterday, he kept his hips square downfield even as he was scrambling, so that way he could direct Brandon Ayuk on an off-schedule play, and then he threw him open with a 25, 30-yard pass downfield. I mean, this is high-level stuff, and I can't repeat enough that he's only 23 years old. So I don't think that's a fair appraisal of the Garoppolo-Purdy situation at all. I think the 49ers went from good to MVP caliber play at the quarterback position.
And David, I wanted to focus on that decision-making of a Brock Purdy because for whatever reason, it seems like that's a knock on the Kyle Shanahan system, that his quarterbacks are just throwing to a spot. But as you just mentioned, Brock is throwing guys open, and yesterday was a great example when he got up to the podium and pointed out that he could see Jamal Adams being flat-footed when he took that shot downfield to Deebo Samuel. So talk to us more. Oh, sorry about that, David. Yeah, I was just mentioning about Brock Purdy, his processing, and how he was able to recognize something on the field, such as Jamal Adams being flat-footed. So tell us about Brock Purdy's decision-making, that process that he goes through, and how he can go through multiple reads to find that open wide receiver.
Yeah, I mean, and he's unbelievably calm and collected there. I think that the one, nail in the coffin, if you got to give out the NFL MVP award today, I think it has to go to Brock Purdy. And I think that he's going to get his chance at a true final statement when the 49ers play Baltimore on Monday Night Football. So they don't have to give away the award right now, but you talk about what he's done so far, the totality of his work, and it's the one thing that stands out to me the most is that the 49ers don't have great pass protection. That's, I think, the one more glaring weakness of this offense, and he's still delivering league-high efficiency by a country mile. And that goes back to how calm and collected he is, and he's keeping his eyes downfield at all times. He's going through the options even as the pass rush is bearing down on him with the wherewithal to make those subtle movements in the pocket or out of the pocket to get away from oncoming rushers. So we talk about the S2 cognition score that Matt Barrows wrote about for us in Athletic over the course of this offseason, and Purdy had a 97th percentile score. I think that is showing up on the field. He's processing at an elite level, but he also has plus physical traits to go along with that. And that's what doesn't make sense to people, is they think that he's pick number 262. He must be physically limited in some way. but he's not. I mean, he's faster than most NFL quarterbacks in the pocket. He's got that 10-yard burst that's about the same as Lamar Jackson's, which is the most mind-boggling Brock Purdy metric to me, but it shows up on tape. And his arm is great. Trent Williams said it yesterday. You cannot show a throw that Brock Purdy can't make. It just doesn't exist. He's making the throws outside the numbers. He's making the 50-yard throws downfield. He's the most efficient quarterback in documented NFL history on intermediate throws, 10 to 20 yards downfield. And, of course, his quick game is also on point. So you combine the processing ability with the short area athleticism with an arm that could make all the throws he needs to make, and this is the result you're going to get.
Good stuff with David Lombardi here as the Niners riding high, man, after that win yesterday. Last one for you, David, would be all that said, that's the second week in a row where an interesting development happened. The Niners were losing at the end of the first quarter. This is the start fast team. This is the always take the lead, Kyle's first 15 plays or whatever. And it's interesting, trailing in Philly after those couple 3-and-outs, trailing yesterday, even though they had a touchdown, a pick early. So your thought on that, how they've now back-to-back weeks started slow, or at least slow-ish, and came back to win. That used to be the book, was if you get ahead of the Niners, you'll flummox them, like Cleveland or Minnesota. So your thought on that?
Yeah, it's been interesting because I think you have to give credit to both the Eagles and the Seahawks for their defensive game plans in the scripted portion early on to throw the Niners off of schedule. The 49ers, actually, I don't think they ever found rhythm in the game yesterday, but they just delivered so many explosive plays that it masked it. Obviously, against Philadelphia, after the first 2 3-and-outs, they found their rhythm, and then they were unstoppable for those 6 straight touchdown drives. So, it's a game of adjustments and counter adjustments. I'm sure the 49ers don't want to spend a quarter or however long it's going to take getting their rhythm, but it just so happened that the past 2 weeks, you saw Seattle especially take away the early part of the 49ers game script, which was those throws over the middle of the field to get Brock Purdy cooking. Yeah. And they were there. They're playing physical. They're knocking the ball away. So, what did the 49ers do? They started going outside the numbers. They started going deep. And that all worked really well for the 49ers. And I think they just want to make sure that their opening game script is a better match against opposing defenses. So they don't get into that kind of hole. It's an interesting development for sure. So always enjoy the coverage, David. Always enjoy the conversation. Great to hear your voice. And we will chase you down when the next big news story breaks. Thanks for the time. Of course. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Yeah, David does a good job. I mean, listen, what do you think about his defensive Garoppolo there, though? Well, and I mean, if people are just tuning in, they're like, why are they talking Jimmy G? It was just an organic conversation Marcus and I had where we were just wowed by the deep ball. Like, wow. And I think I was the one who opened it up by saying, listen, I defended Jimmy for all those years, and now I see what was missing, and you kind of gloated, right? You took a victory lap.
Yeah, because, again, that's something that I got called a hater for that I would call out a lot, because that was just not part of his repertoire. Hey, we need some more hate in this world, Murph. But I think a lot of 49er fans were kind of in that same mindset as you. It's like we joked about the Garoppolo goggles that everybody had on.
He's a supermodel.
And that's right. And like Jimmy did a lot of good things for this team. They won a lot of ball games, but he's not that good of a quarterback. I'm just being completely honest with you.
Did you just hear what Lombardi said?
I did, but he also backed it up by saying how much better Brock Purdy is. So when you're explaining the difference and saying that he's elite, he's an all-timer, no, he's just a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo.
So it's the two things can be equally true. Brock is playing at an elite level, and Jimmy played at a very good level. Are you? I thought that the Jimmy haters said they would have said Jimmy wasn't even very good.
Jimmy was serviceable. You could win with Jimmy, but he wasn't going to go out there and win games for you.
How was dinner last night? Serviceable.
Serviceable. I mean, that's kind of what he was in my mold, and you're seeing him outside of the system now. It's a lot different.
How was the movie? Serviceable.
Yeah.
Yes. Somebody told me that, one of my conversations in Dublin with the great Ken Early of Second Captains, he said he had gone to see Napoleon. I go, what was it? He didn't say serviceable. Mm-hmm. He said, in other words, start with S. He said shite.
Yeah, and I understand that. And that's why that's the question I wanted to ask David about. I know he got dropped off a little bit, but that's the difference, because it did seem like Jimmy Garoppolo was just throwing to a spot, throwing to where Kyle Shanahan told him to throw the ball, and that's why everybody's so kind of enamored with the Kyle Shanahan system, and they think Brock Purdy's doing the same thing. No, he's taking the system to a whole new level, Murph.
Well, it's just something to behold, and yet you got to do it. You got to do it every week, baby. You can't go to Arizona. It's interesting to hear David say, in a way, you know what? Rest some guys against the Cardinals. Like, damn, man. No.
13.5 points.
I know, but dude, any given Tuesday? Is that the only day they're not playing?
Yeah, Tuesdays and Wednesdays, Murph,
at least enough.
because those are tourney nights, Murph. You know that.
If we were doing this show in the Mid-American Conference, I could say any given Tuesday.
Let's get some action, baby. Let's get some action going.
There you go. Two things. One, we have Def Leppard, Journey, and Steve Mailer Band tickets. You kidding me? We're flying Greg Cosell out for that show. Although I'd say he draws the line at Leopard. I don't think he goes Leopard, but I think he would go Journey, Steve Miller. What he would do is Steve Miller and Journey would play, and then he would bail before Leopard. That's what he would do. But anyway, when you hear a rejoin, it's up to young Tony. He's going to play one of those three bands, any one of those three bands. You call 415-896-KNBR. And by the way, if you're pissed you didn't win today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. But we haven't done it yet, so stay tuned. And then Andy McCulla, the great baseball writer who said the best baseball player in the world, just joined the most successful franchise in the sport's recent history. We'll debate that next on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Rafael, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Rafael's sports leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Shohei Otani is a Dodger.
Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfuckers.
I don't think either of us were. So to check out Murph's latest jock blog of Shohei to the Dodgers and what this means for the next 10 years of Giants baseball, check out that story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Giants gamers, Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving on the sports leader and streaming live on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Well, there it is. The theme of the weekend. If you truly believed Shohei Otani was going to be a Giant, you can play this. If you lived in the real world, you probably never bought in. Although, rumor was he came by. That Buster Posey and Farhan Zaidi were seen wearing crisp dress shirts was the description. What a waste of a crisp dress shirt, by the way.
And Murph, he followed Logan Webb on Instagram.
That's right.
That was supposed to tell us everything. What happened?
Well, let's live in the real world. Andy McCulla of The Athletic, who does a great job covering baseball and wrote the piece. The headline kind of sums it up. So does his lead. For Shohei Otani, the Dodgers are everything the Angels were not. Many angles to this, Andy. I want to thank you for hopping on the Murph and Marcus show. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher, up here on the Giants flagship, who, I guess, Andy, aren't even being mentioned as a runner-up in all this. They're saying it's the Blue Jays. So, good morning, Andy. Were the Giants ever in it, Andy?
I mean, look, the thing with I guess I'll say no is the short answer, but yes, because, here's the thing about Otani is if you look at this from 30,000 feet, it never made sense for him to go anywhere besides the Dodgers, right? This is a person who's considered a creature of comfort. He had established kind of Southern California as his home base. The Dodgers are more or less the most successful franchise in baseball over the last, 10 to 15, I guess 10 years. Let's not say 15 years. I remember what happened in the early 2010s. But they're the premier franchise, right? And so if they could make the money work, it was always going to be the Dodgers. I think because Otani was so circumspect about revealing what exactly he wanted, you could allow yourself to believe, maybe he wants to go to the Giants. Maybe he doesn't want to, pull the, not to be rude to Kevin Durant, but pull the Kevin Durant thing and go to the best team. He wants to be the sort of, he wants to be a band of one. Who knows? And so within that within that sort of environment in which you don't really know what the guy wants, the Giants, make some sense. But if you think about it, right, if the guy wants to win, if he wants to get paid a ton of money, who better than the Dodgers to offer him that?
Yeah, it's incredible. We'll get into the contract numbers in just a second here, Andy, but I wanted to ask just sort of a small picture question from last weekend just to settle the drama. The private jet from Santa Ana to Toronto, how caught up in that did you get into it, or The Athletic get into it? And I guess the shorter question too, were the Blue Jays really in it? Or I kind of feel like, were they the Giants in the Aaron Judge sweepstakes that somebody Shohei was using?
Yeah. I think using is a bit strong. I think, we'll have to see. The thing with Otani with Judge is he was so sort of transparently using various teams to get more money, from the Yankees, planning the videographer at the hotel and all that sort of stuff. And so I do think that Otani had genuine interest in the Blue Jays. We did report, that while he was not on the flight with the Shark Tank guy, he was believed to have met with their brass at their facility in Dunedin, Florida, to take a look at their, sort of glistening spring training place. So I think the Blue Jays were like a live option. But again, like if you just think about it, why would he pick the Blue Jays over the Dodgers? Especially if the Dodgers were willing to go to $700 million, and especially if Otani was willing to defer the money, which I assume the reason we haven't heard anything from the Dodgers since the deal that Otani announced the deal is because Stan Kasten and Andrew Friedman have not gotten up from fainting when they were told that Otani was willing to defer the money, because that is something they have been trying to do for big picture free agents for years, and no one's ever really gone for it.
Yeah, and Andy, it seems like, especially out here in San Francisco, where everybody was trying to read the tea leaves of where Shohei was going to end up. We know about the Dodgers' history with Shohei Otani, going all the way back to when he was in high school. So tell us how big of an impact that made, because we were sitting here last offseason watching the Dodgers essentially being inactive, kind of thinking the same thing, that they're planning for the Shohei Otani sweepstakes in 2023.
Yeah, it's hard to know how much, from Otani's perspective, their sort of decade-long pursuit of him mattered to him. I mean, Otani hasn't talked since August 9th, so why he did this, we're filling a vacuum until he actually vocalizes it. But the franchise has made very clear now on 3 occasions, right? First when he was coming out of high school, then when he came over before the 2018 season, they want him very badly. And, they, as you said, they kind of sat out the market last winter. They were doing their sort of standard being around the backboard approach to a lot of the shortstop class. And like, if Dansby Swanson theoretically had been available for like 5 for 85, 5 for 90, they might have jumped in there. But once they saw the numbers on even Swanson, I think it ended up being 175, right? They just weren't going to play in that sort of market. And the idea was to be prepared to have as much space possible for Otani. And, they maximized it. I mean, the deal they gave him is pretty crazy, although with the deferrals, it'll be interesting to see what the exact deferrals are and how much like real value dollars he's getting. But either way, they got the player. So it's a successful gambit.
Yeah, that was going to follow up on that, Andy. We're talking to Andy McCulla of The Athletic, one of the great baseball writers. Everybody should read him at The Athletic. Is about the deference. And I guess the question is they have room for play? Is it your understanding that the way this contract is structured, they do have room to keep adding?
They do. They're going to be over the tax this year, for sure. They do have some room. I do think it makes it tougher for them to win the Yamamoto bidding, especially if, Steve Cohen and the New York Yankees, who are both, sort of up and running when it comes to Yamamoto, are going to be in there. But yeah, they do have the ability to add, and I think it makes probably the most sense for them to start thinking about adding via trade. So like Tyler Glasnow comes to mind, Dylan Cease comes to mind. They continue to harbor, the long shot chance of the deal with Milwaukee for theoretically Corbin Burns and Willy Adames, the shortstop. So yeah, I suspect they will continue adding, just because their rotation is like short right now. They do not have enough arms. So, and even if they do re-sign Clayton Kershaw, he is unlikely to pitch until midsummer if he makes it back, this year at all.
Wow. Yeah, and Andy, to your point, we know that Yamamoto is meeting with a bunch of different teams today. I actually wanted to ask you about another Japanese pitcher, Roki Sasaki, who we saw in the World Baseball Classic last year, 22-year-old phenom. There were some conflicting reports this weekend that he might be posted as a MLB free agent. Do you have any updates on Roki Sasaki?
So I can only go with my good friend and former colleague at the LA Times, Dylan Hernandez's read on this. Dylan, is Japanese and sort of understands that world far better than I do. And the way he has framed it is that while Sasaki has requested to be posted, his team in NPB is unlikely to do so. But it's still pretty early in that process, and so I think it's a bit fluid. But the way Dylan framed it, and I tend to trust Dylan only when it comes to Japanese baseball, because he knows very little about anything else, is in terms of, is that Chiba Lotte is unlikely to post him. But I guess we'll see. I don't have great insight on that just yet.
It does feel like, Andy, we're in this sort of, I don't know, super team, I don't know, like the NBA. But, if you look at it big picture right now in Major League Baseball, the Yankees getting Juan Soto. So you go, I keep conjuring up these images of you go to a game, and before the game, the guys who come out and trot up the steps to do their pregame warm-ups. And here comes Judge, Stanton, and Soto trotting up the steps and getting their rubber bands out and stretching, And then here comes Otani, Freeman, and Betts trotting up the steps. And then maybe Atlanta. You could say Atlanta with Acuna and Olsen and that crew. Is that Is that are we going super teams only at this point in time now? I mean, right now I'd say, Andy, doesn't baseball want a Yankee-Dodger World Series at this point in time? You want Judge and Soto against Otani and Betts?
I mean, baseball always wants that because that's the most eyeballs, right? Like, that's what baseball wants all the time. Baseball will be very happy with the San Francisco Giants being a super team as well, I think, because that's obviously a big market. But, is that what the people who run, like Fox want? Of course. Yeah. I do think, as the sport proves every year, is that you mention all those super teams, and then the team representing the National League in the World Series had Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, and, Tommy Pham in the top three of their lineup. And so, stuff happens. But, I think that the movement this winter has been, the Goliaths getting stronger. The Yankees obviously are a fairly wounded Goliath after last season, but I can understand why fans in smaller markets would be very frustrated to see, Soto going to the Yankees, Otani going to the Dodgers, Yamamoto going to the Mets, and being like, this sucks, we can't do anything. But everyone knows that free agency is an inefficient way to build your team. Free agency tends to work out poorly. I'm not saying that those players, are going to suck when they get on their new teams, but it's a sort of thing that we all know every year during the season that free agency is probably not the best way to build teams. And then you watch, a bunch of big market clubs, sap up all the big time players, and it's like, oh, the sport needs a salary cap. It's like, I don't know. The sport kind of proves every year that they don't need a salary cap.
This is true.
And Andy, to your point, whether you're looking at it from a perspective of a small market or even a big market like out here in San Francisco, Giants fans are frustrated because year after year after year, it seems like they're swinging and missing on a superstar coming to the Bay Area. Whether we're talking about Bryce Harper, Giancarlo Stanton, Aaron Judge, the list goes on and on and on. So which way do the Giants pivot now after missing out on the Shohei Otani sweepstake?
Yeah, they continue to be in this unenviable position of sort of having to do something. So obviously Cody Bellinger is an idea. Matt Chapman, Blake Snell. All the big names on the market. I believe they're in on Yamamoto as well, although I don't know if they're going to be willing to get into, like the three Bills territory that it might end up being. So I suspect they will come back with a big ticket, 9-figure deal, one, if not two. The question though is does that player move the needle in the way that Judge would have, that Harper would have, that Otani would have? Probably not, right? Like Cody Bellinger, if he's healthy and, is doing all the things he's capable of doing, he's like a 5, 6, 7, 8 win player. He's the MVP in 2019. He also has, significant flaws as a hitter. The same can be said of Matt Chapman, who, his defense is backed up a little bit at third base, and he's always had a bit of challenges, staying consistent. Blake Snell every other year seems to win the Cy Young, and the year in between has like a 4.5 ERA. So, again, it's why building in free agency is tough. But the Giants are obviously facing a good bit of pressure to change the discussion around the team, right?
Yeah, last one for you, Andy. Andy McCulla of The Athletic here with a great story on Shohei Otani and everything jumping from the Angels to the Dodgers. Is what's interesting to us? Like the Giants, to your point, have been desperate. The franchise needs a rudder, needs a direction. You saw the attendance. Like one of the big stories here is the attendance has dropped to historically low levels at Oracle Park.
Yeah,
that's been a cash cow for 20 years, and it hasn't the last 2 years. What is interesting to me is I think the Dodgers didn't need Shohei financially, right? The brand, stadium, it's all filled. They would be filled next year without Shohei.
So totally. I think, and that's the one thing that he's not going to change ticket sales. Maybe they can charge
that's what's
more,
interesting.
But they sell that place out. They can probably charge more, and good for them, I guess. But you're talking about sponsorships in Japan. I was hearing, during the summer, executives with other teams saying that they were being told that the Dodgers were already lining up sponsorships that would effectively offset whatever they're going to pay Otani. That they can now that's third hand nonsense, right?
Yeah.
Who knows if they're actually doing that? But that was what people in the game understood as the marketing potential of Otani, is that $700 million, especially when it's deferred, they'll make that back off him in various forms, whether it's jersey sales, here and abroad, all that sort of stuff. And so, for the Giants, right, he's a huge ticket boost. I think for any franchise, though, he's a huge boost of attention, eyeballs, and all that leads to, of course, dollars.
Yeah, and everything is all going to come back to Shohei Otani, the jersey sales, the ticket prices, everything. And that's why I wanted to ask you just one last big picture question, because obviously here in the Bay Area, Shohei signing with the Dodgers is bad for the Giants. But from a national perspective, would you say that this move is good for baseball?
Yeah, I mean, I think so, in that the problem with Otani over the past 6 years is he's never played in the postseason. And the sport has never been able to showcase him in a meaningful setting. I mean, think about how excited people were to watch him close out the WBC, right, against Mike Trout. And again, this is a WBC, a tournament that like 8 years ago everyone made fun of all the time, right? And like Otani, in part, he's not the sole reason, but that moment there helped solidify the WBC as like a legitimate event. And so if the sport is looking to market itself, if it's looking to get its best player in front of the most eyeballs, you want him on the best, if not, or one of the best, if not the best team. You want him playing in October. You want him batting third for the Dodgers in a postseason game, and theoretically, I guess he'd be leading off and, starting that night as well. I have some doubts about his ability to get back pitching again, but he tends to prove people wrong, so we'll see about that. But either way, even if he's just a hitter, even if he's just a DH, even if he, converts to the outfield or something, his bat is so electric and his presence is so sort of meaningful that, getting him in front of as many people as possible is, I think, good for baseball.
It's why maybe we might see him in October for the very first time. So, Andy, always enjoy your baseball writing. Thanks for hopping on and sharing some thoughts, and we'll chase you down in the future. Appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks, Andy.
Thanks. Yeah, anytime, guys. Have a good one.
Yeah, Andy McCulla is a really good baseball writer. He was the Dodgers. I think he started in Kansas City, actually, covering the Royals way back during the Giants Royals World Series. Then he came to the LA Times. Always read him. He's a really good baseball writer. And, it's funny, one angle we haven't explored is the Angels. We haven't talked Tommy Tolbert's Angels.
Which is hilarious since they're so close to each other. But even like that question there, it's like, it's good to get Otani on the big marquee. What are they, like an hour away from each other?
Less than that.
Less than that, Murph. But it's what I said earlier. People go to Anaheim to go to Disneyland.
Yeah.
They're not going for Angels games.
It is amazing that Otani and Mike Trout played 6 seasons together and never had a winning record.
They didn't sniff the postseason.
Waterboy, they never had a winning record. Never had a winning record. So
make it make sense. How?
Make it make sense indeed.
It doesn't. The math ain't mathing,
No,
Murph.
it isn't. So it's pitching. And guys, like I said,
Otani's a pitcher too.
The only two things I would say, and I want to follow up on that real quick, but I said, when I was at Cobblestone Pub in Dublin, pints deep, my kids hitting me over and over. I need your reaction. I'm like, well, number one, I'm not in a position to give you a reaction. Then I said, number two, I never expected it to happen. And number three, go win the West D-back style. Go be, but where's your Corbin Carroll, right?
Yeah.
Where's your, so anyway, there are ways in baseball to get around. I mean, Otani and Trout just missed the playoffs for 6 straight years. Those are the two best players of our lives.
Yeah, and the Diamondbacks, to your point, were in the World Series.
Exactly.
How does that make sense? But real quick, what did you want to ask about Otani pitching?
Yeah, pitching. I want to ask, it's something we haven't really talked about. And Andy just brushed up against it at the end there. He said, I don't think he'll pitch again, but who knows? It's like, have we even thought about is he going to pitch again?
Well, that's the thing. That's so weird about this secrecy of Shohei Otani and him having this $700 million contract on the verge of him having another elbow surgery.
Yeah, 2 now.
Now, I've looked a lot into this. Like, every time someone talks about it, they're very vague. They don't specifically say that it was another Tommy John surgery. It's just another elbow procedure. But again, as we pointed out earlier, we saw Nathan Eovaldi pitching for Bruce Bochy every 4th day. He's had 2 Tommy John surgeries, so it's possible to come back.
I think Brian Wilson had 2.
Yeah, he did. So he had 2 surgeries. Even if he doesn't come back as a starter, you could put him in as a closer, like we saw in the WBC. and this whole take about, Shohei Otani is just a $70 million DH. Do we really think if Shohei wanted to, he could play center field?
Yeah.
He snags 20 bags a game. The only reason why he doesn't play defense is to limit him from getting injured. That's the only thing that's stopping him from being an all-around player.
I had heard from somebody.
He's a 5-tool guy. Come on.
I had heard from somebody in the game. They said that he would give up pitching, at some point along the way. So you knew you were going to get it. But again, what Andy just said to us, number one, a lot of that money's deferred, so it's not going to be $70 million on the Dodgers payroll next year. That's a misnomer. And 2, the sponsorships deals in Japan already defraying the cost. Already. So it's like you're not spending $700 million. You're not. You're getting deferred money from him, and you're getting money from Japan.
So, Murph, you're saying the Dodgers are going to somewhat break even.
Nice. Hey, drop the mic there, buddy. Okay, we got to get out of this negative thought, although something just came across Twitter that might caused a little reaction. NFL news on the other side, and back into the deep ball. Deep Bo Samuel. Next on KMBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Center.
Good morning, Seamheads. Murph and Marcus keep rolling. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the Sports Leader.
It always amused me. I have these cultural stereotypes. Let's get racial up in this piece. It always amuses me that the country of England, if you've ever been to England, like it doesn't scream hair metal. Like England does not scream hair. Like it's like when you go to England, Marcus, and you'll take one of these vacations one of these days to blow some steam off, and you go to like Shakespeare's hometown. It's like these little stone bridges and little stone cottages, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, here's where Shakespeare wrote this and that. And then it produces something like this. It makes me laugh. It's the most non-English thing of all time. Hair metal. And they rocked the Union Jack big time on stage. It was on their album covers and on their torn T-shirts and all that. So anyway, if you know, you know. Mm-hmm. If you know, you know. And then we'll tell you what happens in just a minute here. Okay, I teased two things here for you. one, a little talk on Niners explosive plays, but this is the one, dude, and if it comes from TMZ, I believe it. By the way, when's TMZ ever wrong? Are they right all the time?
Are they the most credible news source in the country? Maybe they should have been broken the Shohei Otani news instead of us watching flight patterns out to Toronto.
By the way, who did break it? Was it?
It was Otani himself on Instagram.
He pulled it off.
He posted it. He posted a Dodger logo, gave like a long little speech.
He posted the LA thing, huh?
Yeah. Damn. Right in our face, Murph.
Again, I was at the cobblestone. I was like, I can't deal with this right now.
They're all sideline Army Navy getting
sideline Army Navy.
The cannons being fired off right next to me.
And Holler told you?
And Mike Holler kind of elbow nudges me. I was like,
what did he say?
I was like, get the hell out of here, bro. He's like, Shohei's to the Dodgers. I told you. I was like, bro, we're at the Army-Navy game. Give me 2-3 hours to just digest it. We'll talk about this later.
Yeah, man, oh, man. Okay, so that's one thing TMZ did not break, but they are breaking this. According to TMZ, your boy, Aaron Rodgers, will be cleared to play Christmas Eve against the Washington Commanders.
Uh-oh.
That's according to TMZ.
Here comes A-Rod.
Well, this would be the fastest recovery from a ruptured Achilles tendon ever. He said if you didn't think he tore his Achilles, he had 3 letters from the alphabet for you. The first one was G and the last one was Y. He would, however, there is a codicil. There's one little caveat in this. They say if the Jets lose their next game and are further from the playoffs, that might discourage them from playing him. But if he could come back and lead a possible Jets run to the Super Bowl, listen, who am I? Who am I? Am I Marcus Welby? Am I George Clooney in ER? I'm no doctor, all right? But my whole thing is, dude, I can't imagine that he will come back and be effective unless we've made that much progress in medicine these days. Listen, Brock Purdy, I mean, you were here last January. You and Kruko were on the air together going, no, you can't come back from Tommy John that fast.
I mean, honestly, when Brock got hurt last year, there was a real possibility that he would still be on the sideline right now. We'd be talking about a Sam Darnold, Trey Lance battle for the QB1 job. But the fact that he came back in 6 months is insane. We've seen it before with Cam Akers. Now Cam also did get hurt again and tore his Achilles for the second time this season.
He did.
So he came back and rushed back early. But Murph, to your point, when you are looking at the AFC playoff picture, right now the New York Jets are currently 5-8. The last wild card team is a tie between the Colts, Gardner Minshew, and the Steelers with Mitch Trubisky with a 7-6 record. So they're 2 games back in the AFC wild card race.
And there are 4 teams also at 7-6. CJ Stroud's Houston Texans, although he got a concussion, hard to hear.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm telling you right now, and go ahead. Here's my hot take. You tuned in for a hot take today, baby. And it ain't about Shane McGowan's funeral, which, by the way, I am doing my post-show symposium on Shane McGowan's funeral, which may be the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. But anyway, the Denver Broncos, Sean Payton, NFL Coach of the Year.
Broncos country, let's rock.
Honestly, 70 points in September. And we said, what a joke. Russ is washed. Payton's washed. His comments that over the summer ripping, what's his face?
Nathaniel Hackett, yeah.
We're so out of line. Dude, they're 7-6. They're a game out in the AFC West.
They've got the longest winning streak in the NFL right now.
Honestly, who would be the NFL Coach of the Year right now? I mean, listen, to be written, but Peyton's in the discussion. He's got to be.
Yeah, I mean, the way that they turn this around is that's a good story too. But if the Broncos are in the playoffs and D'Amico isn't, I think it's a real possibility, Murph. Right. But here we were a couple weeks ago talking about maybe them being the worst defense in NFL history.
70 points.
Since then, they've been one of the better defenses.
Inspirational. The other 7-6 teams are Jake Browning, Cincinnati Bengals. Shout out Folsom High.
Oh yeah.
And the Buffalo Bills, who just conveniently had Kadarius Toney line up offsides yesterday. So 7-6, and then you go down to the Chargers, the Jets, and whoa. You talking Las Vegas?
Whoa, you talking 0 points in 4 quarters?
5-8. And also, what was the game before that? You guys didn't have a huge output prior to that, did you?
Oh, they lost.
I think you guys were on a 2-game
before.
I think it's a 2-game skid,
They're
isn't
on
it?
a bye week, Murph. It's all just blending together. I'm just ready for the season to be over.
Josh Dubow. You guys scored 17 against the Chiefs, but it was all in the first half, right?
Yeah.
You guys have scored 3 points in your last 6 quarters.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And as much as
yeah.
Thanks for breaking the news to me,
face, dude. The look on your face.
Well, yeah, it's because you guys know I was never a Jimmy Garoppolo guy. I'm not an Aiden O'Connell guy either. Like the Raiders got so many problems with that offense.
David Lombardi came on our ears and defended Jimmy G.
Yeah,
defended him.
He defends the Niners a lot.
He's consistent.
Shout out David.
He was consistent. He was good on the radio too. So anyway, guys, Aaron Rodgers, according to TMZ, expected to be medically cleared by Christmas Eve. against the Commanders. And for those who know, it was Christmas Eve, babe, in the drunk tank. Oh, that's McGowan's funeral again. I know.
Nice.
I'm going to force it into the cooler of content just because we have to. It was one of the greatest. Shane McGowan's one of the greatest Irish musicians of all time. He died. His funeral happened to be when I was in Dublin. It was crazy. And they had the best musicians in the world under a church roof rocking their cojones off. People dancing in the aisles at a Catholic church funeral for Shane McGowan. So everybody go. I put it on my Twitter. I put the Fairy Tale in New York. Remember we said that the Kelsey brothers recorded a version of it? You found it. You
that's
dialed
right.
it up, buddy.
You
dialed it up.
They did a Christmas version.
Yeah.
But Murph, just like you're explaining this to me, can we just put this in a big picture that in the last 3 days, you were in Ireland, I was in Boston, Otani's a Dodger, 49ers have the number 1 seed in the NFC.
A lot going on.
What a world we're living in.
There always is a lot going on. And I'm interested, too, in the Niners falling behind in the first quarter in both Philadelphia and Santa Clara against the Seahawks and coming back to win comfortably. Because when they lost in Cleveland and Minnesota, we were freaked out that the game started slow. We were like, oh, the game started slow. What are we doing to start slow? And they're like, panic. And Purdy threw those picks and everything. So these are 2 games in a row where they started slow and then gained steam. And the reason is the big play.
Yeah, the big play.
They now have the big play that they did not used to have.
And you talk about
everybody's picturing Emmanuel Sanders right now in the Super Bowl. But all 4 of their big playmakers had plays of 44 yards or more yesterday. That's obviously McCaffrey, Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and George Kittle. And dude, we got to talk about Debo for a second.
We do,
I told
because
you, Deep Bo, as I'm calling him here, 5 touchdowns in his last 2 games. That's a lot of touchdowns in 2 games, buddy, for a wide receiver. No wide receiver since T.O. in 2001 has had 5 touchdowns in 2 games.
I mean, what he's doing right now truly is we thought we saw the best of Debo the year before he got his contract. Then last year, he even called himself out, saying that I'll never put that trash on tape again. But Murph, you just brought up the slow starts in Cleveland, the slow start in Minnesota, even the week after against the Cincinnati Bengals. What's the common theme there? There was no Debo Samuel. There was no Trent Williams. So you see, with these guys back in the lineup, this offense looks damn near unstoppable.
Yeah. Brock Purdy had that day yesterday and did not advance in the NFL MVP conversation. Now, again, doesn't matter what the Vegas odds are.
It doesn't.
It's just a fun talking point. But literally this morning in Vegas, Dak is a heavier favorite. So in other words, you can get a little money, a little value on Purdy.
That's it, but
I don't think he's going to win. I don't think the NFL voters, and Greg was talking about this last night on TV, the 50 NFL writers, I don't think they're ready to crown Brock Purdy.
Why not?
Don't.
Why? Because he was the last pick in the draft?
Yeah.
So what about Tom Brady? He was a 6th-rounder. He wouldn't win MVPs.
When did he win his first one? It feels like you almost kind of pay your dues for a little bit. I don't know. Listen, I could be wrong. Listen, I've been wrong a million times.
But how many years was Patrick Mahomes in the league before he won his first MVP?
Yeah, there was something different about the way Mahomes
but
did
people
it, right?
didn't hold it against him for having Tyreek Hill and Travis Kelce and all the weapons at his disposal.
He did it. It was so obvious that he was. 2002 was Brady's first MVP, so that was not his first year. 2000, 2001. No, I don't have him winning the MVP. No, he didn't win it until 07, buddy. 02 was Rich Gannon. Come on, young Tony. Come on, kid. Come on. There'll be push-ups later on in the show. Brady didn't win one until 07. How about that? He had to watch your boy Rich Gannon win it.
That's it, because Brady had to shake off the stank of being a late-round draft pick.
Well, and because Vinatieri made him who he was. Right? So,
thank you.
Anyway, listen, it could be, if Purdy goes out and dazzles against the Ravens on Christmas night and things like that, and they finish 14-3, and they're the 1 seed,
But again, to me, it doesn't add up, because yesterday, obviously, Sunday Night Football, big stage for Dak Prescott and the Cowboys to beat the Eagles. But all right, we saw Brock Purdy in America's Game of the Week beat the Eagles. We saw him do the same thing against the Dallas Cowboys. So, just because the Cowboys beat the Eagles in December versus the 49ers beating the Eagles and the Cowboys in November, that gives them the edge in the MVP conversation?
Frequently, this stuff is written down the stretch, too. What if Dak goes and loses his next 2? I mean, Dallas has tough games coming up.
They got Buffalo coming up. I know that for sure,
and as long as Buffalo's going to make sure somebody lines up offsides in that one for sure. What do you got here? The Cowboys' schedule going forward, guys, is not... that's a Sunday afternoon game. Cowboys-Bills in Buffalo, guys. So there's some snow there.
Cowboys-Dolphins.
And then Cowboys-Dolphins. And then Lions-Cowboys.
Yeah.
Although the Lions. Who? Give me a Mike McDaniel on the Lions.
They've been falling back a little bit, too.
Poor guys. Who? So they go at the Bills, at the Dolphins. not like playing in Miami is a hostile environment. It's never been a hostile environment. Even in the heyday of Dan Marino and Bob Greasy and all that, it was never a hard place to play other than humidity.
I was going to say, and the way that they have set up their stadium so where they have a roof that has shade only over the home team side.
Is that right?
Yeah, oh yeah. So the opposing sideline will be like 30 to 40 degrees hotter. Maybe Levi Stadium should invest in a sun shadow on one side of the stadium.
I think there's something about like planes flying overhead. You can't do that.
There's height requirements or something.
By the way, when you do go to Miami, though, there is some hostility. There are people down there looking to win.
Hey, where are the Marlins hats?
There it is, buddy.
That's it.
There it is. Thank you, young Tony. You're learning, buddy. You're learning.
Go get Dak a Marlins hat.
You're learning, man. All right. So anyway, we'll see. But again, I joked about this earlier in the show. We make such a big deal about NFL MVP. It's such a huge talking point in sports talk radio. They give it out the Saturday night before the Super Bowl. Nobody really pays attention. Then we go on to the bowl the next day. Like, who won the MVP? Like, I don't know. It's a bowl today, baby. Let's go.
Like, Murph, to your point, how much does the Heisman talk steer the college football narrative? And
can I get Mike McDaniel? What? On the Heisman? Yeah, I mean, seriously.
The Heisman?
Dude, so obviously, I was out of pocket this weekend here, but I got back this morning and I was going through one of those morning newsletters of the stories of the weekend, and like the 11th story was Jaden Daniels win the Heisman. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, by the way, he threw 50 touchdown passes this year. Yeah, he's your Heisman.
Yeah, good job for him, and congrats, but nobody knew.
Nobody.
Now, you were in... It's always given out after the Army-Navy game, right?
It is.
It's the Army-Navy game feeds into that, right?
Everybody had their attention on LeBron James being the first ever in-season tournament cup winner and MVP.
Hey, real talk, your dude is balling out. LeBron's playing some ball, man. He's
I can't tell you how annoyed I was to hop on Twitter and people are like, he's the first ever regular season MVP, finals MVP, and now in-season MVP. I was like, yeah, there's only been one tournament, Murph. There's only been one.
Man, that's pretty funny.
The hell out of here.
Oh, my God. So we managed to avoid talking about Shohei as a Dodger there for a second.
Yeah.
So
how about Shohei and LeBron being in the same town?
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, oh boy. Yeah. All right, this is our life.
Are you going to now hate Shohei as much as LeBron?
Where are the dominoes falling with the Giants? Supposed to be the dominoes. Where's the dominoes? Where's my ice cube? Domino, mother, father. All right, guys. Well, it was mostly a fun morning, other than Shohei. Good to vent. Good to be back. Welcome back from Boston, buddy.
Welcome back from Ireland.
I like the quarter zip.
Thank you.
Dude, biting my style. Maybe I should start dressing like Marcus.
I'm quarter zip Murph now.
Yeah.
I'll get you a couple Santa Cruz hoodies.
Okay, we'll hand it over to Papa in London. Obviously, we'll be talking Niners. By the way, David Lombardi already laid this weekend. We're going to rest some guys. Mooney Ward, Javon Hargrave. Yeah, because he's circling the Ravens game.
Uh-oh, trap game.
I know I've said that, but they are 13.5-point favorites. How'd the Cardinals do yesterday? I'm lost.
Who gives a damn what the Cardinals are doing? I think they were on a bye week last week.
Was there a bye week last week?
Cardinals having 2 weeks to prepare for the 49ers. Yeah, I don't think they played this past weekend.
All right, you're the Thursday night game coming up by Chargers, 5-8 teams.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can score because Justin Herbert's got a broken finger now.
That's right. All right, hand it over to Papa in London. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the KNBR app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I think young Tony just discovered this song. Now he's all excited. He found Everybody Hurts.
He's like, I want to see you hurt, Murph. I want to see you hurt.
Man, we got to give higher energy for Papa and Lund. Hey, want to shout out, is it Daniel and Katati? Is that right?
Daniel and Katati. Congrats.
Def Leppard's signature song, Pour Some Sugar on Me, and called in, won the tickets to the Def Leppard Journey and Steve Miller. We'll do it every day this week. Could be Miller, could be Journey, could be Leppard. Got to listen for the rejoin.
It could be. And Murph, I can tell you as a man that has experienced the Katati crawl quite a few times, I've heard a little Pour Some Sugar on Me up in Katati.
Why not? It's like I said, it's a good old time. It's a good old, get your Union Jack sleeveless shirt on. All right, guys, we did it. Shohei's a Dodger. I can't change that. All I can do is say thanks to young Tony and Casey for working today and tell you when it's time for a change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Your trusted oil change tune-up and brake experts. You are listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Prepare yourself.
prepare yourselves
I love it when you call me Big Pop.
for Greg Papa
Sleeping Boy is Superman. San Francisco.
and John Lund.
It's 10 o'clock. Let's hit it.
This is Papa and Lund
That's right. We're getting it going.
on KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
Here is a toss going the other way, away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Witherspoon, he cuts inside on him and just get all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite! McCaffrey needs a playoff, so J.P. Mason is in, and they're going to give it to him off the right side. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The closer with the vision.
Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo Samuel on a burner post.
Purdy under center. Lone back McCaffrey 8 yards. Debo comes. They give it to Debo on the handoff. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little jet action, a little gadget action for Debo Samuel.
Play action to him. Purdy going to throw it on the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
Yeah, well, I mean, we got so many guys who can get such big plays on little plays. You know, we went for a big play early in the game, tried to get George and BA down the middle, and the two hook defenders were deep in the safety. And some of my favorite plays by Brock on the day, because he just went to a check down, which was the right answer, and Debo was a 5-yard check down, and he got 30 on it. So it's, I mean, that happens on a lot of our stuff. And then the more they come up, then you can kind of get those easy big plays.
There's Kyle Shanahan. There are a lot of touchdown calls. The 49ers beat the Seahawks 28-16, and the Cowboys beat the Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday Night Football. That means right now the 49ers are the number one seed with a month to go in the NFL. We'll get into that. All about explosive plays. Who's the bigger threat in the NFC? The conversation for MVP is coming around. Oh, yeah, Otani to the Dodgers. What a wild day Friday was into Monday. We'll talk about the weekend with that as well. And the Warriors lose to OKC. And, oh, by the way, the Suns are going to be whole just in time to play the Warriors. We got a lot going on a Monday. Great guest list as always. Good morning, my friend.
Oh, by the way, Otani's a Dodger?
Yeah. Whatever.
Are you out of your mind?
Whatever.
Whatever? I mean, after Friday's events, and J.P. Morosi, the Pope, he hardly ever misspeaks or misreports, but Friday was a fiasco. That Shohei's on a flight to Toronto. He wasn't at all. He stayed in Southern California. And then right after 49er walkthrough on Saturday at 12:08, the phone's blowing up. $700 million. We'll get into it for a 10-year deal. A lot of it's deferred. It's a transformative contract, obviously, in the history of American sport. And then we watched the Lakers throw on goggles and celebrate like they won the NBA championship on Saturday night when they won the in-season tournament. LeBron was playing great. So it was a little bit of what's going on with L.A., but then the Rams lose on a walk-off punt in overtime, 76-yarder. They gave Baltimore a battle, and they fall to 6-7. So the Niners have not yet wrapped up their second straight NFC West. They've not quite conquered the West, but they beat Seattle. The Rams lose. They're both 6-7, and the Niners are 10-3. And it didn't take long. Hopefully you were in your seat on time yesterday at 1:05 because it was a day of explosives. And to run that first play of the game, 19 kick, and have Brock check to it. That wasn't even Kyle's play call to open the game, so they got off the script on the first play of the game based on Seattle's box. And Jamal Adams, they just tossed it away from him. They picked on him in coverage with a deep shot to Debo. Both of those were targeting Jamal Adams, and they did give up too many explosives on the other end. The Niners are not only great exploding offensively, John, but they don't typically give up explosives. On defense, they did, but a lot of it was losing Charvarius Ward. But they settled in after that. Got to get an update from Kyle today on the condition of the groin for Mooney Man and the hammy for Javon Hargrave. You don't want to get injuries, but the way they exploded yesterday, and to do it against a Pete Carroll defense, it's just so unusual. And they've gotten away from their 4-3 front and their cover 3. But typically, they invented keeping the top on in the NFL. That's the Niners defense going back to Gus Bradley and Dan Quinn and all their different coordinators. And they were choking off the middle of the field yesterday, kind of the way they got back into the game against the Niners in the third quarter on Thanksgiving night, just squeezing the middle on Brock. George Kittle got lit up over the middle, thought he may be concussed, but he came back in. He bit his tongue, he said, right through a hole in his tongue, and he bled the entire game. Can you imagine that? Wear a mouth guard. Did he bite right through the mouth guard? And then the one Witherspoon got his hands on, they were choking over the middle. So what's the counter punch to that? Work the perimeter more and the deep shots. And there was just so many. I mean, 4 runs went for 10 yards or more, and that's the way they quantify explosives. And McCaffrey had them all, including the 72-yarder to open the game, John. But the 8 pass plays that they had for over 20 yards or more, the scramble drill to Ayuk, just went on and on. I mean, the Niners rolled up over 500 yards of offense yesterday, and over 400 came on 12 plays alone. Explosive.
Yeah, 12 plays, 407 yards, as you said, 72, 54, 45, 44, 30, 30, 27, 25, 25, 23, 20, and 12. Just unbelievable, explosive plays. And, you know, I thought this game would be a little bit closer. It was early. Seattle was desperate, but the 49ers just have too many matchup advantages over basically everybody, but especially Seattle. I thought Drew Lock looked good early, but he struggled late. The 49ers made the adjustment on DK after Mooney Ward came out of the game, and he didn't catch another pass after that 31-yard touchdown where he beat Ambry Thomas with 9:44 left in the first quarter, which probably why he was so frustrated and tackled Fred and got into that fracas and got kicked out. And then the night game Sunday, we actually heard our butts home. I got to see the whole second half and watch a little bit of the first half this morning as well. And Philly's got problems. It's not the same team. Defensively, they're not even close to what they were. And I think Dallas is the biggest threat in the NFC. I think they're a bigger threat than Philadelphia. We'll see what they do next week in Seattle. I expect that they would win that football game. And the 49ers have to win out to still get the top of the NFC. But Philadelphia is clearly not the same team that they were a year ago.
Well, I think we've been saying that for a while, but their schedule does lighten up. And they've got Seattle a week from tonight. They flexed that game, the first ever flex into Monday Night Football at Lumen Field. If they win that game, and Seattle's going to be desperate. I mean, they're almost at the point here. And, you know, we'll see what the Packers do tonight. The Rams lost yesterday. Somehow the Vikings won with Nick Mullins. So the Niners are not mathematically in the playoffs, but 3-0 game, but Minnesota did win the game. Wouldn't that be something if they play, if it's Brock Purdy against Nick Mullins in a playoff game at Levi's? We'll have to be careful about how we use our nicknames for that.
Rooster and BDN.
We could get in trouble.
Mullins! There you go, Nick Mullins.
But overall, I think Philadelphia could easily win out. And if they do win out, even though Dallas right now is the NFC East leader, because Dallas has 2 AFC teams coming up, Buffalo and Miami, and back-to-back. And the Bills-Kansas City game was wild, going right down to the end there. Buffalo beats Dallas in Orchard Park. Miami could beat them. So you want to be the 1 seed, and that's the way, hopefully it goes that way and the Niners win out. Baltimore's going to be a real battle. How good is Baltimore's defense after the Rams laid 31 on them yesterday? I thought their defense was the best in football, but we'll see.
That rain made that game weird, though. It was strange. I mean, Baltimore really only scored on like broken defensive plays because Rams guys were slipping all over. So that was kind of a weird one yesterday.
Well, it may rain here on Christmas night. Who knows? So, I mean, if the Niners run the table, they're going to be the 1 seed. And then you're looking at a scenario, and we want the 1 seed. There's no doubt that's the goal. You want to be off wild card weekend. You don't want to have to play an extra game. But you are looking at a strong possibility, if you are the 1 seed, of playing Dallas at some point in the playoffs, John, at the divisional round, assuming they win. And assuming it stays, the way last year we had an upset. The Giants beat Minnesota, and it kind of threw things off. But assuming, the top teams do win, and I'm not, we'll see if Detroit can win a playoff game. They could be the one that gets knocked out in the playoffs right away as a potential 3-6 matchup. We'll see. But you're looking at a possibility, and they beat them both badly, once here and once in South Philly. But as the 1 seed, there is a possibility. They want the 1 seed. That's the goal. That's where you are right now. If you win out, you're the 1 seed, and they're going to keep playing to win, and you're going to have to play your butts off to beat this Niner team right now, John. But you could get Dallas and Philadelphia back-to-back divisional weekend championship Sunday if you are the 1 seed.
Yeah, and the reason why you're saying that is because what would happen is the East winner is likely your 2 seed after the 49ers, and then the loser of the NFC East is then the 5 seed. Well, they'd play the NFC South winner, which, by the way, because Tampa won yesterday, that would be Tampa. You'd go to Tampa. But Philly or Dallas, they're winning that game. So then the lowest remaining seed would be that 5 seed if the 6-7 get knocked out. The 5 seed is the likely lowest remaining seed, which would mean that the 49ers would play either Dallas or Philadelphia. And then, as you said, likely the next weekend in the championship game, these games being all at home, if you win out, then you'd either play Philly, Dallas again. So it's not going to be an easy road in the NFC. Even if you get the first week off, it's probably Dallas or Philly. And then the NFC championship game, it's probably Dallas or Philly. So, it's going to be a tough road.
Unless Detroit gets upset, assuming that the West winner, the Niners, are 1-2, the East winners 1 is 2, whoever it's not, then Detroit would be 3. Minnesota could still catch Detroit. They play them twice more. 2 of the last 3 weeks are head-to-head. But with Minnesota's quarterback situation, we'll see. But if Minnesota pulls off an upset, or even, maybe it's Green Bay or the Rams, whoever gets in, Seattle's still in that mix, Atlanta, New Orleans, whoever's at the bottom, 6 and 7 are going to be the intriguing teams. If they could pull off an upset, then the Niners would play the lowest seeded team, and it could be Minnesota.
Yeah, and the thing is, as we sit right now, and again, we got a month to go on this thing, so a lot's going to change, but tonight Green Bay plays. Green Bay right now is the 6th seed. They'd play the 3rd seeded Lions at Detroit. They already won there on Thanksgiving. So
I think they're the 7th seed right now.
Oh, I thought they were the
Green Bay
6th.
6 and 7. If they win tonight, I think they will be. So Minnesota's 7 and 6 now.
Gotcha.
So they're the 6. Green Bay 6 and 6. They're the 7.
Yeah.
It is confusing. It is a fluid situation, but just win out and be the 1 seed. That's where they are now. The interesting thing is, we talked about it all last week. We had John Clark on from NBC Philly. Philadelphia right now is the wild card team, and Dallas is the NFC East leader. But because of the conference schedule the rest of the year, if Philadelphia wins out and Dallas wins out, because Dallas has 2 non-conference games at Buffalo and against Miami, then Philadelphia wins the NFC East.
Yeah, absolutely. So a long way to go in that whole thing. It looks like, though, it could be if the 49ers can win this thing out. And again, Baltimore, you got Arizona this weekend, you got Baltimore still, you got Washington on the road, and don't look past the Rams in the final game. I know during the regular season the 49ers usually dominate the Rams. They played a good game in Baltimore yesterday. The weather did make it a little bit strange, but they got that punt return in overtime, did Baltimore, so the Rams aren't bad.
That last game of the year against the Rams, John, that could be a huge game.
Absolutely.
There's possibility that game could get moved to Saturday. Actually, they haven't scheduled the game. It's either Saturday or Sunday. A chance it could go to Sunday Night Football if the Niners need the game to be the 1 seed.
That's what they
and
try
the Rams,
to do. Yeah, on that one.
And the Rams need the game to make the playoffs. That could be, and that could be also, and we want to look at it because you want to be the 1 seed. But if it doesn't go well, it's possible the 49ers and Rams play each other in back-to-back weekends. Week 18, the 17th game of the year, and then possibly in the wild card.
All right, that's what's going on as far as the 49ers are concerned. Any thoughts, questions, comments? Pop obviously expertly called the game, and we have the recap, the Victory Monday recap at 11:50 today, and we will not move it for anything because people cursed at me and were very angry. 415-808-5627.
Shohei Otani just got booked for 11:50, Jim. Do you want to move that?
415-808-KNBR. Hit us up on the text line. Any questions, comments, thoughts? We will get into every which way on this thing. As far today, everybody's talking about Dak as the MVP. That's kind of an interesting thing. And the things that Brock did, the big plays yesterday, but the injuries we got to talk about as well. Plus, we'll get into Otani. Got a ton of it. And we'll give you the guest list coming up next, which, by the way, a little teaser, we'll start in about 15 minutes with Dante Whitner at 10:30. All that to come. It's Pop and Lund on a Monday, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Tim Ryan, bro. He joined Murphy and Marcus this morning to recap the 49ers win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more. Joining you now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Good morning. Greg Papa here doing play-by-play during the NFL season. It's challenging. Need a good night's sleep, so I have to stay on top of my game. I really need to make sure I get the best sleep I can possibly get. My Sleep Number smart bed helps me get the proven quality sleep I need. Sleep Number beds allow you to adjust to your perfect firmness and support to sleep comfortably every single night. And while you're sleeping, Sleep Number smart beds automatically respond and adjust to your movements to help keep you asleep all night long. And now you can save 40% on the Sleep Number Special Edition smart bed for a limited time. It is only at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number is the official sleep and wellness partner of the National Football League.
wherever you are around the globe. Stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Here is a toss going the other way, away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Witherspoon, he cuts inside on him and toast it all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite!
All right, I got two questions.
Okay.
In your long, illustrious career, because
first play of the game?
Yeah, because I was just talking to Danny and Walter about this. Like, what if you walked into work and, like, I don't know, your cubicle was on fire or something, or you hate when somebody's, like, right in your face before you've had coffee in the morning or whatever. Like, you sit down, there's a kickoff, and then right away you got to be in, like, touchdown mode. Now he gets stopped at the 3-yard line and Jordan Mason steals his touchdown. But
damn, he shouldn't have got caught.
But is that like... I remember one
McCaffrey
Raiders game.
He sucks.
I know he got caught from behind like you were worried about when he came here.
He didn't score a touchdown yesterday. Everybody scored but him. He sucks.
I remember one game, and I can't remember how many plays.
Dallas Thanksgiving, opening play.
Okay, there you go.
Dallas fumbled the opening kickoff. The Raiders scooped and scored. First play of the game.
How many plays into it was that Terrell Pryor run against the Steelers? That was like maybe 4 or 5 plays.
Later,
it was?
Yeah, when Troy Polamalu.
Yeah.
Well, how many Matt Breida, the cheetah.
Against Cleveland.
The Cleveland Browns on
going
Monday.
left, 88 yards.
Think that was it started right. It was a wineback run.
But that was their first possession. Was that did they get the ball first? I'll have to look at that.
Yeah, that was
88 yards.
No, I think it was 83. I think it was either the first play of the game or the second play.
Unlike McCaffrey, he finished it off, but whatever.
Well, he's the cheater. No one's calling McCaffrey.
But I mean, is that like what is that like when you sit down and it's like right
what's
away?
What's it like for me? What's it like for Seattle?
Oh, I think it's interesting that
I did
you're
Oakland
barely
A's
in
games.
your seat and you're like boom.
I did Oakland A's games forever. The greatest leadoff hitter in the history of baseball was Ricky Henderson. First pitch of the game could be a bomb. So it could be the first play. It could be the last play. You settle in. It could be the opening kickoff. So, I mean, I just love that play. I want to know more about it this week. That's 19 pin is what they call it. And that was not Kyle's first play call on the sheet in the scripted play. They adjusted based on the front of what Seattle did. Seattle loves playing those 3 safeties, and they've gotten away from their 34. It's really a 5-man front playing big against the Niners, so they just ran a toss. They ran it away from Jamal Adams, who was the extra guy on the line, and it was just, it's a kick. It's called 19 kick because the one back goes to the 9 hole, which is outside of Trent Williams, and they all have kick-out blocks, Juszczyk and Trent Williams, then the cutback. I know Christian's not happy that Devin Witherspoon ran him down, but that young guy's fast, and him having a back injury turned the game around from their perspective, certainly. But that's just the explosive nature of what this offense can do. Christian McCaffrey had the same play later, and he kept it play side. He didn't cut it back, and he picked like 12 yards up. He had a couple of wild tackle-breaking runs for big runs. So that's just what they do. And if you're Seattle, you're making a call here to play, and a lot of times they played dime defense where they had 3 corners and 3 safeties on the field. And the first play of the game, they give up a 72-yard run. They spent all that money in the offseason to rebuild their defense, and specifically to stop the 49er ground game. And then they get 19 pinned, and they get 19 kick, and they get killed on the play. And all their safeties, Jamal Adams got victimized a couple of times in the game. Julian Love on Kittle's touchdown just got run by when he was reading run. Those are good players. Diggs and Love and Adams are Pro Bowl players. They make a lot of money. If you're Seattle, you're just looking at this juggernaut, John, where the 49ers now have beaten you 5 straight times, 3 times last year, including the playoffs, 2 this year. Maybe we'll see them in January, but probably not. We'll see. The Rams can't beat the Niners anymore. Arizona was a problem for a long time. Niners are on a heater against them. 11 straight wins against the NFC West. And it was exciting, obviously, from the Niner perspective, but for Seattle, and to their credit, they battled back and took the lead after 1 quarter. But could you imagine being them, the first play of the game? You're gearing up to stop McCaffrey. You decide to go to a lighter defense because you're worried about all the eligibles, and they gash you on 19 kick.
Well, just the whole thing. I mean, I don't think there's been a bigger illustration of who do you stop? Because McCaffrey gets a 72, Debo gets a 54. I mean, we went over the numbers. Kittle gets a 44. There was a 45, a 44. I mean, a 30, a couple of 30s. It was everything. And here's the credit to Brock, and we'll get into a little conversation about him a little bit later on in the show. But where last week they had 213 yak yards, most of the damage was done with air yards this week. I mean, it's just if you gear up for one thing, they've got you with another. And it reminds me of like the Warriors when they had Durant. It's like, well, who are you going to stop? I mean, that was pre-Clay injury. So you're going to stop Curry? Fine. You're going to stop Durant? Fine. You're going to stop Clay? Fine. I mean, there's just too many things for the defense to try to stop. There's too many matchup advantages all over the field for the 49ers. And if you want to take one away, I mean, Debo is red hot right now. Kittle's had a hell of a season. And we know what McCaffrey's doing. He's leading the league in rushing. He's going to get over 2,000 all-purpose yards. Ayuk went over 1,000 yesterday. I mean, it's like the numbers, the stats that came out of that game in terms of the skill players for the 49ers, they're astronomical. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, when they project it out over the season, if they stay healthy, they're going to do things that have not been done in this league. I think going back to some Peyton Manning offenses in Indianapolis, some Kurt Warner offenses in St. Louis, obviously, and we said it the first Wednesday practice of going into the opener in Pittsburgh. These 5 eligibles are as good as any 5 eligible in the history of this franchise, and they've had some great fivesomes. And any team you want to mention, the 5 eligibles, because Juszczyk is just so different, and it's not just halfback, fullback, Z, X, Y. It's where they deploy them. You have no idea where they're going to line up. I'm waiting for a wildcat snap. Put Purdy out wide and just snap it right to McCaffrey with Debo riding to the side on a mesh point. Hey, they could do anything they want to screw with you. And as far as we have to stop evaluating a quarterback by the yak yards, the ball in the air. Brock Purdy just plays the position the way the play is supposed to be. I was talking to Seattle's coaches before the game, and they think he's the second coming of Drew Brees. The way he sees the field, he said, we just can't fool him post-snap. And I think early in the game they did a little bit. They were trying to squeeze the middle of the field, take the, Brock's smaller when he got in trouble on Thanksgiving night. They squeezed it down in the middle. Not always sure he can see it there, but then he figures it out, obviously, and he sees it all eventually. But his ability to adjust on a play, if you're going to settle your feet in a Jamal Adams play, and Debo, and that's that play that tormented the Niners for years with Reuben Foster. It got him in Minnesota this year with Dre Greenlaw against Jordan Addison when they put that number 3 receiver, the receiver on a 3-by side closest to the line of scrimmage, and he runs an over route. The weak side linebacker's got to pick him up there. Well, the Niners motioned to McCaffrey as a 3-by there. Debo was the number 3. He just ran right by Jamal Adams. So Brock just read that play. He didn't know what was going to happen until he saw 33 just standing there. And Debo with a full head of steam, and he turned it on to get the ball in the air. A brilliant play. That's the right read. So the ball's going to be in the air. How much was the ball in the air, John? Like 40-something yards. It was a 54-yard touchdown. And then later, he looks for the deep shot. Seattle takes it away. He goes through all his progressions, and he checks it down to Debo in the left flat for a gain of 30 yards. It's still a gain of 30 yards. And on the yak throws, you've got to be precise with the ball placement. Bill Walsh would harp on that. Kyle does. That's how you get yak yards. So whether he's throwing the ball deep down the field, he just read the coverage properly. If he checks it down or makes a shorter throw, and he was off a little bit on some slants with Debo and Ayuk early in the game. Seattle was kind of sitting on those. Pick. It's just any throw, this guy. I mean, you may get him on a play here or there, but, of the 70 plays you have offensively, whatever it is, he's going to play magnificently well on like 67 of them. He runs the run plays. I think he checked out of that play. Is he the one that called 19 kick and changed the run on the first play of the game?
10:30, Dante Whitner is going to join us bottom of the hour. The audio recap, you can't miss it, at 11:50. I heard you loud and clear. Matt Barrows at 12:30. Mike Sando at 1:30. All that coming up. Dante's first up next, only here on the Sports Leader. It's Monday. It's a great time to talk taxes with our good friend Steve Moskowitz. He's got the answer to all your tax issues. And today, Steve, it's a tough one. What if you can't pay your taxes?
Call us and don't panic. Look, 2 weeks from now, it's going to be Christmas Day. How about giving yourself a Christmas gift and your family of never having to worry about your taxes again? Turn it over to us. The first thing we want to do is listen to you, hear your story. Then we'll go to the government, and we want to make you a sweet deal. And then you can have a normal life. And we'll explain, before we do anything, we'll explain all your options. You have a lot of good ones. Whether it's just paying part and they forgive the rest, or paying monthly installments, or forgive the penalties, or just leave you alone till you're back on your feet, or something else, or some combination of those. Bottom line is, we want to do everything for you so you don't have to talk to the IRS, deal with them, have anything to do with them, and then you can have a normal life and enjoy your holiday.
Steve Moskowitz has the answers. If you can't pay your taxes, don't bury your head in the sand. You want to have some great holidays like Steve just said. Call 888-TAX-DEAL. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL. Or simply go online to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Play action by Drew Lock. Going to have a lot of time and throw a deep shot for DK Metcalf, and it is intercepted. Taken away by Jair Brown, the rookie.
Tig will catch the rock.
Jair Brown. I thought that name had to be earned. I guess he earned it? Well, with Tim. Yeah, but do the players call him that? I don't know. That's Jair Brown with a
You got to ask
pick.
Deshaun Gibson. He went back.
Yeah, we
got to
ask him.
He's got hands. Tim likes him because he's the one guy in the secondary that can actually catch the football.
Let's get into it. 49ers 28-16, combined with the fact that the Cowboys dominate the Eagles, who certainly don't have the same defense they had a year ago, 33-13. 49ers, with a month left, are the top seed in the NFC. Let's talk all about it with our good friend Dante Whitner, who joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys?
We're doing great, too. I mean, they're the number one seed with a month to go, so we're feeling pretty good. Just first and foremost, just give us your observations of the win over Seattle.
I thought it was an ugly win, and sometimes that's a good thing, especially when you're getting ready for a long playoff run in preparation for the playoffs. It's not always be pretty. The offense is not going to always look well, but when the defense can uphold their standard of it, great things are going to happen. And I thought the secondary, they're starting to mature. The maturation process is here. You know, Ambry Thomas stepping up in big moments when Charvarius Ward went down. Diamador Lenore on the outside, being able to move inside and outside in the game that he had yesterday. And then Jair Brown. I like his contact courage. I like how he's, incrementally getting better, not making rookie mistakes, and, came away with his second interception on the season. So all in all, I thought the 49ers, it wasn't pretty, but they got the W.
Without a doubt, and they did it after losing Charvarius Ward early in the game in the first series on the broken tackle there by DK Metcalf, and he came off the field for the next play, and they were, Isaiah Oliver went into that slot in the nickel, and they had the two young guys, Thomas and Lenore, man the outside, so they're young. Along, got T. Gitt back there, but they're young. Isaiah Oliver's a veteran. The 49ers are, I don't know if they have signed him or they wanted to sign him for about 3 weeks. I think they're going to make it official here, and Jason Verrett is going to be put on the practice squad. And he's a skilled outside corner coming back from, years of horrific injuries. So give me your thoughts on Charvarius Ward. We saw him trying to get into his back pedal and practice bail technique on the sideline. He shut himself down there right away. And he has had a groin issue before, so he may miss some time. How do you look at the trio of corners? Do you leave Oliver in the slot? And then what do you think ultimately? And they got Logan Ryan on this roster as well, Dante, that can play everywhere. What do you think they do with Jason Verrett now on the practice squad?
Well, you get Jason Verrett prepared for the playoffs. He has, 4 or 5 weeks. If you get a first-round bye, that's ample enough time to get prepared to play in the playoffs, and we've seen him at his peak. He's before the injury, he was all pro level. He was the top cornerback for the 49ers before the horrific injuries. So hopefully he can get back to some level of that type of play. I like what Diamador Lenore is doing with his physicality, attention to detail, and not giving up the explosive plays, being versatile, being able to go inside in the slot, being able to play outside, but also his physicality in the run game. They're going to be able to match 5 defensive backs sometimes versus 2 tight ends and 2 wide receiver sets, especially in the playoffs when they see Dallas and Philadelphia. So I like what the cornerbacks are doing. I like Ambry Thomas and his development. I also like Steve Wilkes giving those guys some help yesterday after those first 2 catches for 52 yards to DK Metcalf in the touchdown. He actually helped him out, pulled the safeties back, realized who their top 2 best players were, and they're both on the outside, and you have to take them away, and they stopped the run with a light box. It's all about adaptability. Every game is not going to be pretty. Drew Lock did give them some issues because they vacated some of their rush lanes. They didn't stay true to their technique like they did when they played Jalen Hurts. A lot of times it was free-for-all. Those are things when the 49ers lock in and really execute that won't happen in the playoffs.
Dante Whitner joining us, talking about the Seahawks 28-16 win over the Seahawks yesterday. And then, of course, later on that night, Dallas beat Philadelphia. So the 49ers are the number 1 seed right now with a month to go in the NFC. On the offensive side of the ball, I don't know if you've ever seen a game like this. I don't think I have, where they had 12 plays for 407 yards. The explosives, which, of course, started from the first play from scrimmage with a 72-yarder to CMC and the 54 to Debo. And 45 and 44 to Kittle for a touchdown, and just the way that they dominated with the big plays. As a guy defensively, I know it was Seattle, but you had to be like, what the hell are they doing? But all the explosive plays, how did all that happen?
Well, it all happens when you have guys like Christian McCaffrey that can crease the defense on the first play of the game for 72 yards. And now all of those defensive players are geared up to stopping him. The defensive coordinator, who is really just a defensive line guy, is loading the box. And now you get play action pass with George Kittle with Love's eyes in the backfield, clearly just staring at Brock Purdy. And, a wise man told me when you stare at the quarterback in zone coverage, you're only going to watch him do one thing, and that's complete passes and touchdowns. And it's exactly what he did. And that's what's consistently happening. Even when you go back to Philadelphia, Kyle Shanahan did some things that are unique for the guys that he has on the field. They have to match personnel groups. When they try to match the 49ers, when they go big tight ends and 2 wide receivers, you don't know if they're going to bust the formation open, and you have 3 linebackers out there. Now you have to cover Kyle Juszczyk and George Kittle and Christian McCaffrey in space. And if you put smaller guys out there, now they're going to run directly to the left side at your nickelback. So it's a unique situation for them to be in, and everybody blocks well. Everybody catches the ball well. They run routes, so you can't really get a beat on them. Another thing is when they try to go a lot of these zone blitzes and you have backup linebackers in the game, you have 3 underneath defenders for 5 guys that the 49ers are releasing in the pattern. The math doesn't add up, and somebody's always going to be open. If Kyle Shanahan continues to call games the way that he's calling them right now, and they can stay healthy and the players execute, I don't see a defense that can stop the 49ers. Not even close.
And then you have a quarterback that can execute the play, post-snap and pre-snap. One thing, when Brock changes the play, they don't have a kill system. They're not Oscaring the play as much as they used to. With Jimmy, it was constant Oscar, 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 which flips the play from one side to the other, which to me always tipped it was going to be a run play. Because if you're going to change it, you're seeing the front. It's more of a can where they're going from the first play to the second play, and Brock canned the first play of the game and ran that 19 kick away. It wasn't 18 kick. He ran it the other way, whatever the first play call was, and they saw where Jamal Adams was lined up. And then you mentioned Julian Love screaming down. Brock read him, and Kittle got behind him. But the play where Brock is just so brilliant is the touchdown to Debo, where he was that number 3 receiver with the motion to McCaffrey. He ran right by Jamal Adams. So Jamal Adams is just standing there. He's a guy who's not great in coverage, Dante. I love Jamal Adams. I loved him as a Jet. His first year in Seattle, he had 9.5 sacks, the most ever for a DB in the history of the NFL. If he's coming forward, he's a weapon. But teams know that, and they treat him like a DN, and they block him every time. He can't go the other way. Where is Jamal Adams at right now in his career?
Well, he's where he's always been. There's just teams that are singling him out and exposing his weaknesses. And he's always been a weak link in coverage. They always hid him. They tried to hide him on that play, which is why it's a brilliant call from Kyle Shanahan. It's a great throw and read from Brock Purdy, and I'm explaining it from a safety's perspective. In that coverage, they were playing pretty much like a form of cover 3. You know how you always see a deep over route and you'll see Dre Greenlaw run back and get it?
Right.
They're just interchanging Jamal Adams dropping from deep into that usual area where you see Dre Greenlaw run back there and get that over route. So when you're a backside safety, if you stop your feet in the deep part of the field, and it's the cardinal rule, day number 1, they teach you this about playing safety. Never stop your feet in the deep middle of the field. So, yeah, he knew that he had that over route, but he's sitting flat-footed, and Deebo Samuel is running with momentum. There's no way that he's going to be able to go from flat-footed and get the velocity and the speed and angle together to stop that play. And it was brilliant from Purdy's perspective for not throwing the ball towards the sideline, but putting it towards up the field, towards the end zone on the numbers. So from a safety's perspective, back there, I'm only reading number 3. I know exactly what route I have, but I have to have my feet moving or have more depth when I come down on that route. Great read, great call, great execution.
Talking about the 49ers' 28-16 win over the Seahawks yesterday. So the season sweep again after beating them 3 times last year, and the Philadelphia Eagles lose. So the 49ers, the number 1 seed in the NFC. So to kind of widen this out a little bit, the 49ers took care of both the Cowboys and the Eagles in impressive fashion. But to you at this point of the season, who's the bigger threat, the Cowboys or the Eagles?
I think Dallas is the biggest threat right now. When you see the way that they're playing, Dak Prescott is playing lights out. CeeDee Lamb looks uncoverable. The defense can get after the quarterback and create turnovers. So I think that Dallas is the number one contender for, the number one spot in the playoffs and for the, representing the NFC in the Super Bowl. And what we've seen what the 49ers have done consistently to the Dallas Cowboys 2 years in a row, going in there and beating them once in the playoffs. But I think that this is the best Dallas Cowboy team that the 49ers are going to see if it comes to that in the playoffs.
Jair Brown had the big interception yesterday. I went up and played that ball on DK Metcalf expertly. He's now got 2 INTs. You interviewed him on the postgame show on 49ers Postgame Live on NBC Sports Bay Area. Deshaun Goldson, the missile, your former teammate, is working with Jair Brown, Dante?
Yeah, he's working with the safeties and the defensive backs from the 49ers defense. And
I didn't know that. I saw him in training camp. He's there daily throughout the week?
He's there now. When you watch the game back, you'll see him standing right behind Steve Wilkes on the sideline taking notes. So I think that they have him writing down the defenses now and what hash the ball is on and what defense they called. But, yeah, he's working with those safeties, and he has great experience. He played the game with such a natural feel and read, was able to get his hands on footballs. And when he got that interception yesterday, it reminded me of Deshaun Goldson. And one of the things that Vic Fangio and Ed Donatell always told us, and I was watching pre-snap when he was in the middle of the field, is sometimes the middle of the field isn't the middle of the field. It depends on what hash the ball is on, right, and how wide the receivers are. He cheated over to the one receiver that was in the game, and the quarterback should have never threw that ball. Sometimes your alignment and your assignment, just being there, you'll get an interception. So he did a great job, and I know that was one of the tips that Deshaun Goldson gave him.
Dante, I know that it was a part of the game plan for Seattle to try to get DK going early. He got 2 catches for 52 yards on an opening drive, including the 31-yarder over Ambry Thomas. It didn't look like he'd find the ball. But from that point forward, after they lost Mooney Man, they kind of changed defensively, and then he didn't catch another ball the rest of the game. He got frustrated, ultimately got kicked out of the game. What did the 49ers do to change once they lost Ward to keep DK Metcalf without a catch?
They went back to more double high safety, where you have the safety guard in the deep area of the field and the corners being physical up in his face. They did play some man-to-man, but they didn't take shots down the field. I thought Ambry Thomas really had good coverage on that play, just misjudged the ball. And I thought Steve Wilkes was one play too late of making adjustments of pulling the safeties back. I know we spoke about this in years past when they had young guys off the practice squad and Devontae Adams with Devontae Smith with Miami Dolphins, and they had him covering that guy, a number one receiver, one-on-one, and he almost shredded the 49ers for 200 yards in the first half. I felt similarly to this situation. I don't really, when I look at Ambry Thomas, I think he's a great young player, but when you match him up with a guy of DK Metcalf's stature, speed, and strength, I don't know if he can handle him one-on-one like Trevarius Ward. So I thought Steve Wilkes should have made that adjustment 1 or 2 plays earlier. But once they made the adjustment, took the 2 best players out of the game, it was over.
And Steve Wilkes is going back to Arizona with the Niners playing them in Glendale on Sunday. He used to be the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals in 2018, which leads to Kyler Murray is back. And I'm just thinking about the way the 49ers mush-rushed Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia last week, Dante, and just squeezed the pocket down, did not try to go wide 9, more of a disciplined rush. Would you like to see the Niners rush Kyler Murray that same way Sunday?
Absolutely. That's the blueprint for stopping a lot of these mobile quarterbacks is slow playing it, 2-gapping it from each point of view. Defensive tackles, 2-gap it. Defensive ends, don't get too far up the field. You really want to compress the pocket and make them beat you from the pocket. A lot of them can't read past their first or second read. So if you take that away on defense, naturally you're going to cause havoc on defense. And that's any quarterback that's mobile in the league. A lot of them and a lot of the defensive lines is so much about, let's be aggressive, let's rush the quarterbacks. But you have to know that the game of football is changing. And this is the reason why there's so many mobile quarterbacks, to be able to get away from unruly and undisciplined defensive linemen that just rush aggressive and don't care about gap integrity. So now you have to combat that. Sometimes you're going to sacrifice individual sacks, but for the most part, you're going to have success on defense if you don't just individualize the rush. So you have to compress it. That's the formula for every mobile quarterback. And then Kyler Murray is like 5'7". So if you really compress the pocket, he can't see.
5'7"? Take it easy, bro. Take it easy.
Yeah, it might be shorter than that.
Take it easy. Take it easy.
Dante, give us a player perspective on this. Month left in the season. 49ers definitely have some challenging games. Arizona coming up, they should win that. Baltimore's going to be really tough on Christmas. The Rams look like they're pretty tough. Barely lost in overtime against Baltimore. But what do you think the chances are they run this thing and get the number one seed? And from a player perspective, how important is that number one seed to get that rest while everybody else is playing on Wild Card Weekend?
I really like their chances to run the table and get the number one seed. It's very important for where they are right now with the injuries. Hargrave need to heal up. Eric Armstead. You want those two guys, the most disruptive players on defense and on that front pretty much in the entire year. You want Greenlaw to pretty much heal up, and then Travarius Ward. So you need these guys in preparation to make that long playoff push. So I think that they need that first round bye. And I don't know many teams that can come into Levi Stadium in front of the faithful and beat the 49ers when they're playing their best. I don't see it happening. So it's very important for them to get that number one seed. You don't really want to let Dallas get it, right? It's going to be difficult to go into Dallas with the way that Dak Prescott is playing in a dome. You want them to be able to come and play in Levi Stadium. So I think it's very possible. It's very important for the 49ers to get that number one seed.
It's great stuff. Yeah, Dallas is playing great at home this year. The only game that was even close was Seattle. So it's a good point. Dante, as always, thanks for the insight, man, and we'll talk to you next week.
All right, thank you. Talk to you guys next week.
Thank you, Hitman. Thank you, brother.
What did he say? Murray's 5'5"? What did he say?
5'7".
Oh, 5'7".
5'7". Take it easy.
All right.
Dallas has to go
Dante.
to Buffalo this week.
Oh, it was tough.
Miami the week after that. They got Detroit on that Saturday game we've been talking about. And remember last year, the very last game of the regular season, they went to Washington, and they lost that game to Sam Howell. No matter what year Washington's having, they always rally up to beat the Dallas Cowboys. I just don't see Dallas winning the NFC East and being the one seed, certainly, John. I think they're going to be the 5 seed again.
Yeah, and then possibly have to come here if they beat the NFC South winner. So going to be good. Going to be a great last month of the season. All right, we will take a quick detour from talking all 49ers all the time. The Shohei Otani situation, we have to recap what happened on Friday. It was absolutely crazy after we left the air. And then what happened over the weekend. Shohei actually announces it on his Instagram, on social media, that he's signing that 10-year, $700 million contract. So worst case scenario for the Giants, what do they do from here? We'll get into that conversation and then back to the Giants. And remember, the audio recap, Victory Monday audio recap, which everybody loves, at 11:50. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR. You know how much I love pizza, don't you? And I love Tony's Pizza in the North Beach, the best I've ever had. Tony's has been ranked #1 in the world, and it's my go-to spot for Neapolitan, New York, Detroit, Sicilian, and grandma-style pizzas. They also make fresh pastas. They're spicy bucatini. The pizzas are big, but save room for the spicy bucatini. Don't forget about Tony's other locations like Capo's, where he makes delicious tavern-style cracker-thin and deep-dish pizzas. And one of his specialties there is the Chicago Italian beef sandwiches. They beat the Lions yesterday. We want to celebrate with one of those. They are gigantic and mouth-wateringly good. Don't forget, save room for dessert, delicious cannoli or tiramisu. Get up early in the morning and take a morning stroll through the North Beach and try his homemade sourdough bread, pastries, and New York bagels at his bakery, Toscano Brothers. And certainly, you've seen him at the Bay Area sporting venues like Levi Stadium, Oracle Park, and Chase Center, the fast casual restaurants, the Slice House locations known as Tony G's. Wherever you go, if you like pizza like I like pizza, you got to get Tony's, ranked #1 in the entire world.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Breaking news from Major League Baseball, where Shohei Otani is signing with the Los Angeles Dodgers. The two-way superstar will get a 10-year deal worth $700 million, far and away the largest contract in the history of North American sports. The 29-year-old is coming off his second career MVP award when he led the American League in home runs, slugging percentage, and on-base percentage. He also went 10-5 with a 3.14 ERA across 23 starts.
That's news guy. Hey, Shohei Otani is signing with the Dodgers. That's probably the worst kept secret ever, but we did get a little bit of a tease on Friday that he was on a plane, and John Morosi apologized, and we were tracking said plane, and it was the dude from Shark Tank, which, by the way, I didn't know there was a Canadian version called Dragon's Den, but there is, and that's why he was flying L.A. to Toronto. So not signing with Toronto, signing with the Dodgers like we thought all along. And then the kicker after we found out was 10 years and $700 million. And by the way, this is the part that we need to discuss as well. Half that money at least is deferred, which I think should be illegal, but we'll get into that whole conversation. But let's just talk about on the field. Shohei Otani is a Dodger. Giants fans' worst case scenario.
Well, I mean, the number is just absurd. But I'm sure they feel like, and we'll see with the deferred payments, how that really does get into their competitive balance tax. Yamamoto's meeting with the Yankees today. The Dodgers, they need pitching. Having Otani now on the roster may allow them to go get him. It's just a way I want to see the deferrals and how it's structured. It's obviously legal to be able to do that. The player just pushes money back. You don't typically like to do that in contracts, but that was Shohei's idea. So I wonder, it's not really a 10-year, $700 million deal. How many years is it? How many years out is he going to get paid? But that number just blows away, Mike Trout, and they got Mookie Betts on there for $365, what Aaron Judge got. I mean, there's been some huge contracts, and this one just blows them all away. But the deferral does, reduce the overall value of that. As far as putting
which,
him
by
in
the
the
way,
lineup,
I think is a bunch of garbage. Because what that does is now Yamamoto could sign with the Dodgers, many could sign with the Dodgers. They've got to take a look at that from a competitive standpoint because there's a lot of teams that can't do that. They can't defer the money like that won't or don't want to, and I wouldn't want to. But now what that means...
Wouldn't you rather defer the money than pay him $700 million?
Sure, if I'm the Dodgers, but I think it's
anybody.
Wouldn't
you rather pay him the $700 million over 30 years?
But a lot of teams can't do that, and so what I'm saying is that that's a massive competitive advantage. Because now instead of Shohei 10 over 70, the AAV being $70 million a year, and you're definitely going into the competitive tax, and that's a problem, and most teams don't want to do that.
Well,
now what they do is they defer that money later, and now they can sign a bunch of players. It's like putting it on a credit card or a layaway plan, and it should be illegal. I mean, to a point, if it's 50% of the contract, that's ridiculous, and Major League Baseball should look into it. And I'm not saying that because it's the Dodgers. I'm saying it because now the Dodgers can not only sign him, depending on what the AAV is and the deferred money is, they can go out and sign 2 or 3 other guys. And because they have the cash flow to do so now and into the future, there's a lot of teams that can't or won't do that.
All right, it's no different than an NFL team signing a player to a bogus length contract to spread out the signing bonus, like when they restructure a contract. So it's done. A lot of teams in sports do that to spread out money to take the hit. Explain to me why a team would not want to spread out deferred payments. It's always in your interest to pay a guy, or even if you sell the club, that's going to be an assumed cost. If you're giving anybody any money, you'd rather do it over a longer period of time than a short
Here's the difference
period of time.
between an NFL contract and a contract in baseball now. They can put that over like 25 years. So now you can, again, great. Look, if I'm that team, I get it. But the problem with it is now is you're clearly circumventing, and you have a competitive advantage that most teams in Major League Baseball just cannot do. They can't defer $350 million over 25 years. They just can't do that. And now the Dodgers can.
They certainly can't give him $700 over 10.
Then you can't sign the guy. I mean,
time.
But now you're getting into some ridiculousness that clearly more defines the haves and the have-nots. And now the Giants are relegated for the next 10 years to wild card status because they can not only sign Otani, I bet they sign Yamamoto as well. I mean, because they can now.
Go. I mean, why? We have no idea what the Giants offered, but to defer that money would have been beneficial for the Giants as well.
But don't you think they should be able to defer a certain amount versus half?
Okay, but you're bringing that's a lot. I agree with that, but it's built in the collective bargaining agreement. It is allowed, so you're not going to be able to change that in midstream here. You'd have to do it when the CBA comes up. It's just the rules of how they abide by it. So. Whatever it is, Nesbalalo did a nice job. We'll see about the deferral here and how far it goes out. But a lot of players have been paid, deferral. Some would rather have it right away. Some get it spread out for a longer period of time. But money in the future is not of the same value. It's less value because of inflation. So he'd rather have the $700 million in 10 years than do it in 20 or 30. Whatever it is, they got to that enormous number, and a lot of that is because of the deferred payment. It's not really that money today, so you'd have to value that versus inflation. But Nesbalalo got a huge, he gets a headline, and so does CAA, and they get him signed to the biggest contract by far in the history of North American sport. How it impacts, the Dodgers have won the National League West 10 of the last 11 years. The only time they've not won the National League West was when the Giants had to win 107 games to beat them by 1 game. So they've been so dominant in this division. It's just like the Atlanta Braves in the old National League East for years. But like the Braves, they've only won the 1 World Series. The Giants got 3 World Series in 10, 12, and 14. They were able to get one in the pandemic year. So they've had their hearts broken. Ultimately, does this get them over the hump in October? There's no guarantee of that. You have no idea. Financially, it makes them a lot more money. And now, as far as attendance, they're going to sell out Dodger Stadium every single game. They're going to draw 4 million people. Their television rights on Sportsnet LA are going to be more valuable. They're going to make more money. They're going to figure out a way because the money is deferred. It's an enormous contract, but if any team can generate the revenue to offset this to some degree, it's the LA Dodgers. And they just become a power, and you play them over 162 now, it's hard to beat them. Can you beat them in 7? Can you beat them in 5? Can you beat them in a 3 if you ever got them into a wild card and they don't win the division? Maybe. But over 162, I don't want to say you just concede the division, but I think Dave Roberts' biggest question is, where the hell do I bat Shohei? Should they just lead him off and then keep Betts and Freeman right behind him because you got Otani and Freeman?
Left, right, left.
You got, well, those are back-to-back lefties there. If they had Otani lead off, they could go Betts, Freeman, Will Smith, Muncy, Outman, Hayward, and they may add more. I don't know. But that lineup, we've seen some incredible lineups. When they added Freddie Freeman, we thought, this is the best lineup ever. When the Padres added Juan Soto, we thought, wow, this is the best lineup we've ever seen. And those teams didn't win the World Series. So I don't know what.
But they're not done. This contract allows them to add Yamamoto, who could be upwards of $300 million. It allows them to add another bat. It allows them to probably add 2 more pitchers. It'll be the secondary story of this is how much is going to hit their cap this year, how much is going to hit their AAV this year, because now if they can go out, because I agree with you. Look, that's the best 3 in baseball. As the lineup progresses, it's still good, not great. But if they're able to add the pitching, because that's where they're really short, is Otani's not obviously going to pitch this year. Kershaw's a shell of his former self. Tight pants Buehler is coming back, but who knows? Urias has obviously some legal troubles. I don't know that they're going to touch him. They've got some young pitchers there, Miller and what's the other kid? Yeah, they've got a few, but they're going to go out and they're going to get pitching too, and that's what allowed. And this is where I get nervous, is because Otani, as you said, was the one who brought this up. Well, why would he bring that up? Because he wants to bring Yamamoto in. I can see them getting him.
But I wonder if do we have any reports what other teams offered him? Were the Giants one of the finalists?
No, Heyman
for him.
John Heyman, because he blocked me, but I find things out.
Blue Jays and Angels.
Blue Jays and Angels. Now, if you believe him, which I want to get into this coming up next because the big story is people are sitting in their cars right now going, well, how does it affect the Giants? That's the next conversation and what direction the Giants need to go as we sit here and wait.
The Dodgers are for 162 games.
Yeah.
I don't want to say they're unbeatable, but that lineup, they're going to get pitching, whether it's Yamamoto or somebody else. They go get Blake Snell. There are a lot of good pitchers out there. But this lineup, it's going to be impossible to navigate this lineup. This is the 27 Yankees, the 29 A's, whatever team you want to mention, and probably better. I mean, honestly, would you lead off Shohei Otani? I mean, Mookie Betts right now is not running the way he used to run. To me, he's more of a middle of the order type of hitter. Would you want Shohei to lead off? Hell, we're paying him $700 million. Take every at-bat you could possibly take. But this lineup is, and they're going to get Gavin Lux back at some point, whether they trade him or not. I don't know. They're a little light in the bottom of the lineup, John, but the top of the lineup, 1 through 5, I mean, you got Will Smith and Max Muncy sitting there, but 1, 2, 3? Have we ever had 3 players on one team like this with Betts, Otani, and Freeman?
So how do the how do the Giants navigate what the Dodgers just did? We'll get into that conversation coming up next. They can still salvage a good offseason. There's a ton of guys still out there. So we'll get into that conversation coming up next. We'll bring it back at 11:30 to the 49ers and the Seahawks and what happened on Sunday night. So where the 49ers sit, we'll get into that. Audio recap in about 30 minutes or about 40 minutes at 11:50. And people last week, as you well know, got angry when I did not play you and Tim on time. We had Kurt Warner. Sorry, we couldn't move him. We don't have a Kurt Warner yet, although things could change because Walter's always working. So we'll get to all of it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now. On KNBR.com.
Brandon Ayuk, he hopped on the 49ers postgame show with Greg and Tim and talked about his second straight season, over 1,000 receiving yards. Check out that podcast and more. Trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, your old pal John Lund here, and did you know that many of the attorney ads, you're going to be blown away by this, you've seen them, you've heard them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's not them. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they say a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, you see them, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? That's a billion with a B if I did not make that clear. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
The Giants, we know, have great interest in him. The Red Sox are said to be prioritizing him as well. And the Yankees are meeting with Yamamoto today. Lauren, I'm not sure exactly what mode of transportation the Yankees have taken to meet with Yamamoto. Plane, trains, automobiles. Not my area of expertise. I just do know that they are meeting today.
I like the comedic. I like the comedic part with John Paul Morosi, but you're dead to me. Nothing you say matters. I don't believe you. You don't track planes well.
How did he get duped? He's the one guy out there that would not. Who told him?
I agree with you, by the way. He was the most credible guy, and that's why I believed his Pope
Otani John
report.
Paul. He would never tell a lie. Who told him he was on that plane?
Somebody duped him somehow. I'd like to know the ins. I'd like to have a documentary on everything that happened last Friday with Otani going to Toronto or not. He ended up signing with the Dodgers. Now, another baseball insider that I think we trust, Buster Olney, source. The Giants met yesterday with pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto. He's got a lot of big market teams bidding for his services. Again, according to Buster Olney, the Giants met with him yesterday. And to me, this is really not that difficult. So you just talked about how you compete with the Dodgers. You don't do it via the stick. You do it via the arm. And what I would do, and I think this should have been the way that the Giants attacked this anyway, because hitters don't come to this park, as we well know. Get Yamamoto, get Blake Snell, get Josh Hader, get Matt Chapman to play third base, get Lee to play center field. In other words, corner the market on pitching and get great defense and win a bunch of 3-2-2-1 one-zip games. You're never going to have the bats that all these other teams can get. You've got to get the pitching. So there's a couple of ways to win games. You can win 12-10, you can win 8-7, or you can win 2-1. If I'm the Giants, all my resources are going into pitching and defense, and I'll try to get the sticks, but that's how the Giants have always won. Don't try to out-firepower them, because you never can do that.
The two biggest transactions so far in baseball by far have been pulled off by the New York Yankees and the Los Angeles Dodgers this offseason. The trade for Juan Soto, the signing of Shohei to a $700 million contract. Those teams both need pitching. So you're going to have to compete with the Dodgers and the Yankees. What I would like to know is where this meeting is with Yamamoto. Did he come to the Bay Area on his way to New York? It was kind of put off as though they were setting it up to have the meeting be Monday after the winter meetings last week in Nashville for Yamamoto to meet with the Yankees. I think Steve Cohen, the owner of the Mets, reportedly has already flown to Japan to meet with him. So did he come here? Did they have the meeting in New York? And now, what's that number going to be? I don't know if Otani's, and it's a number that's hard to fathom. We thought 500, 550, would they go 6, they go to 700 million, but the fact that you deferred a lot of the money spreads it out over a longer period of time, so that lowers the value of it, obviously. But how does that drive up the rest of the market? It's the other agents in baseball, the very best, and one guy's got them all, Scott Boras, including Cody Bellinger and Blake Snell and Matt Chapman and all those guys you were talking about. What did he get, $700 million? I mean, baseball, you can't argue that it's a depressed baseball economy right now when you pay that kind of money to one player. I know what a special player he is, but man, that is a lot of money. So what is that? How much does that drive up other players, American-born players, and Yamamoto? We were looking at $200 million. Now is he going to get $300 million? And if he gets them into a bidding war with the New York Yankees and the Los Angeles Dodgers, after both of those teams just added one of the most expensive bats out there for Soto, you had to give up 5 prospects. He's a one-year rental. His contract expires. What are they going to give Juan Soto? Are they going to re-sign him in New York or let him walk after giving up all those prospects to get him? And then obviously what the Dodgers did, those teams need pitching. So I hear you, John. You want to go out and get pitching. It's Billy Bean's zero-sum. You need pitching on top of pitching, and then if you sign pitching, you can trade pitching to get more hitting. But my question is, with this enormous contract for Shohei, how does that? What's the domino impact on the rest of the offseason market for these guys getting paid a lot more?
I thought about that too, and because if you're an agent, especially, I mean, you know Boras clients, especially pitching clients, were ever going to sign before Otani because now he can make the pitch. Well, if he's worth 70, my guy's worth X. I think that Otani, and you and I talked about this last week when we were talking him to potentially Toronto or coming here. You just put him in a different, when you do your budgets as a baseball team, you just put him in a different category. You put, you're doing your stuff, you put him in a different column because he's just not. Now, look, they may try, the agents, and they're really good at this, just that this is a comp. I don't think Otani's a comp because he's going to bring a bunch of butts to your ballpark. Eventually he's going to pitch, all these different things. I know that Boras is going to try this, but if the market rises to this level because Otani got $700 million, then teams like the Giants are in trouble because I just don't know that they're going to spend that kind of money. And to your point on Yamamoto, I mean, we're hearing as high as $300 million. And that goes back to then the discussion we were having last week. Do you want Yamamoto, who's unproven, even though he's really, really good? He's 25 years old, but he's unproven in Major League Baseball. Are you going to really throw that kind of money at him? Or would you do Snell? None of these guys are perfect, but I'm just saying you need to go get 2 high-end starting pitchers. I'd be even bringing Josh Hader to put with Duvall at the end of this thing, and I'd get Chapman and Jung-Ho Lee, who's supposed to be a great defensive center fielder, and it's pitching, defense, but it's high-end pitching because, look, the Dodgers are coming at you with a 1-2-3, however they bring them to the plate, and I'm telling you that Anthony DeSclafani ain't going to get it done. No way, no how.
A lot of these guys had bad years. DeSclafani, the 21-year, had a terrific year, so a lot of it is just injury with him, and that piano bench situation with his kid kind of derailed his season, but I think he's going to have a bounce-back year, but you just need more. The thing about Yamamoto, and I have seen video of him, we'll watch more as we get closer to him signing with a team. His stuff is overpowering. It doesn't matter what mound you're on. With hitters, it's a little bit different. But pitchers, it's just, they track it all. The shape of the pitch, his stuff. He has overpoweringly good stuff. He has swing and miss stuff at the highest level. Now, will he succeed here? Who knows? It doesn't always translate that way, but he's going to get paid based on his potential. And he's got the Yankees and Dodgers after him. So he's going to get more money than you could imagine now because those two teams just invested heavily in hitting. The one thing that have the Dodgers announced this transaction with Shohei Otani yet? Have they confirmed that they've signed him?
I don't think so.
The agent.
Well, that goes down to the same thing that happened with the Giants, right? Yeah, the physical.
Well, I just wonder how this contract is structured. How much of it is deferred? Obviously, how do they protect themselves? And when they get a look at his medicals, and I'm sure they got a look at his medicals before Saturday at 12:08 our time when, Shohei sent out the message that he's going to the Dodgers. Exactly what's the situation with the elbow? Guys that have had 2 Tommy John surgeries, Nathan Eovaldi is one, and he's come back to throw the ball really well, obviously, with Texas this year. Jamison Tyone, Daniel Hudson, Joaquim Sorio, and Chris Capuano have all come back from 2 Tommy John surgeries, but there's a lot of others, John, that were not able to come back and pitch effectively or even pitch with health after the second Tommy John surgery. So how are they protecting themselves in case that Shohei Otani can't pitch anymore beyond 24, 25, 26? They still have to pay him $700 million if he's just a DH, and I'm sure they agreed to that because they can make up that money with his. And he's going to be such a power in the L.A. area. Obviously, they know him from the Angels, but I remember going to watch him play when the Angels played the Dodgers on that Saturday night in July, and it happened to be Japanese Heritage Night, and there was just a fan base there. It was just overwhelmingly. I mean, there was many Otani jerseys that night in the crowd for the opponent than there were, Mookie and Freddie jerseys. So he's gonna make it up, and if any team can generate income to offset this incredible contract, it is the L.A. Dodgers. But I just wonder, what language is in there to protect themselves if he's strictly a hitter, and when would he go back to pitching? How would they use him as a pitcher? Because it is curious that the Dodgers have not said anything about this. Yeah. This is the biggest contract in the history of American sport, and they haven't confirmed it yet. Yeah, my main concern is just how are the Giants, and it's not going to be the Dodgers. I mean, they've got to do what's best for them, but and I'm not panicking. Nobody's signing. Scott Boras is pulling the puppet strings on most of this stuff, but I'll continue to say it. Pitching and defense is the way, and it's not 3, 4, 5 starter pitching. It's high-end pitching, and they need to get a couple of them. They've got to get much better defensively. Chapman's out there. Jung-Ho Lee is out there, a good defensive center fielder. They have got to pivot, if they haven't already done so, to high-end pitching, defense. And like I said, we haven't said this before, I'd go get Josh Hader too. I'd put Hader and Duvall together in the back innings. That's the way I would do it, because they're never going to compete for these elusive hitters that they always are chasing. They're never going to come here. They need to come to that realization. They need to get pitching, high-end, and defense, and that's how you're going to compete with the Dodgers. Any other way, no chance. When the Padres got Juan Soto, we went right to, and Fernando Tatis was in and out of the lineup, suspended and hurt, and Manny Machado got off to a slow start, but that threesome looked overwhelmingly good. But honestly, I can't think. I mean, Betts, Freeman, Otani, no matter how you stack them up, you're looking at the 3 of them hitting 120 home runs at a minimum, and they're going to hit 1, 2, 3 in some order. I mean, you're almost looking at, you're going to be down 1 or 2 to nothing in the first inning. I mean, to get those guys out, I mean, you really have to go back to the days of Ruth and Gehrig, Tony Lazzeri, and the 27 Yankees, the 29 A's with Fox and Simmons and Mickey Cochran, the big red machine, and they moved it around. And Ken Griffey Jr. or Sr., his dad, would hit up in the lineup. But Rose and Morgan, Bench and Tony Perez. They had, Concepcion later. But I'm just looking at a trio. Be Rose and Morgan and Johnny Bench would have been the 3. But Johnny wasn't the same player after 1970. Honestly, has there ever been, I guess the Yankees, the Murderers Row, and the 29 A's were pretty awesome. But in the modern game, it is unbelievable. Those late arriving crowds at Dodger Stadium, you got to get there for the bottom of the first to see this lineup. And honestly, would you lead off Shohei Otani? I think he'd be the leadoff hitter and bat Mookie second and Freddie Freeman third. Dear God. And then I would have Yamamoto, and I would have Logan Webb, and I would have Blake Snell. I mean, that's the only way to combat it, right? I mean, if they're chasing the ever elusive Barry Bonds replacement, it's not happening. If they want to go fire for fire, that's stupid. That's like trying to, when the Warriors were at their peak, running up and down the floor and trying to out 3-point shoot them. You couldn't do that. So you've got to find another way. I mean, doesn't that make logical sense? You still got to score to win. I mean, but this is going to be a tough lineup to navigate. We'll see what the Giants do. I mean, the Reds had George Foster, Peter Higas. I mean, George Foster hit 52 home runs in 1977, so maybe even Foster. That was 4 with Bench, but Bench wasn't the same player, so maybe Rose, Morgan, and Foster. But these three, I mean, wow. We haven't seen anything like this at the top of an order in baseball in like 50 years.
All right, give us your thoughts. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line wide open. What do the Giants do from here to combat what the Dodgers just did? Let's get back to the 49ers coming up next. Not only the 28-16 win over the Seahawks, but what happened on Sunday Night Football with the Eagles getting dismantled by the Cowboys. And for just a brief second, you were rooting for the Cowboys, admit it. So what does the NFC look like now and in the future? And how important is it that the 49ers get this top seed over the next month? We'll do all that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Eagles don't have to snap it anymore. They will go shake hands, and the Dallas Cowboys have joined the Eagles atop the NFC East with a dominating 33-13 win. The Cowboys and the Eagles both at 10-3. And the Dallas Cowboys don't have to hear about not winning the big one anymore. Not only a win, a dominant victory tonight against Philadelphia.
I waited.
That was Harold from last week. He was very angry that we didn't play the
11:50 Harold.
Yeah.
Harold.
Yeah, so 11:50 Harold. So don't miss it. The Victory Monday audio recap with Papa and Tim Ryan. Do not miss it. 13 minutes away, so make sure that you stay tuned to that. Before we get more into the 49ers beating the Seahawks yesterday, 28-16, we got an early Christmas present, and that one was not very much in doubt from the get-go. The Eagles with a little bit of run, but the Dallas Cowboys 33-13 over the Eagles. When you watched that game, would you say you were rooting for the Cowboys?
No, I was watching. I wasn't doing anything. I was just taking it in and trying to watch him. First of all, Brandon Aubrey, that young kicker that Bones Fossil found, what a story. The 60-yarder that he made, I think that would have been good from 70. And then later in the game, he bangs through a 59-yard field goal?
Free agent.
Wow.
Free agent.
I mean, he's 30 for 30 on field goals this year. He's having a Gary Anderson-type year, but with greater distance. I mean, a 60-yarder and a 59-yarder? Unbelievable. And to do it his first year in the NFL, and his story is amazing. Tirico did a great job of detailing it, and wow. I mean, Dallas is right now playing well. But I saw signs where Philadelphia started slowly. They're clearly, they've lost their legs, gone through this very difficult portion of the schedule. They're coming out of it now. They don't like having to go to Seattle to play a Monday night game. We got 2 Monday night games tonight, which will be really interesting, kicking off simultaneously. And then they flex the Eagles and Seahawks to Monday night a week from tonight. I think they're going to come out of it at some point. They look a little tired. Last year they started hot, and then they lost the quarterback for a while. They lost a couple of games, and they figured it out. That's why the bye week is so important for all these teams, just to get your legs back and have that 1 week off. That's the trade-off. You want wild card weekend off. But the actual matchups would be better to be the 2 seed than the 1 seed. But the 1 seed, it used to be a double bye where 1 and 2 got wild card weekend off. That's no longer the case. So you'd rather be the 1 and get the bye week just to get your body right. But I think Philadelphia, at one point, John, they started so poorly, obviously, right down the field for a touchdown, and then Jalen Hurts fumbles, and the play right before halftime, the touchdown to Gallup, and you know, when Jalen Carter had the scoop and score when Fletcher Cox hit Dak, you thought they're coming back into the game. And then Devontae Smith drops one in the end zone. He was open. The ball was laid in there. But he just couldn't make the play. And then Aubrey hit the 2 big field goals, and it was over. But just looking at the schedules, Dallas had to win that game last night. It was set up for them to win. Dallas has got to go to Buffalo. What a win for the Bills yesterday to finally beat Mahomes, and for him to go epileptic like that on the sideline after that play. All the heartbreak he's given the Bills in 13 seconds. When you lose, you got to lose gracefully, and that was a tough alignment.
What's wrong with both him and Andy Reid afterwards? Tony was offsides by 1.5 yards.
Because they wanted the officials. And I when I watch practice, I stand right next to that line judge, and the Niners line up to offsides defensively a lot. They don't tell the defense you're in, but every single play when they line up offensively, Brandon Ayuk, outside receiver at X, he just looks to the official to get the confirmation that I'm onside. Every single time.
Which Tony didn't do, according to Andy Reid.
And then, so if you don't ask for it, and I love the line from Carl Sheffers, they lined up so decidedly offside we couldn't see the ball. He was way offsides. And that would have been amazing for Buffalo to lose on that play with the throwback from Travis Kelce on the weekend of the day that the great Frank Wycheck passed away. He was the one that really got the Music City Miracle going on the throw by Low Neal to Wycheck to Dyson. So That would have been unbelievable for them, the Bills, to lose the same way. But in any event, that Dallas going to Buffalo is going to be a hard game. And then they got to go to Miami, and then they got Detroit at home on the Saturday, December 30th. Then they got to go to Washington. So I could see Dallas going 2-2 to close the year, and I think Philadelphia's got to get their legs. They clearly are tired right now. They'll come out of it a little bit. They could run the table and win the last 4. So we'll see where it all goes. But from the Niner perspective, this is the chance to run the table and to be the number 1 seed. And could you imagine? Last year, they won 10 in a row to close the year. 10 in a row. That's the greatest finish in the history of the franchise. If they win 9 in a row, now that would be the same effect of winning 10, because you had to play the wild card weekend to get the 11th against Seattle. You're going to get an automatic win there. So you win 9 to not have to play the 10th, and you go right to the division round, and you got 2 home games, hopefully all the way to Vegas in the Super Bowl. So it is set up there. But I think Philadelphia right now is ragged. They're just not the same team they were early in the year. That gauntlet finally got to them, but I think they're going to find their legs at some point here, maybe having the extra day, even though they're not going to like the turnaround. What time are they going to get home to play Seattle on a Monday night game, and they lose 3 hours going home? They're going to get home like Tuesday at noon. I mean, it's unbelievable. And then they got to play the Giants on a short week. They will be at home for that game, but they got to finish up at the Giants. So we'll see. Dallas had to get that game, and Dallas is playing well. I think what last night showed, John, just the constant media talk, is that right now, and I think he was the favorite last week, but even though Brock played so well yesterday, I think there's a real national movement to get Dak Prescott, for whatever reason, the quarterback of America's team, this MVP award.
Yeah, and I posted this morning on my Twitter/X feed. You know, they both are having great years. I mean, both are 10-3. QB rating, Brock is 1 at 116.9. Dak is 107.5, which is second. QBR 74.7. Purdy 74.6. Dak. By the way, with Purdy's recent splurge and touchdown passes, he's up to 25, second in the league. Dak's number 1 at 28. Yards, now all of a sudden, Brock is second, 35.53. Dak is third, 35.05. Completion percentage, I can go all down the line. Bottom line is, they're either 1 or 2 or 2 and 3 in every category. To me, the biggest difference is, and look, you're going against America's team and you're picked 262, so I don't know if you can overcome it like you said, but in that 42-10 win, Purdy was 17 to 24, 252, 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and a 144 rating. Dak was 14 to 24, 153, a touchdown, and 3 interceptions, and you blew him out. So, I mean, I think that should mean something, but to your point, he's Dak Prescott on America's team, and Brock is picked 262, and I don't know if he can overcome that.
Brock is quarterbacking the San Francisco 49ers that are 5-time Super Bowl champions. So to go on and on about it, I hear what you're saying. I just feel like because the way McCaffrey's played, I think it's set up for Brock to finish second in the MVP, but we'll see where it all goes. But Dak is playing well. There's no doubt. He has a real command of that offense, a lot of the choices he's making. He's on point. Dallas is playing well right now. After the Niners annihilated them, we didn't know where they were going to go. Seemed like there was such a huge gap between the two teams. I still think there is. They can beat all these other teams when it's 100 yards by 53 and a third. They got to play the Niners, and the Niners have crushed both these teams. But it is set up for the Niners to be the number 1 seed and to get that wild card weekend off, and they're an older team. They got older players. They're hobbling around. What's going on with the Gravedigger and the hammy? What's going on with Charvarius and the groin? And then you get fresh injuries. You don't want to have to play an extra game. But wouldn't it be something, John, come January? I mean, all year long, and the Lions we thought were there. They're sliding back a little bit now. And we'll see who makes it as the 6th and 7th seeds in the NFC. But it's been the Niners. It's been Philadelphia, obviously going back from the championship game last year, and it's been Dallas as well, because the Niners beat Dallas at home last year and lost to Philadelphia. Now maybe you get them both at Levi's. But wouldn't it be something if the road to the Super Bowl is to have to beat the Cowboys and the Eagles at Levi's? How fun would that be?
And that may be the case after blowing them out a couple of times. So there's the latest on the 49ers. You've all been waiting for it. It is Victory Monday. That means the audio recap with Greg Papa and Tim Ryan. We will do that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
And I'm Greg Papa on KNBR. Dun, 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 dun. We have two, not one, but two Monday Night Football games that kick off at exactly the same time tonight at 5 o'clock. Is your home ready for kickoff? Everyone knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy a football Monday, so get ready for an elevated game night by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. Now is the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. You can update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. So change your luck with a fresh coat of paint, whether you're calling it audible or following the playbook. Find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. 17 regular season games in the NFL now. Let Benjamin Moore help you extend the life of your home for many seasons to come. So support your team and your local, independently owned and operated business with Benjamin Moore.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I waited.
Harold.
You're a minute late, John.
Oh, my God. Almost 2 minutes late. Like to apologize in advance.
Waited. Is that Marty Lurie?
No,
like
that
Marty.
was Harold. But I'm telling you, on social media, too, people were like all sorts of dirty language, combining profanities. They want to hear that thing. So you guys are great. And it was another tremendous call from the start when Christian McCaffrey starts first play from scrimmage, the 72-yarder. And then it went from there, 12 explosive plays for 407 yards yesterday. Great stuff. So as we got audio recaps going to go right now. Matt Barrows from The Athletic at 12:30. Mike Sando, a national look, senior NFL writer for The Athletic at 1:30. So we got all that coming up. But anything we need to know before we launch this?
Get your popcorn ready early and in your seat right away. The first play of the game is going to be an explosive.
I just think they're a hard matchup for everybody. I think they are, when healthy. I think this version, if this group, this version that we saw last week, if they stay healthy and they stay intact, I don't know if there's even a debate they're the best team in the league. I don't know how many teams really in the league match up with San Francisco to begin with.
Here is a toss going the other way, away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey, a cutback run 30, breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Witherspoon, he cuts inside on him and toasted it all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. CMC Dynamite! McCaffrey needs a playoff, so J.P. Mason is in, and they're going to give it to him off the right side. Touchdown! San Francisco!
The closer with the vision and just cutting that ball back right inside Leonard Williams.
I mean, you never know till it does. You know, you just you kind of just read it one gap at a time and trust the guys in front of you. And that was, I mean, amazing blocking. Got to score there, you know. But that was, you know, great job by those guys up front all day. BA blocking downfield, 75 yards down the field again, which is just becoming routine for him. So I appreciated that, but that was a great job by all those guys up front.
Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Debo Samuel on a burner post, and Brock Purdy just does a great job of sitting back, trusting his protection. Seattle came with pressure, sending the linebackers. That's the matchup you want.
Correct. It's just the culture that we have here and the guys that we have whenever they get the ball from. I mean, you can see Brock get out there a little bit, try to scramble a little bit, but from Christian to Juice, Kittle, BA, and it's just go on down the line. It's just like the culture that they built here and just what we practice on every day.
Purdy under center, lone back McCaffrey, 8 yards. Debo comes, they give it to Debo on the handoff. Touchdown! San Francisco!
A little jet action, a little gadget action for Debo Samuel.
Yeah, I mean, for him to say he was awful, it's like a little, like, hey, come on now, that's probably a little much. But the level he's playing at right now is unbelievable, and we need it. We need it from him. I mean, he's such a big-time game changer, playmaker for us. And so anytime that we have him out there on that field and our defense got to worry about, like, man, he's liable to break one for 80 yards at any point, you know, like that's one more guy that they got to worry about on top of all the other weapons that we have. So, I mean, he's been doing an incredible job. I'm not surprised the way that he works and everything that he's earned. I'm really happy for him.
Christian McCaffrey goes in orbit motion left. Brock Purdy out of the shotgun. Straight drop. Looks left. Throws check down. Debo Samuel runs for a first down and more. 40. Down the sideline. Cuts back in the field of play. He's never going to go out of bounds. And he runs into Seattle territory.
I wouldn't say I'm faster. It's just like when I'm in the open field, I think I just got another gear that people haven't seen. So they're like, yo, Debo, I ain't know you was that fast, but really can move.
Play action to him. Purdy going to throw it on the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10, 5. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Yeah, I mean, I'm a part of a special group, you know. Any one of our guys, any one of our eligibles, man, you get the ball in their hands and then they can go do the rest. Break tackles, obviously have pull away, breakaway speed. We see it every game. So to throw like a 5-yard pass or even a deep ball, it doesn't matter. We got playmakers.
Play action by Drew Lock. Gonna have a lot of time and throw a deep shot for DK Metcalf, and it is intercepted. Taken away by Jair Brown, the rookie.
Tig will catch the rock.
I see the same thing. He doesn't shy away from contact. He loves to be downhill and hit people. And he's got really good vision on the ball. And there's a couple times today that ball hung up in the air, and he had one pick, would have had two, but Fred intercepted it from him. I think it was him back there, but Fred ended up going like this. It was an awesome job. I think it was Jair letting up and not both of them going for it at the same time, because then it would have been incomplete. But he got his opportunity. As we stated a month ago, he'd been ready for his opportunity, the way he's been handling everything, and that's why now just the more experience he gets, the better he gets.
Where's Bosa? Same spot over Lucas next to Kinlaw. Chase Young in a 2-point stance is over Charles Cross. They rush Gregory over a guard. Locke had that ball tipped from behind, and it is caught. Intercepted. Who's got the ball? Fred Warner's got the ball. And now we got the team squaring off, and a flag came in after the play.
Yeah, DK Metcalf going at it with Amador Lenore, it looked like out there.
Multiple flags here. Fred Warner came up with the INT on the helicopter.
They got to get Demo Lenore out of there. He is hot.
Lock.
Get him out of there.
Man, I know what Demo is made of. He ain't got to show me nothing out there. I don't want him hurting himself, you know what I'm saying? So hurting himself or hurting the team, we know what he's made of, you know what I'm saying? He ain't nothing to prove out there, but I always appreciate, guys protecting each other out there. So, that doesn't surprise me one bit.
40 seconds to play in the game, and the Niners will win it. Seattle came to fight today. You have to be impressed with their fight. At the end, it got a little bit out of hand there with DK Metcalf, but that's kind of what DK does, and Pete Carroll's team's got a lot of pride, Tim, but they have lost 4 in a row for the first time since he's been the head coach of the Seahawks. They fall to 6-7. Meanwhile, the Niners have won 5 in a row. They are 10-3.
For us, if we handle business and take it 1 week at a time, obviously who doesn't want to play, as the first seed with home field advantage and all that kind of stuff. So I think everybody in the league knows that. We know that here. And like I said, we're taking it one day at a time, and everything will fall into place that it needs to.
If you see this face, that means it's Dope City! On to the next!
There you go. There's Fred Warner at the end. So whether it's big plays, and that was the story of the game, 12 plays, 407 yards, 72, 54, 45, 44, 30, 30, 27, 25, 25, 23, 20, and 12 for your explosive plays, 12 for 407. And that does not include Wisnowski going over the right side for 30 yards on his own, by the way. That would have been very, very impressive. So you could have added that to the total, but that one got called back because Ronnie Bell. But so pretty good stuff. Great
The
recap.
punter was running 20 miles per hour on that play. That was unbelievable.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
They do that. They have that play ready. He's got an alert at the line. I don't know if he called it or if it was called by Isaiah Oliver, was taken over as the personal protector with the injury to George Odom. And that's to get Seattle on that. That's Brian Schneider against Pete and Larry Izzo. I remember a game in Seattle a couple of years ago that flipped on a direct snap to Travis Homer, the personal protector, and he ran 76 yards for a touchdown. So to get them, they typically get those, and they're always looking for those. So that was a huge play in the game. But the end got crazy with DK Metcalf. And Mike Silver, I saw Mike walking out yesterday, and we chatted for a while. He just gets inside the 49er locker room and Kyle's office, wherever he is, and he goes where other reporters are not usually going. But he got the quote that Kyle told the team at a team meeting on Saturday night before the game. We've talked about this, and we texted with Sanjay Lal this morning, their wide receiver coach and passing game coordinator, about the volatility of DK, TNT, Metcalf. But Kyle said, we will get 14 to lose his mind. Christmas presents for whoever gets him, which is, that Pete Carroll's going to see this and point it out to DK and Sanjay Lal as well. It was Fred Warner that got him going. Demo came in and popped him, but what an interception by Fred Warner. That was a ball that was twirling the wrong way. It was hard to pick up who was going to catch it. he made an amazing play and actually took it away from Jair Brown to intercept the ball. But and he was laughing over on the sideline. DK Metcalf is a beast of a player. He's got a little T.O. in him. When he was running off the field, John, everybody was getting on him. Just the look-at-me mentality that he has, even when he gets kicked out of a game. He's got to get himself together because they know they could light a fuse. When the other team has a team meeting and they encourage their players to get 14 to force him to lose his mind, that guy's got to learn to play with more composure. I'm not sure he can.
Yeah, no doubt. Seattle in the rearview mirror, another sweep. Last season it was 3 in a row. This year, 2 in a row, and then looking ahead, it's the Cowboys did the 49ers a favor. And as you point out, the Cowboys have a really tough schedule ahead. The Eagles, and by no means are the 49ers out of the woods, not even close, because you got a month left in the season. The Cardinals coming up this weekend, and then the Ravens on Christmas to complete the bird section of the schedule, and they're undefeated against bird teams this year. And then you move on and you take on Washington on the road, and then you finish against the Rams, who lost barely to the Ravens. So they can secure a playoff spot this weekend. If they go undefeated during the month, they could be the number 1 seed in the NFC. It's weird to go from having to kind of root for the Cowboys to kind of root for the Seahawks, but if you want a little bit of margin of error, you want the Seahawks to beat the Eagles this weekend. And like you said, I think Dallas is going to struggle. So I think that I think you probably want to root for the Eagles, although if we just look at the teams as a whole, right now, who's the biggest threat in the NFC? I think not just based on yesterday, but the way Dak's playing, the way the defense is playing, Dan Quinn has that defense playing, and then the Eagles. I mean, not only offensively are they struggling, some drop passes, as you talked about, Devontae Smith had one, A.J. Brown had one that those guys would normally catch, but defensively, they've got holes all over the place, and now Reed Blankenship got hurt as well, their safety, so they got a lot of issues defensively. The Eagles are just not the same defense as they were a year ago.
They lost 6 starters off their defense from last year. We saw it. And there was a time there we thought they were going to lose both corners, Slay and Bradbury. But Howie Roseman found a way to bring him back. But he didn't bring T.J. Edwards back, the linebacker. He did not bring Kazir White back. They didn't bring the mouth of the South, Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, back. They didn't bring Marcus Epps back. They lost a lot of guys, and they lost them right in the middle. So his theory on building it is like the Niners, is build through the defensive line. They got their money in that D-line, both in the old guard and Brandon Graham and Fletcher Cox and the new guys, Davis and Carter and Sweat and Reddick. They got guys. But the Niners saved money to have a line like that and still have Fred Warner and Dre Greenlaw and still paid Charvarius Ward, and they paid Slay. But it's just the way you build the team, and a lot of teams don't theorize. You pay money to off-the-ball linebackers. It's hurting them. The middle of the field is their vulnerability. I think they're going to come out of their funk a little bit, and we'll see. They did mix Darius Leonard in a little bit last night. The Niners can actually clinch a playoff spot tonight. It's amazing to me that they haven't won the West yet with a record of 10-3, and the Rams in Seattle are 6-7. But if the 49ers lose all 4 and the Rams win all 4 and obviously beat the Niners the last game of the year, then they can still take the division away. But that's going to happen at any moment here. But the Niners could clinch a playoff spot tonight if the Giants beat the Packers. And we're going to have 2 Monday night games. We've had the overlap earlier, John, where one begins at like 4 o'clock our time and one at 5:30. They're going to kick them off simultaneously tonight. At 5:15 our time, Tennessee at Miami. And then also at 5:15, that'll be on ESPN and ESPN Plus. And then on ABC, it is Green Bay at the Giants at 5:15. So what's the theory not staggering it an hour and a half or so? Why are they kicking off these 2 games on the same company at exactly the same time?
I don't get it. Like, the NBA doesn't do that. Like, if they have the Christmas games, they don't do that. I don't understand it. I think you should at least have, an hour between so that you can extend that window out, have it a little earlier, then you're a little later. But the Titans and the Dolphins, Packers and the Giants, and like you said, if the Packers lose to the Giants and the 49ers are in the playoffs, but it just doesn't make any sense to me. I'll have both my TVs going. We got iPads.
So
There's ways to watch both. Come on, man.
What are the Mannings doing? They're doing a multiple Manning cast?
Yeah, in fact,
on both games?
We'll play this at 1:30 for you. There's actually a pretty funny bit in which Peyton Manning is on the phone with Scott Hansen, and he's asking him how to do multiple games at one time, and he's talking about whether he should wear a diaper and all this kind of stuff. It's actually
a diaper.
It's actually pretty funny.
He needs Depends.
Well, that's what he says, and then
because he doesn't get a potty break. Is
so
that
then
why?
Scott Hansen says, "No, I don't wear a diaper." And then there's like diapers on his desk, and then he calls Eli up and he says, "Eli, you weren't supposed to tell Peyton that I wear diapers." So it's kind of a funny bit. But
So the other part of it is, I think Green Bay will probably beat the Giants, but you never know. That's the beauty of the NFL. It changes week to week, and then just from we know who's going to be. Well, the Vikings can still win the NFC North. They've got Detroit twice more,
thanks to BDN.
But assuming that the Niners win the West, either Philadelphia or Dallas wins the East, and Detroit wins the North. Those are going to be your 1, 2, 3, and 5 seeds. And then whoever wins the South will be the 4 seed. So the other thing to look at is who do we want to be the 6 and 7 seeds? Right now it's Minnesota 6, Green Bay 7. They're 7 and 6 and 6 and 6. But then you got the Rams, Seattle, Atlanta, and New Orleans all 6 and 7. So we look at it from two different perspectives. If the Niners are the 1 seed, or if the Niners are the 2 seed. If the Niners are the 2 seed, they've got to play the 7 seed in the wild card weekend. So does it matter which one you play? You lost to Minnesota in Minnesota.
With Cousins.
With Cousins in that game. But then the other side of it is, which one could most upset? Say the Niners are the 1 seed, Philadelphia wins the East, and they're the 2 seed. Which team could knock Philadelphia out? And if that happens, then you don't have to play Dallas and Philadelphia together, and they do reseed in the NFL. It's different than even the NBA in the playoffs. You would play the lowest remaining seeded winner. So which one of those teams do you think could possibly win in January between Minnesota, Green Bay, Rams, Seahawks, Falcons, Saints?
I think the best teams are the Rams and the Seahawks are the best two, even though the Seahawks would
better than Green Bay.
Jordan Love can play really great and really poorly, and
they got a defense.
He's very up and down. The Rams scare me just because Sean McVay is a good head coach, whether people want to admit it or not, and their defense is a lot better than we thought. They lost so much off the defense, but they still have Aaron Donald. Offensively, they're good enough, and McCulla and Kupp together are really difficult, and Kyron Williams is a pretty good running back, so they've got more talent than we thought they had. I think from a 49ers perspective, I'd rather see the Seahawks make the playoffs because they're just not a good matchup with the 49ers, so if they ever saw them, I think that,
you're looking at it as though the Niners will be the 2 seed.
Right, but
the Niners are the 1 seed. Which team could beat Philadelphia?
I think Seattle or the Rams would be better. I mean, I'm not saying they're going to. I'm saying
they're
if
playing.
You told me
Seattle and Philly are playing a week from the night.
Minnesota, I know they beat the 49ers. I get it, but they had Kirk Cousins. All due respect to BDN, I don't think he's gonna light it up. They got 3 whole points yesterday, and I'm not a big believer. I think Jordan Love's really good, but he can be very up and down. So I think Seattle on the high end, and I think the Rams on the high end would have a better chance. Could be wrong. What do you think?
I think Green Bay is solid. I hear you on the Rams as well. I mean, the 49ers have to play the Rams. It all depends. So as we watch the Packers tonight, I don't know if we're rooting for the Packers to lose so the Niners make the playoffs. I'd rather make the playoffs on the field in Arizona and win the division next week, but whatever.
They're not in any danger of not making the playoffs.
No, I mean, you still, if Green Bay loses tonight, the Niners are in the playoffs, and it's just mathematical. But there's 2 ways to look at it. Who's the most dangerous team, depending on if the Niners are the 1 seed or the 2 seed. If they're the 2 seed, they got to play the 7 seed. If they're the 1 seed, Philadelphia more than likely is going to have to play the 7 seed. So I think one of those teams could go into Lincoln Financial Field and beat the Eagles. I could see that happening. Now, Seattle's going to have to play them at Lumen Field. The Rams did play Philadelphia earlier this year at SoFi, and that game went down to the end. So it's just we know who's going to be 1, 2, 3, and 5. You're just kind of figuring out what order, and possibly Minnesota could sneak in there over Detroit, but not likely. Whoever wins the South is going to be 4. And then really the question is going to be who's going to be 6 and 7. And that does impact the Niners greatly and a possible opponent, wild card weekend, or a team that could knock Philadelphia out.
I think from a vulnerability standpoint, the team to me, I think whoever wins the South, whomever it is, they're all the same to me. The 5 is going to beat the 4. And the Lions, to me, are very vulnerable. They have not looked good. The Bears beat them pretty badly yesterday. They ever since I said, they're going to go, 13-4, and they've got this easy schedule, they've pretty much stunk. And I could see someone going into there and beating the Lions. At the beginning of the year, they were just crushing everybody. The offense, they had revamped the defense. They don't look like that team anywhere near that team, especially offensively. I don't know what's going on with them. Maybe they need to do it at home, although they lost to the Packers at home. I could see, depending on who the 6 is, like the Rams. Couldn't you see the Rams going in there and beating the Lions in like a 3-6?
As long as the quarterback stays healthy. Right now who they are is not necessarily who they're going to be in January. We got 4 more weeks to go, and these teams are all playing for something. I just hope we decided on the field and there's not some catastrophic injury. If any one of these teams loses their quarterback, it changes things dramatically. But then you got teams that are playing with backup quarterbacks. Jake Browning won again yesterday. We thought the Bengals were done in the AFC, John, and I thought with Joe Burrow they could win it. So the NFC obviously is very intriguing, but the AFC is just absolutely loaded. I could see a number of teams winning the AFC.
The Ravens didn't look great yesterday in the rain. The Dolphins could be the top seed again today, but they haven't. When they've gone against better teams, they haven't been very good. I think the frustration that boiled over with Kansas City yesterday was not only the offsides call, but it was we're just not where we were, especially offensively, and I think that's where Mahomes is. But the thing about Kansas City is, okay, let's hit the playoffs. At any point, this is the way I feel about the Warriors, even though the Warriors haven't played well, is you don't want to see him in the playoffs. Patrick Mahomes, I know, has never played a road playoff game, which is crazy. But if you're playing Kansas City in the playoffs, aren't you scared as hell? Because that's what they do.
Mahomes going off last night, and that was a bad look.
Terrible.
And that was their own mistake. Tony misaligned. He was decidedly offside. He never looked to the side judge, the line judge, the down judge, whichever side it was, to give him a call on whether he was onside or not. I think that also was a reaction to how the Green Bay game ended at Lambeau the week before, where they did get bad calls. This was their own mistake. They just don't make mistakes like that with details and lining up. Well, great play, and Kelsey's throwback to Tony was insane. But they're off. But they got a month to get it right, and more than likely they're going to win their division. Although Denver's still there. I think one of the scary teams in the AFC is Cleveland. The way their defense is so good. Miami could have come down to the quarterback ultimately with Miami, with Tua and Lamar in Baltimore. Jacksonville disappointing, but I can't believe Trevor Lawrence played yesterday, Chad. I thought he was going to be out 6 months, and he tore an Achilles, or at least 6 weeks with an ankle. The guy missed 6 days, and he came right back in. Denver's befuddling. You got Cincinnati, Buffalo. I don't know who's going to make the playoffs in the AFC. I could see Buffalo getting in, and they just may be the year that, as a wild card team, they run the table all the way to Vegas.
Bottom of the hour, Matt Barros is going to join us. Great stuff from The Athletic. The whole crew at The Athletic does a tremendous job covering the 49ers, but Matt does a great job, and we'll talk to him about the victory and looking at the entire NFC playoff picture with a month to go. We'll do that at 12:30, and then a national look at 1:30. Again, staying with The Athletic, our good friend Mike Sando is going to join us, and he is based in Seattle, so he'll give us a little Seattle vibe. And again, we'll look outside and look at the Eagles, the Cowboys, even the AFC, because with a month left to go, to your point, man, there are a lot of teams who could be Super Bowl contenders. So we'll talk to Mike Sando about that at 1:30. It's Pop and Lund, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
David Lombardi, The Athletic. You joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the 49ers win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Now is the time to get that great Toyota at Modesto Toyota because Toyota-thon is on at Modesto Toyota. It's the biggest event of the year, and Toyota-thon means great deals for you and end-of-the-year savings on that new Toyota you want. So savings on all new 2023 and 2024 Toyotas, and you can check out the models and deals or go to ModestoToyota.com. And here's what I did. You check out the incoming vehicles. You pick out the one you want with these great Toyota-thon deals. They go quickly, by the way, so don't wait. The time is now. You can save big on gas with the many hybrid cars like the one that I've got from there, the hybrid RAV4, which is awesome. There's trucks as well, even the all-electric. I said all-electric BZ4X at great prices and special lease deals. Yes, Toyota-thon is on. Modesto Toyota has been family-owned since 1965. They've had thousands of happy customers like me because of the great service and great prices, and now is the time, the big year-end deals with no dealer markup. It's Toyota-thon. Toyota-thon, it's on right now. The time has never been better. So, for Christmas, why don't you reward yourself? You've worked hard all season long, all year long, and all season long, I'm sure, watching the 49ers from the couch. So get your Toyota right now, Modesto Toyota. Where I get my Toyotas. My son, who's back in town, his is intact. Thank goodness. It's all at Modesto Toyota and ModestoToyota.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader.
Our friend Matt Barrows will join us at 12:30 to look back at the win over Seattle and a bigger picture of the NFC with a month to go. One thing we have not discussed, we've talked about big plays, we've talked about Brock Purdy and the end of the game with DK and so forth, and all the skill position players and all the records they're setting and all these things. But do I need to be concerned about Ward's groin and Burke's knee and Hargrave's hammy and Greenlaw's hip? Do I need to worry about those things?
You should be concerned about Ward's groin.
Yeah, Ward's groin. Do I need to worry about these injuries?
You got to be concerned.
The groinal region.
I don't know. Kyle will talk to the media. They didn't push him a lot. He opened up like he always does with his press conference right after the game, and he went through the injuries, and Larry Krueger asked him this long-winded football question. How about a follow-up about Ward's groin?
That's
Larry?
What I was waiting for, too, in the postgame. Is anybody ask about the injuries?
I saw Larry after we were kidding him about that. But
who does he think he is, Eric Branch?
Yeah, he's Dr. Branch. We'll ask Matt Barrows. The way Charvarius shut it down right away, I don't know. The groins are tricky, and he's had a problem with that before. But he got over it. Was on the DK Metcalf sideline route when he lost the tackle and he chased him. He came right off the next play. And he was trying to simulate, backpedal and bail technique and opening up, and he shut it down. You could see right away he was not coming back into that game. Even though they said questionable, you could just tell by his body language he's not coming in. And then Hargrave, I don't know exactly where he did it. Typically a hamstring, was he chasing down a screen or something, and I don't know what play that happened on. Matt Barrows may have more. Kyle will talk today. Yeah, that's a concern. I mean, those are two of your best defensive players, and the two guys that you spent the most money on the last 2 years. 2 years ago was Charvarius Ward got the money, $40 million, and this past offseason they gave the Gravedigger double that, $84 million. It's all spread out. It's not fully guaranteed, but you get the point. Those are the two big offseason expenditures that they've had the last 2 years, so it does create a trickle down. And then I do wonder about Jason Verrett. They're bringing him back into the building. They wanted him back in the building like 3 weeks ago, and for whatever reason he didn't sign to the practice squad, but he's going to be here now. You got Logan Ryan as well. So there's some flexibility with veterans. They're all in, and we'll see what they do with Zach Ertz, and they're gearing up, not just for December and coming down the stretch now, but January football, and they're hoping February as well to win a Super Bowl here. So they're going to go after it hard. So, yes, there's no question. Oren Burks also had an injury, never came back into the game. Dre did come back in later on, but you never know how that's going to be. But, yeah, right after the game, they look great, the explosives, the balance in the offense, and Matt wrote about it in The Athletic. It's just amazing to me, the ball distribution and how they're doing this offensively, where these five eligibles, and, Juwan Jennings there as well, but really it's the five. It's the two wide receivers, Ayuk and Debo and Kittle and McCaffrey, and, Hughes mixes in. He's in part of all of it. It's the four guys that they're getting the ball to. The way they're able to spread it around is just amazing. It's just unbelievable, and it speaks to Brock Purdy and the way they play offensively and the way Kyle calls plays. So that was really impressive, and to get all those explosives. But what's exactly going on with Ward's groin, as you've inquired about, and the Gravedigger's hamstring. Those are veteran guys that I'm not going to say they can't win without them, but those are two major pieces in your defense that you need.
Yeah, no doubt. I do feel strange asking about a grown man's groin, but that's the injury. So I did. Matt Barrows is going to join us. Yeah, exactly. It's not strange.
I'm concerned as well.
All right, Matt Barrows is going to join us coming up next. He and the entire crew over at The Athletic do a tremendous job covering the 49ers. We'll get his insights from the win over the Seahawks, and more importantly, the next month, can they maintain this and win the number one seed in the NFC so everything goes through Santa Clara? We'll ask Matt Barrows about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
in essence a sophisticated heat beam which we called a laser.
Danny is very much on top of it today. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You've heard Pop talk about this a lot, and that's how I got hooked up with the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. He was the cock of the walk, baby. He was walking into the studio saying, "Look at my eyesight. I can see everything. Look at that small thing. Look, I can read this." In fact, I was talking to me the other day, and I was reading a script. He was behind me. He's like, "How can you read that?" And I said, "Well, the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. You know all about it." So he and I had this procedure called CLR. It's custom lens replacement, and they perform, though, all of them. So what's cool is you make a free consultation. I said free consultation, and they'll tell you which is going to work best for you. For Papa and I, it was custom lens replacement, but they perform LASIK, all three types. They're specialists in EVO ICL. That's an insertable contact lens that's more appropriate for some patients to help them see their best without glasses. So whatever is going to work for you, that's what the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley wants to do for you. So come in, get the free consultation, and check everything out for yourself. Now, as far as our procedure was concerned, the CLR, very simple. Just takes a few minutes, add a couple of adjustments, and boom. It's like you're a young man once again. Dr. Bindi, Dr. Ling, the entire team, they are known for being comprehensive, and they just want what is best for you. So again, CLR worked for Papa and I. Could be one of the LASIK procedures, could be EVO ICL, whatever works best for you. That's what they want to do at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. So what are you waiting for? You want to be able to see again. It is life-changing, as I've told you many, many times. So get your free consultation today at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley.
faithful. There's a party happening on our podcast page. Hear every interview from every show on demand at knbr.com/podcast. Now on with the show on the Sports Leader.
Blitz from Bobby Wagner. They pick it up. Deep shot. Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco!
I feel like we've always, sort of had, shots within plays. If the defense gives us a look, we take it. And so was I afraid to go deep or anything like that last year? I don't think so. This year I feel like just more aware of, what our offense is and where guys are supposed to be. And if the defense gives us a look, I'm more, ready for it and aware of it. So I have taken deep shots this year.
That is Brock Purdy. The 49ers beat the Seahawks 28-16 yesterday at Levi's. Combined that with domination for the Cowboys 33-13 over the Eagles, and the 49ers with a month to go in the season are the number one seed in the NFC. Matt Barrows, as always, great piece. Brock Purdy's big achievement. 49ers pass catchers have a chance to make history. We'll talk about that history in a moment. 12 explosive plays for 407 yards. Started the first play of scrimmage. CMC with that 72-yard run. Debo, the 54-yarder. Ayuk at a 45. Kittle had a 44 touchdown. So they were on the big play train yesterday, and Matt Barrows wrote about it. And he joins us courtesy of the Uma Guest Line. What's happening?
Oh, nothing much. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're good, man. Great piece as always. So talk to us about this. They have a chance to make history. What's the history they're going to make?
Well, they already have one receiver at the 1,000-yard mark. Brandon Ayuk achieved that on Sunday. They've got two others, Kittle and Debo, who are within striking distance of 1,000. And, boy, the way that Debo has been playing, he's been making up a lot of lost ground the last few weeks. My point is that this team has a chance to have three 1,000-yard receivers, which has never happened in 49ers history. I mean, this is a team with prolific quarterbacks and even more prolific wide receivers, and they've never had three at once. And it's just a rare feat. Not even the greatest show on turf Rams teams. I mean, teams that Brock Purdy kind of compares to. When you compare Purdy and what Kurt Warner did 20 years ago, very similar. But even those teams only had two at a time. So it's very rare, and it kind of shows just how explosive everything is, how well Kyle Shanahan calls plays, and how balanced the offense is, and also how good the guy distributing the ball is. It's a very rare feat. When that happens, you would think that guy would be considered for MVP of the league.
Yeah, and you heard Brock talking, the deep shot to Debo for the 54-yard touchdown. He just read the feet of Jamal Adams, and he's the backside linebacker on that play. He's got to pick up the number 3 receiver on the over route, and he was just standing there, so he read that. He threw the deep shot. Later on, they tried to go deep, and Seattle had too deep over the top, and he checked it down to Debo, and Debo got 30 yards on a check down. So whether he throws it deep for 54 and a touchdown or a check down in the left flat for 30, he just sees the field and gets the ball to the guy who was ever open. The yardage totals are amazing. Going into the game yesterday, Matt, McCaffrey led the team in receptions with 51. Ayuk had 50, and Kittle had 50. And, Debo had 38 because he had essentially missed 3 games. Now, after yesterday, Ayuk has 56, Kittle has 53, McCaffrey has 52, and Debo has 45. So your point is exactly what I've been thinking about for a while, and it's obvious. If you're the other team, who do you take away? Because if you put 2 over anybody, Brock Purdy is going to find the guy who's open. That's just what he does.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and to think that Deebo Samuel missed 3 games. And Brandon Ayuk missed basically a game and a half. I mean, he was in and out of that Rams game. And that they have these totals right now just shows how explosive, how prolific the offense is. I mean, to your point, Samuel was saying after the game is that those explosive plays, teams tend to kind of sit on those crossers over the middle. That's been the bread and butter, especially when Jimmy Garoppolo was here, of this offense. And I think that's what Jamal Adams was doing on that Samuel touchdown, just kind of sitting on the intermediate route, the place that Shanahan likes to go. And now you've got a quarterback, when teams do that, when they sort of prey on those types of throws, he can go beyond that. He can kind of exploit tendencies and, just adds another layer of capability to what this offense can do.
Matt Barrows joining us from The Athletic. Make sure that you're following Matt at Matt Barrows. And, of course, great piece, multiple pieces about the 49ers, especially after the win over the Seahawks and looking ahead now to the rest of the NFC. So this morning, obviously, with the Cowboys beating the Eagles, big discussion nationwide about is Dak the MVP frontrunner. And I was looking at numbers just comparing both of them, and they're basically 1 and 2 in about everything passing-wise you can, but then there's that 42-10, which Brock Purdy was much better than Dak Prescott. But my question is, can Brock Purdy, old pick number 262, from a perceptual standpoint, beat America's team's quarterback in an MVP race?
I would tend to say no, and I know that's going to disappoint a lot of Bay Area fans. But like you said, it's America's team. It's Dak Prescott. He's been a national storyline for years already. He's got a head start on Brock Purdy. And he was scrutinized this season. I mean, it was, how is Dak Prescott ever going to get better? The 49ers keep bouncing them from the playoffs, this, that, and the other. And to his credit, he has. I just think that the national attention paid to him and to the Cowboys is greater than it is to Brock Purdy. I mean, I think Brock Purdy has an excellent argument, and we've been going over it. I personally think that he should be the MVP. But like I said, or like you said, it's the Cowboys, and they just get a lot of eyeballs. So I think it's going to be close. I don't know if McCaffrey siphons off some of Brock Purdy's votes that the AP would put up, but it'll be very interesting to watch. Let's just put it at that.
Yeah, Brock is obviously playing brilliantly. I mean, just brilliantly. He's got 25 touchdowns. He threw his 7th INT, 3,500 yards. He's going to challenge all-time yardage, touchdowns, yards per attempt. And John Brody, hell, he's up to 9.9 yards per attempt, which is just crazy. But here's the problem I have, and I understand, but he did beat Dak. If it just was quarterback versus quarterback, I think you have an argument. But here's the question. Take the other teams out of it. If you had to vote right now, who is the 49ers' most valuable player? We're making the point that the offense is just distributed so evenly. Guys go off every other game, and sometimes they all go off in the same game. I mean, Christian McCaffrey is having an amazing year. He didn't score a touchdown yesterday, but he could get Jerry Rice's all-time single-season record when JR scored an incredible 23 in 12 games in 87. Man, if you had a vote, just not the league, just the 49ers' most valuable player, who would you vote for?
I'd vote for Purdy because of what we just said earlier. I mean, he's the guy that's making this all happen. He's the guy that, Ayuk just set a career best with 4 games to go for yards in a season. Deebo Samuel might hit 1,000, even though he missed 3 games with a shoulder injury. George Kittle might hit 1,000 again. McCaffrey's on pace to have his best season. This is a guy who had a tremendous 2019 season with Carolina. What's the common element there? It's the guy that's kind of giving them the ball, distributing it. We've made the point that it's also a fantastic reflection on the play caller, Kyle Shanahan, and we've made the point over and over again that Purdy, more so than any quarterback in the Shanahan era, is the perfect Shanahan QB. He is Shanahan on the field. He is sort of translating everything from Shanahan's brain onto the playing field. So, I think that has to be the conclusion. I mean, as great as Christian McCaffrey's been, it's been Purdy who's been the the great distributor, as I called him in today's story.
Matt Barrows is joining us, talking about the Niners win over the Seahawks and also the Eagles, of course, the Cowboys 33-13 over the Eagles. So the Niners right now have the number one seed with a month to go in the NFC. Defensively, the only downside of yesterday was, especially late in the game, were like injury. Now, we knew about Ward early because of the groin, but then all of a sudden it's Hargrave and it's Greenlaw and it's Oren Burks. Have you heard anything on this? I know that Kyle's going to speak today. Do we need to be concerned over these injuries?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we'll talk to Kyle at 3:30 to get more specifics. But we're talking about groin, we're talking about hamstring for Charvarius Ward and Javon Hargrave, two starters. Those are usually, 1, 2, at minimum, weak injuries. It's hard for me to think that Charvarius Ward is going to be able to play against the Cardinals. If they didn't have Javon Hargrave and if they didn't have Eric Armstead, you've got James Conner running for Arizona. That's a big challenge for Javon Kinlaw, who I thought had a really nice game, for Kevin Givens and for Kalia Davis. So it's a nice challenge. I mean, I think that sometimes is good at the end of the season where you're sort of challenging some of your younger, more unheralded players to step up and to kind of continue the momentum. That can kind of maybe guard against complacency, a little bit of malaise, things like that. But it'll be a nice challenge. It'll certainly be a big challenge if they're missing guys when Lamar Jackson and the Ravens come to town on Christmas night. That's an even bigger one. But so some things to worry about. There's always something to fret about. And after the Seahawks game, it's injuries, and it's injuries to the defense.
If Charvarius can't go in Arizona, Rondale Moore runs a lot of their routes out of the slot. They do have Kyler Murray back. They were able to get away with Isaiah Oliver playing in the slot yesterday with the two young guys on the outside, Diamador Lenore and Ambry Thomas, Matt. But the Niners have signed Logan Ryan. He's actually on the roster. He was up yesterday, didn't play, but he was on the roster. And they brought Jason Verrett back into the building on the practice squad. So as we proceed forward, what do you think their ultimate plan is for Logan Ryan and Jason Verrett?
Yeah, I wrote up the elevator in the suite tower yesterday with Jason Verrett, who told me that he was just there as a fan, but obviously there's more afoot there. I don't know. He goes on the practice squad. I think it's going to be a little while before we actually see Jason Verrett in a game, but they didn't use him very much as a nickel back when he was here. He was an outside cornerback, but having another outside cornerback would allow the team to play Diamador Lenore exclusively at the nickelback position, which is, I think it's obvious by now, the spot that they really kind of foresee for him for the future. And he's very good at it. As soon as Ward came out of yesterday's game, they initially put Womack in on the outside. I think it was either one or two plays where it was Womack and Ambry Thomas as the outside cornerbacks, and they kept Lenore on the inside. They very quickly changed that and put Isaiah Oliver in at nickel, and he played the rest of the game there. But I think moving forward, if they had their druthers, they keep Lenore at nickel cornerback from here on out, and that would require somebody else at outside, whether it's Womack, whether it's Jason Verrett, somebody else. So obviously all of this hinges on Ward's injury. He wasn't moving around awkwardly yesterday. He seemed to be okay jogging. For example, at halftime, he sort of ran off the field at halftime and didn't seem hindered. That sort of gives you the impression that it's not going to be a long-term injury. But I do think that next week in Glendale is very much up in the air.
Matt, as always, great stuff. We appreciate it. Thanks for the insight. We'll see you in Arizona. We'll talk to you soon.
Okay, sounds good, guys. Talk to you then.
See you,
Thank you, Manny.
That is Matt Barrows. Make sure you check out his latest piece because, like he said, Brock Purdy's distributing the ball, and they're going to have all sorts of records. Guys going over 1,000 yards are already there with McCaffrey and Ayuk and Debo soon to follow, George Kittle. So great job distributing the ball, and nothing better than yesterday with those 12 explosive plays for 407 yards. We'll continue that discussion. Top of the hour, we got a foreplay for you. It is normally on a Monday, a Victory Monday, all 49ers. We've got to throw some Otani in there as well because Friday was crazy into the weekend where he announced he is signing with the Dodgers, so we'll give you a little bit of that too. And then at 1:15, since we do have Mike Sando of The Athletic for a national look at the NFL at 1:30 that you don't want to miss, we'll give you some of the best sound from the weekend at about 1:15. That ought to come. It's Pop and Lund on a Monday. Thanks for hanging out. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey, winter's upon us coming up in a couple of weeks with heating bills as high as they are. Proper weatherproofing is going to be essential in your home. Greg Papa with this message for professional builders working with clients to upgrade or build a new home. My message, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. Owens Corning provides a broad range of insulation, roofing, and fiberglass composite materials and are known for innovation and sustainable solutions. James Hardie provides a durable, lower maintenance alternative to wood and vinyl. Boral True Exterior Siding and Trim offers phenomenal performance while consisting of 70% recycled materials, an environmental leader. And talk with your client about double or triple pane windows that offer comfortable environment year-round, so while delivering lower energy bills as well. Golden State's respected window and door partners include the very best, Marvin, Anderson, and Milgard. So start online at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And now we got the team squaring off, and a flag came in after the play.
Yeah, DK Metcalf going at it with the Amador Lenore, it looked like out there.
Multiple flags here. Brett Warner came up with the INT on the helicopter.
They got to get Demo Lenore out of there. He is hot.
Lock.
Get him out of there. We do not need him getting fined or any future discipline.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, man. I told him he tackles really well, and then for some reason he didn't like that, and, I guess what happened, and it's unfortunate, man. You got to learn to keep his composure, but happy we came out with the dub.
I like Fred Warner. And then later on this week, he'll do a podcast, and that's just the way things go nowadays. We will give you the foreplay at the top of the hour. Great sound from the weekend, including some really funny stuff at 1:15, 1:30. Our good friend Mike Sando is going to join us from The Athletic. By the way, continue to listen. You kind of have to, Pop, because you're on the show, but continue to listen. $100 Pacific Catch gift card, which we absolutely love. Tune in between 10 and 2 all week long. We're going to give the cue to call, not now, but when we do, you're going to be the 10th caller into the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you will win $100 to my good friends at Pacific Catch, and they're all over the place. Been the one in Walnut Creek, Pleasanton, there's one in Dublin.
One in Marin.
Yeah, they're very good.
I've got a $100 gift card there as well, John, to Pacific Catch.
Yes.
Yummy. So does Fred Warner get an extra Christmas present? Because Kyle said a Christmas present for whoever gets him. We will get 14 to lose his mind. And it was Fred Warner that got DK Metcalf to lose his mind.
Yeah, what do you get for something like that? I mean, it's not a
for Fred Warner,
a bounty bowl like Buddy Ryan did.
I'd get him a nice scarf. Fred is such a well-dressed man.
He really is.
Alex from Armani takes care of him. Alex, if you're listening out there, you have Fred looking clean. And he's always got a nice accessory, a nice scarf to go with his outfit. I think Kyle would go well.
Yeah.
He's a scarf guy, isn't he?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's the way to go right there.
And how about the Seahawks getting the 49ers on the Hollywood play?
Oh,
yesterday?
Yeah. Former Stanford tight end on that.
I texted Sanjay. So the Niners did that last December in Seattle, the fake left, fake right, wide delay over the middle to Kittle. Cleveland, David and Njoku got Seattle again on that earlier this year. So they've been had twice by the Hollywood play, which the Niners actually had originally in with Steve Young to Dr. John Frank years ago. And then the Seattle Seahawks, Shane Waldron and Sanjay got them. Fake left, fake right screen, Colby Parkinson over the middle. Can you believe that? They got the Niners on their own play.
I thought of you. I forgot to tell you this earlier. I thought of you right away when they did that play. It's like, oh, you got to be kidding me. Did you guys say that right away?
Right away. It was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Love that Hollywood play. Now,
that is a nice play.
Now you've overdone it. Can we not use the Hollywood play?
I don't know, man. People are. When does it not work? It's like, Sex Panther. 60% of the time it works every time. I think it works every time, not just 60% of the time. It's a pretty good play, so everybody's stealing it. Everybody's doing that thing.
It's like the garage door pick in basketball.
Right.
You run the garage door pick, it seems to work.
Yeah. So after
but you can't use it every single play.
I guess not, but it was wide friggin' open.
And it also happened when Dre left the field to the injury. I think Demetrius was in, so it was like one snap after the Niners lost a stacked linebacker, and they didn't have Oren Burks, so I think they were light in the off-the-ball linebacker right at that point when they ran that play.
Yeah, so there you go. So what we'll do is we'll do the foreplay here at 12:15. Pat McAfee freaks out over Wisnowski calling his own number. Rex Ryan, foot fetish talk. Tony Romo sends the Swifties into a tizzy. We got that for you as well. Oh, plus one thing I forgot to put in there. I got to tell Walter the promo with Scott Hansen and Peyton Manning is really funny for tonight's double Manning cast. Because
Scott Hansen from the Red Zone.
Yeah, he's no Andrew Siciliano, but it's a funny promo that they're going to have to try to do
funny.
2 games.
He's a little goofy. He gets crazy. He doesn't know the rules all the time, but he's funny. He's funny.
Yeah. I don't know. Siciliano just had that thing wired. I mean, some people are just great at that. I could never do it. I'm far too ADD to have like 18 screens going.
No, you'd love it. You live for that.
I do love it, but I years ago I did in the summertime. I did like 3 months on game night on ESPN radio every night. And what they do is they have about 10 screens. It's during baseball season. So they have like 10 screens in front of you, and they tell you as you're talking. So it's you and I doing a talk show like we are right now. And then they say to you, anytime anybody scores in Major League Baseball, you've got to recap it. So you're going to be watching those screens. And so a producer in your ear, you would hate this.
Wow.
A producer in your ear will say to you, Dan Gladden just singled to left. The Twins lead the Royals 3-2. Update it. And
the man from Gladden?
Yeah. So, like, I'm just throwing a name out there. But you and I are having a conversation, and all of a sudden there's this person constantly chirping in your ear about somebody, even if it's a really irrelevant game.
Why can't you watch and see it yourself?
Well, I can, but there's like 10 TVs.
All the screens.
So it's like you'll have a...
Yeah, then are you leading to audio on that?
They'll have something... And then it's a baseball call. It could be, depending on the season, a basketball call, all these things. And you're supposed to be watching all these games at once and performing the duties of a talk show host where you're supposed to have a compelling conversation going on at the same time. And it's like, if you had multiple personalities, you got like 8 voices in your head. And then afterwards, you would love this too. There's a meeting afterwards, after every show.
And forget the meeting.
And the program director.
Don't need a meeting.
And the program director goes over the show, and she would tell me at the time, at 7:32, you missed that Royals run to make it 3-2. I'm like, oh my God.
Then you do it.
Exactly. It was driving me crazy.
I would love it. I would love to do that. The red zone. I would like to be in the red zone just one Sunday when the Niners aren't playing.
That would be fun.
But when you're doing baseball, how do you know who everybody is? Do you have back then, did they have the MLB app where you could follow the game along? How did you follow?
They did have like ESPN.com, so you could see what the box score was or who did what. So you would see something out of the corner of your eye. Somebody would score a run, and you'd quickly go to your computer in the next second. But it's not like they didn't want you to wait till somebody finished. They would hit a chime, some sort of dun da 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 da, and then you're like,
scoreboard
up there. It's like, and then there's a highlight. Yeah, it's just like that.
There
and then
go.
you do it. You do the highlight.
Moments ago in Detroit,
and
Miguel Cabrera.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah. And then you're supposed to remember exactly where you were in the conversation. Yeah. It's like, what the hell was I just talking about? It was.
I think it would be fun. I'm sure you were great at it.
It was brutal. I mean, I was okay at it, but it's just kind of what you're talking about with Scott Hansen and Siciliano.
Yeah, you know what? The one thing and Scott did it on. There were 2 red zones for years. Siciliano did it on DirecTV, and Scott did it. I would get it on my Xfinity Comcast. I guess it was on cable. The one they're doing now on YouTube TV, they go from game to game and they take the sound up. Siciliano used to voice over a lot more, and that's why he'd have all the lines here and there. Scott does it some, but it seems like now they're just going boom, 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 or they're just going from game to game, and they do it fast. I love that way. It's the way they're directing it, where they're just going boom. It's fun right now.
Yeah.
And Scott's not talking as much as Siciliano used to, but I love YouTube TV.
Yeah, it's really good. All right, let's get to it. Pop in London, KNBR, AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station, for playtime.
Time for some foreplay with Papa in Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
All right, it's all about the big plays for the 49ers, plus we have one in reference to Shohei Otani in the number 4 position today. Here is Brock Purdy again. Great yesterday, setting a career high in passing yards. 368, by the way, is now second in the NFL in passing yards. Talking about the guys that can score at any time.
Yeah, I feel like that's, our mindset with this team. Like I said before, like we have playmakers across the board. So if you throw outside zone to Christian, he can take it 70. You can throw a check down to Deebo Samuel, and he'll take it 50. So that's how we do look at it. We have guys across the board that can make anything happen at any time, and that's our mindset. But obviously you get into situational football, you have to be smart and, not just throw deep or anything like that. But we have guys that can score at any moment, so we know that.
You're great with this. I mean, to have 12 plays equal 407 yards, and the 72 and the 54 and the 45 and the 44. Can you ever remember a game in which there were so many explosive plays? It was amazing.
Yeah, they've had some games. I mean, that's what they do. And Chris Babcock chronicles them. And I think we quantify it the same way the Niners do. Different teams have different yardage for runs and pass explosives. We go 10 yards or more as an explosive in the run game and 20 yards or more in the pass game. And they had 8 passes and 4 runs yesterday in the first play of the game. And that's what they do. The Niners explode more than any team in football. David Lombardi does a great job in the explosives. They also don't give up explosives. Yesterday they gave up too many, and that's why Seattle was hanging around there because they had some big plays as well. I'd like to see a stat, John. We know about turnovers and what that means for percentage of winning, but to me, these explosives are like a home run in baseball or a three-pointer in basketball. They don't necessarily score you more points. A home run scores, and everybody on base scores. And Billy Beane taught me the stat years ago. Whichever team hits the most home runs in a Major League Baseball game, they win an extremely high percentage of the time. I forget the exact number, 80, 85, 90. That's why, everybody's trying to buggy whip, and even with 2 strikes, you're not shortening up. And the Warriors taught us the 3 ball. 3 is more than 2, and now look at the game. It's gotten to be too much. I would like to see a stat on the teams and explosives. Red zone obviously is critical for scoring. We know that. Third down conversions, but is third down conversion even less important, John, do you think, than explosives? If you're getting chunk plays where you're picking up 20, 30, 40, 50, 72, 54 in a house call, I mean, when you venture to guess the team that has the most explosive plays in the pass game and the run game at a very high percentage win that game?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we talk about time of possession, and it's extremely important. And Kyle looks at it as extremely important. You're controlling the ball, but you'd much rather than doing 14 plays, 75 yards, you'd much rather do a 72-yarder by Christian McCaffrey. It's really what you do with those plays that matters. I mean, you don't want to keep your defense. I understand time of possession, why it's important. But it's funny, we're on the same page here. Now, I'll find the 20+ because I look at it as, and I think most do, an explosive pass play is 20+, an explosive run play is 10+. But as far as 25+ yard plays, pass plays, the 49ers have 40, which is the most in the league. So I'll find the 20s and 10s, but they are number one.
I remember having this debate with Al Davis because Al, he wanted the bomb.
Yeah.
He wanted explosive. And then John Gruden came in. I remember one year right away when Gruden and Callahan came, he had like a 16-play touchdown drive. And it took like 10 minutes. And they converted every third down. And I remember Al would complain about I said, would you rather score in 3 plays or 16? Your defense is over on the sideline. Your defense is not playing. So that's where the run game came in. And Kyle's both. I mean, he wants 30 runs, 35 runs, 35 minutes time of possession. The ultimate is 40 and 40 runs, 40 time of possessions. But if you can beat them over the head and score immediately, I mean, wouldn't you rather just score? Or would you rather, play keep away and let your defense rest? The opponents try to make you have those long drives because they think you're not going to pick up every third down. Are you going to go for it on 4th down now? And you get a holding call on 1st down. Now you got 1st and 20. How are you going to make that up? So how do you make it up as being explosive? This team has been explosive all year, though.
All right, so again, I'm doing this on the fly. They have 61 20+ pass yard plays, which is number 1 in the league, tied with the Texans with 61 of them. 61 20+ yard plays. That sounds like a lot.
And who is the Texans offensive coordinator? Bobby Slowick.
Exactly.
What did he do here with the Niners? He was with Kyle as the co-offensive coordinator, passing game. He ran the passing game, and Firster ran the running game. So C.J. Stroud got hurt yesterday.
Yeah, it's big for the Texans, and they lost to the Jets 30-6. All right, here is a Christian McCaffrey again, 72 yards. When we were getting into our seats before we even knew it, the first play from scrimmage, 72 yards. Here is a Christian McCaffrey giving credit to Kyle Shanahan and the offensive coaching staff.
Well, it feels great, man. It's a testament to the coaches who, those guys work so hard to dial the plays up every week, keeping it fresh. We learn new playbooks every single week, and it's challenging, but you got a group of guys who are bought in, Obviously, you have a great play caller who notices our tendencies and fixes those, and runs plays off of what we've ran in the past. And you got a lot of guys who go out there and just execute it. I think today, we were pretty sloppy today, even still, and I think there's a lot of stuff we left out there. But obviously, the win's the most important thing, and I know we got the guys who go out there and fix those.
I love it when he says they were sloppy offensively. I mean, he's right in that they didn't have the consistency, those drives for 14 yards. But again, to go back to your original point, when you're making those kind of big plays, you'll probably take that.
Well, they scored 28 points. They didn't score 42 or 35, and we're nitpicking a little bit, but they were off. There were some in-cuts. The one behind Debo was way behind him. The one where Ayuk kind of settled and he missed him and it went off his hands and Julian Love intercepted. I mean, that's the kind of detail. I'm sure McCaffrey's pissed off he didn't score. He said it right away. He wanted to score. And, Witherspoon and Ayuk was blocking his ass off, but Witherspoon turned him back and Mafe tackled him. That's where greatness comes from. Never being satisfied. By the way, Babs is listening, Chris Babcock, and he chronicles all the explosives for us as our director of analytics in the booth. So in this 5-game winning streak, John, they have had at least 9 or more explosives in every game. And yesterday they had 12, 4 runs, 8 passes. So when they detonate, they win.
Yeah, absolutely. There's Christian McCaffrey and more. Debo Samuel's on an absolutely unbelievable run. He talks about when he gets into the open field, he kicks it into another gear.
I wouldn't say I'm faster. It's just like when I'm in the open field, I think I just got another gear that people haven't seen. So they're like, yo, Debo, I ain't know you was that fast, but really can move.
I've got it right here. I'd chronicled his last few games. I'm going to see if I can find it off. By the way, when you and Tim, when you guys mentioned decaf or DK Metcalf, decaf, is that a slip or is that you meant
No, I didn't say that. Tim did,
he
I
did.
think.
Yeah, the decaf.
He called him decaf?
Yeah. Decaf.
Maybe he thought he had a calf injury.
That
guy is fully leaded. That guy is not decaf.
Here's Debo's last 3 games. 18 receptions, 344 yards, 3 touchdowns. 8 rushes, 38 yards, 3 touchdowns. 7 explosive receptions, 2 explosive runs, 1 for a touchdown, 6 touchdowns last 3 games. He's been on fire.
Yeah.
Not just IU.
No doubt.
He's been on fire, too.
Yeah.
All right, one more for you. Let's get to Otani. Here is our good friend, John Heyman, on who the finalists were for his services. Were the Giants ever involved or close?
As of late last night, my understanding is the Dodgers did not know that they were getting him. And so it was either very late last night or this morning where it came together where the Dodgers became the team and that they understood that they were getting Shohei Otani. And my other understanding is that there were 3 finalists, the Angels, the Blue Jays, and the Dodgers. So certainly the Blue Jays were clearly in the running, and the Angels were as well. The Giants and the Cubs were, I guess you could call them finalists. There were 5 teams. And, one thing I will say, I don't think it's about the money. I think the Dodgers were the favorite all along, which is what we've always said, because of 2 things. Geography, number 1. Number 2, they are the most consistent winning team in Major League Baseball. Just look at the record.
All right, 2 things. You need a cough drop. He did say Giants were 5 and not final 3. And then when guys say it's not about the money, then why did he take $700 million, which is by far the most? It is about the money. It might not be number 1 thing with him. Most it is. Can we wipe that from our sports vernacular? It's not about the money. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Shohei me the money.
God.
So what? They've won the National League West 10 of the last 11 years.
And he's assigned for 10, so that's 10 more.
That is amazing. That is amazing.
Yeah.
And the Braves. How many years did the Braves win the National League East? 14 out of 15. The one year they didn't win it was the strike year. I think Montreal was going to win it that year. Anyway, they won 1 World Series in Atlanta. The Dodgers have won 1. And it was a weird year. It was the pandemic year of 2020. So to say they're the winningest team in baseball in the regular season they have, but they've not won. And this lineup, I mean, as far as trios, and we were thinking of the greatest one, I mean, Mays, McCovey, Cepeda is pretty amazing as well, John, but they didn't win a World Series. I mean, does this ensure, nothing ensures it, it's a ridiculous question, I'm not saying that, but how many World Series does Shohei Otani win as a Dodger? Does he win any? 1, 2? Like LeBron going to the Heatles. Not 4, not 5, not 6. They got a couple. I mean, but how many? They've already won the National League West. This is bigger than just baseball, obviously, and it makes their lineup incredible. They're like the National League All-Star team as hitters, but does this ensure October's success for the Dodgers? Of course not. It makes it better, but it's an interesting move there. But to say they're the winningest team in baseball, they are in the regular season, but they're not in the postseason.
Kind of like those Braves teams. And the other thing I would say that we really haven't addressed is we've gone directly to how can the Giants compete with the Dodgers? How can they compete with the Diamondbacks? How can they compete with the Padres? They were 4th in this division last year. They've got a lot of climbing to do. Arizona went out and got a really good third baseman, signed a really good starting pitcher, and added it to that young core. The Padres lost Soto. I'm not saying they're better, but they still have a really formidable lineup if they can figure out their pitching. Now, they may lose Snell and Waka, so they may take a step back. There's no question, and Bob Melvin's a great manager, and they lose him. But before we say, hey, how do they compete with the Dodgers? How do they compete in this division overall? They were in 4th place last year. They weren't even close. Let's go.
Thank God for Bud Black in Colorado. Well, I mean, they haven't even started the offseason yet, so let's just see. Now it's go time. Shohei's done.
Can someone tell him it is the offseason?
Well,
that'd be good.
There's not been a lot of signings. Take it easy. The one thing is J.D. Martinez. Is he going to go back to Arizona now? He's not going to L.A., obviously, with Shohei taking the DH spot. Where does J.D. Martinez become a Diamondback again?
Yeah, they were saying that over the weekend.
That would help their team. That guy's a hitter.
All right, we'll play some great stuff on from the weekend that you may have missed. Tony Romo sending the Swifties into a tizzy. Rex Ryan with foot fetishes once again. Pat McAfee loved the Wisnowski play. We'll get into all those things. And then Mike Sando from The Athletic for a big-time look at the NFL, including what the Cowboys accomplished, the MVP race, all those things at 1:30. Don't miss it. It's Pop and Lund on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
The great Tim Ryan, bro. He joined Murphy and Marcus this morning to recap the 49ers win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more. Joining you now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Gold Bar Whiskey proudly presents the Joe Montana Whiskey Collection, a whiskey that celebrates the iconic 49ers quarterback and a 4-time Super Bowl champion, Joe Montana. Gold Bar is the perfect whiskey to enjoy with friends and families and celebrate like a champion. It's crafted right here in the heart of the Bay. Each bottle of the limited edition Joe Montana whiskey embodies the spirit of greatness. Aged to perfection and finished in cognac barrels, it delivers a unique taste that is as smooth as Joe's legendary passes. You can find the Joe Montana collection at local retailers, online, and at goldbarwhiskey.com, or at the Gold Bar Whiskey Distillery located on Treasure Island. So stop by there for delicious foods. They serve lunch from Wednesday through Sunday, refreshing cocktails, and the best views that San Francisco has to offer. You're on Treasure Island. For more details, including location and hours, visit goldbarwhiskey.com. This is a totally new whiskey blend from Gold Bar Whiskey. It is not double casked, but triple casked in cognac barrels. So wherever you are on game day, at home, a tailgate, or at the bar, make sure to order a Golden Joe for a refreshing game day cocktail. Gold Bar, the official whiskey of the San Francisco 49ers.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Scott Hansen. Hey, Peyton Manning here. Hey, listen, sorry I missed you. Listen, I'll make this quick. Eli and I are doing 2 games this week on the Manning Cast, kind of like what you do every Sunday on Red Zone. And I was wondering, how do I make an octo box, or in our case, a duo box? One other quick question. Going commercial free, is that a requirement for these things? Because honestly, I kind of like commercials. I like them a lot. Just filmed 3 this morning, actually. Last question. What's the bathroom situation? I'd say it's no different than our normal broadcast window, but Eli is insisting on wearing a diaper to be safe. All right, let me know. Thanks.
Peyton, hey, it's Scott Hansen. I'm returning your call. Yeah, I got your message. Happy to help. But, bro, obviously I don't wear a diaper on camera. I mean, where would you get such an idea? Call me back. Happy to help with everything else. Eli, it's Hansen. I told you about the diaper in confidence. Why did you tell Peyton? Call me back.
That was actually pretty good. That was pretty good. And he had a big thing of diapers on the counter when they went back to him. So that was actually pretty good. That was well done.
How's this going to work tonight? I assume Joe and Troy are on Green Bay at the Giants on ABC. So is Chris Fowler right from the Heisman? Lewis Riddick and Dan Orlovsky doing the other game? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
So why are they doing this? They're kicking off at exactly the same time.
That's
same
wrong.
company. ABC and ESPN.
You know what I just found out?
The ratings. Why are they doing this?
You know what I just found out too? So I was just talking to Walter. You know those survivor pools where basically you got to pick a team every week and then you can only pick them once. So they're at the end of theirs and there's 3 players left. And if the Packers win tonight, Walter wins a substantial chunk of change, maybe a couple grand, enough for you and I to get a Christmas present from him, our producer. If not, then he wins.
We got last year.
Yeah. If not, he wins $160. So he's got about $1,800 riding on the Packers tonight. That's significant.
Go, Pack, go!
That's significant. So
and
good luck.
The 49ers make the playoffs.
Yeah.
No, the Packers need to lose.
Packers need to lose.
Yeah.
So everybody says to hell with Walter around here.
No, they're going to make the playoffs.
All right. Let's give you a couple more of these, and then Mike Sando is going to join us at the bottom of the hour. So obviously, Pat McAfee, if you watch him, for the brand, very pro punter. And Mitch Wisnowski goes around right end. We would have 13 explosive plays for 437 yards if this had counted, but Ronnie Bell had other ideas. So here's McAfee talking about the Wisnowski fake punt.
Mitch Wisnowski's calling his own number.
Unreal.
AJ, calling his own number. I think it's open. I'm out of here. I am out of here. Now, obviously, Kyle Shanahan said he had no idea this was coming. Kyle Shanahan has never called a fake punt, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
That is a head coach who's an offensive coordinator. It says, like, we just give the ball to the other team.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay, if we're going to run an offensive play, I'm going to design it, and we're going to have Christian McCaffrey on the field.
Yep.
We're going to have Debo on the field.
Right.
We're going to have Kittle on the field.
Right.
We're going to have Ayuk on the field.
Right.
We're going to have Trent Williams on the field.
Right.
There's head coaches and offensive coordinators that feel that way. Okay, and normally good teams aren't running a lot of fakes because you're not that desperate to steal a possession.
Sure.
So there's a lot of like fake things that kind of happen. So Kyle Shanahan said, what are we? And George Kittle even talked about it. Trent Williams talked about it. And they all just called him the Australian.
Mm-hmm.
They said the Australian to see him striking down a sideline there. And George Kittle was like, he did run out of bounds. We need him to run somebody over. We'll get the Australian with the tight ends. But they have it on all fronts. And obviously Mitch Wishnowsky isn't just great at running with the football. Now Kyle Shanahan knows he has this on fourth downs. And this guy's hair, phenomenal.
Oh, so great flow.
Phenomenal hair on Mitch Wishnowsky. He tackles, he kicks off, he does that. Obviously, it didn't count. This team's this is a complete team.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
And it's like,
no weakness.
We need to start talking about, like, what teams we think can go and can't. There's some backup quarterbacks playing for teams that were like, they can make the playoffs. I think we all have realistic.
Exactly.
The Niners, yet again, they either win a Super Bowl or it's a bust of a season.
Yeah. Yes.
And that's a crazy thing to have happen. It's been like that for like 4 years for them.
There's a lot of things to digest there, but the punter loves the punter, man. Loves the hair.
He was running 20.13 miles per hour, the Boomin' Onion.
Do you believe that? Is that true?
That's only the fifth fastest ball carrier speed reached by a punter since 2016. Who are the 4 punters that reached over 20 miles per hour?
He did.
So you mean to tell me that the Debo touchdown in Philadelphia last week, the one where he caught it over the middle, the one against Morrow, and then he broke
the
it.
tackle and rolled.
Wishnowsky was running as fast just about because Debo was just slightly over 20 miles per hour on that one.
False.
The Boomin' Onion was running as fast as Debo when he ran right through Darius Slay and James Bradbury to score in Philly? I'm not buying
that. Was a broken gun. That thing wasn't. That's not right.
So which
he was
one
not
are you
running
saying?
that fast.
Wishnowsky was faster?
No.
Not as fast as Debo was faster in Philly.
Yeah. I mean, look at the 2 plays side by side. There's no way Wishnowsky was going as fast as Debo. You buy that?
Catapult on that. I'm questioning.
I'm buying that.
I thought Debo was closer to DK speed at maybe 21, 22 miles per hour, but the punter runs 20 miles per hour? Let's line him up in the backfield. Let's
see
go.
What he does.
The thing about him is he can't throw the ball. He does not have the ability as a rugby player.
Like Philly did last night. Philly had a fake punt. That was a nice throw.
That was a nice
punter.
Or a hot hand Johnny Hecker. How good is he?
Right, he's good at it.
I saw you can't run a fake where he throws it. You don't think he can.
Right.
But he is fast.
Can I ask you this, though?
20.13 miles per hour, really?
We're all celebrating it. It was really cool if it had worked. It didn't work, whatever. So what if the unforeseen happens? He fakes it, gets smashed there. Seattle scores.
He wasn't going to. It was wide open.
I know, but I'm just for the sake of conversation. He tries it, doesn't work. Would Kyle freak out?
He saw the jammer turn. I mean,
no, I understand, but I'm just saying, like, he did it on his own, and Kyle would lose his mind, wouldn't he, if it wouldn't have worked?
That's an automatic call. And maybe we got to ask Mitch more, because I know Tabor Pepper
Excuse me?
said, Tabor Pepper said, I got to be careful now in games to keep that clear. I'm going to get the material.
That's going to be in your head now.
A lot of times, it's the personal protector that calls that. And now, they've lost George Odom. I don't know, Isaiah Oliver's doing that job now. Like in Seattle, when Travis Homer called his, the Niners went to a double vice.
Right.
Remember on the outside, the first play of the game, they doubled both gunners, which was a little insane. And then Homer called it on an automatic. So when they go to the line and they see, they can just check to it automatically. So it sounds like Mitch just called it right there. But it was wide open because the jammer on the 49er gunner side on that side just turned like they saw last night when Philadelphia ran it against. And what did they do when Philadelphia ran it last night? They went right to Bones Fossil. They didn't show Michael Clay, Philadelphia's special
no, right?
teams
They never do that. It's always the guy who failed, apparently.
Well, no, I mean, I don't know.
They always do that.
By Mitch.
I know, but they always show the other guy. Like, hey, how about giving credit to the guy who did it rather than the dejection, the yelling, and the screaming from the guy who got screwed on the play?
Because Bones is standing by the head coach, and he's got wristbands on. It looks like he's coaching like Dusty Baker does. But great call by Mitch, but 20 miles per hour?
False.
Wow.
I think that's false. All right, let's get to Mike Sando from The Athletic. He always does the pick six each week. And we'll not only take a look at the 49ers in the NFC, but also that craziness. Patrick Mahomes going absolutely crazy. His latest pick six next as we look at all of the NFL. It's Bob Van Lund on the Sports Theater.
Hey, Greg Papa here. Whether you are retired or planning on being retired, wouldn't you want to know if you were paying too much in fees or taking on too much risk or even going to be able to live the lifestyle that you've always envisioned in retirement? Of course you would. For more than 3 decades, Greg O'Donnell can help you here. He's been helping people like you plan, protect, and pass on their wealth to their loved ones. So if you are interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family, then give him a call. Greg and his team are a breeze to talk to. Did Shohei really get $700 million? How does the deferral work? Greg can answer any question, sports-related or mainly about you. There's no cost or obligation to call Greg and his team at the O'Donnell Financial Group, so call today at 866-496-2300, or you could visit online, o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That number again, 866-496-2300, because planning is a process, not a product.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Thanks for joining us. Pop and Lund on a Monday. We've been talking tons about the 49ers, the Seahawks, the Eagles, Cowboys. But let's talk about all of it and where we are with a month left in the season. Our friend Mike Sando from The Athletic at Sando NFL. And, of course, he does the Pick Six every week. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have a problem, and no, it's not the refs. You can check all about the Pick Six. Do it every Monday, and Mike joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, not too much. How are you?
Good. So let's start with the Chiefs. Do they have some sort of a beef there about the offsides, and Mahomes freaked out, and Andy Reid said they normally give you a bit of a warning? What's your thoughts on all that?
No, I don't think they have a beef. I mean, it was so blatantly offsides. I think that there is sometimes an expectation throughout the game, especially when you're lined outside the numbers. You're kind of close to the official there, and you may communicate, but that doesn't. Even if they kind of give you the nod, you're still responsible for where you're at. I was talking to some people that, are kind of in the middle of some of these rules things in the league, and they said the league has actually sent out kind of these training videos to the team this year that have primarily dealt with alignment and offensive offsides when it came to the tush push, but there were specifically also a play on there pointing out where a wide receiver could be flagged as well. And so, this year it seems like they're monitoring closely for things like the center's head bob coming up, or, sometimes those offensive linemen are moving their hands a little bit before to try to draw off. And so if you're as a wide receiver, especially in this case, the wide receiver, Kadarius Toney, was about 4 yards off the tight end. If you're too far forward, they can't see in there. So I think this one is a pretty clear-cut one. I talked to a lot of people in the league who don't like officials, who are quick when there's a chance to say what they don't like about the officials. Just wasn't hearing any of that. They just said Kansas City needs to kind of get over it.
Yeah, I mean, the big picture, and I think a lot of frustration, Mike, came out in the loss at Lambeau the week before. I mean, I assume they're going to win their division, although Denver, what a bounce back for them, and they're just a game back at 7-6, and Kansas City's 8-5, but bigger picture, the state of the Chiefs. Patrick Mahomes has never played a road playoff game. It's amazing. And you've got Baltimore and Miami ahead of them. I mean, as you look at the AFC, to me it looks wide open. But how do you handicap the AFC in January here as we start the final month of the year, December?
Well, I think it's just a lot more treacherous to go on the road. If you're Kansas City and have home field advantage, well, Miami has to come to the freezing cold, right? That's a big deal for Miami. I don't think Kansas City is doomed to going to Miami, but guess what? Miami avoids the cold. I think that's the hard part, right? It's a huge disadvantage for Miami. I think Baltimore's pretty good anyway and is going to give somebody a hard game wherever they have to play. They've got defense, run game, quarterback's good, that sort of stuff. So they're going to be probably tough anywhere. If Buffalo makes it, you never know. So I just see, I think in the past you could kind of punch Kansas City's ticket and feel like I'd almost take them over the field to win the Super Bowl. That's how good I felt about them. I think now you're seeing some limitations consistently about their offense that are doing them in.
Mike Sando's joining us, senior NFL writer for The Athletic. Make sure you're following him at Sando NFL, and Pick Six every single Monday is required reading. Part of this, too, to me, in watching Kansas City is that they just have got – it's kind of a boiling over of everything that's happened all year because defensively they've been very good, and we've always said if this defense ever catches up with this offense, this is going to be ridiculous. The defense has surpassed the offense. But I still think in the back of my mind, as far as the AFC is concerned, at any point, Patrick Mahomes can kind of figure it out, and usually that's in the playoffs.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that to happen, too, looking for signs of it. Every once in a while you see a Rashee Rice, their rookie receiver has a decent game, and you think, okay, here it comes. But I think we've seen enough games without them really ever having – they haven't really had a great game. I guess they beat the Bears 40 to whatever when the Bears were terrible. But for the most part, they just haven't. These are lower scoring games. So the defense is keeping them in it. But do you feel like, if you had to bet, have we seen the best of Travis Kelce? You'd probably bet yes, right?
Oh, yeah, in the career arc, for sure.
Yeah, the career arc. I mean, it just feels like it's too much on him right now And they've had a long time to kind of work this thing out. I think you would have expected to see more. So maybe it is, some of these, maybe their margin for error is small, and they'll still make enough of those plays, like the one in Green Bay should have been the winning touchdown. The referee screwed it up. The official screwed it up. So they almost made an epically amazing play last year. They make those two plays. Here we go, right? We know those things are still true, but they're limitations, but we feel a lot better about them. I think it's just been exposed through the results of the game that it's a tougher deal for them.
Well, we're going to watch Miami and Tyreek Hill tonight on Monday Night Football. We got two games to watch, Tennessee at Miami. Let's start with Green Bay, because you wrote about Matt LaFleur never losing in December, which is amazing since he's been the Packers head coach. So does that automatically assume that he wins in the Meadowlands tonight? And as you look at the bottom of the NFC, we know the 49ers are now number one in the NFC, and Philadelphia's right there, Dallas, Detroit are right there. But at the bottom of the NFC, you got, whoever doesn't win the East is going to be in the mix there, as well as the 5 seed. And then you got Minnesota, you got Green Bay, and we'll watch them tonight, the Rams, Seattle, Atlanta, and New Orleans. So does Green Bay win tonight? Because that's what they do the final month of the year. Yeah. And which one of those teams in the bottom of the NFC, Mike, could actually go win a game on Wild Card Weekend?
Okay, so I do think Green Bay wins. One of the notes in my column today was, hey, 16-0 under LaFleur. They were heavily favored by a touchdown in 10 of those 16. So they've won 3 as underdogs. They've had a super easy schedule in December, and that continues tonight with the Giants. So I do think they win. But I also feel like they are a team of those teams, probably the one that could grow into being a difficult out in the first round, giving somebody a tough game, maybe a tough 3 quarters, maybe an outside chance of winning. Those other teams in there, like the Rams may be that other team. Now, I have not been thinking that Matthew Stafford would hold up the whole year, but they really have been a tough out for a lot of teams this year. Probably should have won in Baltimore as a 50-50 game for them. Stafford, McVay, Puka Nacua is really good. They've got a second, almost number 1 type receiver with Cooper Kupp. To me, I don't think you'd want to play them either.
I would agree with you. In terms of last night in the Cowboys and the Eagles, the Cowboys have a heck of a schedule the rest of the way. The Eagles are in your neck of the woods. They're up in Seattle this weekend, and then it's Giants, Arizona, and the Giants once again. So I don't know that they're not. They're not what they were last year on either side of the ball, especially defensively. But when you look at the bigger threat to the 49ers, is it the Cowboys or the Eagles?
I think it's probably the Cowboys. We just assume the Cowboys are going to screw it up in the end, and they might. I actually like a little bit more how they're situated. I feel like Mike McCarthy really wasn't coaching the team. My football GM podcast co-host Randy Miller called him the mall cop in the past. Like he was not really fully in charge because Kellen Moore ran the offense, Dan Quinn ran the defense. I feel like it's kind of a good thing going. We're seeing good stuff from Mike McCarthy with their scheme and game plan. They feel a little bit better, right now. And obviously they beat the Eagles, so I do think they will be probably a tougher matchup than Philly. I actually think Philly. Like, it wouldn't shock me if Philly even lost in Seattle. Now, Geno Smith may not play, but they feel like I think the last 6 or 7 games, they're 32nd on defense. They just feel like they're a little bit on fumes, and the quarterback is maybe not 100% and not seeing it as cleanly. Their offensive scheme, which I think was ahead of people in the past, doesn't feel ahead now. They've had staff turnover, coordinators on both sides of the ball. Something's just awry with them. Right now. They masked it with the great record for a while, but I'm not feeling it for them.
Yeah, there's no question. They are starting to show some wobbly legs here, and I think the 49ers may have shown the league a blueprint on a deal with Jalen and just mush the rush, keep him in the pocket, and try to squeeze the whole thing down. And he's struggling right now in their offense and defense as well. We had you on over the summer when you had your QB tiers, and Brock Purdy is an MVP candidate. Dak right now, after what he did last night and how well they're playing, he's going to be in the mix. Lamar, Jalen Hurts. Maybe you go another position with what Tyreek the Streak is doing in Miami or Christian McCaffrey.
Uh-huh.
So what are your thoughts about Brock Purdy and just the overall race to win the MVP this year, Mike?
Yeah, I think he's in great shape. He has to overcome the fact that obviously he was a last pick of the draft, and everyone thinks that anyone could play quarterback for Kyle Shanahan, which I think is a little unfair to him. Even if you think he's a system quarterback, guess what? He's running it. How could you run it better, right? I mean, there's tons of quarterbacks in the league who would not be doing it as good as he's doing it. So to me, in the end, the production usually speaks. And if you have a super great record of your team, you've won a bunch of games, especially if you've won a bunch in a row, and you're the leader in a lot of the main passing categories, we're overthinking it if we start talking about, all these other things that could detract for him. I wrote last week, it's harder now to argue against him than for him. That's a tipping point to me. I even said that look at all the great quarterback seasons in the past. Of course, they had a great coach. They had great receivers. You think Jerry Rice it was running open when it took 5 years for anyone to even figure out the Walsh offense, right? With John Taylor, those guys were probably open, right? You think Kurt Warner had some weapons with the greatest show on turf and a Hall of Fame left tackle and a Hall of Fame back, and Mike Martz, who was just perfect. Brett Favre had Mike Holmgren for 3 years, won 3 MVPs. Did he win a lot of MVPs after that? He didn't have Holmgren, right? There's just a lot of things that go into it, and I think people are working a little hard to undermine Mr. Purdy at this point, even though some of those contextual things really do help him.
Yeah. Mike Sandos does. I know you talked about Tyreek Hill too, and I think McCaffrey is got a story to tell as far as the MVP. But if you look at the numbers, like you're just pointing out, they're 10-3. He's number 1 in quarterback rating, QBR. He's second in touchdown passes, second in yards, first in completion, first in yards per attempt at a historic level. He's doing everything he can, but I think that your point that you made is very relevant, especially if it comes down to Dak Prescott versus Brock Purdy, which is you got a guy who's on America's team with the star in his helmet versus the guy who was picked at 262, and I just don't think the writers will overcome that, even though I think Purdy should, but I don't think he will, and they went head-to-head, and Brock outplayed him, and they beat him 42-10, but I still think Dak would get it.
Yeah, you might be right. I mean, let's just say they both finish out strong here and their teams win most of their games, which we'll see. You mentioned the Cowboys' schedule. It'll resolve itself. Hey, if Brock Purdy is jilted as the number 2 or 3 in the MVP race, I think we would have all signed up for that before the year from a 49ers standpoint, right? Hey, he's going to be jilted, and we thought he should have been the MVP, and he finished 3rd. We'll take that every year.
That's a good point.
So when we had you on over the summer, and when the year was starting, you do your quarterback tiers. Refresh my memory. Where did you have Brock Purdy? And it's not you. You canvassed the league and all the executives and coaches and such. And where do you think? I know it's hypothetical. Where was he when you did your poll, and where would he be now?
Yeah. So tier 1 would be the Mahomeses. You're in the MVP race every year. Tier 2, we feel like we win a Super Bowl with you, but you've got some skins on the wall. You've played. And tier 3 is really usually the middle of the pack guy. You win with him, not because of him, that sort of a guy. Tier 4 is either we haven't seen enough, or we've seen a lot, and you're really sort of a guy we don't want to start the whole year. Well, Brock Purdy fit into the haven't seen enough. We liked what we saw, but look, the draft pedigree coming out, the surgery on his elbow, I'm going to give him a 4, and we'll just make him prove it next year. It wasn't like give him a 4 and because we think he sucks. No one was saying that. So he was right on the border of tier 3 and 4. And I think now he would clearly be in tier 2. I think people would say it would be really. Now, I don't know that for sure because I haven't done the whole poll. I don't do it during the year. That's just my feel. Right. Is like, how would he be? I think he'll probably get some 3s from skeptics, maybe right now. But he's going to finish out the season, do well. I think they're going to win in the playoffs. I mean, how's he not a 2?
Absolutely. Mike, tremendous stuff as always. We appreciate it. Love the pick 6. I also love during the week, Ted Wynn's a guy that we have on time, you and Dan Pompey, and you guys do a great job, too, breaking down a bunch of stuff all week long, so we appreciate it. Thanks.
Hey, appreciate it. Those are my guys.
Yeah, they're great guys.
Thank you, Michael.
Thanks, Mike. Senior NFL writer, The Athletic, at Sando NFL. And again, the Pick 6 is a required rating. Does a tremendous job. He's got a great breakdown on Kansas City, some MVP candidates, Kelsey, a bunch of other stuff like that. So make sure that you check out what he does with Pick 6 every Monday. All right, some remnants before we get out of here at the top of the hour, then Tolbert and Copes, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
David Lombardi, The Athletic. You joined Murph and Marcus this morning to break down the 49ers win over the Seahawks. Check out that podcast and more trending right now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Your old pal John Lund here, and did you know that many of the attorney ads, you're going to be blown away by this, you've seen them, you've heard them, they're not even based here in the Bay Area, and some aren't even based in the entire state of California. Now, Chris Dolan and the Dolan Law Firm, that's not them. They're based right here in the Bay Area. They've been that way for more than 25 years. They're award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys, and they're fighting for you where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter. Go to DolanLawFirm.com and learn more about your rights. And unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team, they say a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. Now remember, motorcyclists, pedestrians, cyclists, and children playing, you see them, they're all around us. So please be careful and let's work together to make sure that the Bay Area is a safer place and feel confident that you're in good hands with the award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, the Dolan Law Firm. And do you know that they've secured more than $1 billion? That's a billion with a B if I did not make that clear. In verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. And you pay nothing up front. Nothing. No hourly rates, no upfront fees. They don't get paid until you get paid. They live here. They work here. They win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
faithful. Filter out the noise and kick it with KNBR on the gram for everything 49ers. Follow the sports leader on Instagram at KNBR.
Then this guy right here, line the heck up. All right, and I'm sorry, he could be onside.
Hey, guys. The fact that Rex said it's a toe,
it's a toe I don't like.
What'd you say?
I just said this is a toe I don't like.
He likes toes.
I like, I like toes. I don't like this toe. Hey, come on, line up on freaking side for crying out loud.
See, now there is no way for us to do a serious show if we're going to go there, Rex. This is not the moment for it.
I apologize.
Hey, all right. Kadarius Toney, if you turn Rex against feet, you a bad man.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Very well played.
Would that be Rex's favorite player of all time? A guy named Tony?
Oh, yeah, very nice. I was thinking Tony or Lou the Toe Groza or, anything toe related.
Joe the Toe Net.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Anybody toe related. But he did not like Kadarius Toney's toe. Because he was offsides, but he was more than a toe offsides. So
I got the whole footsie.
Yeah, that was it. Tomorrow on the show, we will do a little bit more on the Warriors because they are playing in Phoenix against the Suns. So we'll see if they can get it together after losing to OKC over the weekend in overtime. And, of course, the
How
big
many
three.
turnovers? I lost track.
29? I don't know. I've ever seen a game like that. 29 turnovers?
Did go to overtime.
That's true. But still, my God, man.
Wow.
It's outrageous. So
Bradley Beal playing tomorrow night?
That's what they're saying. They're saying finally the big three together for Phoenix. Gosh.
Wow. Great. Just when the Warriors are rolling.
Of course. My God, man. So we got that, which we'll talk about tomorrow more on the Niners. We had a great time today. Dante Whitner was tremendous. If you missed it, the audio recap, we post that. So make sure you go back and listen to that. They do a lot of hard work on it, and people love it. Matt Barrows, good insight. We just talked to Mike Sando. So make sure that you tune in for that. Tolbert and Copes today. Brent Jones, as always, 350. Mayoko, 430. Steve Kerr, which, by the way, a DJ in Phoenix. Did you see that? Because he was talking about techno music down there. A DJ in Phoenix actually did a mix with Steve Kerr in it, and he was honored. So maybe he'll talk about that at 450 today.
So they went right from Oklahoma City to Phoenix, huh? They just stayed right in Phoenix over the weekend.
Yeah.
Interesting, the whole weekend.
You're not going to stay in OKC, that's for sure.
Well, you could come home.
That's true, I guess.
But
yeah, that's a good point. You could.
Interestingly. Mike Sando.
Yeah.
I love Mike. I think I'm going to go get a Mike Sando right now, John. Maybe a Jersey Mike with as I watch Tommy DeVito.
Oh, hey, it's Tommy DeVito. How about we get a cutlet sandwich, huh?
I'll think of Danny DeVito. It's an Italian slur. I'm not buying that. So how are we watching this simultaneously?
I hate this.
Tennessee at Miami, Green Bay at the Giants. And what are the Mannings going to do?
Have ADD. That's not going to go well.
What are they going to go back and forth? How are they going to work this?
That is not going to go well. The Mannings are already ADD. They're going to try to do 2 games at once? No way. That's not going to go well.
Matt LaFleur's never lost a game in December as coach of the Packers? What?
That means Walter is going to win a bunch of money and buy beer for everybody. No, he's not. Right.
Well, how about the game when Detroit rolled into Lambeau and beat their ass last year to knock them out of the playoffs?
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That was in January. Because that was week 18, right? So that one doesn't count.
I didn't know that he hadn't lost.
That's an amazing stat.
It is a big stat. Must be those guys that were on that Washington coaching staff. I don't know what McVay does in December, but Kyle and LaFleur.
Well, he also had Aaron Rodgers at quarterback. He doesn't have
that helps.
Anymore, so we'll see.
All right, Tolbert and Copes right now. Pop, we'll see you tomorrow at 10 a.m. for the show once again. Great guest list, as we said, plus the audio recap on a Victory Monday. Make sure to go to KNBR.com to hear any of those. Tolbert and Copes. Thank you to Danny. Thank you to Walter. Tolbert and Copes right now on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader at Cumulus Media Station.
Eli, it's Hanson. I told you about the diaper in confidence.
The NBA brought him to the Bay. While his co-host was born and raised here.
Adam, that is great co-host work right there. That is amazing. You're lucky to have Adam, Tommy.
Oh, absolutely.
It's time for Tolbert and Copes. Let's get it on! Tom Tolbert.
Yeah, thank you. Now if I could ever get some beer.
And Adam Copeland.
Adam Copeland has arrived!
on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolber with you today. Usually just football today. We got a little throw in for you, a little surprise for you. Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko. That's what you come to expect on Mondays. But what you don't come to expect on Mondays is Steve Kerr, and he will join us at 4:50.
How about that?
And then we're going to be done at 5:15 for some football. What football? I don't know. I just know there's football on at 5:15. Do we know what football? You're the program director. You should know.
Do we know what football goes? Do we know which? We're covering them all. I can tell you that. One of them's here. One of them's on 10:50. Tennessee, Miami is what you're here on the blowtorch right here at 5:15. Tennessee, right. Miami on the leader.
Fantastic.
There you go.
That's just super.
All the news you needed for football.
Super duper.
For football on Monday night.
My God!
How about that too? They're going simultaneous kicks at 5:15.
That is a little wild.
I don't know what the plan is here. It's kind of cool to get two games, but it's not that cool if we're getting them at the same time. I always liked when we got remember they used to do opening week. You'd get back-to-back Monday night football games, which is kind of cool. You'd get two games, and one would start at 4, and then one would start at 7, or it was 3:30, something like that. Derek's giving the thumbs up. Those were the times, and I know the 7 o'clock kick is late on the East Coast, but they'd always do it 6:37, and it was in Denver. It was a West Coast team, right? So it was always Denver and San Diego or something like that. But,
Raiders.
Exactly. I don't really understand at all the purpose of what they're doing here, but there you go. I mean, if you're in a bar tonight, you're in great shape. You're in a bar tonight,
I don't get it either.
In great shape. But
I don't get it either.
There you go. So here we are.
Just whatever. Who cares? You got two football. Yeah, if you're in a bar, you're good. If you're at home, you're good. If you get whatever one's
if you got double screen,
be good.
No, they're not both going to be good. They might neither be good. If you have ESPN Plus, you got both. That's what's funny too is it's the same network. Isn't that bizarre?
Yeah,
it's the same network rolling two out at the same time. I just don't get. They're simulcasting.
Whatever.
Peyton Manning's going to have to watch both. Peyton Manning's all stressing out.
He is stressing out. I think he'll be just fine.
I think Peyton's going to be all right.
I think he'll be okay.
Much like the Niners were all right.
Niners are fine.
They're a freaking machine, dude. The Niners. We're starting to see now. This is to me. It felt yesterday like a game where it's like KD goes for 40, Steph goes for 35, Clay went for 28 or 30, which I don't know if that ever happened. Those three all doing that, but that was what it felt like. I mean, going 120 plus for Debo and Ayuk, and Kittle has a big game, finds the end zone. McCaffrey has a huge game, including the big run to start the day. Brock Purdy has a great game. He does throw a pick, but it didn't really matter all that much. The defense looked pretty damn good. They turned the ball over. I get the feeling that because I thought Seattle played as well as they could have played. I thought Drew Lock was really, really sharp, especially that opening drive and DK Metcalf getting shut down after the 2 for 52 and the touchdown on the opening drive, did nothing else except get ejected and frustrated later in the game. I thought they did all they could, and we talked about it with Tim Ryan on Friday. He said they're going to have to turn the ball over. The offense for Seattle is not good enough to keep pace with the 49ers. There's very few offenses in football that are good enough to keep pace with what they can do. But when you're playing a team like the Niners have been and will continue to, that are inferior in talent to what they are, it just feels to me like no matter how long you fend them off, at some point that dam's going to break. At some point, they're capable of putting together 2 to 3 to 4 scoring drives in a row.
Yeah. No doubt about it. I mean, I got to be honest with everybody. I had to go back. I didn't watch the complete second half. I was kind of in and out, and then I was out completely when I saw that they were going to win the game. I had a macabre fascination with that Vikings-Raiders game. I couldn't get away from it.
Dude, it was bizarre. How about this?
I couldn't get away. I couldn't get away from the game. I was like, it's 0-0.
Into the fourth quarter,
It was so bad. It was so bad. I mean, just think of what's the worst football you've seen, and then think of worse. That was what that was. It was unbelievable watching this. I just couldn't. I had the Niners on, and I had the Bills and the Chiefs, and Weston said, Dad, what are you doing? The Bills Chiefs are on the other channel.
No,
like,
it doesn't matter.
But I go, I can't get away from this.
I'm a masochist,
I gotta see how it ends.
What are they doing
I gotta finish this through because I watched the entire second half, and I go, I gotta stick with it. I gotta see how this ends. This is like, I go, God, give me a 0-0. Go, give me a 0-0 overtime tie. It'd be unbelievable. And then finally, mercifully, it was over, and we switched over and watched like the last quarter or so of the Chiefs and the Bills. I swear, it was like, it's the worst game, but I couldn't get away from it. I couldn't. I wanted to, but I couldn't. I just couldn't do it.
Dude, it was so I had the Vikings and that game was being played concurrently with the 49ers, so I wasn't watching that one because I was at the Niner game, of course. I have in the survivor pools where you go through a season and you pick a team each week. Everybody buys in at the beginning of the year. You pick a team each week, and if you get to the end with your team, like you basically, once you use them, you lose them.
Yep.
You can't use them again. You got to try to get through the whole year picking a winner. If your team loses, then you're out. So I was alive in Mike Holler's survivor pool, which had, I think, a few hundred people until last week. It was down to the final 8, okay?
Ooh.
6 of us in the final 8 took the Jaguars on Monday Night Football. They lost, okay? So 6 of us were eliminated, which means all at the same time on the same game. So what the ruling is we can play from 6th place to 8th place and play it out to see, or excuse me, 3rd place to 8th and play it out because there's a different slot for money in each spot. If you finish 8th, you win $40, but the buy-in was 20. So if we had split it across the board, exactly. If you split it across the board, though, everybody got like 170. And I thought, I've already made my money back and then some. Let's roll the bones, baby. Let's keep going.
Exactly.
So 6 of us voted. 2 people voted to not continue to play. 3 continue to play on. I was then the deciding vote. I was like, let's go. Let's roll the bones, baby. Let's get after it. Of course. We're all guaranteed our money back. We're in this to have a little fun, right? Now, here's where it gets funky. From 8th place, you make like $40.
Okay.
At 5th place, you make like 170. So you got to get back to 5th to make what the overall split would have been.
Got it.
I rolled on the Vikings yesterday. I'm alive with the Vikes, baby. I'm alive with the Vikes. If the Packers go down tonight to the New York Giants, seems unlikely. But if they do, I'll be guaranteed at least 5th place. But I'm ranking up. A couple teams picked the Steelers yesterday too. Was it no, not the Steelers. I can't remember. That was last week. A couple people picked.
Last week. What does 3rd get?
3rd place, dude. 3rd place gets like $300. 4th place or 2nd place gets 5. I think 3rd gets 300 or 400. 4th gets 2 or 3, something like that. And then 5th is like 170, and then it goes down to like 60.
So you get to 5th, you get your money back from what you would have gotten if you would have decided to call it.
That's what we're doing. We're having fun.
Yeah, you're supposed to. You're supposed to gamble. You already got your money back. Well, here's an interesting one. My buddy is in a survivor pool. The pool is $15,000. 3 people left. All 3 people.
Wait, the pool is 15,000?
Yes.
Ooh, there's 3 people left?
3 people left.
I'm into this. I'm so excited for this. I love this
all
stuff. All
3 people.
It's better than fantasy, yeah.
All 3 of them had the same team yesterday. The Ravens. Ravens win in overtime.
Oh, the walk-off punt, dude.
Yes.
Wild.
And he was saying, you know what? I'll be honest. He goes, I almost wish they would have lost. He goes, I'd have got my $5,000 and we would have been done with it. Because it's like $100, $200 entry fee. It's like light.
So if they lose, they all split.
If they all lose, they all split.
Wow, you don't keep
so you
going.
you get $5,000 at that point. And I was like, ooh. I go, God, it'd be nice to win 15. I go, but 5 and not. I go, not having the stress.
The deal or no
anymore
deal, you get that shadowy figure up on the up on the
you're
perch.
making me uncomfortable.
You just get that perch up there.
I don't know what I'd rather do. I mean, the 5's nice. If I'd be like, it's nice little walk-away money. Like, I just made a killing. I don't got to stress about it anymore. But now you get another chance at the big prize. So I don't know if they'll give them the option to split it. Like, I wouldn't split it on my own. If somebody asked me, you want to split it? And I would say no. If the other 2 said yes, and I got overruled, like, oh, whatever, I still get 5. That's cool. But I just, because of my nature, I couldn't say yes. Like you, it's like, hey, I mean, now this, you're not getting your money back on this one. You either win or you lose. You get the whole kitty. But it's $100. You give me a 33% chance for a $100 buy-in to win $15,000.
I'll take it.
I'm going for it every single time. Are you kidding me? 100 for 15 large? Of course that's what
And
I'm
now, it wasn't
do.
that when you bought in. It's what the odds have become now because you truly are down to those 3. It's a little different, like in Deal or No Deal when they do that, and they're like, well, there's a 20% chance the million is in one of these 5 cases now because you're down there. it's not a 20% chance. I just now have more information. Right?
Exactly.
In this, it's a true
Correct.
now you're 1 in 3 because there are only 3 teams left. But in that situation, you're like, but if I got to pick the case when there are 5 left, it's 1 in 5. If I pick the case when there's 26 or however many they have, it's still 1 in 26. I just now know that some of those numbers aren't out there, is all I know.
Correct.
I didn't get the actual opportunity to do so. I love Deal or No Deal. I love NFL Survivor Pool. And tonight, I love the New York Football Giants. When I'm hanging out at Levi Stadium, people are like, Coach, you're giving away Rolling Stone tickets. You give away Limp Bizkit tickets. Give away all sorts of great stuff. I know, dude, they just come up to me. They're like, what's going on? What else are you giving away? What's coming up? I'm like, back off, dude. We'll come up with something. So I got here, and I saw today Red Hot Chili Peppers. They're coming next year to Sacramento. I was like, look, we owe it to the listeners to give away 5 pairs of Red Hot Chili Peppers tickets starting today. I was like, we may as well do it today through Friday, December the 15th, because the tickets are going on sale at livenation.com. This, of course, is furnished by livenation.com. So we're going to do it. The tickets are on sale. They are going to be given away 2 a day to go see Red Hot Chili Peppers. It's next June 2nd, June 24th, 2024. Toyota Amphitheater at Wheatland. It's out near Sacramento. Tune in between 2 and 6. When we give you the cue to call, you want to be caller number 10 to the studio, Tim. What's our cue to call for this?
Black bandana, sweet Louisiana.
Black bandana, sweet Louisiana.
Black bandana, sweet Louisiana.
Well, you can get the whole song, but you got to be caller number 10 to the studio when you hear that ditty. 415-896-KNBR. Again, 415-896-KNBR, and you can win that pair of tickets to go see the Chili Peppers June 2nd of 2024, furnished by Live Nation. Tickets on sale now at livenation.com. You can get the official rules at knbr.com. Niners beat the Seahawks 28-16. We got a lot to get to today. Brent Jones, 350. Matt Mayoko, 430. Steve Kerr at 450. And then Titans and Dolphins coming your way right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. More on the Niners beating the Seahawks on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's Sports Leader.
The 49ers just keep on rolling as they beat the Seahawks 28-16 as they are currently the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. That story and more trending now on knbr.com and the KNBR app.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are, we're streaming 24/7 at knbr.com. This is Tolbert and Copes. Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Here is a toss going the other way away from Adams. A toss to McCaffrey. A cutback run 30. Breaks 340. McCaffrey midfield. McCaffrey 40, 30, 20. Devin Weatherspoon, he cuts inside on him and toasts it all the way down to the 3-yard line on the first play of the game. Deep shot, Brock Purdy's going downfield for Debo. Touchdown! San Francisco! Purdy going to throw it on the sideline. Kittle's got it. The flag is down. 10, 5, touchdown! San Francisco!
49ers 28-16 over the Seattle Seahawks. A couple of the big plays there as they started a little bit slow. A touchdown on the opening drive after the 72-yard run by Christian McCaffrey. And then the Seahawks took off a little bit. Brock Purdy has back-to-back drives that go for just 10 total yards. And then a 37-yard drive that ends in interception. And then they start putting it together. A touchdown before a punt before halftime. A couple of miscues there by the penalties after the Mitch Wishnowsky pulled back punt and he runs for the first down. By the way, did you hear about all that, Tom, where Mitch Wishnowsky apparently has the right to just read that on his own and pull it away? It was pretty funny. He just broke the run, but an illegal block there from Ronnie Bell ends up calling it back. Anyway, another dominant performance coming off of what was probably their most impressive win of the season over the Philadelphia Eagles. McCaffrey's second highest rushing performance this year, 145. You heard the 72 on that opening play. Can my man finish the drive? Come on, man, punching in at the end, Tom?
Who?
McCaffrey.
No, he can't. He doesn't score at all, Copes.
As a guy who owns Christian McCaffrey in his fantasy, in your league, which, by the way, I got to check back in there. I was like, wait, you got him? It's the first play. He's a breather after that? Come on, man. Sort of surprised.
Needs a breather.
Sort of surprised he didn't finish the touchdown anyway on that run. Anyway, Debo's highest receiving game of the year, 149. First game of the season where both Debo and Ayuk go over 100. Ayuk goes 126. And 5 straight wins. They've won by 12 or more in each of their last 5 consecutive wins. Defense hasn't allowed more than 19 points in a 5-game win streak. And 5 straight wins now over the Seattle Seahawks. And, Brock Purdy, he can't throw the ball deep, dude. 10.5 air yards per attempt. For Brock Purdy, that's the highest mark of his career. I mean, he made some of the best throws I think we've seen for a body of work in a game all season, or maybe for his career, where he came over the top of the defense like 3 or 4 times. How many explosives? They had like 12 explosives or something in the game.
Yeah,
they had a couple of incredible breaks. Again, if you can put a dam up against the Niner offense, I think eventually the defense is going to do enough to stop you that the offense can put some stuff together. There are too many weapons to stop.
Oh, look, they can keep saying what they say about him. It doesn't matter. All I know is he's on pace to have the highest yards per attempt since Kurt Warner. I think Kurt Warner was like 9.9. I think he's 9.9. I mean, that's always been a huge stat with me, and I've said it many times on the air. It's like so big. It's 9.9. Like, it's just like, wow. Like, it's a wow number is what it is. It'd be like a running back averaging, 6 yards a carry. Like, stuff like that just doesn't happen. Every once in a while it does, and you take notice when it does. It's incredible. And yes, a lot of it has to do with the weapons he has, of course. But my goodness, this guy's just dropping dimes everywhere. So it doesn't even matter to me what other people think about him, say about him. We know what we see here. And this offense is just a juggernaut right now, an absolute juggernaut. The way they're rolling, it's not going to continue to go like this every game. It can't. I mean, they can't just roll every game, score 35, 42, 49, whatever they score. But, man, they're the offense this year. There's usually one a year. They're the offense this year that every time they get the ball, you think they're going to score. You're just like, oh, they're going to score.
And more than Miami, even after what we saw from Miami earlier this year.
Yeah, I would say, well, maybe Miami at home. Miami at home, I think they're going to score every single time they get the ball, too.
Agreed.
We'll see about tonight. I'd be surprised they didn't have 31, 35 tonight. Yeah, at home. But the Niners, I feel like they're going to do it, like, everywhere. I just feel like they're just going to score, period. You got to find a way. Like, if you're going to beat the Niners, you better get to 28. You better get to 28. Doesn't mean you have to win, but if you're thinking about winning, you'd probably be safe to get to 28. Miami, I feel that way at home. Hell, at home you might need 31, but on the road, they've been shut down a little bit on the road. And the Niners, they have during the 3-game losing streak, of course, but that just seems like an anomaly, like a blip. Like, what happened? Did the modem go out or something on the season for 3 games? Like, it didn't.
I really do think the more we think about it, the more I have to believe that it was the Trent Williams and Debo injuries, because Debo's 6 touchdowns in the last, was it 2 or 3? I think it's 3 games. He's been incredible. I mean, Debo has been the guy who it feels like, outside of the opening part of the season when McCaffrey was just running all over everybody, and clearly 145 yesterday, he still did. But Debo has opened things up in a way that I don't think we saw in those 3 games. And I feel like the Minnesota one's the one that stands out to me the most for his physicality. And Trent Williams is, of course, a factor. But what Debo has been able to do is unreal, man. I mean, they had him kick return yesterday at one point. You see that? I was like, this is an interesting decision here. And then he takes that spear. He got probably the hardest hit Debo's taken all season. Was on that kick return. Right after that, I was like, all right, enough of that. But the physicality he brings, what they're able to do, we talked a little bit about what Pete Carroll had said last week, that the Niners do so much pre-snap motion. And every team can do it, but you talked about it in terms of stopping Jalen Hurts. Like, did the Niners really give a blueprint for doing it? You said it's not just about if they have the blueprint, it's about the personnel, right? And if you have the personnel pre-snap, you can put guys in motion all you want. But if those guys aren't a threat to do anything, what does the pre-snap motion do? If it's Deebo Samuel and it's Christian McCaffrey and it's George Kittle and it's Ayuk, you've got to consider every ball might be going to each one of those guys on every single play. Every one of those guys can break one for you. Everyone's a weapon. It's information gathering for the offense, and then it's Brock Purdy figuring out where he has to go with the football. Some of the throws he made yesterday over the top where guys are slanting, some of them were right spots, sure, but the way he's throwing guys in stride, the big explosive plays, he's doing things we haven't seen a 49er quarterback do in some time, and he's on pace right now to break the single-season passing yards record for the Niners through 16 games. 16. He doesn't need the 17th to hit the passing yards mark. So for the Niners, this is going to be a record. It's one of the greatest offenses we have ever seen, if not the best in 49er history. It's right up there with some of the all-time greats, which is incredible considering the history and the names and the Hall of Famers that have played for this organization.
Yeah, I mean, it's
pretty incredible.
It's a dominant offense.
It's insane.
Absolutely dominant offense. It's hard to compare it to the 80s and 90s.
I don't like to, but
the rules are so different, though. I mean, the rules are completely different. Like back when the Niners were rolling back then, it seemed like they had guys open every play. They got them, and let's throw it to Rathman for 8 yards. We'll just throw it to we'll get to like it seemed like they get 7-8 yards whenever they wanted to. That wasn't the case, but yeah, it's just so hard when the rules are so different from those 3 different eras. But this has as much firepower as any offense like I can remember. Maybe I go back to, I mean, that Patriots offense was incredible, but I can't even remember who the running back was on that Patriots offense with Moss.
Oh, the 2017 that was post Corey Dillon. I'll pull that. The 07 Pats.
Yeah, I can't remember it. I do remember the Vikings with Robert Smith.
Was it Danny
Randy
Woodhead?
Moss.
Was Woodhead on the 07 Pats?
Could have been one of them.
It was Maroney.
Was it Lawrence Maroney?
Lawrence Maroney was a running back in the 07 Pats. There you go.
Okay.
Was Woodhead there too?
He might have been.
I feel like Danny Woodhead was there for a while.
Yeah, he might have been. But that Viking team with Carter, Moss, and Smith, that was them Culpepper.
Right.
That was dynamite.
That was wild.
That was an incredible offense. Like, but you'll find them, like, you'll go through them and say, wow, this was like, wow. This is wow. I mean, this is wow. Like, I mean, you look at the receivers, the tight end, the left tackle, the running back, and now the quarterback. We were talking about the skill position guys in the backfield and all that. We wouldn't even put in Purdy because he's like the quarterback. But now you can put him in there as one of the best quarterbacks in the league. So you have one of the best quarterbacks in the league, one of the best running backs in the league, two of the best receivers in the league, one of the best tight ends in the league, one of the best left tackles in the league. Bam. Match it. Nobody can match that. Nobody. Who can match that? Nobody. Nobody can
match it. Nobody can match it. Which is why when Debo's not
can
there,
match it.
You can't. I really do think his hinge to this offense is kind of what's making it go. I'm looking at the 07 Patriots depth chart. Heath Evans played fullback. Kevin Falk was one of the running backs, and Lawrence Maroney would have been the other one.
Okay, got it.
Of course, Quadrine Hill. Some of the names these Patriots teams have. Sammy Morris, Quentin Smith. Like, who are these guys? Shea Caldwell's out there. One point receiver. Anyway, Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. Niners 28-16 over the Seattle Seahawks. We are streaming on YouTube and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. Check us out, of course. Streaming on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. You can check in on the text line. The Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line, 808 KNBR, is the number to text. We enter today, and we will enter Week 15 as the 49ers with the number one seed, at least as it stands right now, and they control their own destiny here on the way out of the 2023 season. They're the number one seed in the NFC playoff picture after the Cowboys hammered the Eagles last night 33-13. Do the Eagles stumble again? Is this their final loss of the season, or can they figure things out here and try to correct? Will they even win the NFC East as it stands right now? We'll talk more about that. The Niners are the number one seed, thanks in large part to the Dallas Cowboys. That's coming up next on the Sports Leader. What's going on, fellas? Adam Copeland here, and I'm just looking to help. I'm looking to help you score touchdowns, hit home runs, circle the bases, touch them all. Maybe it's doubles, maybe it's second base, a little third base action. Doesn't matter what it is. I've got the answer for you, and it's under the tree. Well, it will be under the tree as soon as you decide to hook yourself up the way I'm trying to hook you up with Pajamagram's Naturally Nude Pajamas. I'll say it again. Naturally Nude Pajamas. What comes to mind, fellas? Yeah, I'll wait. You don't have to go completely to the gutter. What you do need to know is that the Naturally Nude Pajamas, they're going to sell out. You need to get them today. They're going to hook you up with a very luxurious package here. It's a 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. They're going to throw in that Naturally Nude nightie as soon as you head on over to pajamagram.com to place that purchase. Plus, guys, you don't want to have to worry about wrapping it. Don't want to worry about getting it here in time. You want to make sure that your lady's going to open it. She's going to feel good about having them, and you're going to feel good about unwrapping a little something extra. I'm talking about those Pajamagram Naturally Nude Pajamas available at pajamagram.com. Pajamagram.com. Why not win this Christmas? Hurry. Go to pajamagram.com today. They're going to throw in that Naturally Nude nightie. They're going to gift wrap it for you. And your boy Copes here is going to wingman you all the way on that home run or that touchdown, whatever sports analogy we're using. Again, pajamagram.com. Get that Naturally Nude Pajamagram order in and let them know that your wingman this Christmas, Adam Copeland, sent you.
Now back to Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland. Tolbert and Copes. Download the KNBR app and listen anywhere, anytime. We are KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Prescott waits, gets the snap. He's back to pass. Prescott looking, steps up in the pocket, moving to his left. Throws, short, caught. Lamb turns it up across the 5 and walks to the end zone. Touchdown, Cowboys. 1st and 10. Eagles have it at their own 49. Shotgun snap to Hurts. Back to pass. Throws left on a slant caught by A.J. Brown. And he's taken down, lost the football, and the Cowboys are on top of it. And the Dallas Cowboys have joined the Eagles atop the NFC East with a dominating 33-13 win.
How about that? Absolute blowout by the Dallas Cowboys. First win of their season that I think is really, really impressive. A good win over the Eagles, 33-13. Cowboys' big-time help for the 49ers as the Niners, who now own the tiebreak over Philadelphia, share the same record, 10-3. Niners atop the NFC West. Eagles now tied with the Cowboys. We'll see how that one plays out. Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. From what you've seen from Philly, you starting to believe what Steve Young said at all? I don't know. Pretenders is tough because pretenders would mean they're not really Super Bowl contenders, and I still think they are. These two games didn't change that for me, but they've got to. I mean, they've beaten the Cowboys once already, and then they lost, but they beat them by 5.
You what is it? 42. Would the Cowboys score 33?
33-13. Niners beat them 42-19.
75-32 of the last 2 games.
Ooh,
that hurts.
That's not good.
That'll leave a mark.
Yeah.
Are they pretenders? Man, I mean, I still wouldn't go that far, but I got to say, Steve may have been onto something because they may be closer to pretenders than not pretenders because you play the 2 teams that are going to be at the top with you. And it was interesting because I was thinking about it last night. I kept saying, you don't want to have to play both of these teams. You don't want to play 2 of them. They're probably going to end up playing both of them because one of them will be the 5th seed. And I think 4 will play 5, right? And then they'll have to play 1 the next time. So you may end up playing both these teams.
You might have to either way, yeah.
You'd like to play them at home, obviously. But if you're the 2 seed, then you're not going to play. You're only going to play one of them. You're not going to have to play both of them. You just don't get the last game at home. So it's kind of weird because I was thinking that, God, they are going to have to play both of them, I think, if I'm figuring this out.
Well, there's a reseed. So it all depends on the reseed, too, doesn't it? If you're the one.
Yeah, but I think if you're the 5th seed, you're the 5th seed. I don't know. Maybe they go by records at that point. That's a possibility too. Because 2's going to play 7, 3, 6, 4, 5. Correct?
Hold on. I got 2 people talking to me at one time. So hold on. 2 people are going scenarios in my ears at one point. So if the Niners are the 1 seed, they will play the 5 if the 5 advances.
I believe so.
Correct?
Unless 6 or 7 advance somehow, somewhere.
Unless 6 or 7 win. So if the 5, because what will happen is if the Niners are the 1, they'll play the lowest remaining seed. That's all it is.
Yes.
And if the Niners are the 2, they'll play the second lowest remaining seed.
Correct.
After that. So the 2 will play the 7. So if the 7 upsets whoever the 2 is, then the Niners would play that team in the second round. The 3 will play the 6, right?
Yep.
And the 4 will play the 5.
Correct.
So in theory, they could still end up playing them both, but we don't know how seeding is going to end up yet because of what's going on atop the NFC East. That could not be decided until the final week, potentially. We may not know what the NFC East champion is or who the champion is because now the Cowboys are 10-3, right?
Correct.
They have the same record.
But they said the Eagles have the tiebreakers.
They do.
And the Eagles have the much easier schedule.
Yes.
Coming up.
Yeah.
So, and they said the Eagles were still a huge favorite to win the East. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying you might have to play both of them. But yeah, I look at the Eagles right now, and look, I look at the Cowboys. I gotta say, I've been saying beat somebody. Well, they beat the crap out of them.
That was it. That's their win. I mean, that's the one.
So can you get one more? You got to get 3 more chances at this. Can you get another one, and then maybe another one, and then maybe another? I sound like DJ Khaled.
Another one.
And another one. So
nice.
We'll see. But I don't like if I'm looking at the Eagles right now coming to Santa Clara. I'm not like, oh man, they got to play both. I'm like the way they're playing right now, I would have no worries whatsoever about that game. It's weird how things change over 2 or 3 weeks. Because right now the Eagles look like imminently more beatable than the Cowboys, but the Cowboys haven't. I'll ask the Cowboys to do it again. Do it on the road now. See what you can do on the road. We know they can play well at home. They got speed to burn at home. and they use it offensively and defensively. And I'm not going to take anything away from them because that was a hell of a victory last night, and that's something that everybody wanted to see. Can you beat a good team? They didn't just beat a good team; they smacked a good team. Okay, got it. Check. There's another check mark I want to see. Can you do it on the road? Because you're going to have a couple chances. You're going to have Buffalo and Miami on the road. There you go. Be one of those teams on the road, then I think people will look at you a lot differently. Not that it really matters how they look at you. I mean, I think they feel good about where they're heading, and they should. They're playing really, really good. Jake Ferguson gives them another threat. Like Brandon Cooks has been coming on for him. Pollard, Dowdle. They got a nice little. Then obviously Lamb, and Dak Prescott's playing really, really good. So, but do it on the road. Do it on the road, then I'll be like, okay.
Because you're right. The easier schedule is Philadelphia because they go at Seattle, then they go at home against the Giants, at home against the Cardinals, and then at the New York Giants. So their schedule is much easier. But Dallas does own the tiebreak right now, as it currently stands. But it's only because of a better record in division games. They both have one loss in division to each other, but the Cowboys have played 5 division games. They're 4-1, and the Eagles are 3-1. But the Eagles' last 2 are against the Giants. The Cowboys' last division opponent is against. I got it for you right here. Cowboys still play Washington, final game of the season, but their next 3 games at Buffalo, at Miami, against Detroit, and then at Washington.
Yeah.
So Dallas has a much more difficult schedule relative to that of Philadelphia. Just real quick here, a little bit more on the NFC. So the Lions look like the 3 seed at this point. They've dropped 2 of their last 3, 28-13 to the Bears yesterday. They're fading just a little bit. And I don't want to say I expected that, but this is the part of their schedule where everybody said, oh, man, it's so easy on paper, but division games are so weird that I never will. I just don't want to give anybody, especially when it's a team like the NFC North is a gauntlet. Weather gets weird. Indoor teams going outdoor this time of year. That always gets a little bit more funky. The NFC South is either going to be the Bucs, the Falcons, or the Saints, who are all a whopping 6-7. Packers play tonight. They're 6-6. Vikings are 7-6. Could still win the North. And the Rams and Seahawks are both 6-7. But the Rams on the tiebreak as they won both against Seattle. Before we get out of here, are you, because we didn't finish this up on the Niners offense and their explosive plays, just circling back to them real quick. In the beginning of the year, you were hesitant to say you thought the offense was on par with the defense. Are you there yet? Because I think it's there.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's if not better. It's there, yeah.
It may be better.
It might be.
It may be better. It's again, it is star-laden. It's an explosive play waiting to happen. Is what it is. Yeah, I think if the offense isn't better, they're definitely even. They might be better. I still think the kind of the fabric of this team, the core of this team, is the defensive line, and then running the ball. Like, they're a smash mouth football team, but you wouldn't know by watching them just because of all the explosive plays that are happening all over the place. But yeah, I still think the defensive line is kind of the core of the team. That's what makes them the Niners. But yeah, the offense is, well, that's why they're the best team in football. That's why they are 2.5 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. That's why the next team behind them, the Ravens, is 6 to 1. There is a massive gap between the Niners and the Ravens right now. And it's not usually like that. It's usually like 3.5 to 1, 4 to 1, 5 to 1, 7 to 1, stuff like that. This is think about it. 2.5 to 1 to 6 to 1. Those are your 2 favorites right now. Like the Vegas is basically saying, we expect this team to win the Super Bowl. We think they're going to win the Super Bowl. And why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? The way they're playing right now. How could you not watch football? And if you watch all the games, how could you not look at this team and say, that team right there is going to win the Super Bowl? I mean, I won't say it's a crapshoot because it's not. It's one game, though. One game, turnovers, bad calls, stuff like that can happen. But all things being equal, how do you not look at this team and say, it's like, I won't put it on par with the 17-18 Warriors when you looked at the Warriors and say they're not losing. You're not going to lose.
Yep.
But you needed to beat them 4 times. Like, if a team needed to beat this team 4 times, it'd be like, there's no way.
No,
wouldn't happen.
They might not lose 4 times in the season.
But it's one time. It's one time. So it can happen, But I understand what Vegas is thinking. Like, that's the best team in football right there. We all see it. We all see that's the best team in football. And make no mistake, the offense is as good, if not better, than the defense. And the defense may be the best in the league. So you may have the best offense in the league, best defense in the league, but you certainly have 2 top 3 units. I don't even think that's disputable. It's incredible.
Well, Brendan Ayuk yesterday, again, first time on the season where Ayuk and Debo both go over 100 yards receiving. Ayuk had 126 through the air. In 12 games this year, he's got 56 catches for 1,053 yards. So back-to-back years now, he's got over 1,000. Last year, I think he played every game to get there. This year, he does it in 12 games played. So he has missed a game as well, has 6 receiving touchdowns on the year as well. Debo Samuel went for 140 through the air yesterday and had he's got 6 scores now. He's got 11 total touchdowns on the year. On the season, 739 yards receiving on 45 catches. He's got 30 carries at 5.4 yards per tote. He's at 161 yards there, so he's at 900 total yards is where Debo Samuel stands on the season. So you're going to have 3 guys over 1,000 yards of total offense. Per Nick Wagner of ESPN, he covers the 49ers. He says the Niners are the second team since the NFL-AFL merger to have at least 4 players who have 800-plus scrimmage yards and 5+ scrimmage touchdowns through 13 games. Wild. The 04 Colts were the only other team to do it. Of course, CMC, Debo, Ayuk, and George Kittle. For Indy, it was Edge James, Marvin Harrison, Reggie Wayne, and Brandon Stokely was the other receiver who did it for the Peyton Manning team. Or Brandon Stokely. He was kind of a slot guy, I think, for those Colts. All right.
Well, that's when everybody had
the
like
white slot receiver.
A little white slot receiver.
Yeah, we just get the white running back.
Welker.
Yeah, started with Welker. Amendola got involved. Yeah, right.
Stokely.
Got to have one, dude.
Who else was there?
You know what those guys are, dude? Smart players.
You know what they are? Coaches' sons. Cerebral. Good route runners is what they are. Good sticky hands.
Sneaky fast. Sneaky fast, dude.
Sneaky fast. Can we name any? What are their little white
receivers? 808 Cambiar. Who's your favorite?
Well, Edelman kind of started off as a slot receiver.
Trent Taylor says Tim.
Trent Taylor, very nice for the Niners. Yes, Trent Taylor.
We got Amendola. We got Welker. We got Trent Taylor. We got who was the other one we threw in? Edelman was the other one. Yeah.
Edelman, although he was more, he kind of moved outside, but I think to start off with, I think he might have been a slot guy.
Derek says he'll offer you a Renfro. Hunter Renfro.
Okay, I'll take Renfro.
He's kind of a cut out of the past.
I want to say there was a Dolphin one too. I can't think of the.
Might have been Welker before he jumped ship.
Maybe it was. Welker.
I think Amendola was there too. I think Amendola was a Dolphin also, dude. I think that's just the same 2 guys who bounce around in the same division, different offenses.
Maybe it is. They like to grow a mustache, then take it off.
I thought Thielen was going to be that guy, but Thielen ended up being better.
Yeah, Thielen was an outside guy.
Yeah, same with Cooper Kupp. I kind of thought, maybe this will be that guy. No, not that guy. Different guy. Those guys are too big, too fast, too strong. Oh, dude, Derek just hit me with an incredible one, dude. Austin Collie.
Austin Collie.
Wasn't Collie more of like a 9-route that guy though? I thought Collie had more speed. Was he a slot dude?
Yeah, I thought Collie was an outside guy Derek, too, but I could be wrong. I'd
like to put him in the box though too, Derek. I'd like to just slot him right into that slot box. So we'll go Austin Collie. It's a great. That one made me laugh, dude. Don't forget Rick. Dude, Joe Juravicious says to him, he was just white. He was just white. He was outside. Can I give you a racist Riley Cooper? Can I offer you one of those?
Yes.
Racist Riley Cooper. I'm up in front of the chain link fence just firing off race takes before getting on a plane back to Philadelphia. Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon.
Oh, my God.
How about who is that, Derek? Who else? Cole Beasley, dude, of course.
Cole Beasley. Yes.
That's one of my favorite segments you've done, dude.
I got another one, but he's an outside guy, unfortunately. He's a little guy, but he's an outside guy, I think. Wayne Corbett. Derek? I think Corbett, I think he was an outside guy, though.
Derek says he was white, but yes, you're right. He was outside.
Yeah,
Eric Decker also outside, says us.
Eric Decker outside, yes, exactly.
Jordy Nelson also outside.
Jordy Nelson outside.
I call him Whiteside. Yeah, Whiteside.
Whiteside.
Like Eli Whiteside. Dude, I went to a list. I just Googled white slot receivers. Number 25 on the list, Eric Decker. 4, they go Stokely. 23 Jordy. 22, we've named all of them Joe Juravicious.
They're just making up. They're not even slot guys. They're just making up wide receivers.
Ricky Prohl?
Yeah. I think so. Because Ricky Prohl was there with Holt and Bruce, wasn't he?
I just look at the white guys in the other room going, no, he's outside. Come on, he's outside.
Was he outside? May have been.
Bill Schroeder for the Pats and Dolphins. I don't know either. Steve Watson for the Broncos. Pat Tilley for the Cardinals, 70s,
Pat
80s.
Tilley for the I remember
Made a
him.
Pro Bowl for you, Tom.
Yeah, Pat Tilley.
Wayne Corbett, there you go. Dude, Ed McCaffrey, they're throwing on here.
Oh,
McCaffrey played outside, I thought, though, too.
He was big outside. He was not a slot guy.
They said Dwight Clark, but he was more outside, too, wasn't he?
Yes, he was outside.
Let's see if I can find anybody else here.
They're just going white receivers.
Yeah.
They're not going white.
Yeah, they're just going white receivers.
Slot receivers.
Crazy Legs Hirsch. Crazy
going
Legs
way
Hirsch.
back. Good grief.
Wes Welker's on here, of course.
Yeah.
Raymond Berry, Fred Bolitnikoff.
What about Golden Richards?
I haven't seen him yet. Steve Largent's three. No, they're
Richards?
just going Lance Allworth. These are just white receivers.
Lance Allworth got to be on there. Yes,
Yeah, he's on there. So there you go. There's your.
Don Hudson?
Yeah, he's on there. Don Hudson made number one.
Yep.
Don Hudson. All right, there's your white receivers. In NFL history, we'll talk more about this game, the 49ers and the Seattle Seahawks, with Brent Jones. He joins us at 3:50, and Matt Mayoko at 4:30. And stay tuned for Steve Kerr, head coach of the Warriors, at 4:50 off of a tough loss to OKC on Friday night. All right, 2:51 right now, p.m. Pacific Standard Time. I've gone long enough without mentioning the hell that was Saturday afternoon for San Francisco Giants fans. You just one more kick to the balls just because it's funny. John Heyman's like, yeah, by the way, I really don't think the Giants were a finalist. We'll talk more about that, and we'll hear from Heyman next. Thanks. F the Dodgers on the Sports Leader. Dodgers have signed Shohei Otani to a record 10 years, Screw that team, man. $700 million. John Heyman reports the Giants were not a finalist. Screw them all. It's trending now if you want any more information on that horrid deal on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
As of late last night, my understanding is the Dodgers did not know that they were getting him. And so it was either very late last night or this morning where it came together, where the Dodgers became the team and that they understood that they were getting Shohei Otani. And my other understanding is that there were three finalists, the Angels, the Blue Jays, and the Dodgers. So certainly the Blue Jays were clearly in the running, and the Angels were as well. You know, the Giants and the Cubs were, I guess you could call them finalists. There were 5 teams. And, you know, one thing I will say, I don't think it's about the money. I think the Dodgers were the favorite all along, which is what we've always said, because of 2 things. Geography, number 1. Number 2, they are the most consistent winning team in Major League Baseball. Just look at the record.
Shohei Otani is, if you have been hiding under a rock, an LA Dodger. Look, if you were a Giant fan and you thought Otani was coming here, I think you probably weren't living in reality. I didn't really ever think he was coming here. I don't know how many people did. I didn't totally think they were going to land Aaron Judge or Carlos Correa until they landed Carlos Correa and then decided they didn't want to land him anymore. $700 million over 10 years. Some people are looking at that and go, "This is ridiculous. I wouldn't want to spend that money." Blah 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 blah. That's all fine and good. He's the greatest player anybody's ever seen. He's a spectacle to see. It would have been like going to the ballpark to see Barry Bonds every single at bat. You would have had to stop what you were doing. So 10 years, $700 million. We found out on Friday afternoon, evening that flight to Toronto that he was supposedly on was not actually on it, and that he was at home in L.A. We found out on Saturday afternoon via a tweet, or an Instagram post, I should say, from Shohei, that he was signing with the Dodgers. We should make this known, that Shohei has been sought after by the Dodgers since he was in high school. The Dodgers wanted to get him when he was in high school. We were told by Dylan Hernandez last Thursday from the L.A. Times that Shohei came here at age 23. He told Dylan Hernandez, who is of Japanese descent, he said they've got a relationship, and he told him at one point he came here at age 23 because he wanted to be a Hall of Famer, and he thought you had to be here long enough to be able to do it. What Ichiro did is otherworldly, right? To have basically 2 Hall of Fame careers in 2 different countries is just unheard of. So for Shohei to sign for $700 million, I'm not surprised it's the Dodgers. They've been setting themselves up for this for a number of years. They let Corey Seager walk. They let Max Muncy walk. They let Cody Bellinger walk. They let all these guys go. Max Scherzer walk out the door. Yu Darvish they had traded for, let him walk out the door. They'd made all these moves and didn't bring any of these guys back. They tried to bring back Machado, but they brought in all these big-time players and then decided we're going to set ourselves up for Shohei Otani. It's something they've wanted for a very long time. I'm not shocked by this. A little surprised by the number. Your immediate reaction is, by the way, we have new news on the Shohei contract. I'll tell you about it in just a minute. But, Tom, you surprised at all?
No, not at all. And, look, the $700 million, Dodgers will be fine. I don't know.
Well, they will be fine. I'll tell you what's happening in a minute.
I don't know how much is deferred, but a lot of it is deferred. But, look, for a team like the Angels, that wouldn't have made a lot of sense. They have so many holes that I don't know that they could have withstood $700 million for him, $400+ million for Trout, and another $100 or so million for Rendon. Although Trout's not $400 anymore, but it's just for a team like that, I don't know that it would have made sense, to be honest. For a team like the Dodgers, it makes perfect sense. They have more than enough money. They have more than enough young talent to surround him with. You're going to make a lot of that money back through sponsorships and stuff like that. So it looks like a massive, massive number. But realize this, and this is a different sport, but Messi a few years back made $150 million in 1 year. 150. Like 4 years for $600 million. And you think 70 is like, $150 million a year for Messi. So this is a massive contract, but it's not even half of what he made. I'm sure Ronaldo makes like $200 million a year over in Saudi, but those guys are ridiculous. But Dodgers are going to be fine. They got a great player.
That's my problem. They're going to be fine. Yeah.
Well, they're going to be fine without him because they're the Dodgers. I mean, without him, they're winning 98, 99, 100 games. So all I got to say now is, Giants, go get your checkbook out and give Yamamoto $325 because we need to see Yamamoto versus Otani. We'll have the rivalry, and then we'll have a little part of like the Japanese rivalry within the rivalry. Shohei Otani against Yamamoto. That's what I want.
It's gonna be tough to do when they're pitching.
That's what I want.
It's gonna be tough when they're in the same rotation.
Either.
They're in the same rotation. It's gonna be tough to have them face each other because the Dodgers still have money and are still in on Yamamoto. By the way,
are they?
Yeah. So that's apparently part of this deal here. So Shohei signs a 10-year. $700 million deal. There is breaking news as it relates to this contract and the deferred money.
Yep.
Are Giants fans ready to get more upset?
Oh, no.
This is per Jeff Passan of ESPN. Shohei Otani's contract of $700 million calls for him to be paid, ready for this? $2 million a year for the next 10 seasons. Let me say that again. Shohei Otani's contract of $700 million will pay him over the next 10 years $2 million a year, with $680 million being deferred until the end of the contract. The collective bargaining tax threshold hit on the contract will be about $46 million. So
you can do that?
The way that we were just talking about it during the commercial break, and this is what we were discussing, is, to me, this is a loophole in the system, which then tells me the system is broken. This does not balance the tax or the tax threshold. This just allows rich teams to say, we've got money down the road, and we can spend a ton more now, and then if we just spend this X number of dollars here. So Shohei's okay with $20 million over the next decade, which so am I. He's okay with $20 million over the next decade, because he'll get his $680 later, and whatever endorsements are going to come because of Los Angeles. He's going to make more, of course, over the life of this contract, but they're going to be able to go spend more money now. They've got Mookie Betts already. They've got Freddie Freeman. More money will be available in the immediate for them to go spend on a guy like Yamamoto. And here's the rest from Jeff Passan. The structure of the deal was first reported by Fabian Ardaya of The Athletic. It's unprecedented, they're saying. Multiple people involved have said Otani proposed the structure, and it would... and that toward the end of the negotiations, he said he wanted to defer his salary. His off-field earnings are significant enough for it, is what they're saying, because of what he's making in endorsements off the field. He's like, yeah, you can push that $680 till later. So the Dodgers.
How long? How long are they? Like 40 years, 20 years? Well,
I don't know if they just pay him at the end of the deal. I don't know what the structure is, and we'll probably find out more. But for those just joining us, Shohei Otani will be paid $2 million a year. He gets an average of 70. He will be paid $2 million a year over the life of the deal, and then we'll get $680 million when it's all said and done. So the equivalent to this would be a Christian McCaffrey-like contract, where he got basically all of his salary last year paid in bonuses, and the Niners then were on the hook for whatever they had to pay him for the rest of this deal. But a lot of what was already paid to him last year in salary, which didn't go against the cap, came in a bonus at the beginning of the year, so it didn't hit the cap for the 49ers when they acquired him. Was some of and I'm probably not explaining that perfect, but that's, I think, for the most part, the gist of it. You can defer money in the NFL that won't hit the cap the same way into a bonus, which allows you to get away with spending more. But again, you've still got to have that in escrow, and I know you do for baseball too. You've got to have that cash on hand. They have this cash on hand, and they're saying, whatever, we'll just do it later, which is allowing them to do more now. So there was nothing effectively preventing Shohei from signing with anybody. Everybody had the money. Effectively.
Yep.
The Giants, by the way, have the richest owner in baseball. Just so everybody's aware of that. Charles Johnson is the richest owner in all of Major League Baseball. So as frustrated as we are, as upset as this makes us, I don't think Yamamoto's the answer. I think it's a piece, sure. But I think the way the Giants have to think about this now is not just Snell and Bellinger and whatnot. And even if you landed Shohei Otani, you'd have to go in a different way. You'd have to go add different pieces in a different capacity. The way the powers that be in the West have shifted right now, Murph this morning, I thought was hilarious, was comparing it to Pangea. Like the big giant piece of land that then breaks off. Like the Dodgers are like this big giant piece of land, and we're Hawaii down here. We're like this little it's kind of what it feels like now. Like crumbs and drops in the bucket. So the Diamondbacks did it. Diamondbacks went to the World Series this year, won a pennant. Corbin Carroll's probably going to be one of the best players in baseball if he's not a top 5 player by the time this year starts. The Braves are doing it, and they're doing it by building from within and holding on to their talent. There is a way to do it and to compete. The Dodgers aren't winning it every year. I know now they have Otani. He's likely not going to pitch this year. That's the thought. So 9 seasons of that, he becomes the immediate big bad. I mean, this is a Thanos type of hate I think Giants fans are going to start to have for Shohei Otani. This is a decade of worse than Steve Garvey James Loney, Andre Ethier. I don't even know where to begin. It's overwhelmingly frustrating, which is why you've got to just get back. You've just got to get back to the drawing board. You got to do it from within, and you're going to have to move some of the pieces you have, I think, to do it, to get some of that talent.
Here's what I would like to see. I do want to see him get Yamamoto, and then I want to see him trade some of their younger pitching. You'll get Burns. Then you'd have a pretty nice staff right there.
Sure.
Then you'd have a staff, and if you can go and then you just got to hope the guys can hit somewhat. But you're going to go back to the 2010 through 14 model.
Back to the drawing board. Yeah.
Try to get some timely hitting. Try to hit the ball out of the ballpark occasionally. Make sure you get some guys that can field, and get some badass pitchers. That's what you're looking for. Like if you could have Webb. I mean, I wouldn't mind Snell. It's not like I don't like Snell. It's just you got to pay a premium for a guy that goes 6 innings, and I'm just not super thrilled with that. But Burns is a guy that can be gotten. There's no doubt about it. Glasnow's a guy that can be gotten. I don't know if you want to empty out your farm system for 2 guys, but 1 guy, sure. And if you match up with what maybe the Brewers need, I think that's the way you're going to have to go. You're not going to match these teams bat for bat. Just not going to happen. So what you have to do is try to jump ahead of them in the pitching arms race, and I think that's something they could do. Like they keep saying like Cohen and the Yankees are in on Yamamoto, and I'm sure the Dodgers are too. So pay more. I mean, you have the money. Enough of this coming in second crap, coming in third, coming in fourth. It's not like you're poor. You own the damn ballpark and the land around it. I mean, how much money do you need? How much money you want to die with? I mean, spend some of that money. Go ahead and throw some of it into the kitty and see what happens. Yep. That's what everybody else is doing. I don't want to hear, well, it wasn't fiscally responsible. Who gives a damn? You can't be fiscally responsible when you're signing these guys. You just can't, okay? You're going to have to go over. Your computer is going to smoke a little bit, okay? Damn, I don't like this deal. Like, of course it's not going to like the deal. It's a computer. It doesn't know any better. But you're going to have to. And you have the money to do it. Do it. Enough. I mean, I've given you a little bit of a break because you actually did come to terms with Correa. You were going to spend $315 million, but you didn't. It wasn't your fault, but you didn't. So you still haven't. I mean, the last big-time free agent they got was, well, I mean, I guess we consider Hunter Pence a free agent, but he was here, and then you re-signed him. But yeah, he's still a free agent. But go out and get somebody that wasn't here and bring them in here. And either sell them on it, sell them on the vision, or just buy them outright and just go over the top of everybody. Just keep going over the top until you don't have to go over the top anymore. Because I know Giant fans are tired. I'm not even a damn Giant fan. But I would like to see the team be competitive and win. But I know Giant fans are tired of hearing came in second. Came in third. We're one of the finalists. That means we're right there. No one cares. Get him. Get a player. Get a marquee player, and then go from there. Yeah. That's it.
And the Dodgers got theirs. Yet another one. The Giants, I think you've got to go about it differently. You can't get into the arms race because, to your point, it's just not going to work the exact same way. Even if you get the pitching right now, do you have enough offense? Like, they've got to land some pieces, and they've got to develop, and I think some of this has got to happen via trade. 808-KNBR is the number to text if you want to get involved in some of this conversation on Shohei Otani. Brent Jones joins us at 3:50, Matt Mayoko 4:30, Steve Kerr at 4:50, and then we'll throw you over to the Titans and the Dolphins on Monday Night Football, one of the Monday Night Football games coming your way at 5:15. We'll take a quick break when we come on back into Week 14 across the NFL. The Niners get the 1 seed. The Bills take down the Chiefs on one of the craziest calls and ends of a game that you will ever see. Patrick Mahomes pretty quickly making himself the villain. We'll talk about that next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Sunnyvale Sports Leader.
The Warriors struggle with late game execution once again as they lose to the Thunder. 138-136 on Friday night. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. What's going on, fellas? Adam Copeland here, and I'm just looking to help. I'm looking to help you score touchdowns, hit home runs, circle the bases, touch them all. Maybe it's doubles, maybe it's second base, a little third base action. Doesn't matter what it is, I've got the answer for you, and it's under the tree. Well, it will be under the tree as soon as you decide to hook yourself up the way I'm trying to hook you up with Pajamagram's Naturally Nude Pajamas. I'll say it again. Naturally Nude Pajamas. What comes to mind, fellas? What you do need to know is that the Naturally Nude Pajamas, they're going to sell out. You need to get them today. They're going to hook you up with a very luxurious package here. It's a 2-in-1 complete holiday gift. They're going to throw in that Naturally Nude nightie as soon as you head on over to pajamagram.com to place that purchase. Plus, guys, you don't want to have to worry about wrapping it. Don't want to worry about getting it here in time. You want to make sure that your lady's going to open it. She's going to feel good about having them, and you're going to feel good about unwrapping a little something extra. I'm talking about those Pajamagram Naturally Nude Pajamas, available pajamagram.com. Why not win this Christmas? Hurry. Go to pajamagram.com today. They're going to throw in that Naturally Nude nightie. They're going to gift wrap it for you. And your boy Copes here is going to wingman you all the way on that home run or that touchdown, whatever sports analogy we're using. Again, pajamagram.com. Get that Naturally Nude Pajamagram order in and let them know that your wingman this Christmas, Adam Copeland, sent you.
They're Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
20-17 Buffalo. They send another blitz. Selling out. Flag on the play. Might be a free one. They've got Kelsey at the 30. Kelsey 25, angling back. 20. Now he's going to lateral it back at the 15-yard line. It's Tony. 10, 5, touchdown! Kansas City. They mess around in practice with this all the time. It's going to go with a 49-yard touchdown. Kelsey, the old University of Cincinnati quarterback.
Number 19, offense, lined up in the neutral zone, 5-yard penalty. Check it out.
Oh, my goodness.
Offensive offsides on that payment, man. Terrible.
Excuse me, Holmes. That's the sound from the, excuse me, Pat Mahomes. That was the sound from the Chiefs and Bills game yesterday. They didn't see it. Hell of a play. Wasn't even like a backwards lateral. It was like Kelsey's going up the side, and then he turns, he throws it like across the field if you didn't see it. The whole play plays out. Fantastic. Kadarius Toney ends up getting flagged at the end of the play for an offside, offensive offsides. The voice you heard at the end there, if you haven't seen the video, it's Mahomes walking off the field talking to Josh Allen, and they're doing the midfield hug, and Mahomes just immediately walks out and goes, that's one of the most BS calls I've ever seen. That's a horrible call. You can't call that, blah, blah. Josh Allen just pats him in the head. You think Allen's upset about that, dude? You think Allen's mad when he didn't get to touch the ball in overtime? Like, you know what I mean? Yeah, you want to talk BS.
Their season's hanging by a thread.
Yeah, dude.
Like Allen's going to be like, yeah, I know. I totally agree
right?
with you. That was BS call.
Can't believe we won that. Yeah, we shouldn't have won that. Then Mahomes making it about taking a play away from a great Hall of Fame player. It's just another moment they've ripped away. You know, your dude was offsides. I don't like that it ended that way either. But Mahomes was so upset a week ago and didn't say a word about any flag not being thrown on a pretty obvious DPI, and then yesterday completely loses it. Goes a full 180 on what it was he was saying last week, and it's saying you can't let the players play, stop letting the flag change the game. And I'm like, but if they let the players play last week and it cost you the game. So, it was a great play. It was really cool. It was an awesome play, much like Mitch Wishnowski's was. And because of a lack of awareness, Kadarius Toney lines up offsides. I got no problem with the flag. It was a valid flag in my mind. Where'd you come down on this?
Well, I agree with, I think it's John Kerry that does like ESPN with Van Pelt, and he said, the reason we don't call a lot of those is because usually the receiver will look at the side judge and look over at him, and he'll tell you.
You see him look all the time, yeah.
He said, we don't want to call those because nobody wants to call those. And yes, there are times when you give somebody a warning, but that was so egregious. Like he was he was
over the line.
Yeah, it was like, come on. I mean, that's his fault. Everybody's blaming him. Line up right. How about just line up right? You don't got to worry about it.
I can't believe the officials are a part of this.
Chiefs didn't mention that. You know what? You usually get a warning on that, but you got to line up right. We didn't. And and again, it wasn't like a little bit. Maybe it was a little bit. They could have let it slide.
His foot's on the line and toes are over. Like his foot is on it and toes are over. I don't know what else we can do,
Yeah, do you think if that was the defense that did that, got like a strip sack of Mahomes, and they didn't call it?
Scoop and score,
You think Reed and Mahomes would be like, no, you know what? That's okay.
Oh, no,
Critical point of the game. You don't want to have the officials deciding the game. You can't do that.
Let the players play.
I'm good with that. Yeah, they would have never said that. They would have never said that. So here's the bottom line. Line up on side. Just line up on side. You don't got to worry about it.
Yep.
Or how about this? Look over at the official. See where you're at and make sure you get the okay from him. He will help you if you look at him. If you look at him and point at him like all receivers do, he's not going to ignore you. He'd probably say, move back. You're over the line. Move back a little bit. But no. And I forget who said it today. Somebody was like, yeah, the official should have went out there and told him. Like, what?
What are you talking?
What?
No.
You gonna walk out there right before? Hey, you gotta back up a little bit. Like, what are you talking about?
Darius, take a step back. Take a step back, Darius.
Official's gonna go out on the field, run out on the field like a fan. Yeah, you gotta get back. Like, what? Excuse me? So, look, it sucked. right? Because that play is one of the greatest plays that never happened. Like it never happened, but
yeah,
that's their fault. That's their fault. Line up on side. You don't got to worry about it.
Do you remember the play last year? And I want to say we might have had it in like a who stepped in it or something like that. Terry McLaurin in that game at the end of the season last year. Remember, he asked the official if he was lined up correctly. The official told him he was okay, and then he still got the flag. Do you remember that? It was like down in the red zone, and he asks, like, "Am I lined up correctly?" And the official's like, "He didn't say anything." And then afterwards, McLaurin's like, "Dude, he told me. He didn't say anything. I asked him. He didn't say anything about it." So then he throws the flag after. It's like I told you. Sometimes when I played baseball, there was umpires you could ask, like, "Was that there? Was that a strike?" Sometimes umpires would be like, "I don't know." You'd be like, "Dude, I swung it to foul it off. You can't tell me if I swung it a strike. Is it what is it? Some secret information you're holding on to? Or are we trying to play a game? I'm trying to get a grasp of what your strike zone is. You're trying to tell me what you're going to call it. I want to know if I should swing next time. What's the problem with asking? I swung once, right? I didn't just ask you, hey, is it going to be a strike if he throws it right there before he throws it? So if a guy asks you, I don't think there's anything wrong with an umpire or an official telling you. However, Kadarius Toney didn't ask, and here we are. Ravens beat the Rams yesterday in overtime, 37-31. Punt return for a touchdown by Tylan Wallace. That was a hell of a game. The Rams were really struggling defensively early in the game. Offense looked pretty good for them. What do you think about them? Can they make a? I mean, they're as equipped as anybody, I think, to make a run in terms of knowing what to do at the end of a season. You've got a veteran quarterback. They really do have the offense. If Kyron Williams stays healthy, you've got Puka and you've got Cooper Kupp. They've got Aaron Donald in the middle of the defense. It's a team that I wouldn't want to have to see down the stretch, and the Niners will in the final week of the season. Better hope that they're still they've either locked up the number 1 seed, or if they need a win for that 1 seed, that could be a tough one for sure.
I think the Niners will smash them. I do.
That was their toughest win to this point.
I know. I think they'll smash them.
Play them so tough, the Rams. Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, I just think they're head and shoulders above everybody
better now.
right now. But I agree with you. Like, as far as a team that could be dangerous because of the quarterback you have and the skill position guys that you have. I mean, with Cooper Kupp being back and Puka and Atwell's pretty good. Robinson got the touchdown pass. Kyron Williams has been just phenomenal. But really, Stafford, we kind of forget because he's been hurt, but this guy's one of the best quarterbacks in the game over the last decade. This guy's really thank you. This guy's really, really good. And the young defense seems to be growing up, so yeah, I mean, I wouldn't worry about them in terms of making a run and winning the Super Bowl. That's not going to happen. It'd be a huge shock if it did. But yeah, I mean, I agree with you. They could be dangerous in that last game of the year if you need it. I don't know that the Niners never think anything's going to be a walkover, of course, but I just think the Niners are. I don't know. I mean, right now, I just think the Niners are a step ahead of everybody. Like, there's a gap even between 1 and 2. And again, I'll mention the Super Bowl odds. That's why it's 2.5 to 1 and 6 to 1. That's a gap. That's what we like to call in the medical profession a gap. 2.5 to 1 to 6 to 1. There's no 3 to 1. There's no 4 to 1. There's no 5 to 1. There's a 6 to 1. So I just think they're noticeably better than everybody right now. I mean, you can't lose, but they're noticeably better than everybody.
Noticeably. And again, I said it feels like there's a dam there that eventually, even if you stop it for a while or you build that dam up against the offense, will at some point break. And that's that big overflow of points is coming at some point. Joe Flacco, the quarterback for the Browns, going forward. How about this? 311 yards. He goes 3 touchdowns in a 31-27 win over the Jags. What is up with the Jags, man? I mean, Niners broke the Jaguars, it seems like. They've lost a couple now in a row. They're sputtering a bit. Trevor Lawrence played with the ankle sprain. And the Browns, talking about a team you don't want to see in the playoffs, that's a team that's just sort of, I don't even want to call it house money. It's a legitimate defense. They can stifle an offense, a legitimate offense they can stifle. And if they've got a quarterback who's serviceable, and yesterday better than serviceable for Joe Flacco, this is a problem for the AFC North and the AFC playoff picture as far as a team that could get hot and be a problem if Joe Flacco figures some things out. Is he elite, Tom? I guess is what I'm getting at.
No. I just like the way Scott Van Pelt says it. Joe Flacco. Just to get Tim Kirkshin to crack up. One of his better bits, I must say. Look, their defense, the thing is with Cleveland is their defense. It wasn't great yesterday. It was good, but it's been dominant at home. But on the road, it's been totally different. Like, they give up a boatload of points on the road. I don't know why, but at home it's just much better. Yeah, I mean, you would have to say because of their defense, they could be a tough out when it comes playoff time, but I'm sorry. I just can't be scared of a team without Chubb and without their quarterback, and I can't. I don't. I mean, I think the real question is with Cincinnati, if they get in. Like, is Browning, like, can he be a guy? Can he be like, I thought when he came in the first, I was like, oh, these guys, I mean, this season's teetering on over. And the Folsom product, who set just about every damn quarterbacking record there was when he was in high school, Folsom, and he's been in the league a while now, is showing that, like, maybe it's time. He may be ready for this. And you might have to take them seriously, because if that's all they're missing is a quarterback. I mean, nobody's saying he's Burrow, but if he can get the ball, Higgins is healthy now, Chase, Boyd, Mixon, no idea who the hell that new tight end is. I'm like, who the hell is this guy that keeps catching balls? Where's he coming from? And the defense is good enough. Like, defense isn't great, but it's good enough. Shoot, I don't know, because they got a really good team. It's just when Burrow went down, you thought, oh, it's over for them. But if Browning can be a guy, or maybe a step below a guy, just, move the ball a little bit. You don't got to score 35, but although they did, can you get his 27, 28? At some point, you're going to have to start taking them seriously and him seriously. I don't know if 2 games does it for anybody. The game against Pittsburgh was a little wonky, but to be expected the first game. But the last 2, he's looked pretty damn good. So maybe he's, everybody figures stuff out at different times, right?
Yep. And
you got to be in the right situation, right time, and things just kind of click. So I don't want to be too quick to dismiss somebody as, they're screwed. Because right now I look at him and go, that guy can move the ball a little bit. And if he can, that makes them interesting.
Yesterday with the Cowboys going out and winning 33-13 over the Eagles, of course, helps the Niners out to the number 1 seed. Brock Purdy has his best game of the season, really of his career. Best game of his career in terms of yards per attempt for air yards. 10.5 air yards per pass attempt. Had a phenomenal game yet again yesterday, over 300 yards passing, 2 passing touchdowns and an interception. Dak Prescott is currently the favorite to win the MVP. After what we saw yesterday, is it Dak or is it Brock? We'll talk about that next, and then Brent Jones at 3:50, only here on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Furlong Vision Correction down in San Jose. It's where I had my LASIK procedure done just a couple of years ago. Actually, over 3 years ago now. I've been seeing 2015 now since June of 2020. How about that? You can be seeing 2020 as good as I'm seeing if you make that vision correction appointment with Dr. Furlong and Dr. Sana, who've yet again been voted the best LASIK surgeons in the Silicon Valley. Heck, Furlong Vision Correction has been voted the best place to get LASIK in the Silicon Valley, and it's because they cater everything to the individual patient and their eyes. How important is it to know that they offer Contour Topography Guided LASIK? What that is it's the most advanced FDA-approved technology. It measures what I was talking about, up to 22,000 evaluation points, creates a customized vision map that is completely unique to you and your eyes. We don't all see the same. We don't all need the same treatment. And that's why Dr. Michael Furlong and Furlong Vision Correction are using the most advanced FDA-approved technology to cater it specifically to you and your eyes. Your eyes and vision deserve the absolute best. So book that vision correction appointment at furlongvision.com and you can learn more. They will definitely focus on your vision. Go see my guy. It's Dr. Michael Furlong at furlongvision.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is different, right? Like right now, if you look at the entire NFL, you say the San Francisco 49ers, and that's it. That is where the conversation begins and ends with me, with teams that I believe are better than the Dallas Cowboys right now, that are playing better than the Dallas Cowboys. Dak Prescott, to me right now, is the leading MVP candidate. The level of confidence he's playing in, I'll go as far as this. The confidence in which Dak Prescott speaks about his game now is Aaron Rodgers-esque.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. That was Ryan Clark there talking about how the 49ers are the only team that can beat the Cowboys. We've already seen three other teams already beat the Cowboys this year. We've seen it happen. Anyway, he's saying Dak Prescott is currently his MVP. And of course, confidence is what it's all about. He's playing with a confidence, Tom, that we have not seen in Dak Prescott before. Brock Purdy's leading the league in damn near every category, passing category, except for passing touchdowns. Dak has 28. Brock is second in MVP odds. He's got 25 passing touchdowns. He's got a slight edge in yards, 35.53 to Dak, who's at 35.05. You think Purdy's performance head-to-head with Dak or Jalen, or even possibly Lamar, because he will have played all three of them by the time the MVP votes are cast, right? He plays Lamar on Christmas. Is that going to play a factor? Does any of that, you think, play in?
Well, I think what plays in more than anything is the perception that he has more talent around him than anybody else. And you could make a case, maybe not a strong case at this point, but still make a case that Christian McCaffrey could be the MVP.
Agreed.
I mean, Christian McCaffrey, as good as Purdy has been, he is kind of the hub of the offense, just because he's so dynamic from a running back position that everybody it benefits from him just being out there. It's like I always say with Steph and Clay, like, you don't even have to score hardly. Like, you're out there, you make everybody's job easier. McCaffrey makes everybody's job easier just based on what he can do. That's not going to happen. I could make a decently compelling case that Hill could be the MVP based on what he means to that offense. Like, if the Dolphins go on and lead the AFC, like if they get the number one seed, I mean, Hill is the guy down there. Now, problem with wide receivers getting it is somebody's always thinking, well, somebody has to get it to him, right? That is true. There's no doubt. But the strain he puts on the defense is unbelievable. Like what McCaffrey does for the receivers and everybody else, I think Hill does for the running game too, just because you have to be concerned with that dude on every single play. And he still kills them. I mean, he's still on pace to break Calvin Johnson's receiving record, and still on pace to go over 2,000 yards. It's insane what he is doing. So I don't know. I mean, I think there's some good candidates this year, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, look, Brock Purdy doesn't play against Dak Prescott, nor vice versa. So it's hard to say what head-to-head matchups really mean. But look what he did against them. And the Cowboys are a really good defense. Shredded them. I mean, again, we talked to Shanahan after that game on Thursday, like we always do. And he said he thought they should have been up more, like scored 35 in the first half. They were dominant. I mean, they kicked the crap out of that team in the first half. And then what he did in Philly was ultra impressive. So, yeah, I mean, he should be there. He absolutely should be there. Like, I don't know who's going to win it. If he doesn't, some of it will be because he just has so many weapons. And I think some people will hold that against him, although they shouldn't. But he's going to be right there. You keep winning, you're going to be right there.
Yeah, he'll be there. Do you think, well, let me ask you this then, because you were just talking about McCaffrey. Who do you think's the MVP of the Niners? Is it McCaffrey for you?
Oof, man, that's so tough.
I've got a, I think I would have said it was McCaffrey too for some time. In the last few weeks, I'd say it's Debo. But then again, it's about getting the ball to him. It may very well be Brock Purdy. It's not just about throwing to a spot. I mean, again, we can talk about all the weapons around him. Jimmy Garoppolo had a lot of really good weapons. I made the case yesterday on the postgame show. People go, yeah, but not McCaffrey. Raheem Mostert ran for 4 touchdowns and 200-plus in an NFC Championship game where Jimmy threw the ball 8 damn times because there wasn't. You can say, well, it wasn't about. Remember all the arguments? It's confidence. Yep. No, it was just what they allowed for. I don't think there will ever be a game that Brock Purdy throws the ball 8 times, no matter how well McCaffrey's running it. I can't imagine that's the case.
Yeah. No, that was a case of we're running the ball really well. So why throw it? And we have this guy who might throw a ball right to a linebacker. Yeah, we're going to keep running it. Things are going well. Things are going well for us. We're doing okay over here. We're good. Yeah, but I think what you said, a lot of people will think about. Yeah, but what about McCaffrey? Whoa, what about Debo? What about Debo? Oh man, Ayuk's been incredible. I think that will work against him. Here's a great thing. Because when you're that young, it doesn't matter to him. I mean, all he's got to do is keep winning. And he's going to he's probably still loving the fact that he's a starting quarterback for a Super Bowl
caliber
team. And he's just, I mean, I don't know if he's trying to do it, trying not to do it. He's just shutting people up weekly. Like, people have to be, more and more people have to be like, okay, I get it. Okay, I was late to the party. I get it. Like, there's a lot of people that are late to this party, but a lot of them are showing up now. It might be overflow. You may need to go out to the backyard now, because there are a lot of people that were here early, and then a lot of people, when they watched him this year, started to say, okay, got it. And then even myself, I didn't even say anything till Cincinnati, although, again, that was more of a bit. You watch him. You just watch him. You're like, what is there not, like...
What don't you see?
Take out of your mind where he got drafted. That's what you have to do. You have to take that out of your mind. Because if I could put a little chip in your mind, he was a 10th overall pick like 3 years ago, you'd think, oh, this guy's like going to be a Hall of Famer. He's incredible.
Yep.
Like, it's awesome. But again, it's that waiting for the bubble to burst. It's natural. It just is. When somebody gets drafted that low, you're like, well, how come nobody saw it? Why didn't anybody think this guy was got to be something there that, and then, oh, okay, that's it. It is natural, but it hasn't popped up. And if it hasn't popped up yet, I mean, come on. What's going to pop up now? Are you kidding me? Like, this guy is just, he's a dominant quarterback right now. I don't care what you say. You can say whatever you want. You can talk about the offense, Shanahan, the weapons. Doesn't matter. This guy's putting balls on the money. The throw to Kittle, the throw to Debo, I mean, just whap right in the hands, in stride. Keep running. Don't worry about it. You don't got to reach up. You don't got to reach back. You don't got to reach down. Just put your hands up and keep running. Boom. And it just, no, and then the athleticism. And I feel like we talk about it every single week, and we're kind of preaching to the choir here in the Bay because I think everybody's watching them. They kind of know. It's just funny to me, and maybe it shouldn't be that surprising because other parts of the country don't watch the Niners like we do because they're the hometown team. So that's the team you watch. And they, national shows got to watch all the games, and they don't.
But they don't even watch with the same depth. Right? They're not paying attention to the same
exactly,
level. Right?
Exactly. But if you did, there's no way, if you watched every Niner game since he played the Dolphin game last year and watched him play, you just couldn't have any other comment other than the guy is incredible. That's the only thing you could come up with. You can't unless you just wanted to be different. Like if you wanted to go total rogue contrarian, then maybe you could. I mean, but you can't. How do you sell it? The guy, it just, I don't know. We talk about it every single week, and again, we're preaching to the choir here. But this guy's a badass. I mean, they have a badass at quarterback, and they got a badass everywhere else too. So yeah, I mean, could that hurt him? Sure. I don't think he cares. I think he wants to win a damn Super Bowl along with the rest of his team.
I think so too.
And they're as primed to win the Super Bowl as they have been in a long, long time. Again, you start checking off boxes for this team. There's not a lot of boxes you can't check anymore. There just is not a lot of boxes you can't check.
Super Bowl's really hit. I mean, that's what we're talking. Brock Purdy hasn't won an NFC championship and he hasn't won a Super Bowl. That's about it for him and for Kyle and this team. I mean, that's That's the only thing left. And then once they get that, I imagine that hunger does not go away. Then it's about stacking on top of that. So this team is as good as anybody. And again, they're an absolute machine right now. Let me ask you this then. How closely did you watch the game last night, Cowboys and Eagles? You watched
I watched the whole game.
Yeah. Did you see any more of what Nick Bosa talked about? Or did you see, because again, about the personnel versus the playbook or the getting a deficiency that they've exposed the 49ers defense for the Cowboys to use against the Eagles, a blueprint on how to stop the Eagles. Did you see any of that, or was it was pretty dominant, I thought, of how they got to Jalen Hurts, but it was a little different.
Yeah, no, I didn't really see much of that. I mean, they ran a couple plays. They didn't run against the Niners, straight quarterback runs. I thought they got too far upfield a couple times, let them scramble up the middle and then throw it. But really, last night was about
better, right?
Yeah, it was about the turnovers, right? I mean, your three best players all turned it over. Hurts turned it over, Smith turned it over, and Brown turned it over. And that was the story of the game. I don't know if they'd have won anyway. Dallas was just better. They were able to move the ball, able to run the ball when they needed to. They just looked faster than the Eagles. So I don't know that it made a huge difference. I mean, they didn't score an offensive touchdown. The only time they scored is when Dak just got real loose with the ball. And Fletcher Cox knocked it out, and Carter ran it back for a touchdown. So clearly the Cowboys were quite a bit better. But I mean, this is the NFL. When two teams are semi-evenly matched, and you turn the ball over 3 times like they did, it's over.
The team that gets it is going to win, right?
Yeah, it's over. So, but I don't know if I look at, because yes, that is a defensive line and a front seven that can maybe match up with the 49ers. And how they can be dominant. You got Parsons and Lawrence on each side. They're really, really good. Their linebackers don't match up with the Niners, but I don't think anybody's do. So, but it was different. It was a little bit different. Like, I didn't think they were quite as dominant. The Eagles just weren't going to score after the first quarter against the 49ers. I thought the Cowboys or the Philly could score if they could have just held onto the ball. Like, they moved it a little bit. They just couldn't hold on to the damn ball. And then I guess the Smith one was kind of late anyway, so maybe that one doesn't even matter. It was like game was over at that point. So, but yeah, that was
the Hurts one hurt. I mean, that was early.
That was a big one.
I get that. Yeah, yes. that was brutal for them to try to move the ball after going down early on the touchdown and then not being able to come back because of the turnovers. I don't know if there's a book, but the Eagles are reeling right now, and the Cowboys have a tough schedule, but the Eagles can correct and still win the division. Niners control their own fate. You know who's going to be hyped about this? Brent Jones, who was in Cowboy Country yesterday. We'll talk to him about what it was like to root for the Cowboys down in Texas for Brent Jones last night over the Eagles. Niners are the hottest team in football, or one of the hottest teams in football. Them and the Dallas Cowboys. Niners have the number 1 seed. We will talk to number 84, the former 49er tight end Brent Jones. Coming up next, only here on the Sports Leader. According to Buster Olney, the San Francisco Giants met yesterday with Japanese pitcher Yoshinobu Yamamoto. That story and more are trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz back for another week of answering your tax questions. One that comes up frequently, I'm sure, for you, Steve, is what happens if you've got a big fee and you can't pay your taxes? What do?
You call us. Look, 2 weeks from today, it'll be Christmas Day. What I want for your listeners is them to enjoy the holiday in their families, not be biting their fingers to the elbow worried about their taxes. Here's what we were offering you. The first thing we'll do is listen to you. We'll hear your story. Then we'll explain all of your options. Then we'll choose what's best for you and say, here's what we recommend. And there's all kinds of options. Whether you qualify to pay just part, maybe a small part, and they forgive the rest, or forgive the penalties, or let you pay in monthly installments, or just leave you alone until you're back on your feet, or some combination of those or something else. And we want to do everything for you. We don't want you to have to talk to the government, deal with them, have anything to do with them. And we want to cut you a sweet deal and come back to you and say, here it is, nothing to worry about. Enjoy your holiday. And whatever you do, don't stick your head in the sand, because right around the holidays, a lot of times around December 23rd, the IRS strikes and wipes out bank accounts, or at least I've seen that in my career. We don't want you fretting about this. We just want to take care of you and give you back a normal life. Just call us. Let's talk.
Gary, time for that to happen. Let Steve Moskowitz take care of it for you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or find him at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Sexy.
It's time for my guy, our favorite tight end, number 84.
My guys.
My guys.
Brent Jones. What's going on, Brent?
Hey, guys. Just another W. Just rolling them out. It feels good.
Feels great.
It kind of feels like, I'm sure it kind of feels a little bit like you guys felt back in the day, where it's just like, let's go ahead and clock in, clock out, got another one, keep moving.
You know, it does feel a little bit like that, and I have to say this team certainly is the closest to resembling, I think, what we used to be, when we're at our best, and it's pretty interesting. You know, it's funny because you can pick apart little nitpicks throughout the course of a game, but we beat a pretty motivated Seattle team, and while early in the game they had a lead, I just felt like, we're going to be fine. They can't really stop us.
Nor did they. I don't know if anybody. I don't know if anybody could stop this team. I said it reminded me of your teams back in the day, because it was like, oh, what's open? No, we'll just throw it to Rathman for 8 yards. No, that's good. We'll just keep moving the ball. Like, you guys seemed like you guys always had an answer for what the defense was throwing at you, and it just feels like this with this Niner team. This team actually may be even more star-laden, because you have the receivers, the tight end, and the running back maybe sets it apart, unless you want to go with the Ricky Waters. I mean, Ricky Waters is pretty goddamn good. I mean, I don't know if he's good as McCaffrey, but if he's not, he was like right there with him. And then you had Steve, who's a Hall of Famer. I think Purdy he's the guy, Brent.
I think Purdy's better than Steve.
No, I think so too. I actually.
No, that was just a joke for anybody. No,
Brent, if they're stupid enough, they can't figure that out. We don't need to explain it to them, okay?
Yeah, no.
Come on. True. Some people beyond helps.
You're right. So, I mean, you're talking about Hall of Famers here and there, and this team is right up there with our great teams, and so it feels great. I think the real difference is you got to close the deal, right? You can't fail to show up, and especially down the stretch, right? We're the number one seed right now. I kind of felt like that was going to happen. Here we are. We've got it. Let's maintain it. I think that will be big come January, and you've got to close the deal. The one thing that we did with our best teams, we absolutely crushed people in the playoffs. We hammered them, and that's the way that these guys have to attack it. And I don't want to talk too far ahead, because we're still, we still have the last quarter of the season. But man, they're looking good, and as long as we continue, and we say this almost every week because it's a caveat that everybody says now, but if we stay healthy and Brock Purdy keeps firing the ball and just moving it around, I mean, you think about it, all of our superstars were heavily involved in the win yesterday. And when you have that there's just going to be no stopping this team. Kittle had his touchdown, big play. Ayuk had 125 yards receiving. Debo was a beast, both receiving, had his rushing touchdown. I mean, it's just – and then McCaffrey's everywhere. And I was so bummed that first play. Like, I thought he was getting in. That's just – man. I thought he had enough speed to get to the corner instead of cut it back, but I don't know. Maybe he didn't think he did. But still, what a offensive display of fireworks, 500 and something yards. Like,
I know.
It was just
on like 53 plays, I think.
Yeah, right.
It was
wild. It was wild.
It was unbelievable. Okay, let's if we can find one negative. I won't even call it a negative. I'm just curious. And Kyle spoke to this. We'll play it at some point, I'm sure, but I would have loved to have seen him be more aggressive at the end of the first half and call timeouts, try to get the ball back. I know Seattle was getting the ball to start the second half, but there was just no way they were going to drive I shouldn't say no way. There was a small chance they were going to drive the ball down the field and get points out of it. And I'm sure he didn't want him to get the double whammy. But I would have loved to have seen him just like say, you know what, let's try to bury him right here. They ended up burying him anyway, so it really didn't matter. But I'm making up stuff like as far as if there was a negative of the game, because there really wasn't. But that's the only thing I can look at and say, God, I would have liked, because I said it at the time, I would have liked to see him be a little more aggressive, use some of those timeouts, see if they get the ball back, maybe kick a field goal.
Yeah, there's times where I really feel like that too. And I'm let's step on the throttle the whole time, like no excuse, always call timeout, always get the ball back, always, try to, get a 2-minute drill, even if it's 30 seconds. And sometimes that's not the right answer. And you gotta just understand what's going on the sideline. And I don't know what that is. But at that point, we lost Ward early, Hargrave with a hammy, and you just think, okay, what's the worst case scenario? If we did have to give it up and give it back to them, could they put together a drive? Could we get double whammied? And so, I don't know, Tom, but the older I get, sometimes I look at it from a coach's perspective. As a player, you just say, we could step on the gas anytime, any place and score. And I feel like this team obviously can do that. But sometimes you have to, be, I don't want to say wiser, just a little bit. I mean, you're playing at home. I would have loved to have buried him, right? Because it was 14-10 at halftime. I mean, it would have been nice to be 21-10. That would have probably taken the wind out of their sails a little more for sure.
As a guy who laid the 13, I definitely would have liked to see him win by more. Brent, Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Brent Jones, our weekly conversation with you.
Yeah, that is a tough call, bro. I did not know.
Yeah, tell me about it. You know what else is a tough call? Having the Ravens minus the 7. That was tough, too. Walk-off 6-pointer there. They used to make you kick that thing, bro. They used to
for sure, yeah.
They used to make you. Not anymore. You know how I know?
Yeah, check the bank
money's
account.
not in my account. Exactly.
I know
That's
exactly how you know.
I crunched some numbers. I found out, they don't make you kick that point now. So Brock Purdy yesterday, we're talking about the throws he made. This is one of my favorite stats of the day. 10.5 air yards per attempt, Brent. I didn't even know we were tracking stats like that until they were looking at numbers to try to discredit my guy Brock Purdy. Was that the most impressive in terms of top-to-bottom throws throughout the game? I mean, they had 12 explosives, but he was dropping the ball in some baskets, man. Over the top to Ayuk, over the top to Debo, to Kittle. Happened a few times. What did you think of the throws he made yesterday, and where does that rank for you? I mean, you have to give me a rundown of games, but that's got to be up there in terms of impressive throws through the air that Brock has made in his career.
I think the kid's been a stud, and let's face it, he hasn't played, a full season straight up. Combined he has, but he impresses me week in and week out, even when things aren't going perfect for him. He is ridiculously accurate, precise as heck. Like you mentioned, dropping balls in, hitting guys in stride. I mean, what people don't realize is yards after catch really depend a lot of times on ball placement. And so that throw to Debo, though, was still my favorite. It feels like I saw where he was going. And I thought, gosh, can he get it down there without, having our receiver had to wait for the ball? Man, he hit him in stride. That was just such a legit throw. It feels to me like, and we talked about this maybe a month ago, but it feels to me like Brock Purdy's arm is stronger than it was last year. It just feels that way. I know he's accurate. I know he can drop the ball in the basket. I can't believe there's naysayers out there. And any that were here early on that tried to bench him in whatever it was, week 5 or 6, do those guys look like monster clowns right now? I mean, this kid should be at the top of the MVP race right now, in the top 2 or 3. And you look at what he's done, and you look across the board, and he's throwing the ball further downfield. He has more big chunk plays, and we're not talking about throwing slip screens or slants or anything else. We're talking about full game, and for whatever reason, people just don't want to give him credit. And they say, oh, look at all the players he's got around him. Well, any great quarterback has had a bunch of great players around him. I'm just saying. It's just that, or they're not a great quarterback. You go back and look at it. It's just reality. And unfortunately, for the people in Kansas City, they're seeing right now, if you don't have great players around you, your all-world quarterback isn't winning any games. And it's not over yet for the Chiefs' downfall. You watch. They're struggling. And so they spent money elsewhere, and good luck. Poor Patrick Mahomes.
Do you I don't even know where to go because this team is so dominant right now. I mean, let's see the Cowboys next week when they play at Buffalo, or the week after and they play at Miami. I know I've been saying beat somebody. Well, they just did beat somebody. I mean, they smashed Philly much like the Niners did. Now I want to see them go on the road and do it. We've seen the Niners do that. I want to see the Cowboys beat somebody on the road. Maybe they're built for it. Maybe they're a different team than the Niners saw a month or so ago. But I would like to see them go beat somebody really good on the road. But they're there. But the NFC, it seems to be thinning out just a tad bit. Maybe Philly. Hell, Steve went as far as to call them pretenders last week, which I thought was a little strong, but maybe not. Maybe I know that was it was very unlike Bro to do something like that. But
that is not like him at all. That's not shocking.
I know it was shocking.
Way over his skis.
But you know what? He may be onto something.
Hey, he could have been right.
He might be on. Might be Detroit is kind of sliding back down a little bit. The NFC South is just a mess. Who cares? Who knows? Who cares who's coming out of that? It's starting to seem like it's really kind of the NFC's thinning out a little bit. And if the Niners keep going like they're going, and the Baltimore game will be the big one, that I don't want to say it's easy, Brent, but it's looking easier than I thought it was 4 weeks ago.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tom. If the Eagles can put it back together, and I still maintain that Hurts is banged up. He's just he's not the same guy. We talked about it the week before we played the Eagles. Something's going on there, and he's playing through something, and there might be one or two guys as well. But Cowboys hammered him, and I think I wasn't surprised the Cowboys won at home, but I was surprised they kind of dismantled the Eagles. And the Eagles playing in Philadelphia, first of all, is a huge advantage. So if we can take that away from them, they're good. They're not dominant, in my opinion. Cowboys are starting to have some guys show up. In my mind, I just can't wrap my head around the Cowboys having that across the board. Man, we're strong at all positions. But I haven't watched them closely enough the last 3 or 4 games because, like you said, up until yesterday, they hadn't beaten anybody worth a darn. And so now the Eagles, and obviously we sent the Eagles spinning a bit. The Eagles finish up their schedule. I mean, they might as well be playing in the I don't even know what the leagues are called out there in the high school leagues anymore. I don't want to hammer the West Catholic League.
I was going to say Catholic Athletic League is where I was going.
They might as well.
Yeah.
Well, after the modern day game, or might as well, and that's who they finish up with. And so it's going to be really interesting to see if they could pull it out. And I think the Cowboys have a rough schedule down the stretch, and so we're in a really, really solid position. We just have to keep our eyes focused week in and week out. I thought this game was scarier than the others because it was kind of the sandwich game with Seattle with Philadelphia in the middle. And I thought after the big Philadelphia win that, man, if there was a game where we could maybe not show up as much as we need to, it was this game. I think the Cardinals, at this point, everybody knows, hey, don't let down against the Cardinals. Well, yeah, that's an obvious one now after the Seattle game. So no one's going to let down against the Cardinals, and I think we're going to be good there. And then that Ravens game on Christmas is going to be what a great gift for everybody. To be able to have that game on the night of Christmas. And so that'll be a blast. But I think we're in great position. Tom, I agree with you. I would almost argue if it comes down to it, I would give the whoever has the home field advantage, Dallas, Philadelphia, would be the team that we would face in the NFC Championship if it comes down to that. Detroit can be tricky because I think they're a very emotional team. I think there's some times where they get on a roll and the emotion carries them. You know, Dan Campbell is a super emotional guy, and the team responds well to that. But like when they play good, they play well. When they play bad, they play ugly. And so it can go either way. I mean, you lose 2 games to the Bears, and you're like, come on. Like, are you kidding? You can't go to the playoffs and be legit if you lose 2 games to the Bears. So it's going to be fun, and then we're going to have in the AFC, we're going to have the battle of of 500 teams trying to figure out the tiebreaker to figure out who gets to go to the playoffs. So it'll be it's going to be a real fun, interesting stretch for the league this year. But as far as our team is concerned, I think we're well positioned. I will say I'm mildly concerned about Charvarius Ward and also Kinlaw. Not Kinlaw, it was Hargrave. I just want to make sure that it's not a 3 or 4 week thing. We can afford a week or so, get healthy, but down the stretch, we need everybody for the playoffs, and I think that's going to really be the key. And so you just hate to see guys go down in the first half of the game.
No doubt. Although I will point out the Lions only lost to the Bears once.
Oh, I thought it was twice.
Remember they beat them at home. They came from behind. They should have lost.
They were down.
Yeah.
I think they were down 2 scores early.
They're down they're down 10 with like 3:50
I remember,
to
like
go.
in my mind, I remember thinking, you're getting smoked by the Bears, and I forgot they came back. Hey, thanks for carrying me, Tom. I want to get on here and sound like I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't want to call Eagles.
I'm here for you.
I don't want to be the pretender quote guy.
Don't worry about that. We already got one of those.
No, man. I mean, what's he going to say next, man?
No, he's gone goofy on us. He's like sports talk guy.
He got mad at Tom for coming back at him. He was like, Tom was like, wow, it's a little. You played. You won a Super Bowl. You're happy to say, look, Tom, back off, okay? Back off, Tom.
He goes, call somebody else.
Call somebody else then. Don't have me come on, all right?
Call somebody.
What? Mr. Cranky, next time he says that, speed dial me and we'll get on and we'll
we'll give you a call.
Derek's ready. Derek gives a thumbs up. He says, next time Steve does that, we're giving you a call Wednesday night. We'll be right here. That's if Steve makes his scheduled time, right, Tom? I mean, that's if he makes his scheduled time.
Absolutely. Real quick, so what'd you think about the end of the big call in the Chiefs-Bills game yesterday? Did the Chiefs have a right to be aggravated? Well, they're more than aggravated. What I would say, I don't want to say because that's how they're feeling, and that could get me fired. But that's how they think they got treated. Do they have a right to be that way, or is it line up on side?
I think it's line up on sides. When your whole head is offside and you're blocking the official from the ball, like Kadarius Toney is a knucklehead. He's dropped 1 billion passes this year. He's had some crucial penalties. It's like you almost can't put him on the field because he's going to do something dumb. And I just feel for Patrick Mahomes because they've had some, atrocious things happen from their receiver positions this year. But at that point in the game, I actually just saw the video before I came on. Somebody had a heads-up video, and he came out to the line, and he pointed at the ref like, hey, what's up, dude? And he put his head down and put his big melon over the line of scrimmage. And, he didn't look at the ref to say, hey, am I good? Because the refs will always tell you if you're not, hey, you need to move up a foot, or hey, back off a little bit. Your head's a foot over the line. But he didn't stay looking at the official, and to me, it was so obvious that in a crucial point in the game, you probably got to call it. Do I border on the gosh, that's ticky-tack? But when they threw the flag, they didn't know that one of the great plays of the season was going to unfold. And so it's just you got to be smarter than that, and he hasn't been all year. And so, it was just a knucklehead move. But yeah, it was. I saw one of the most hilarious memes today. It had Kadarius Toney lined up 20 yards downfield with the rest of the here's a pre-snap photo of Toney being offsides, and I started laughing out loud.
It's like in the end zone. Yeah, he's lining up in the end zone. Cherry picking.
Was hilarious. Oh, man.
That is funny. Well, that's the thing, Brent. If it were like an inch offside, then you could say, yeah, you know what? Do you need to call that? You need to call that, but his foot, I know they were saying the front of your foot needs to be behind the back of the ball. Well, hell, the back of his foot was beyond the back of the ball. It was so egregious that it's and my whole thing was, I wonder if you'd have asked Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes if, let's say, I don't know, they let Von Miller line up offsides and just said, you know what, it's too late in the game to be calling ticky-tack stuff like this. And let's say they sacked Mahomes and that was the end of the game. Do you think Reid and Mahomes would say, you know what, I'd just rather say let the players battle it out. I don't want the officials. I don't want the officials to get into the mix. No, of course they wouldn't. That's why it was what are you guys talking about? You could have avoided the whole thing. All Donnie had to do was look over to his left, ask the ref if he was good. He would have told him no. Or I don't know. I mean, look to your right and see this thing. It's brown and it's oblong. It's called a football. And just see where that thing is and maybe line up behind it. That might be, you know what? I think that's a good plan, actually. Where's the football? There it is. Let me line up behind the football. Then I think I should be okay. No, you just go up to the line of scrimmage like a knucklehead, and you just stand there and think, well, everything's going to be good, right? No, it wasn't. And then everybody starts blaming everybody else. Blame yourself. I mean, good grief.
It was. I mean, it's kind of funny. I mean, I feel bad because the play was pretty spectacular.
Great play.
Cool. Yeah, I mean, you think to yourself, why don't more guys try it? And it's so hard. I mean, it sounds good in practice, and you think, oh, we got this, but to actually execute it like that was pretty impressive. Kelsey actually threw a bullet, and I don't think it was planned. I really don't. I think maybe it's an option, but the way that he moved after the ball, it wasn't just like he caught it and threw it out there. He was gaining yards and turned around. There's Toney, running downfield with a head start, literally. And so it was a really cool play, and I think it was unfortunate that it looks like a ticky-tack call, but it really wasn't. It really wasn't, and it was pretty obvious. And as a player, you got to do one thing. You either look to the official and say, hey, dog, am I good? And he pointed at him, but he will look straight ahead. So he never looked at the football, and he never looked at the official to get his answer. And so it was like, dude, you're not in the ballpark right there. And so, I don't have a problem with it. It was pretty much offsides. I've seen some really, really bad calls, and we all have all year. And I have to say the officiating gets worse every year. But that wasn't one of the plays that I would harp on.
Real quick, we got to run before I let you go. Have you ever tried anything like that, or did any of your teammates ever try a lateral during the game like that?
Man, I gotta say, we were so first of all, with Bill, there's no way. You could have your walking papers the next day.
Damn, gets rough.
Yeah, that would be brutal. And with George, he'd have been super grumpy. You almost even if it worked, you could have gotten in trouble. And so
that would have been great.
Maybe Jerry could have gotten away with it, and they would have said, hey, Jerry, don't do that again. Anybody else would have got smacked.
That would have been great if you'd have done it, and Walsh Coach would have came to you the next day and goes, that was an incredible play, by the way. We just traded you to the Patriots.
Exactly. I used to beg for the tight end pass all the time, I couldn't get that. Like we were pretty conservative when it came to stuff like that. So if you were going to ever pitch it to a guy, or, I mean, of course, nobody thought about throwing it 20 yards across the field, you better make sure that that it works and it's a touchdown. And you'd come to the sideline and George would say, "Hey, that was great. Don't ever do it again."
Don't ever do it again.
Yeah, so that was kind of our coaching. You know, we respected our coaches back then. We didn't make more than them, so we had to listen to what they said.
This is true. This is an absolutely good point. All right, my friend, tell the fam I said hi. Hope everybody's doing well, and we will look forward to chatting with you again next week.
Thanks, buddy. You guys take it easy, and let's get ready to crush us some Cardinals.
There you
Thanks,
go.
Brent.
Absolutely.
All
Thanks,
right,
Brent.
boys.
Appreciate
Catch
it.
you later, bro. Good stuff there from
Nice catch, Hayes.
Don't ever do it again.
Do it again.
That was Brent Jones. We do it every Monday with number 84, the former 49ers tight end. And Niners having a great start to the year. Again, four players over 800 yards from scrimmage, which is incredible, and 5 touchdowns each from scrimmage. That's McCaffrey, Debo, Ayuk, and, of course, George Kittle, the current 49er tight end, number 85. When we come on back, we will do a little bit on what Brent Jones had to say there, talk a bit about what happened with the 49ers and the Seahawks, get you updated on some of that stuff. There's huge news out there about Shohei Otani's contract, which is incredible. They've deferred $680 million of it. And we still got a conversation with Matt Mayoko coming up at 4:30 and Steve Kerr at 4:50. And then at 5:15 out to the Titans and the Dolphins. Still giving away those Red Hot Chili Peppers tickets as well, only here on the Sports Leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
The 49ers just keep on rolling as they beat the Seahawks 28-16 as they are currently the number 1 seed in the NFC playoffs. That story and more trending now on KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for Underdog Fantasy. The holiday season's here, and our friends over at Underdog are running 12 days of social promos. It starts December 14th. That's this week. Check this out. If you haven't heard of Underdog Fantasy yet, I don't know why you haven't. I've been telling you about it daily. It's the easiest place to play fantasy basketball every single night of the season. Go to their easy-to-use mobile app, UnderdogFantasy.com, and sign up with promo code KNBR. Underdog's going to double your first deposit up to $100. How about that? Check this out. You play the pick'em game once you make that deposit. That's where they give you 2 to 5. They give you a series of player stats, and you pick whether or not the player will go higher or lower than one of their stats. If your picks hit, you can win big. It's legal in California. It's a ton of fun to play along as you watch your team. You can catch a little Dubs action. I know they've been struggling late in some of these games, but you can catch the action there, and you can make some money while you watch your team go out and try to win. Check this out. In the spirit of the holidays, Underdog is doing daily promos on the site, formerly known as Twitter. Follow Underdog Fantasy at Underdog Fantasy. Be on the lookout for ways that you can win a Nintendo Switch and much, much more. You must be 18 or older, present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms do apply. Are you concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org.
Black bandana, sweet Louisiana.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now, Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday evening, Monday late afternoon here. We do have a Monday Night Football game. We got 2 Monday Night Football games coming your way. Packers are playing the New York Football Giants. We'll have that over for you at 5:15 on KNBR 1050. And we also are going to have the Titans and the Dolphins. How about dueling Monday Night Football games? That'll be coming your way at 5:15 right here on the Blowtorch. KNBR 104.5 and 680, the Sports Leader. Thanks to everybody who's checking in on the YouTube chat and, of course, on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. We are streaming, of course, on YouTube and twitch.tv/the Sports Leader. A couple of points of note here I want to get out. Brock Purdy, 10.5 yards per passing attempt, the best rate for any game of his career. That's his best performance. In terms of air yards per pass attempt, I said yards per attempt. That's air yards per pass attempt. So anybody saying he can't throw it over the top, it's a crock. There we go. Yeah, get it for me, Tim. A couple more things here. Some breaking news earlier today. Go ahead, Tim. You got it? $700 million contract.
That's a crock.
Thank you. $700 million contract for Shohei Otani.
That's a rough day.
10 years was going to average about $70 million a year. We went, okay, well, what else the Dodgers going to have in that span? Nah, a whole lot. Well, they're going to defer $680 million of Shohei Otani's contract. $680, meaning he's going to get $2 million per year over the life of this 10-year deal. It's bananas. It's an unprecedented situation here. The collective bargaining tax threshold has kind of been manipulated. This is almost like tax evasion by the Dodgers in terms of what they would have to pay for going over the luxury tax on their contract or on their total salary. What they've now made clear, this is per Jeff Passan of ESPN, Fabian Ardaya is the first one, or Fabian Ardaya, the first one to report this.
Now, back to Fabian and Copes.
Nicely done, dude. Fabian Ardaya reporting, and Jeff Passan, that the Dodgers will pay the $680 million at the end of the contract for Shohei Otani. He's going to get $680 million between 2034 and 2043. We will jump back into some football here. It's going to be Matt Mayoko joins us weekly for his conversation on the 49ers. He was down at the game yesterday where the Niners beat the Seahawks 28-16. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko next. And then at 4:50, the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. Mayoko, 49ers, Seahawks, 5 in a row over Seattle. We'll talk about it next on the Sports Leader.
That's a crock.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, we've all got dreams, we've all got goals, we've all got visions for what we want to do in the future, especially when we get to retirement. Do you know if you're saving enough? Do you know if you're taking too much risk or if you're investing in the right places? Are you setting yourself up for that vision in retirement that you've always dreamed of? That's where Greg O'Donnell comes in. For over 30 years, he's been helping people right here in the Bay Area plan, protect, and pass on that wealth. And he can help you too if you're interested in learning how O'Donnell Financial Group can help you and your family. Give them a call. They're easy to talk to. They've been doing this for years. There's no cost or no obligation. Give them a call today, 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. That's 866-496-2300, because planning is a process. It's not a product. Investment advice is offered through O'Donnell Financial Services, LLC, a registered investment advisor, registered representative offering securities and advisory services through Independent Financial Group, LLC.
Faithful, here's NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko bringing the latest Niner news to Tolbert and Copes.
Sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm, the best lawyers they hope you never need. DolanLawFirm.com.
On the Sports Leader.
Matt Mayoko joins us every Monday of the football season. Also joins us on the 49ers pregame show before every 49er game right here on KNBR 104.5 and 680. He joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line, NBC Sports Bay Area's Matt Mayoko. What's going on, dude? How are you, Matt?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Doing well, man. I was thinking about you actually this morning. Sounds like last time I talked to Matt, Niners were what would they have been? The number 2 seed?
2 seed, yeah.
And we wake up today, they're the number 1 seed. And it's not that they'll absolutely finish there, but they control their own destiny now. And after what we saw from Baltimore yesterday, I mean, it's not out of the realm of logic or it's not insane thinking to suggest the Niners run the table here at the end of the regular season and finish as the number 1 seed.
No, it isn't. And I mean, that's the key, like in last night's game.
Sure.
Was before that, the 49ers could have finished on let's see, what would it be? It would be a 9-game winning streak, I guess, to finish the season. And they still were no guaranteed to be the top seed in the NFC. And so now now they have no one to blame but themselves. I mean, I guess they have themselves to blame for the 3-game losing streak. But basically what this did is it dug them completely out of that hole. And now it's take care of business, and they don't have to worry about anything else. And remember, this is a team last year that finished they finished on a They had a 12-game winning streak going into Philadelphia for the NFC Championship game. So this time of year seems to be, regardless of how they start off, the time when over the past 3 years where they've kind of found their way and reeled off a lot of victories in a row.
I can't, and maybe you could think of another team, Matt. I don't think there's another Niner team, but another team in the NFL. There's got to be one out there that can match the star power of this team, because it's just, you look up and down the roster offensively, and then you got some on defense, all pros. Hell, one of their all pros from last year is missing. He got hurt. He's out. But it's an embarrassment of riches, really, is what it is. And it makes it even more gaudy when you realize what Purdy has become. It just, can you think of a team that's like, has had this collection of just wattage? I mean, it's incredible.
I can't, and really the reason is because of the guy you mentioned, Brock Purdy.
Yep.
He's like, I think he's like the 47th highest paid player on the team. And part of the reason, I was going to say part of the reason they moved off from Trey Lance, I don't know if that's the case. I mean, they got him off the books for next year and this year as far as the salaries go. But, they could go out and they could sign, guys like Javon Hargrave. I still think that they have, I think they can keep Brandon Ayuk for the long term. And you just think of the star power. I mean, you didn't mention the names, but it's basically every position group. Yeah. They have one of the highest paid players in the league and one of the better players in the league at every position group, from, McCaffrey to Samuel, Kittle, Trent Williams, Javon Hargrave, Nick Bosa, Eric Armstead, all those guys, high-priced players. Fred Warner, and then last year, 2 years ago, they went out and signed Charvarius Ward, and he's turned out to be a pretty good acquisition as well. So it's just that flexibility where they can make the books work out just fine, because in relative terms, as far as what NFL starting quarterbacks make, and then when you look at what top flight NFL starting quarterbacks make, I mean, Purdy is making about like 1/50th of what that is, and they can't do anything with his contract until after the 2024 season. So, yeah, it really is. I mean, I was asked this question today about has the offense caught up to the defense? Is the offense better than the defense? And it's a tough question, because the defense isn't too shabby, but you just look at the star power, and I almost feel like a defense can keep, when everybody's on the team and everybody's healthy and whatnot, I think a defense can keep the 49ers down for maybe like a series or two, but then once that thing starts clicking and things start to open up, and the defense has to really pay attention to each of the five eligibles. I mean, there's just so many options out there, and Purdy does such a good job of decision-making and figuring things out at the snap of the finger and getting the ball into the hands of the right guy.
Yeah.
It's at so many different depths. It's not just little flare passes. I mean, he's throwing the ball 35, 40 yards down the field as well. So, no, I can't think of any team, certainly not a team right now, that has the star power that the 49ers have.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. Copes asked that very same question today. He's asked it throughout the course of the year, is the defense caught up to the offense? And I said, well, they're equal, if not surpassed them. Because that offense is devastating right now. Defense is too. I guess I said I guess that's why they're the favorites to win the Super Bowl, because of what they do offensively and what they do defensively. Like, the odds, Matt, are kind of crazy. Is that the Niners are 2.5 to 1 to win the Super Bowl. The Ravens are the second choice at 6 to 1. So there's a huge gap there between the Niners and how Vegas perceives the Raiders. And I think most people that watch football probably agree. Now, it could change after the Christmas game, but right now, I think you look around the league, it's hard to find a team that you think could beat the Niners. Now, of course, it's football. It's one game. It could happen. But
Yeah.
Offensively and defensively, when you can bring what they bring, that's just an incredible combination. It really is.
Yeah, the biggest thing working against the 49ers is that there's still a month left in the regular season, and then another 2 months before the Super Bowl. That's the biggest thing working against them, because so much can change in just one half of football, let alone 4 games. So, if they're clicking like they have been since the bye week, then they're clearly the best team in football, but. It doesn't. They will be favored in every game they play the rest of the season, and they might even be favored even if they stumble and have to play a playoff game on the road. I think
they would be
perception and reality. Yeah.
Talking to Matt Mayoko here, our 49ers insider on the UMA guest line. Did you see anything last night in the Cowboys and Eagles game that suggests what Nick Bosa said, that they had given a blueprint? Or Tom and I talked about it, and we thought it was more the turnovers were indicative of why they lost the game by the margin that they did. What did you see from the Eagles and the Cowboys last night?
Well, I have to admit I haven't seen it. Okay. I was working during that, so I didn't. I turned on the final quarter of the game, but I don't know that any team can do that. It takes a special level of commitment to do what Nick Bosa was outlining that the 49ers did against Jalen Hurts. So, I think it's something that's really takes a lot of trust between players and coaching staff, and a lot of buy-in from the defensive line. I think there has to be a lot of conversations from guys on the defensive line amongst themselves, like, is this really going to work? And the thing that Bosa kind of stressed, I guess it really worked to Bosa's advantage too, to kind of tell everybody, like, hey, this is why I didn't get any sacks in this game. I was just doing what I was supposed to do, and it worked out. But I did ask him, like, does it take a kind of a leap of faith? If that's the game plan, where you're not necessarily going for the sacks, you're just trying to kind of systematically push the pocket and get Jalen Hurts off of his first read. It takes a level of buy-in and a leap of faith. And he was like, nah, he goes, you see it on film. And I know, it's I don't know that I've ever heard a defensive lineman or any player really discuss a game plan in the detail that he did, especially when there's the real possibility that these teams could face each other again. But it's almost like the 49ers are saying, hey, that's such a hard habit to break. He's probably been doing it his entire life, so it's not something like he didn't know or they don't know that he does that. It's just a very difficult thing to correct. And so, I guess the 49ers standpoint too, they wanted the world to know so that future opponents of the Eagles would do the same thing.
Well, yeah, it's one thing to have the blueprint. It's one thing to have the Niners players.
Yeah. No, and that's true. But also, just the way they did that, I don't think it takes a whole lot of skill. Hang with me here. I don't think it takes a whole lot of skill to do what they did. It just takes a lot of commitment and determination to do what they did, which is basically, as I saw it, they're basically rushing like a two-gap defensive lineman plays the run.
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of taking on the offensive lineman in front of them, just kind of head up and trying to drive them back, and being able to watch the quarterback in whichever way he was going to run, basically shed the offensive lineman and go get him or close that hole. So, yeah, I think the 49ers are really good when it comes to, rushing the passer and scheming that up, and they have tremendous ability to win the one-on-one blocks. But I think what they did against the Eagles went beyond that and just showed kind of a willingness to be selfless and buy into a scheme and a philosophy for one game. And as Bosa said, it's not like they would use that against any quarterback who can run. It was very game plan specific to Jalen Hurts.
Matt, always appreciate the time, man. And I know you'll probably go back and look through some of that Eagles and Cowboys game. It was super funny to be able to or to have to root for the Cowboys last night and watch them dismantle the Eagles, and now the Niners control their own destiny. But it's a good spot to be in.
Now 49ers fans will be rooting for the Seahawks next week.
How about that against the Eagles on Monday Night Football? Seahawks and the Eagles. I think it's in Seattle too. So the Eagles have a little bit easier of a schedule. They have that game, and then they get Giants, Cardinals, Giants, whereas the Cowboys are going to go something like at Buffalo, at Miami. I think they get one more tough one, the Lions at home, I believe, and then they wrap up against Washington in Washington. So lots of fun football ahead for the next month or so, and we'll see where the Niners finish up. Matt, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, absolutely. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Great
Thanks,
stuff
Matt.
there from Matt Mayoko, our 49ers insider, NBC Sports Bay Area. Yeah, I didn't think about it from that perspective of Nick Bosa. Like, let's put that out there. Then everybody who plays the Eagles can maybe read into this and do something to help us out a bit. From a little 49er football to some Warrior basketball. Not a good Friday night for Steve Kerr's crew. We'll talk about it with the head coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr. He joins us next, only here on the Sports Leader. Dodgers have signed Shohei Otani to a record 10 years, screw that team, man, $700 million. John Heyman reports the Giants were not a finalist. Screw them all. It's trending now if you want any more information on that horrid deal on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Come on, Giants. Hang in there.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there is one thing every sports enthusiast needs. Fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. And there's a lot of them this time of year. There is pro football, college basketball, pro basketball. There is hockey, and you want to have all your devices humming, right? Because maybe you're in a bowl pool. Maybe you want to watch your favorite NFL team. Maybe you want to watch your favorite NBA team, and they're on all at the same time. That's where Xfinity comes into play. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, you need a fast, reliable connection to power that many devices in your home, so you can stream all your favorite sports. That's what you want, right? All your sports, you don't want to miss a thing. To do that, you need fast, reliable, in-home Wi-Fi. So, during the holidays, what better way to celebrate than have Xfinity 10G network? That's right. You get the Xfinity 10G network. You have no issues streaming everything and anything. And heck, there might even be somebody watching a movie. How dare they? Watching a movie while I'm trying to watch my sports. Get the fastest internet and strong, reliable connection even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love a fast, reliable Wi-Fi connection, you will love Xfinity.
KNBR presents The Steve Kerr Show with his former teammate Tom Tolbert, along with Adam Copeland. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Kerr on the Sports Leader.
We are endeavoring to get a hold of Steve Kerr. I will have to text him right now.
Thanks, Tom. Thanks.
It's probably out getting like some enchiladas or.
Is that his move? Some enchiladas?
Yeah, I mean, Phoenix, baby.
Oh yeah, of course, Phoenix tomorrow.
Although I'm pretty sure you can't get any better. He went down to Tucson this week. Him and Q were down there. Watched Arizona just completely boat race Wisconsin. Ugh. I mean, they just crushed them.
Take that, Kaminsky. 30. Yeah.
Exactly. Screw you, Kaminsky. Although Kaminsky say, yeah, we beat your ass, and be like, yeah, you did. That sucks.
Yeah, right. Well.
Francona was down there. I think Francona goes to a lot of the games. I think he lives in Tucson.
Yeah, I mean, he's a Wildcat, but he's
a Wildcat.
My buddy, a couple of my best friends went to U of A, and actually, one of my best friends, what's up, Jason, got a College World Series ring as a student team assistant for the year, what was it, 2011? When you guys won the College World Series? 2011 or 12. He went to Omaha. My buddy was like on the field there. Francona used to come by a lot when the Red Sox were around or in town, and he would come by and see a game and talk to the team. And yeah, cool stuff, man. Francona was
very
he's
cool.
Always been tied. I've always loved Tito Francona.
Yeah, I got to get him on the air somehow. Maybe I'll ask Steve, see if Steve got his number when he talked to him.
That'd be great to get Terry on.
See if he'll text Francona to see if he cares if I get his number. I mean, I've always wanted to have him on just because he seems super cool. Won championships, and he's a Wildcat, of course. So, and I always like to get Wildcats on. So, I would love to get him on at some point. So maybe we can do that. I'm not sure if it might not be. Steve called yet, Tim? Because great, he texted, he thumbs up. I go, you ready?
No,
he gave me a thumbs up, and now he hasn't called. Like, what does the thumbs up mean? Like, hey, I love your text. That's great. And what does that mean exactly? Does it mean anything?
Dr. Junk. He's like, yeah, I'm ready. Well, like, we called you, you didn't answer. He's like, well.
I guess, have we hooked up with him?
No, we have not made the connection. Derek's trying him again here.
Okay.
Well, while we hook up with Steve.
Maybe Dr. Junk was like, you ready? Thumbs up. Like, okay, cool. Then call then.
Call us in. Warriors did fall to the Thunder third time already this year, 138-136 in OT. NBA high on the season, 29 turnovers, and we have made the connection with Dr. Well, I won't do it. With Steve Kerr. Steve Kerr joins us, courtesy of the Yuma Guest Line. What's up, Coach? How are you, man?
Oh, fantastic. How you guys doing?
Pretty good.
Tremendous. Are you ready? Are you ready, Steve?
Ready for what, Tom?
Ready for this tomorrow night.
This building, you can't hear anything because it's like a club. It's like a South Beach club. It's just this thumping techno club music.
It's coming.
Thumping techno club music. thumping.
Bro, you walked right into that one. You know you're gonna get even louder than last time.
I sure did. I walked right into the trap, Tom. So, they're definitely gonna rip it out tomorrow for sure.
Oh, it's gonna be loud. Yeah, it's gonna be loud, man.
Oh man, you fell for the okie doke.
I probably had 30 people send that tweet to me yesterday.
Did you?
That whole story. Oh yeah, everybody I knew was sending that.
How about the grin on that guy's face? He was so happy. He could not wait to hit the drop on that dude. He was smiling his ass off, dude, in the middle of the court. I was like, is this guy serious? Is this guy for real?
Man.
I was thinking, we've been in Phoenix for a couple of days. I was thinking about going to a costume shop and wearing a disco outfit to the game tomorrow.
Oh, that'd have been awesome.
Like the Nelly with the clown nose, but Steve in the disco pants, yeah.
Would have been good. Maybe a gold chain, some fake chest hair. Oh,
that would have been so good.
Great, dude.
That would have been so good.
Disco stew. Yeah.
So I'm guessing Phoenix is the music. You know how I feel about music. Although I had to reconsider when you guys played the I called it the morgue game in New York when it was just like morgue-like silence. I was like, okay, I could have been wrong. Maybe you need a little something in the background because it's almost as deafening as I assume the club music is. The silence, like, oh my God, I can hear everything in the arena. It's probably a little disconcerting. So a little music in the background is fine just for the ambiance. But apparently, I haven't been there, but I hate club music anyway. Apparently, they take it a little too far. They take it a little too far there in Phoenix.
No, it's by far the loudest. Everybody's playing music. Like, while the home team has the ball, you get music in the background, and then the visiting team gets it. You get the defense chant and like some beat behind it. Like, everybody's doing that these days. But this was like, I'm not kidding. It was times 10 last time we were here. I have some friends who from my days in Phoenix when I was in management, and they stood courtside and they were wearing earplugs during the game.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. It's just so it's so over the top. But you're right. This is kind of modern life. We've sort of injected music and noise into everything. You go to a hotel pool now. There's usually music playing, and maybe you just want some silence. It's hard to find silence. I do yoga a lot. I've been doing yoga for probably 20 years. Yoga classes used to be silent. And now there's music, and every instructor has like their own playlist, and I'm just not, it's neither good nor bad. It's just, I think it's just, modern life. Like we've just become accustomed to lots of noise and distraction all the time.
Well, I think what it is you look at, and I don't want to get too far into this, but it's the younger generation. It's they always have to be amused, and you always have to be entertained, and there always has to be something, whether it's Twitter, whether it's Instagram, whether it's a movie, whether it's a funny meme, whether it's a game I can play, whether it's music. I mean, it's like you got to have every stimulus like popping throughout the course of the day. There can't be a down period where it's like, cool, I can just relax for like an hour, 45 minutes. That doesn't exist anymore. Yeah. We're dinosaurs. It doesn't matter. We did. That's it.
And we're also the old guys who complain about everything. So
we are. Hey, you know what though? That's what old people are supposed to do. The young people are going to do it too, and then the next old people are going to do it. Although I did remember when you said it. Remember when we were in college, we always used to wonder who the guys were who went into the studio and went, defense.
Yeah.
Defense. Nah, that's a little too high. Let's take that again from the top. All right, defense.
Oh, that's good, dude.
Right, defense.
Little more passion.
Okay, defense. Defense.
It's an incredible riff by you guys, because I like the college guys who they don't do the traditional defense. They do the defense into the cone, right? Those are the college version.
Oh God, it's so dumb. All right.
So dumb.
So let's get to the game. You guys play the Suns tomorrow night. I know you guys went over all 29 turnovers from last game. This is the only question I have that matters. Why will this time be the difference? Why will mentioning turnovers this time change things going forward?
Yeah, it's an excellent question, Tom. We did have two really good practices the last 2 days here in Phoenix, and rare to get real practice time. And we saw some things on film that we can definitely clean up in certain actions. Our screening. One of the ways we're getting some turnovers is illegal screens. So we worked on our screening and execution. And we've actually had several games this year where we've been around 9, 10, 11 turnovers. So we know we can do it. But we also know that teams are going to try to pick up Steph full court and put pressure on Draymond and pressure on Clay, and really try to force us into mistakes. Sacramento tries to do that, and they've been successful doing that. So we know what's coming. We just have to handle it better. And, so that's something we really worked hard on the last 2 days.
No, look, I don't doubt that at all. I just know over the course of your coaching tenure with the Warriors, if you had $1 for every time you said we can't turn the ball over, we got to stop fouling, you'd be rich. Oh wait, you are rich, but still, I mean, you get the point. You get the point. You'd have a lot more money. Yeah. So we'll see. We'll see if it happens this time. So let me ask you about the end of the game, the end of regulation, when Draymond fouled Holmgren. For me, you tell me what you think, because he went after the steal and didn't get it. My whole thing was, you have no business going for a steal unless somebody throws it right at your chest. Your only goal is to wait until he catches it, and as soon as he catches it, then you foul him. That's it. That's all I'm looking at. I'm going to look when he catches the ball, then I'm going to foul him. I just thought, whether he thought he had it or not, like you can't go for that steal there.
Yeah, and he admitted it. I give Draymond credit. He went to the podium after the game and he said, "I messed up," and that's. I think he was going for the steal, and Holmgren happens to be 7'2", so the inbounder threw it really high, and it just went over his outstretched arms. He actually read the play pretty well, but you're right. You don't need the steal right there. You need the foul on the catch, and the best way to do that is to, basically to run into the guy as he's trying to catch the ball, and then it's not going to be a shooting foul.
Talking to Steve Kerr, Warriors head coach, on the Uma guest line. How dangerous is that team? I mean, you've seen them 3 times already. It's early in the season, but Oklahoma City, they're young, they're athletic. I mean, they've got a true scorer in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. I mean, they look like a team that is not modeled after you guys, but they kind of represent what the modern NBA is. They've got big, long, rangy guys on the outside. Seems to me like sometimes that's going to be an issue, just pure size. It's more outside now than it used to be inside.
Yeah, they've just done a great job the last few years with the draft and with development and coaching. They've really put together a great young nucleus. So they're going to be a force for a lot of years ahead, because Holmgren's only going to get better. And already Jalen Williams and Shai are really difficult to guard and stay in front of. So they've done a really good job. They're a tough matchup for sure.
Well, what's the counter to that when it's size and athleticism and you don't jump on the steal like that and you've got to stay home? What's the counter to try to make up for maybe a size disadvantage there?
Are you talking about in particular?
In particular, not just them, but in general. Yeah. Sorry, like on a play like that. Yes, exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean, the idea is, and we've always been a team that wants to foul if we can. It's a little nerve-wracking because we had a game, you might remember this, Tom, like 3 or 4 years ago at Chase. We fouled LeBron on catch, and then he shot it clearly after.
Yes.
And the officials messed up the call, and we didn't have a challenge left. So he ended up having 3 free throws to tie the game. Fortunately, he missed one, and we won. But that's the danger of fouling. You just don't know. Like the other night, if you're a little overly aggressive like Draymond was, you can foul the shooter, or maybe the officials don't get the call right. So, but we've always believed in fouling. I've just seen a million guys make threes to tie games and send them to overtime, and I personally have not seen that many plays where you go through the whole sequence where you foul and they make 2 and then you inbound it and you go to the other end, and usually as long as you handle it right, the foul works out.
So I know you've tried everything, and I know coaches have talked about this for years, because some coaches believe in fouling, some coaches don't, and it still drives me crazy when because I've thought about putting an umbrella out there, like umbrella defense, but then you could overload it somehow, and you kind of get caught in the middle. So that gets a little tricky. But the one that drives me nuts is the player who follows the offensive player down below the 3-point line. Like, you can shadow him above, you can shadow him and wait till he comes back out to you, but you don't need to follow him in there. I mean, why do I don't understand it. Like, can players not flip that switch from like 47.5 minutes to the last 30 seconds where you're really doing everything bass-ackwards, as they say? Like, everything you're taught to do, you got to do it exactly the opposite, playing defense for the last 30 seconds. Is it just hard for guys to like flip that switch, or I don't know? Explain it to me, because I see it not just you guys. I see other teams do it. I'm like, how can this not be a little more simple, where they need a 3? I do not need to follow him where you can only get 2.
Yeah, I mean, it is backwards. It's everything you've ever learned about defense. You basically turn around, and then all of a sudden you're saying, do the opposite. Stand on the outside of the guy. Let him have a layup. Like, it's just so different and awkward. So I think that's part of it. And then, you picture if you're chasing a guy through the lane, it looks like, well, wait a second, we don't have to do that. But if you don't, what if he runs to the other side of the floor? And you don't have a switch guy to take, So it is a little bit nerve-wracking. The biggest thing is the alertness on switches. I mean, as long as all 5 guys are switching alertly, you should be able to take care of it. Even if you run through the lane, you keep following them. But if there's a screen, then you got to switch, and you got to stay on the outside. Always got to stay on the outside of the guy and keep him from getting to that 3-point line. But it seems easy, but it's not. Obviously, we've messed up a couple times now.
Yeah. Before I let you go, I know you are a fan of new Giants skipper Bob Melvin. Are you not?
I am. Yeah.
I figured you were.
We used to both live in Berkeley when we were playing at Oracle. We'd run into each other in Berkeley every once in a while. The Claremont Hotel Bar, he was a regular there, and I happened to show up there a few times as well. So Bob's awesome. He's the best.
No, Bob's super cool. Yeah, well, look, you may like him now. You're going to like him even more after I play this for you, because I couldn't believe it. I actually spit out whatever I had in my mouth, probably a beer. But
this is ridiculous. This
is absolutely absurd. Go ahead, play it for him.
San Francisco's always been a star power town. When I grew up watching Willie Mays, right, and then the Barry Bonds and the Buster Posies, and it's a town that Steph Curry, Steve Kerr over there, Joe Montana was going. It is a star power town.
I mean, are you serious? Are you serious, Steve Kerr?
Wait, why are you guys laughing?
I'm laughing because it's funny. That's why I'm laughing. Because it's funny.
What are you talking about? What are you talking
because
about?
You, my friend, are no Willie Mays or Joe Montana or Steph Curry.
I knew Willie Mays. Willie Mays was a friend of mine, and you, sir, are no Willie Mays.
By the way, that was only one of the times he did it. Remember, he said it twice, like back-to-back days.
Twice.
He did it in back-to-back days on national TV.
Yeah,
he threw your name out twice with like three.
I'll give you your due. I mean, you are going to be in the Hall of Fame one day, but God dang, I can't. I'm sorry. I can only go so far, Steve. I can't put you in the same breath as those players.
Steph Curry, Steve Kerr over there.
Neither can I. Neither can I.
Steve, don't avoid the question, man. How hyped are you on Otani?
Oh God!
I'm sorry.
How hyped are you on Shohei Otani as a Dodger?
It's interesting. I was, as exciting as it is to think about, I actually think they have much bigger needs. And it sounds crazy, but because he's Otani, he's the best player in the game. But if they don't get some pitching, then it's not going to matter. I think they led the majors in runs scored last year and went out in the first round. So I imagine that's where they'll go next. Working on the pitching staff. But you guys aren't going to believe me, but I actually was hoping he was going to be a Giant. And I'm not just pandering to the Bay Area faithful. I really wanted to see Otani just light up San Francisco, and they just bring that juice to the ballpark.
Oh, you still will. You still will. Don't worry. You're going to get plenty of that.
But only 10
Don't worry. You'll still be lighting it up, dude. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just a different capacity.
It would have been fun.
Yeah, it would
have been awesome.
No, I know.
Been.
Look, I
hear you.
know. I believe him because he told me that before. Okay, did you see Otani's contract?
I did.
This is wild.
I did. Yeah,
$2 million a year
crazy.
for like 10 years, 20 years, whatever it is. It's like absurd. I mean,
they give them all the money in 10 years or something.
That's it. Yeah, 2034 to 2043. They said he'll get $680 million. And the funniest part of this is there are 15 current Giants who are going to make more this year than Shohei Otani. There are 16 Dodgers. He ranks like behind like Dustin May on the Dodgers and stuff. Like Austin Barnes makes more. You know what I mean?
Well,
it's ridiculous.
What it said to me was how interesting baseball's cap rules are compared to the NBA.
Sure,
you can't do any of that in the NBA. You know, the cap hit's the cap hit.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Regardless of deferral. So that's I had no idea. I didn't know baseball worked that way.
I guess probably because baseball doesn't have a cap. They just have a luxury tax.
Like a soft cap sort of.
So you can do it. Maybe you can do whatever the hell. But I guarantee you this will probably be one of the last years you're able to do that.
Oh, yeah.
Because they're not going to let people do that over and over and over again.
Yeah, you're probably right. Probably right.
The Dodgers with a payroll of $11 million this year? That doesn't seem right. Wow.
That's so funny.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, man. Hey, good luck. Good luck tomorrow in Phoenix. Hopefully you guys play well. Hopefully screw it. I was going to say hopefully the club music's not too loud, but you're in for it tomorrow. So just get used to it.
I'm in for it. I'll be ready for it. I'll be ready.
You will be right. I know you will. Big gold medallion would be sweet. God, that would be nice.
Clock around his neck, right?
All right, Steve. Have a good night, my friend.
See you, man.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Talk to you soon.
Great stuff there from Steve Kerr. I believe him what he says about Shohei Otani. And we got to take a quick break because we got to get you over to Monday Night Football, at least one of the games, Giants and the Dolphins. Titans and the Dolphins, Giants and the Packers are over on KNBR 1050. Take a break. We'll come on back and we'll throw you to Monday Night Football only here on the Sports Leader.
Hercules, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Hercules' Sports Leader.
Warriors struggle with late game execution once again as they lose to the Thunder. 138-136 on Friday night. There's more on that story. It's trending now. KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Holbrook & Cobes is sponsored by Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit us today at goldenstatelumber.com and by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers.
Hey, everybody. Mr. T here for Xfinity. This holiday season, there is one thing every sports enthusiast needs. Fast, reliable connection to stream all your favorite sports. And there's a lot of them this time of year. There is pro football, college basketball, pro basketball. There is hockey. And you want to have all your devices humming, right? Because maybe you're in a bowl pool. Maybe you want to watch your favorite NFL team. Maybe you want to watch your favorite NBA team, and they're on all at the same time. That's where Xfinity comes into play. From unexpected lead changes to sudden death overtime, you need a fast, reliable connection to power that many devices in your home so you can stream all your favorite sports. That's what you want, right? All your sports, you don't want to miss a thing. To do that, you need fast, reliable in-home Wi-Fi. So, during the holidays, what better way to celebrate than have Xfinity 10G network? That's right, you get the Xfinity 10G network. You have no issues streaming everything and anything. And heck, there might even be somebody watching a movie. Get the fastest internet and strong, reliable connection even when everyone's online at the same time. The Xfinity 10G network, the future starts now. Restrictions apply, actual speeds vary, and not guaranteed. You love sports, you love high def, you love a fast, reliable Wi-Fi connection, you will love Xfinity. All right, time to get on out of here. We will send you off to Miami, where the Titans are taking on the Miami Dolphins. Titans went 3-and-out first series. Dolphins about ready to get the ball, so we will get you there. Let's thank our guests today, Brent Jones, Matt Mayoko, and Steve Kerr. We're going to be hearing that club music through the TV tomorrow, so we should get used to it too. Oh, God. That's going to be fantastic. Yeah, I hate that type of music.
Yeah, me too. Robot music.
It's just
Techno. That's what I say.
Thank you very much, Derek.
Thanks, Derek.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much to Tim. Well done, boys. Thank you. I appreciate that too. Copes, enjoy the evening, and I will see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, bro.
All right. Time to go to speaking of club music, time to go to Miami, where the Dolphins are taking on the Tennessee Titans. Until tomorrow. Take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God.